a destitute and unaccomplished individual named Yang Fan, through an unexpected twist of fate, acquires a whimsical system that propels him into the realm of the sea god. He chooses to indulge in the pleasures of life, and in the face of various goddesses he once dared not dream of approaching, he suddenly contemplates offering them a sanctuary. In a world where a mere handful of coins can compel a man to traverse several kilometers and ascend numerous flights of stairs, and a few $100s can entice a young woman raised with care to serve him, and where thousands can render a young dreamer, after 16 years of diligent study, to waste their precious time in a job devoid of meaning, Yang Fan experiences firsthand the profound advantages of wealth. Chapter 1. The Whimsical System. On Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Bishu, within a modest 20-square-meter abode, a young man in his late 20s scrolls through TikTok videos. Yang Fan, having graduated several years ago, finds himself approaching 30 with nothing to show for a quintessential example of a loser. His father succumbed to a severe illness 4 years prior, leaving his mother to remarry and form a new household. Abandoned by both parents, he has been living independently since graduating from a lesser-known university. In a video, a youthful and enchanting girl performs a lively dance to Pure Land. Yang Fan watches intently, a twinge of envy coursing through him. I truly envy those affluent individuals online, he muses, fully aware that such captivating streamers belong to a realm far removed from his impoverished existence, and thus he has never invested a dime in their content. This is a long-term endeavor of free enjoyment. Just then, the streamer, known as Sasha's Innocent Heart, concludes her performance and begins engaging with her audience. Dear viewers, Sasha is a dance streamer. If you enjoy my performance, please show your support by following and joining my fan club. Yang Fan discovers this nascent streamer today, her audience numbering merely a handful far from the millions of more prominent figures. Yet, her dedication is evident as she has been dancing for nearly an hour. With a casual click, he decides to follow her. To his surprise, the streamer beams with a smile, exclaiming, "Thank you. Half a lifetime of leisure for your follow. I greatly appreciate it. Would you consider joining my fan club?" It's only 10 cents, a small gesture of support for Sasha. Startled by her direct mention of his username, Yang Fan hesitates. Yes, he is indeed half a lifetime of leisure. Hearing the streamer's hopeful voice, he cannot resist clicking on the gift section, only to find a display read 0. With a wry smile, he realizes he cannot even afford the minimal fee for the fan club, having previously squandered his meager Douyin coins on giveaways. By joining the fan club, Sasha will see your messages first. Everyone who loves Sasha, please lend your support. Seeing the young beauty plead for followers, Yang Fan contemplates and decides that joining won't hurt, considering the cost is negligible. He promptly links his bank card and deposits $1, joining the fan club. Whimsical System activated. Upon acquiring this system, the host will transform into a whimsical figure, eligible for cashback when spending on individuals possessing a comprehensive attractiveness score above 80. The source of the cashback funds is entirely secure. The host may use them without concern. Stunned by the cold voice echoing in his mind, Yang Fan quickly surveys his surroundings, confirming that all is as it should be, and he is left in a state of bewilderment. A system? Did I truly obtain such a thing? This cannot be real. Is this truly happening like in the novels? He sits up, brimming with excitement. System. Oh dear system. Is that you? Host calling the system. I am your devoted companion. Could I receive some acknowledgement? Yet, no matter how fervently Yang Fan calls, he receives no reply, leading him to doubt his own sanity. Suddenly, a transparent data interface materializes before him. Host. Yang Fan. Cashback level 1. Cashback ratio. 1:1. Valid spending. 0.1 yuan. Cashback available. 0 yuan minimum cashback requirement. 100 yuan. Upon seeing this data, he is overwhelmed with excitement, pinching himself to ensure he is awake. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream. I've struck gold. Oh, system. Thank you for choosing me. I am eternally grateful to you and your entire family. After a prolonged moment of exhilaration, he begins to regain his composure. It is no wonder he is so agitated. Poverty has instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Though still unclear on the system's specific functionalities, as a failed online literature author, he understands that acquiring a system is an unequivocal stroke of fortune. Moreover, he recalls the system's assurance of safe funding, indicating it is likely a system for the wealthy. Unfortunately, despite his anticipation, he sees no additional funds in his bank account, WeChat, or Alipay. Reflecting on the details, he begins to grasp the system's intent. Cashback is awarded for spending exceeding an attractiveness score of 80. For now, it merely returns what he spends, with no profit to be made. Even so, this does not dampen his spirits. The prospect of living out his fantasies of wealth without spending a single cent is exhilarating. Surely, upgrades would allow him to earn money in the future, meaning the gap between him and true affluence may not be insurmountable. Envisioning a future of leisure in this age, Yang Fan's confidence swells, embodying the typical behavior of a newly affluent individual. Standing at 175 centimeters tall, with an average appearance though he considers himself somewhat handsome, he has dabbled in various jobs: security guard, food delivery, insurance sales, but has yet to find his calling, ultimately living on the brink of poverty. They say the children of the poor mature early, but that adage holds little truth for him. His inherent laziness has led him to dismiss low-paying jobs, find food delivery exhausting, and struggle with insurance sales due to his reluctance to deceive others, resulting in a series of failures in online literature. With only a meager sum of 7,000 yuan resting in his bank account, he regains his composure and considers the possibility of rewarding the young streamer, thereby receiving cashback. He prepares to verify this notion. Once more, he deposits 120 yuan, purchasing 1,200 Douyin coins in the form of a luxury car. Sasha, engrossed in conversation with her viewers, momentarily pauses, then exclaims, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the luxury car. You're so generous." However, Yang Fan remains unresponsive, watching as the cashback amount transforms to 120.1 yuan, mentally affirming the cashback. Construction Bank, May 19th, 2023, 21:30. Your account ending in 571 received an amount of 120.10 yuan. Balance, 7,399.19 yuan. What the heck? This is incredible. Upon receiving the bank notification, Yang Fan realizes he is about to take flight. His mind races with possibilities. If he can reward streamers and receive cashback, the speed at which he earns money could be swift. As a whimsical figure, the host is prohibited from employing any means to solicit or borrow money from others. Should the host engage in such humiliating behavior, the system will sever ties with them. It is quite absurd that the system remained silent until he sought to profit from it, only to threaten him now. Given the system's warning, Yang Fan refrains from pursuing this plan, unwilling to risk losing his newfound ally. Instead, he deposits 6,000 yuan into his Douyin account. His moment to flaunt affluence has arrived. Let it be. He decides to indulge extravagantly for now. Chapter 2. The female streamer, Sasa, the dreamy girl. Heartfelt thanks to Brother Xiaoyao for the 2 grand celebrations. This is the first time Sasa has received 2 celebrations in a row. Her brother is simply too dashing. Love you lots. What a pity that I didn't record the screen. But never mind, let me perform a dance for you. What kind of dance do you like to watch? Feel free to request. The charming young streamer, seeing Yang Fan had just sent a luxury car followed by 2 grand celebrations, instantly became exhilarated. She stood up and enthusiastically made heart signs. She realized she had encountered a generous tycoon. Marveling at her own good fortune while preparing to showcase her talents to captivate him, a big brother has come to the live stream. It seems Sasa's luck is turning. I envy her. I wish I could send gifts too, but looking at the instant noodles before me, I restrain the impulse. Streamer, dance quickly, continue with that euphoric song. Although there were nearly 100 people in the live stream, few were speaking, all quietly watching. Yang Fan also found the euphoric song captivating but was preparing to test how the system upgrades, so he suggested, let us take a break after dancing for an hour and then have a PK. After Sasa read his message, she cheerfully replied, I didn't expect Brother Xiaoyao to be such a warm-hearted gentleman. Thank you for your understanding. I will connect with you now. Go ahead. You're sure to win. Yang Fan's words were not mere flattery. For streamers like Sasa, most of the time, a single rocket would suffice to secure victory, especially since he was sending lavish gifts with Brother Xiaoyao's encouragement. Sasa felt emboldened. She randomly connected with a young lady, who appeared quite lovely but was older than her. The lady's screen name was Little Deer Never Gains Weight, and she was also a small streamer. Although her fan count and live audience were slightly higher than Sasa's, the difference was minimal. As soon as they connected, Sasa greeted her, Hello, sister. I am a dance streamer. Hello, streamer. I am a beauty streamer. Shall we have a PK? Sure. Just keep the punishment light. I don't have much to spare at home. Little Deer spoke hesitantly, indicating her modest background. Sasa pondered for a moment and asked, Brother Xiaoyao, would you like to decide on the punishment? No need, just have fun.at that moment. Yang Fan had no time to think about punishments. Once the two streamers were connected, he received a system notification. Valid consumer detected. Oh. He knew the system was referring to the lady named Little Deer never gains weight, indicating that her overall attractiveness had reached a score above 80. It was evident that the system's evaluation disregarded beauty filters, meaning she was indeed a beauty. Since he could earn cashback for gifting Sasa, he could certainly do the same for Little Deer. Sasa's words were heard by the other streamer, who smiled and said, So you have a big brother backing you? Isn't that a bit unfair? I'm not coming back, haha. Though she said this, she did not disconnect. Sasa understood she was joking. Let us keep the punishment light. If we lose, we'll do 20 squats, and with each squat, we shout that the big brother on the other side is amazing. How about that? Sasa wanted to keep Yang Fan engaged, knowing that those who spent money were looking for emotional value. So she proposed this punishment. Little Deer found the punishment acceptable and agreed. As the PK began. Without hesitation, Yang Fan sent 2 grand celebrations, instantly depleting the other's health bar. Thank you to Brother Xiaoyao for the grand celebrations. Sasa shouted excitedly. The audience was commenting casually, but apart from the moderator, there were none of those sycophantic remarks often seen in novels. Most were rather subdued. Didn't the streamer say she would stop broadcasting after earning 200 for living expenses each day? It seemed she would be taking a long break now. It was rare to see Sasa so exhilarated. Finally, she had a chance to shine. So I'll send a hot air balloon to celebrate. Sasa, I'll handle the tower defense task. What? Do we need to defend the tower? That's impressive. I'll help defend too, haha. While the conversation was lively on one side, the opposing streamer did not give up. Lamenting, folks, with a big brother on the other side, we're definitely going to lose, but at least give me some dignity tickets. I can't even see my health bar. This is terrible. Although Yang Fan had already received cashback after sending 2 grand celebrations, he refrained from continuing to send gifts. The other streamer seemed quite amiable, and there was no need to be overly harsh. Thus, the PK concluded with Sasa winning by a large margin, and Little Deer began her punishment. Each time she squatted down, she shouted, Brother Xiaoyao is amazing. After completing the 10 squats, she returned to the screen, momentarily speechless before exclaiming, thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the grand celebrations. Brother Xiaoyao is amazing. Little Deer sends you hearts. I've never received such a large medical fee before. Truly amazing. Brother Xiaoyao is welcome to come and play with Little Deer anytime. I sing exceptionally well. As soon as she finished speaking, the audience began to mock her. You sing well? Do you have a misunderstanding about yourself? You sing well? I remember I sent you 5 hot air balloons just to make you stop talking. Just stick to being a pretty face. Singing really isn't your forte. If you dare to insult my ears again, I'll unfollow you. If you have the audacity to sing, I'll unfollow. Seeing the threats of unfollowing from the audience, Little Deer dared not bring up singing again. Yet she felt quite troubled. As an ordinary university student without any particular talents, it was challenging to keep the attention of a tycoon. Her only advantage was her looks, enhanced by beauty filters, which allowed her to attract viewers during her streams. She felt quite distressed. However, she still sent a private message to the generous big brother who had sent the grand celebrations. When Yang Fan returned to Sasa's live stream, he disconnected from Little Deer under her envious gaze. Before Sasa could speak, he saw 2 grand celebrations float across the screen. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao is generous. May he marry 1,000 wives. Hearing this blessing left Yang Fan speechless. It was clear that this charming beauty was now infatuated. Sasa was indeed thrilled. Within just a short span of a few minutes, Brother Xiaoyao had sent her 6 grand celebrations and a luxury car, converted into currency that amounted to over 18,000 yuan, and without joining a guild, she would take home over 9,000. Her earnings for the day surpassed her entire month's income. Most importantly, she felt certain that Yang Fan would continue to send her gifts in the future. Encountering such a generous big brother was enough to make her ecstatic. Chapter 3. The understanding young streamer. Although Sasa had only been streaming for a month, she was quite aware of the challenges faced by small streamers. She had no courage to join a guild. She was streaming independently. Earning a few thousand yuan in a month was already quite commendable, as many others were in a much worse situation. Therefore, her goal was modest: to earn 200 yuan daily for living expenses. Yet now, she found herself feeling unsatisfied with just 200. She secretly resolved to seize the opportunity to hold on to Brother Xiaoyao tightly. Unfortunately, her private messages went unread, and she couldn't remind him in the live stream. While she was preoccupied with her thoughts, she was startled by the appearance of 2 grand celebrations on the screen again. Wow, Brother Xiaoyao is truly generous. Yang Fan was actually delving into how to upgrade the system. Without clear instructions from the system on how to upgrade, he could only speculate that it might be related to the amount of money he spent. Thus, he began to recharge continuously, sending grand celebrations, receiving cashbacks, and recharging again. By this point, he had spent over 80,000 yuan, successfully propelling Sasa to the hourly leaderboard, attracting a considerable number of viewers to her live stream. Seeing the live stream audience finally reach 1,000, Yang Fan was undoubtedly seen as a tycoon in Sasa's eyes. The viewers began to voice their suspicions. Could this Brother Xiaoyao be from a guild? Are you foolish? Sasa hasn't he joined a guild? Which guild member would send her gifts? With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy something nice for his parents? Why waste it on a streamer? Surely a wealthy person wouldn't he lack for women. How do you know he hasn't honored his parents? Besides, sending gifts doesn't necessarily mean he has romantic intentions. Look at those who send millions to big streamers, aren't they just doing it for fun? That's a valid point. With millions, I could play with thousands. We can't fathom the world of the wealthy. At this moment, Sasa chimed in, everyone, don't speculate wildly. The streamer hasn't joined any guilds, nor has anyone approached her for promotions or advertisements. Brother Xiaoyao is a genuinely big brother. Then the streamer should quickly cling to his leg. The opportunity is right there, and you're not cherishing it? I calculated. Brother Xiaoyao has sent over 80,000 yuan in sound waves. The streamer should at least take home 40,000, right? This income is simply astounding. Wow. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Is it really this profitable to be a streamer? That's nearly equivalent to my salary for half a year. Tomorrow is the 520 festival. Brother Xiaoyao has sent so much. Could it be he wants the streamer to spend it with him? Isn't it a shame if good cabbage gets raised by the wealthy? I'm feeling jealous. Yang Fan had no such intentions for now. Sasa is from Tianfu province, and although she is considered a neighbor, there is still a considerable distance between them. He then had Sasa engage in a few more PKs, having not encountered any major streamers. Each match was settled with 2 grand celebrations. What puzzled Sasa and her viewers was that the opposing streamers didn't receive Brother Xiaoyao as lavish gifts afterward. They wondered, could it be that Brother Xiaoyao was interested in the previous beauty, Little Deer? It must be acknowledged that she was indeed a beauty. Yang Fan also wished to be extravagant with grand celebrations as medical fees, but reality was harsh. The subsequent streamers, while looking quite good, did not trigger the system notification, indicating they did not meet the 80-point threshold. The men were even less likely to qualify. Thus, he was foolish to send gifts. As of now, his spending for the day had exceeded 100,000, yet the system level remained unresponsive. Well, he would take his time to study it. Half the time, Xiaoyao. Sasa, perform the euphoric song. Sure thing, Brother Xiaoyao. She now placed great importance on Yang Fan's words. Upon hearing them, she started the music and began to dance, reminding herself to perform exceptionally well, thus dancing with utmost sincerity. In the past, Yang Fan wouldn't have entertained such thoughts about a beauty of this caliber. He had always been aware of his own limitations. However, now that he had the system backing him, he began to take notice of this beauty. After finishing the dance, he said, I'm off. I'll come to see you tomorrow. What? Brother Xiaoyao is leaving. Take care, and remember to check your private messages. You're welcome to come see Sasa tomorrow at 7 p.m. Seeing Yang Fan prepare to leave, she certainly didn't want to keep him, especially since this tycoon had generously sent so much during his first visit to her stream. She couldn't afford to be greedy. Moreover, he mentioned he would return tomorrow, which brought her immense joy to secure this generous big brother. She cast aside her modesty and directly urged him to check his private messages. Yang Fan replied with an okay before exiting the live stream. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day, thinking he had indeed been extravagant, spending over 100,000 just to watch a live stream. Yet the thrill of being admired by beautiful women was quite enjoyable. Soon, he recalled the private messages and noticed he had over 30 messages, most from unfamiliar names. He selectively read through the messages from Sasa and Little Deer, which were primarily expressions of gratitude and flattery, along with requests for him to add them on WeChat. Without hesitation, he added both of them. Ignoring the messages from other strangers, He typically didn't T-post on social media, and his 1-month visibility setting was entirely empty. Having just added them, he was quickly verified by Sasa, and a message came through instantly. Brother Xiaoyao, thank you so much for all the gifts today. I'm not great with words, but I truly appreciate it. Noticing she was still live, yet sent a message, Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and replied, "Aren't you live? You're not using someone to chat for you, are you?" After a moment, another message came through. Haha, how could that be? Streamers have at least 2 phones. I'm live streaming while secretly replying to your message. Then focus on your stream. We can chat later. Yang Fan chuckled, recalling past rumors he had heard about large men helping streamers with chat duties, which prompted his question. He then lay back on his bed, his mind wandering about the system. Being a big spender didn't seem all that be it as time passed. He unknowingly drifted into sleep, a smile gracing his lips in his dreams. The next day, Yang Fan naturally woke up early. Taking out his fully charged phone, he checked the time and discovered several messages, along with a transfer it was from the night before, from Sasa and Little Deer. The first message that caught his eye was a transfer of 20,000 yuan from Sasa. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised as he looked at the message she had sent. Chapter 4. Out and about for adventure. Brother Xiaoyao, I finished streaming, and I'm so happy. Brother Xiaoyao, are you awake? Then came the midnight transfer message. Wishing Brother Xiaoyao a happy festival, love you lots. Although I know you don't care for these things, this is just a small blessing from me. So please make sure to receive it. Complete the transfer of 20,000 yuan. It required the recipient's name, and coincidentally, his WeChat nickname matched his real name. He sighed inwardly. This girl is quite clever and thoughtful. As for this so-called blessing, he certainly would accept it. It wasn't something he had asked for, but rather a gift given freely, which wasn't against any rules. After transferring the money to his bank account, his balance increased significantly, reaching over 27,000 yuan, thus enhancing his fondness for this little girl, Sasa. Although he had gifted her over 100,000 the previous day, she graciously transferred 2,000 back to him, altering his perception of the streaming industry. It wasn't entirely one-sided. He had spent money through the system yesterday, while today's 20,000 was genuinely his own, allowing him to not only enjoy the experience of being a wealthy patron but also earn a profit. Although he was fully aware of Sasa's intentions behind her actions, he didn't mind. Instead, secretly deciding to shower this little girl with even more gifts today. He refrained from hinting at her sending him additional transfers in his replies, as he cherished the system and didn't want to jeopardize it. Blessing received. Wu Shasha found it particularly reasonable and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to make the transfer. Now, seeing that Yang Fan had indeed accepted the money, she felt an immense joy. Xiaoyao Gu, you're up so early? After sending the message, she waited for quite a while without receiving a reply and pouted at the screen in disappointment. On the other side, Yang Fan had seen the message but simply chose not to respond. He thought to himself that he had too often rushed to reply in the past, like a love-struck fool, and without exception. Those situations had led to unsatisfactory outcomes. Now that his status had changed, there was no way he would revert to such a subservient demeanor. If anyone were to fawn over him, it should be the other way around. After finishing his morning routine, he remembered that today was somewhat akin to Valentine's Day, and perhaps he could find a female companion to spend it with. It had been a while since he had broken up with his ex-girlfriend. The reason for their split being financial struggles, she often complained about how well her friends' boyfriends treated them. Yang Fan found it hard to bear being compared to other men, which led to numerous arguments fueled by his wounded pride. Eventually, after his ex-girlfriend had taken a trip out of province and returned, she ended things with him, and he suspected he had been cheated on. However, those matters were no longer significant to him. He was now preoccupied with whom he should spend the day with, hoping to enjoy a good outing and perhaps a lavish meal. After considering his options, he ultimately gave up. His female friends were scarce, mostly consisting of his friends' wives or girlfriends, and even among the few single ones, their looks left much to be desired. He certainly couldn't spend his own money to celebrate, could he? Suddenly, he had a bright idea upon seeing a public account. It was a companion service he had previously discovered on Douyin, where one could hire women for companionship, whether it be shopping, dining, watching movies, drinking, dancing, or karaoke. They charge by the hour, and after placing an order, the women would accompany you as if they were your girlfriend. Though overly intimate actions were off-limits, it was all quite above board, and of course, the term above board was merely what the software's description stated. Yang Fan had yet to see what it was truly like. Perhaps if the price was right, It might not be so above board after all. The profiles of the women featured on the app showcased a plethora of beauties. With most scoring above 80 points, he found it intriguing and decided to follow the account. However, he later discovered that the fees were not cheap and quite unworthy of his interest, so he had never placed an order. Now, with his current circumstances, he intended to give it a try. Upon entering, he was greeted with an array of lifestyle photos of beautiful women, instantly invigorating his interest as he meticulously browsed through the selections. Eventually, he settled on one named Rue, finding her initial impression to be the most favorable. He proceeded to view her other photos and a video. Indeed, she was stunning. Judging by these images, she was undoubtedly a bona fide beauty. As long as the real person didn't stray too far from the portrayed image, she would surely exceed an 80-point rating. Her basic information read, age 19, height 168 cm, weight 52 kilograms. Quite acceptable. Although he was nearly a decade older, he was not one to hold that against her. Glancing at the price list, he noted that aside from online gaming sessions, shopping and dining were the most affordable options at 198 yuan per hour. Drinking and singing reached 398 yuan per hour. He opted for 1 hour of dining and 1 hour of shopping, totaling 2 hours, and the order was quickly accepted. Despite it being Valentine's Day, not many seemed inclined to hire them. Firstly, few were even aware of this service, and secondly, the city of Fushui was merely scraping the bottom of the second-tier city rankings, characterized by low income and high consumption. Wealthy individuals were scarce. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan could easily outshine over 80% of the populace. How many could afford such a service? Did they not consider foot massages or clubs instead? Thus, the women often found themselves with plenty of free time, most being students who took on part-time work whenever there were orders and focused on their studies when there weren't. Yang Fan remained vigilant for any signs of trouble, ready to cancel his order at a moment's notice. Only when he noticed the cashback notification did he let out a sigh of relief. This indicated that the woman's overall attractiveness had indeed reached above 80 points. Had there been no cashback, he would have had to cancel the order post-haste to avoid losing his money. With nothing further to consider, he changed into a complete Adidas outfit and headed out to get a haircut. While he didn't possess high-end clothing brands, he could afford Adidas and Nike, having gradually purchased a few items. Once he was ready, he took a taxi to the agreed location, the entrance of Lixing Boutique. Just as he stepped out of the car, the system notification chimed. Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view information? Yang Fan glanced at a strikingly beautiful woman walking past him, then at the man she was linked with, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Chapter 5. JK Girl Gu Weijia. The girl was indeed quite attractive, but was he really going to approach her and express a desire to spend money on her? Was he certain that the man beside her wouldn't beat him to a pulp? However, the system gave him another prompt, asking if he wished to view the information. Out of curiosity, he mentally affirmed the request. Name, Li Nath. Age, 27. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 81. Rating, 77. Intimacy level, 0. Not acquainted with the host. Achieving a certain intimacy level will yield rewards. 77. She must be a novice at this. Or perhaps she genuinely has had many boyfriends. Whatever the case, it was best not to dwell on it. The most important aspect was that he could see her status, which provided him with a sense of security, as for the intimacy level granting rewards. That was intriguing. He just wished he knew what the rewards were. It would be nice if the system didn't remind him every time he encountered a beauty with a score above 80 in this bustling city center, especially near such a large shopping mall. Yet, he had no means of communicating with the system, which was somewhat frustrating. Shaking his head, Yang Fan approached the entrance of Lixing Boutique. From a distance, he spotted a girl standing on the steps beside the entrance. Seemingly waiting for someone, it was no surprise he noticed her at first glance. Her tall stature and alluring attire were simply eye-catching. As he drew closer, he saw her jet black hair, flawless skin, captivating eyes, and a delicate face adorned with subtle makeup, exuding an indescribable purity. She wore a JK uniform, consisting of a white short-sleeved blouse with a red tie and a wine-red plaid skirt, complemented by brown leather shoes and black knee-high socks, which accentuated her long, fair legs enticingly. Many passing men couldn't help but glance back at her, some even stopping to stare openly at that moment. Yang Fan felt 3 words echo in his mind. I chose well. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. This was worth it. Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view information? Yes. Name. Guruajia. Age. 19. Height. 168 centimeters. Weight. 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness. 87. Rating. 98. Intimacy level. 0. Such a fine catch had already been through 2 previous suitors? You scoundrels. Yet, upon reflection, this was still quite good. Yang Fan thought to himself. No complaints here. He calmly approached the girl and asked, Are you Rue? The girl noticed him and gave him a brief glance. Guruajia intimacy level -10? Why? Yang Fan was momentarily baffled. Why did a mere glance deduct 10 points from his intimacy level? He might not be conventionally handsome, but he certainly wasn't ugly. Was he? It had to be that she found him too old, unrelated to his looks. He consoled himself internally. The girl smiled politely and said, Yes, how would you like me to address you? For the next 2 hours. I will call you by the nickname you prefer, though I reserve the right to refuse any that are too excessive, though. The service is quite good. A reduction in intimacy was one thing, but her attitude remained pleasant. The excessive names she probably meant were things like daddy or master, right? I'm quite a bit older than you. Just call me brother. Upon hearing this, Guruajia visibly relaxed. All right, brother, shall we go eat now? Yes, there's a nice Western restaurant nearby. Let us go. Eating Western food? Guruajia appeared momentarily stunned. It must be noted that according to their agreement, all expenses incurred during their time together were to be borne by the client. She was genuinely surprised he would take her to a more expensive meal. However, since he had already suggested it, she felt compelled to comply. He was paying, after all, and it was only right to follow his lead. Thus, she followed Yang Fan. Those around them watched with curiosity, continuously questioning where they had gone wrong. Some even believed they had cracked the code to boldly approach beautiful women. During their time together, Guruajia, despite not being particularly fond of Yang Fan, maintained a friendly demeanor and smiled often. Soon, they entered the Western restaurant. Welcome, please, right this way. The server led them to their seats. Due to the system's influence, Yang Fan was hesitant to order, but casually remarked, Order whatever you like. Get plenty, and include my share as well. After saying this, he pretended to be engrossed in his phone. Guruajia, while reviewing the menu, was caught off guard by his words. Then she considered that he might want to experience the service of a girlfriend helping him order, and she felt relieved. All right, brother. She proceeded to order steak, salad, and dessert, 2 portions of each, and all at mid-range prices, before informing Yang Fan she was done ordering. Yang Fan quickly interjected, Not enough, order more. The server began to introduce foie gras and caviar. Are you kidding? He was out here to enjoy a lavish meal. What was she ordering? While he recognized she was trying to save him money, he couldn't help but feel a slight increase in his appreciation for her, whether it was due to professional ethics or genuine kindness. Huh? Guruajia looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly surprised. Yang Fan smiled. I know you want to save me money, but I can afford this little expense. Don't hold back. He couldn't believe that without ordering drinks, they would somehow manage to exceed 27,000 yuan. As long as they didn't it was a drop in the bucket. Guruajia mused. Is this guy trying to woo me? She was no stranger to taking orders. Previous clients had always showered her with attention upon seeing her, yet most of them were merely talkers, and none had ever exhibited such generosity. She understood that those who sought their services typically fell into 2 categories. Either they were too broke to afford companionship or too wealthy to lack beautiful women in their lives. So why would they hire a fake? Thus, while they maintained a friendly facade, they often harbored disdain for their clients. Unless exceptionally handsome, how could a mere commoner ever match up to a goddess? Yet Yang Fan's earlier demeanor left her somewhat perplexed. Was he merely putting on a facade to impress her? This thought only fueled her interest further, and her smile brightened. All right, brother, shall I order some more? Please do. Guruajia began to select more expensive items, adjusting her previous choices, and nodded with satisfaction after finishing her order. Brother, I'm done ordering. Take a look. Chapter 6. A lavish shopping mall adventure. Yang Fan shook his head. No need to check, server, just bring it all out as is. The server nodded and then asked, Would either of you like to order some wine? We have some excellent red wines available. Noticing the gentleman's extravagant attitude, she aimed to recommend the wine, hoping to earn a commission. Before Yang Fan could respond, Guruajia looked at him and said, Brother, I don't drink. If you want some, I can help you order a bottle. That won't be necessary. The server then stepped away, and the two engaged in light conversation until the dishes began to arrive. Yang Fan merely stated don't be shy before diving into his meal. Gu Ruijie certainly wouldn't stand on ceremony either. This was her first experience with such a lavish feast, and it was no time to pretend to be reserved. Half an hour later, the table was nearly cleared of food, and Yang Fan stood to settle the bill. The total came to 8266. Gu Ruijie, trailing behind him, wondered if she had perhaps ordered too lavishly, but she watched in astonishment as he paid without batting an eyelash. This was quite a handsome display of confidence. Gu Ruijie intimacy level 10. After paying, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Had his earlier deduction in intimacy been restored? He chuckled inwardly, recognizing her as a gold digger, which he found quite amusing. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he glanced at Gu Ruijie and said, "Let us go shopping." As they walked, they garnered quite a few admiring glances, which, while largely irrelevant to Yang Fan, did satisfy his vanity. They soon entered the Lixing Boutique Mall. Upon seeing the LV store, Yang Fan suggested, "Let us go in and take a look." Gu Ruijie stuck out her tongue but refrained from voicing any objections, obediently following him. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today?" The sales associate greeted them with a polite smile. In such establishments, employees undergo rigorous training, making it nearly impossible for them to look down on customers or speak derisively. Yang Fan, mindful of his budget, refrained from making any extravagant claims, saying, "We'll just take a look at the bags for now." "Certainly, this way pleased." As he examined the price tags, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Prices ranged from 60,000 to 30,000 yuan, which were generally affordable. These appeared to be the standard versions, as the more expensive options were not displayed in this area. At that moment, he noticed Gu Ruijie fixated on one particular bag, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Understanding the implication, he glanced at the price. 23,000 yuan. "Quite nice." He slowly approached her from behind and softly inquired, "Do you like it?" Gu Ruijie turned to him, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "This bag is so beautiful, but it's just too expensive." Yang Fan replied directly to the sales associate, "We'll take this bag. Please prepare the invoice." The statement left both Gu Ruijie and the sales associate momentarily stunned. He was purchasing without even having looked at the bag. But the sales associate quickly regained composure, smiling brightly. "Certainly, sir." Gu Ruijie, seeing that he was ready to buy the bag she liked, looked puzzled. She didn't harbor any delusions of grandeur. Realizing she was merely a companion, "Brother, are you buying that bag for someone else?" Yang Fan smiled slightly. "I'm buying it for you. You said you liked it, right?" "Huh?" Gu Ruijie's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're giving it to me?" Meanwhile, Yang Fan had already stepped aside to swipe his card, knowing he had to make the purchase. Without a refund, he wouldn't be able to buy anything else. He left her in a state of bewilderment. When he returned with the bag, he handed it to her. "Now it belongs to you." The petite beauty accepted the bag with a dazed expression, her mind still reeling. He actually gifted it to her. This must be his way of trying to woo her. However, he was indeed generous with his money, and the way he swiped his card was undeniably charming. Perhaps he was wealthy enough to be worthy of a goddess like her? Ugh, what was she thinking? It was still too early to make assumptions. She should just accept it and keep him as a high-quality catch for now. Gu Ruijie intimacy level 10. Given her height and beauty, many suitors had pursued her, but none had been as generous as this. She couldn't outright refuse the gift. After processing her thoughts, Gu Ruijie pretended to feel somewhat flustered. "Brother, how can I accept such an expensive gift? You should take it back." She even playfully nudged the bag back toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan rolled his eyes internally. Had he not seen her intimacy level rise by 10 points, he might have actually believed her. "The items I send out are not meant to be retrieved. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Bringing it back means the system won't refund me. I would be foolish to take it back." Gu Ruijie was taken aback by this remark. Wasn't that a rather audacious attitude? How could one suggest discarding something worth over 20,000? At that moment, Yang Fan called the sales clerk to present another bag, also exceeding 20,000, and said to Gu Ruijie, "I think this bag is quite nice too. You might want to consider it." Hearing this, Gu Ruijie felt a surge of affection. Of course, she liked it immensely, but could she express that? "Brother, one is more than enough. You need not spend extravagantly." Yang Fan, unfazed, replied, "It's not much money. I'm here to indulge. Don't dampen the festive spirit." He paused and turned to the nearby sales clerk. "Prepare the invoice." The salesgirl, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but marvel. Here was someone insisting on giving away things others had rejected. She secretly wished for a boyfriend of the same caliber. Her gaze towards Gu Ruijie was laden with envy. Gurueja intimacy 5. On the surface, Gurueja feigned disinterest, yet her intimacy score was undeniably honest. Internally, she scoffed. Even if today was about spending, why was he solely spending on her? She understood it was a holiday, and while 520 was a celebration, she felt it was a stretch for them. Although the intimacy had only increased by 5 points this time, Yang Fan was unbothered. Progress, however small, was still progress. Afterward, he led Gurueja to other stores, purchasing some clothes and cosmetics. He had intended to buy jewelry, but Gurueja adamantly refused. She admitted to being a bit overwhelmed. Having already spent over 100,000, it felt inappropriate to accept more. If it weren't for Yang Fan's otherwise normal demeanor, she might have suspected he had some serious issues. Throughout their outing, she bought nothing for herself, yet he showered her with gifts. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but reflect on how delightful it felt to be pampered with money. After spending a little over 2 hours together, Gurueja's mindset underwent significant transformation, and her intimacy with Yang Fan reached 33. Yang Fan, noticing the slow increase in intimacy, sensed a stagnation. It seemed this girl, despite her materialistic tendencies, maintained a firm set of boundaries. Her genuine reluctance to continue shopping indicated she wasn't entirely superficial. Thus, he decided to conclude their mall excursion. All right then, let's not shop anymore. Chapter 7. I am not a casual person. Seeing Yang Fan agree to stop shopping, Gurueja's face brightened. Brother, I'll drop these things off at home first, then I'd like to treat you to a meal, if that's all right. Yang Fan had only booked a 2-hour companionship session, and their time was already up, yet she never mentioned it. Noticing their arms laden with bags, he acquiesced. While waiting for a car, Gurueja curiously asked, Brother, didn't you drive here? She had completely concluded that Yang Fan was indeed a wealthy individual. It wouldn't surprise her if he owned a luxury car, yet they were now waiting for a rideshare. Yang Fan shrugged. I don't have a driver's license yet. I'll consider getting a car later. A car? Why would I spend 20,000 on a van? It's far too demeaning. I absolutely refuse to buy one. Gurueja quickly understood. So that's how it is. They soon arrived at a modest apartment complex near the university. After disembarking, Gurueja shyly said, Brother, I live here. It's a bit too much to carry. Could you help me? Sure. Yang Fan had no objections and began walking with her belongings. The 2-bedroom apartment appeared quite nice, especially Gurueja's room, which was warm and tidy, evidence of a girl who took pride in cleanliness. That was only natural. Had her space been messy, she likely wouldn't have invited him in. After setting her things down, Gurueja felt elated and cheerfully said, Brother, please rest. I'll get you some water a moment later. As Yang Fan sat on the bed with a cup in hand, he asked, Are you studying at the nearby financial university? Gurueja nestled closely beside him. Yes, I'm a freshman here. I didn't want to live on campus, so I rented this place with my friend. Is university really that leisurely? You even have time for a part-time job. University is quite free. Not only do I work part-time as a companion, but I also model occasionally. Yang Fan scrutinized her closely. Her figure was indeed well suited for modeling. Gurueja, noticing his slightly invasive gaze, felt no shame. Instead, she secretly reveled in the compliment. Thank you for the praise, brother. What type of modeling do you do? Pretty much everything, but we mainly get gigs for KTV openings or events. Car modeling is rare for part-timers. Must be quite competitive, isn't it? Sometimes, I might go months without a job, but it's fine. It's just a side gig. I don't have high expectations. Just a little pocket money is enough. Yang Fan nodded in understanding. After all, she was still a student, and earning wasn't her primary goal. What about you, brother? What do you do? Gurueja was curious about Yang Fan's profession. How could a man who casually spent over 100,000 without a blink be so intriguing? Before today, she would have never believed such a person existed. Even the sons of the wealthy tend to be secretive, believing that money is meant for showing off rather than spending on women. His generosity made him appear to be a prime catch. Me? I'm an investor. Would I tell you I'm a struggling online novelist? Yang Fan's investments must be substantial, right? It's all right. Money is certainly never-ending. It'll only keep increasing. Gurueja gasped, taken aback. Good heavens, is he really trying to impress me? While she was completely convinced of his wealth, the notion that his funds were limitless seemed a stretch. Gurueja intimacy -2 yet? Thinking he was merely boasting didn't bother her. She feigned admiration. When Yang Fan noticed the glimmer of admiration in her eyes amid the intimacy drop, he felt a surge of frustration. Heaven knows he was speaking the truth. With a system that refunds expenditures, even if he only had 20,000, It felt like he could spend endlessly. Once he leveled up, the refund rate would increase. Wouldn't it mean he could spend more? That felt quite unjust. Though he thought this internally, he merely smiled. I know you don't believe me, but that's inconsequential. Giurueja quickly shook her head. I don't disbelieve you. What you say must be true. I just think you're really impressive. While she said this, she secretly thought, a celestial being like me can definitely manage my finances. As long as I plan my spending, I'll have more than enough. However, she recognized his wealth and didn't want to leave a bad impression, so she resolved to cooperate. Young Fan didn't dwell on the matter. Shall we head for dinner? I've rested enough. All right, brother. There's a nearby hot pot place that's quite good. Let me take you. Why have hot pot on a festive day? Let us have a feast instead. Upon seeing her conflicted expression, he understood immediately. Let us go. I'll treat you. Can you really expect me to let you pay? Although he recognized the importance of having her contribute, he wasn't searching for a girlfriend. Why bother with such games? It was simpler and more straightforward to shower her with gifts. Why opt for a free meal when a lavish feast awaited? Giurueja, unable to argue against him, consented. After spending several thousand on a seafood banquet, they leisurely strolled along the street. At this point, Giurueja had taken the initiative to hold young Fan's hand, akin to a couple, offering him a taste of sweetness. Were it not for the intimacy being only 39, he might have truly thought she was developing feelings for him. Brother, where to now? Giurueja softly inquired. Young Fan smirked playfully. I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us go to a hotel. Giurueja's body trembled slightly. Grasping his implication, she wasn't naive. She understood what a man and woman would do at a hotel. Yet, she felt a twinge of resistance, not against young Fan, nor was it a reluctance to part with her innocence. It was more about the pace of their relationship. She feared that once he had her, he wouldn't value her. It was crucial to keep him intrigued, for what is unattainable is often the most desirable. To this day, her thoughts were solely focused on nurturing young Fan, a prime catch in her metaphorical fishing pond, without any intention of surrendering herself just yet. Thus, she halted, pouting and pretending to be displeased. What do you take me for? Am I such an easy person in your eyes? Young Fan was taken aback by her response, slightly surprised as he turned to face her. The intimacy hadn't shifted, leaving him uncertain whether she was half-heartedly rejecting him or genuinely meant to refuse. If you're looking for casual encounters, I have no idea where to find a young model. Upon hearing this, even Giurueja had to admit he had a point. With over 100,000, one could easily find many young models, couldn't they? Giurueja Intimacy 1. Chapter 8. The little fairy who wants to raise fish. Though young Fan's words had increased Giurueja's intimacy score, she was resolute in not allowing him to have her easily, puffing up in indignation. Then brother, shouldn't he have brought me to a hotel? We just met today, and I'm not mentally prepared. Besides, shouldn't you be pursuing me first? I yearn for a sweet romance. I'm pursuing you with money. Isn't that more appealing? Who has the time to court? While he internally grumbled, young Fan recognized her genuine desire to refuse. It was evident today's plans were not going to materialize. She likely intended to keep him on a string. With his mindset shifted after becoming a big spender, he wouldn't indulge her whims. Fine, I'll get you a ride home. Giurueja was momentarily startled, assessing his expression but finding it unreadable. She then asked, Brother, are you upset? Young Fan shook his head, interrupting her. Nothing of the sort. Let us just get a cab. Seeing him genuinely prepare to send her home, Giurueja realized he was indeed upset but wouldn't admit it. However, she wasn't concerned. She believed that once he calmed down, everything would return to normal, especially since they had exchanged WeChat. After dropping her off, young Fan also hailed a ride home. While still in the car, his phone chimed. Brother, I'm home. Young Fan set his messages to silent. Feeling too lazy to respond, he needed to maintain his stance, lest she become overly confident. Upon returning home, Giurueja was elated, laying out her luxury purchases on the bed, a smile permanently affixed to her face. After trying on a couple of outfits, she noticed her phone was silent. Pulling it out, she confirmed young Fan had indeed not replied. Pondering for a moment, she sent another message. Brother, why aren't you replying? Please don't be upset. After a lengthy wait, still no response. She mused, perhaps he simply hadn't noticed his phone. She couldn't fathom that young Fan would truly ignore her, especially since she had given him an opportunity. He would surely cherish it. With that thought, she dismissed her phone, returning to admire her luxury items. Nearly an hour passed before she checked her phone again, realizing there was still no reply, and her heart sank. Could it really be that he hadn't even looked at his phone this entire time? Was he intentionally ignoring her? Guruwagia intimacy -1. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. What is little Rue up to? It was Guruwagia's roommate and close friend, a beautiful girl sporting a ponytail. Guruwagia turned to greet her but was met with an excited shriek. Ah, an LV bag, a Chanel set, and so many cosmetics. Little Rue, did you rob 'em all? Her friend dashed into the room, rummaging through the luxury items spread across the bed. Seeing her roommate's astonished expression, Guruwagia couldn't help but laugh. Shanshan, why are you back so early? Isn't it a holiday? Did your boyfriend let you return? Don't change the subject. Honestly tell me, what did you do today to acquire all this luxury? Why do you care? Well, little Rue, do you dare talk back? Watch out for my tickles. Shanshan lunged at Guruwagia, initiating a playful tickle fight. Ah, stop. I'll tell you. Subsequently, Guruwagia recounted her encounter with young Fan. Her friend listened, utterly stunned, and the first question out of her mouth was incredulity. Are you sure he's mentally sound? Absolutely normal? Then that's quite astonishing. By the way, can you introduce me to such a wonderful older man? Upon hearing this, Guruwagia's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint as she gazed at her friend. Not a chance. You're already taken. Unfazed, Shanshan retorted. How can he compare to a wealthy older man? If you're not interested, let me have him. Good fortune shouldn't go to waste. Who said I'm not interested? Then why do you want to keep him hanging? You think he's like those boys you know? With his wealth, does he really lack for women? Money spent is money spent. Why would he choose to spend it on you? Faced with her friend's barrage of questions, Guruwagia fell silent. Had she truly misjudged the situation? Surely, a little fairy like her wouldn't err. Seeing her lost in thought, Shanshan decided not to press further. Think it over carefully. If you truly don't want him, I'll be waiting to claim him. With that, she exited the room. After returning home, young Fan took a moment to rest before opening Douyin, discovering both Shanshan and Xiaolu were live streaming. He entered Shanshan's stream. Welcome, my carefree brother. Thank you for joining Shanshan. As soon as he entered, Shanshan, who had been chatting with her audience, spotted him and erupted with excitement. This thoughtful girl had even styled her hair in twin ponytails today. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a cat graphic, complemented by super short pink shorts, and her signature mismatched white stockings, she was both innocent and alluring. Young Fan chuckled and recharged 27,000, immediately sending out 9 festival gifts. Thank you for the 9 festival gifts from my carefree brother. Now, everyone, let us show some love for him on the screen. The viewers quickly joined the discussion. It's still the carefree brother. He comes in and immediately drops 9 gifts to spoil Shanshan. Another day of envying the wealthy. By the way, isn't the carefree brother supposed to be celebrating? Why is he watching a live stream? Isn't he here to celebrate with Shanshan? Using countless gifts as Valentine's Day presents is quite romantic. This certainly surpassed any other gift. As the audience continued to chat, another 9 festival gifts were sent, instantly boosting Shanshan to the top of the hourly leaderboard. Young Fan had specifically come to shower her with gifts today, both as a gesture of gratitude and to investigate why his level hadn't increased. He suspected it was due to insufficient spending. After sending out another 9 festival gifts, he had barely made a move when Shanshan said, Carefree brother, a streamer wants to connect with me. Should I accept? Go ahead. In a flash, a strikingly sensual female streamer appeared on the screen. With her eyes lined to enhance allure and adorned with a beauty mark, she wore an off-shoulder top that revealed straps. Her light, sheer attire slightly transparent, accentuating her curves. Due to her proximity to the screen, it was difficult to discern what she was wearing on her lower half. Wow, she is indeed a stunning beauty. Hello, beautiful lady. The streamer, who goes by the name Ali, greeted first. Detected a valid consumer target. One can always trust the system's judgment. She undoubtedly qualifies as a beauty scoring over 80 points. Sasha responded, Hello, you're beautiful too. Especially your eyes, they're truly captivating. Thank you for the compliment. I saw your brother over there and thought he looked impressive, so I came over to get acquainted. Shall we have a match? Sure. Are we going to set a penalty? Chapter 9. The enchanting Ali. The penalties set by the two were rather light, indicating that they were indeed there for entertainment and to simply greet one another. When they both muted their microphones to solicit votes, it was time for young Fan's performance. He had just observed that the opposing streamer was slightly more experienced, with a significantly higher number of fans and viewers than Sasha. Half a lifetime of leisure. Sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of leisure. Sent out Carnival 9. Sasha's livestream was instantly inundated with the effects of the carnival. While Yang Fan was recharging, the opposing livestream also saw a flurry of gifts, but there remained a considerable gap to bridge in terms of scores. Thus, he chose to hold back, waiting for the other party to catch up. However, after several minutes of waiting without any increase in votes, he began to feel perplexed. The opponent had initiated the connection, indicating a certain level of capability, so why was their vote count stagnant? It wasn't until the end of the PK that he noticed the opposing health bar surging, which led him to realize they were attempting to sneak a victory. After unleashing 9 carnivals in a row, he decisively suppressed them. Nonetheless, he quickly recited the withdrawal process, and his speed in executing the recharge significantly increased. Upon completing the recharge, he found that the opponent had not managed to catch up. Thus, this round ended without any votes being cast. 542132, 381,247. Although he won the PK, Yang Fan recognized a personal shortcoming. He was unable to maintain a continuous stream of votes if he ever faced an aggressive sneak attack. His capacity to only push 27,000 votes in a single round would undoubtedly fall short. Fortunately, he was not currently inclined to engage in any serious competition. He was simply enjoying the platform for the purpose of upgrading the system and mingling with beautiful women. No, your brother is too formidable. We cannot win. The opposing streamer playfully lamented as she began to fulfill her penalty. It was at this moment that Yang Fan noticed her lower half adorned in a dark red mini-skirt, revealing her long, fair legs, which was rather enticing. Why must it always be long legs? One might ponder this question on Douyin. There exists a leg-enhancing effect, so regardless of the actual length of these female streamers' legs, they always appear elongated. Here, it is quite rare to find a streamer with short legs. As Ali returned to the screen, poised to exchange pleasantries with Sasha, she was suddenly greeted by the carnival effects. Half a lifetime of leisure. Sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of leisure. Sent out Carnival 9. Yang Fan, undeterred, seized the opportunity to jump into the opposing livestream and sent 9 carnivals flying. Ali, momentarily stunned, soon erupted with excitement. Thank you so much, Brother Xiaoyao, for sending 9 carnivals. Could this be for medical expenses? I've never seen such an extravagant medical bill. She continued to express her gratitude. Once again, thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. You are always welcome to join my live stream whenever you're free, as I am also a dance streamer. Faced with the continuous expressions of gratitude and invitations from the beautiful streamer, Yang Fan felt quite pleased. After all, this streamer exceeded 80 points, and gifting her did not require him to spend his own money, which was entirely pressure-free. As for whether it was indeed for medical expenses, did that really matter? Sasha, upon seeing her brother reward another with 9 carnivals, felt a twinge of jealousy, primarily because this streamer was undeniably alluring, stirring a sense of insecurity within her. Yet, she understood that her brother's choice of whom to reward was his prerogative. Attempting to bind him would be futile and might even displease him, which would be counterproductive. After all, her brother spent money to buy happiness. Thus, even if she felt jealous, she dared not show it. Instead, she resolved to work even harder to maintain her brother's favor. As for meeting her brother offline, she had yet to consider it, fearing that he might turn out to be a portly middle-aged man or an elderly gentleman. If that were the case, she might find her affection for money wavering. Since her brother had never brought up the subject, she saw no need to rush it. Not long after Yang Fan returned to Sasha's livestream, he again quickly sent 9 carnivals. This act relieved Sasha, confirming that Brother Xiaoyao's favorite streamer was indeed herself. Given the speed of today's rewards, her wave count would undoubtedly surpass yesterday's. This proved that her little festive blessing tactic had garnered her brother's approval, and she felt a surge of excitement. After Yang Fan completed this round, he wished to see how the double ponytail-wearing loli danced, so he typed, "Dance for us." With her brother's request, Sasha had no objections. "Sure, Brother Xiaoyao. What kind of dance would you like to see? Anything you like." Subsequently, Sasha started the music and began to sway her body. Although it was just a casual movement, it remained quite tantalizing. Wow! The way Sasha dances with her double ponytails is simply mesmerizing. As a fan of Lolis, I can't help but exclaim, what a sight! I typed vigorously to clarify my intentions. I'm done. Keep it going, everyone. This is too much for me to handle. Not only the casual viewers but even Yang Fan, who had momentarily become overly excited, watched with rapt attention, his gifting speed picking up as well, sending 9 carnivals at intervals. Thankfully, everyone had turned off the effects, as nothing could compare to the beauty of a dancer. Time flew by, and Yang Fan had already sent over 100,000 in gifts. Sasha remained on the hour leaderboard, attracting many new visitors. However, his status had yet to elevate. What was the issue? Was it that his expenditure had not reached the required threshold, or did he need to enhance his rapport with multiple females? Pondering this, he informed Sasha, "You keep streaming. I'll go explore." "All right, brother Xiaoyao, take care, and do come back to visit." Sasha understood that this meant he intended to check out other streams. However, she felt no pangs of jealousy. After all, her brother had already showered her with over 100,000, leaving her elated. She thought to herself, let him enjoy himself as he pleases, as long as he doesn't forget about her. She would be content. After exiting Sasha's livestream, Yang Fan noticed that many of the streamers he followed were online, including the system-determined cashback-eligible streamer, Xiaolu, and the earlier mentioned Ali. He decided to visit the streams of these 2 lovely ladies. At that moment, Ali was engaged in a PK battle with a stranger streamer, who was also quite attractive, seemingly on par with Ali, each possessing their unique charms. Ali excitedly called out, "My dears, let us give it our all. The gap is closing. Just one carnival can turn the tide. Which of you gentlemen has some stock to help Ali out? You wouldn't want to see Ali drenched in soda, would you? Let us send some gifts." Just then, after observing for a while, Yang Fan entered the live stream. Chapter 10, Dance Streamer. Train shake upon Yang Fan's entrance. Ali had not yet noticed and continued her pleas. "Time is running out. I'm begging you. I really don't want to get drenched. If I do, I'll definitely receive a warning, and it could even lead to ABAN. Is there a kind gentleman passing by to save Ali?" As soon as Ali finished her plea, she froze for a moment before emitting a sharp squeal. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival. Ha ha ha." Brother Xiaoyao has arrived, and Ali feels revitalized. Suddenly, she noticed the carnival effects floating across the screen, and not just wanted upon seeing his ID, she couldn't help but squeal with excitement. Yang Fan had initially intended to reward the opposing streamer and witness Ali's drenched state. However, the opposing streamer had failed to meet the mark. Ali could hardly believe that a gentleman from another streamer would drop by her stream to save her. After all, her invitation for brother Xiaoyao to join her stream had merely been a polite gesture. It hadn't been long since she had made that comment, and here he was, already helping her seize victory. Previously, he had sent her 9 carnivals, and now he had returned with another 9. If she couldn't recognize brother Xiaoyao's interest in her after all her months of streaming, it would be a disservice. Thus, her mind began to race. Victory is assured. Brother Xiaoyao is truly Ali's savior. I adore you, sending hearts, and thanks to all the other dear supporters as well. Love you all. The current vote count stood at 353691. 92587, with time running out, securing her victory early on. The viewers in the livestream began to jest. "Ali, impressive. You've managed to lure the opposing streamer's gentleman to come vote for you. How incredible." Isn't that precisely what she had just done? Calling on passing gentlemen for assistance? One cannot deny it. Our Ali's charm is indeed unparalleled. Isn't this the formidable gentleman we encountered previously? I used all my resources on the sneak attack during that match, which left me unable to compete in these 2 rounds. Who could argue otherwise? The sneak attack didn't yield any victories. Half a lifetime of leisure. Welcome, brother Xiaoyao. Let me tell you, Ali dances with such vigor. I assure you, once you come, you won't want to leave. Half a lifetime of leisure. Is that so? Then I must witness it this time. The opposing streamer, having accepted defeat, picked up a bottle of soda to perform the drench penalty. Ali, however, was thrilled. This should have been her penalty. After the opposing streamer left to change outfits, Ali remained online. After waiting a while, she noticed that brother Xiaoyao didn't seem inclined to send any medical expenses to the opposing streamer. Instead, he was engaging with the viewers in her livestream about her dancing. Naturally, she wouldn't bring up the topic of medical expenses with him. She wasn't foolish. Moreover, it seemed she had gathered that brother Xiaoyao wasn't one to lavish large sums for medical expenses, but rather rewarded based on individual merit. This realization filled her with joy. After all, she had received 9 carnivals for her earlier loss. This suggested she was somewhat unique, and she needed to ensure brother Xiaoyao remained interested in her. If she could draw him in to become her guardian brother, that would be even better. Unbeknownst to her, it wasn't he that Yang Fan was unwilling to reward the opposing streamer. Rather, the system simply wouldn't he allow it. Despite the opposing streamer's appearance seeming comparable to Ali's, that was merely an illusion. In reality, when stripped of the beauty filters, she hardly reached a score of 80, giving off an impression that bordered on deception. Who knew how the opposing gentleman would react upon seeing her true self? As Ali ended the connection and observed the lively chat among her viewers, she inquired, "Brother Xiaoyao, do you wish to see Ali dance?" Without hesitation, Yang Fan sent out 9 carnivals and simply typed one word, "Dance." Ali gasped, taken aback. This gentleman was indeed generous and charming. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 9 carnivals. Since you want to see Ali dance, of course I will, but what kind of dance do you wish to see?" As soon as Ali finished speaking, the chat exploded. Train shake, we must see the train shake. Roar. I'm here to watch Ali perform the train shake. I'm all set, eagerly awaiting the train shake. Train shake 10086. Yang Fan had initially considered requesting a different dance, but seeing the viewers all clamoring for the train shake piqued his interest. He thought it best to go with the crowd. Train shake it is. Ali, noticing Yang Fan's message, thought to herself, "Great, I've led another one astray." Though this dance was a bit risky, she didn't mind. It was one of her specialties. She hoped this would further captivate Brother Xiaoyao. "All right then, since everyone wants to see the train shake, please hold on a moment while I change into a different outfit." Yang Fan's heart raced at her professionalism. She had outfits prepared for different dances, showcasing her dedication. After a brief wait, when Ali reappeared, she did not disappoint. She wore an outfit perfectly suited for the dance, accentuating her exquisite figure. Wow, Ali is quite impressive. With her alluring looks and now clad in a captivating outfit, Yang Fan felt a stir of emotions within him. As Ali started the music, she stepped back slightly to give the audience a full view. Moments later, she flashed a seductive smile and began to sway her body in tune with the music, incorporating an array of playful poses and expressions that were irresistibly enticing. Yang Fan felt himself enchanted. This is a bit too enticing, he couldn't help but think. No wonder everyone wants to see the train shake. This is undeniably exhilarating. It was understandable. After all, he had only been in the system for 2 days, and his mindset had yet to completely shift from that of a mere admirer. Before long, the performance came to an end. Yang Fan began showering her with gifts, sending carnivals flying in rapid succession. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. It seems you are quite pleased with Ali's dance. If you enjoyed it, do come often. Ali has plenty of other dances to showcase. You danced beautifully. Let us see another one of your specialties." Upon hearing this, Ali felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a true benefactor. An argument could break out, and he would still gift carnivals. Chapter 11. Xiao Lu is quite adorable. Afterward, Ali performed several more dances before taking a break. Yang Fan was thoroughly entertained and casually gifted a few more carnivals as he departed. Although Ali and Sasha were both dance streamers, they had distinct differences. Sasha leaned towards a pure and innocent style, excelling in anime dance genres, while Ali thrived in sensual performances, particularly girl group dances and hot routines. Each style had its own appeal. As Yang Fan would put it, "I enjoy them both." He even entertained the thought of having them collaborate in the future, exchanging their specialized dance techniques, which he believed would be quite invigorating. Having spent a considerable amount of time there and having gifted around 100,000, he decided to announce, "I'm going out for a bit." When Ali saw this message, she was about to respond but noticed that he had already left the live stream. After a moment of silence, she resumed her broadcast. Upon exiting, Yang Fan realized that Sasha had logged off, but Xiao Lu was still streaming. After contemplating, he found this girl quite lovely and clicked in. Xiao Lu, who was engaging with her viewers in a light-hearted manner, brightened instantly upon noticing his entrance. "Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao, to Xiao Lu's live stream." However, what greeted her was, "Half a lifetime of leisure. Send out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of leisure. Send out Carnival 9. Thank you for the carnivals, Brother Xiaoyao. You're amazing," Xiao Lu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bowed in gratitude. Originally prepared to end her stream, her spirits were immediately lifted. Lacking any particular talent and relying solely on her appearance, she had been struggling to gain traction in her broadcasts. She envied Sasha and even Ali's Yang Fan showered Ali with gifts. She observed and recognized that both streamers had been dominating the hour leaderboard, making her aware of Ali's presence. She had been overjoyed when brother Xiaoyao added her on WeChat, but the lack of response to her messages had left her feeling disheartened. She began to suspect that perhaps she had failed to capture the attention of this esteemed gentleman, and that his addition to her WeChat was merely a courtesy. Deep down, she believed her true beauty surpassed that of the other two streamers. After all, she had only lightly applied beauty filters, and she had been a beauty from a young age, confident in her looks and figure. Regrettably, the defeat stemmed from her inability to showcase her talents. Times, she even expressed disdain for beauty filters. She believed that if everyone refrained from using them, she would still possess considerable competitive advantage. However, now that filters are universally applied, everyone appears stunning, leaving talent as the sole criterion for comparison. Doesn't that seem rather unfair? To her surprise, however, the illustrious Xiaoyao suddenly entered her live stream and showered her with numerous gifts, leaving her quite exhilarated. Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with vivacity, her features slightly pronounced, undeniably making her a beauty, though her attire was rather conventional, lacking in any revealing elements. Young Fan, upon witnessing this equally beautiful yet less alluring Xiaolu, found himself somewhat speechless. While other talent streamers flaunted their shoulders, legs, and midriffs, how could a beauty streamer like her choose such a conservative outfit? This surely made it difficult to attract viewers, let alone allure the affluent patrons. Yet, despite his internal musings, he refrained from voicing his thoughts to Xiaolu. After all, her style as a female streamer could be considered a breath of fresh air. It would be unreasonable to compel her to conform to the norm. Moreover, she was likely aware of these trends but simply chose not to follow the crowd. With roughly 100 viewers in the stream, it was inevitable that some would raise such concerns. After shaking his head, he sent a few more gifts, observing Xiaolu bowing once more as he typed, "Enough with the thanks. Continue your broadcast." During her bow, it was evident that her figure was quite commendable. Xiaolu, taken aback by his words, exclaimed, "What kind of wolfish remarks are these? Ha ha ha, am I being scorned by the big brother? You should just sit there honestly as a decorative vase. Keep fawning over the big brother, and he might just be scared off." Now, returning to the previous topic, what if the one illuminating your gallery weekly is a recently divorced middle-aged man? Would you still want a boyfriend like that? What gallery would you need? What bicycle? With Xiaoyao's arrival and his generous gifts, doesn't he that surpass anything you could have hoped for? Indeed, Xiaolu, look, isn't the type of boyfriend you desire right here? Embarrassed by her viewers' teasing, Xiaolu raised her voice. "I warn you not to speak carelessly. If you scare off my Xiaoyao, you won't be able to afford the consequences. I will truly come after you, for my taekwondo skills are quite formidable." Young Fan, surprised by her outburst, glanced at the viewers' comments and inquired, "What is going on?" "Banshur Xiaoyao, before you arrived, we were asking Xiaolu what kind of boyfriend she desired, and she mentioned wanting someone who lights up her gallery every week. Why not fulfill Xiaolu's wish? I can tell you, she genuinely seems interested in dating." "Exactly. Aside from her singing, which leaves much to be desired, she is quite beautiful." As Xiaolu observed her viewers growing more animated, she became increasingly flustered. "Enough already. I can endure your teasing, but don't you dare mock Xiaoyao. Do you think it's easy to have a big brother like him in my stream? Ugh. This group of fans is truly hard to manage. You actually disdain me? I'm going to unfollow. Xiaolu dares to confront us? If you unfollow, you'll regret it. Unfollow. I must unfollow. Xiaolu has hurt my feelings. We were merely trying to help you, and you have the audacity to scorn us? No discussion. Unfollowing it is." Seeing the flood of comments threatening to unfollow, Xiaolu felt deflated and quickly replied with a nervous smile, "Please, don't be impulsive. Let us talk things out. We're all family, why unfollow? It's unnecessary, truly." As Xiaolu continued to placate her viewers, they reluctantly agreed to forgive her once. After averting the crisis, Xiaolu slumped into her chair, appearing utterly despondent. Yang Fan found the live stream rather entertaining. No wonder Xiaolu had garnered a loyal following. He then sent a couple more gifts, prompting Xiaolu, still looking crestfallen, to spring up from her chair. And before she could express her gratitude, Yang Fan typed, "No more thanks. If you keep thanking me, I'll unfollow." Xiaolu froze, staring incredulously at the screen where Xiaoyao's words appeared. This didn't sound like something Xiaoyao would say. Had he quickly succumbed to the whims of the viewers? After confirming that it was indeed the big brother speaking, Xiaolu slumped back in her chair, not in despair this time, but questioning her life choices. After Yang Fan lingered in the stream for a while, he departed, having gifted Xiaolu over 100,000, much to her delight. Most importantly, He forbade her from thanking him, leaving her to suppress her excitement. Once he left, Xiaolu began jumping around in her live stream, overflowing with joy. Chapter 12. Morning perks. After exiting Xiaolu's live stream, Yang Fan glanced at his private messages from Ali and promptly added her. She accepted immediately, soon sending a message that indicated she had already finished her broadcast and was now on her phone. Xiaoyao, you finally added me. I'm touched. Just saw your message. Today, I must thank you for your generosity. What can I do to repay you? Yang Fan was taken aback by her message, thinking to himself, is this beauty so easy to please? Anything you want? He added a cheeky emoji. Ali quickly caught on to his implication, a frown appearing on her face. Was she really that easygoing? However, not wanting to offend Yang Fan, she got straight to the point. Humph, you can't. Ali wants to ask if you are a merchant. Are you looking for me to promote products or advertisements? Yang Fan then realized her intentions, in a wonder. Ali had over 1 million followers and a decent viewership, placing her among the upper echelon of streamers, quite distinct from the likes of Shasha and Xiaolu. Thus, her considerations were different. Faced with a big brother who had just thrown over 100,000 at her after a mere 2 exchanges, it was only natural that she would think along the lines of merchandise and advertising. Once Yang Fan grasped the situation, he replied, I'm not selling anything. Seeing this message, Ali felt relieved, as not selling anything meant he was in it for the sentiment. She had encountered a true benefactor. Mainly, it was your extravagant generosity that left Ali somewhat flustered, so please don't hold it against me. And no worries, it's just a small amount. No need to dwell on it. Ali was in high spirits, the exhaustion from her earlier dance sessions evaporating, and she was eager to engage with Yang Fan. However, after sending a couple more messages, she received no further responses, leaving her feeling somewhat let down. With no other choice, she sent, Are you already resting, Xiaoyao? Then I'll rest early too. Good night. Yang Fan, however, wasn't resting. He was engrossed in a game and had no habit of replying mid-session, especially for casual chats, so he ignored her message. Over the next couple of days, he remained at home, focusing on his writing, as he was still exploring ways to upgrade the system. Consequently, he often visited the beauty live streams on Douyin at night, showering them with gifts. Gradually, he gained some notoriety on the platform, frequently elevating the 3 girls to the hourly rankings, which led many other streamers and viewers to recognize the generous big brother. Despite the fact that Yang Fan spent tens of thousands daily, it was important to note that such spending power ranked among the highest on Douyin. Many who spent more than him had accumulated their wealth over extended periods, often through guilds or merchant accounts, or even by promoting counterfeit products. Thus, it was not surprising that he quickly gained fame as a genuine big brother who spent lavishly. His decision to write was driven by a desire to find ways to upgrade, believing that earning royalties, even if just a few thousand each month, would bolster his returnable capital. Unfortunately, after just 2 days, he discovered that he was overthinking things. His mindset had shifted drastically, rendering him incapable of producing coherent text. The material he had written was a jumbled mess, even he found it unbearable. Reluctantly, he abandoned that plan. On the 3rd morning, he picked up his phone as usual and noticed unread messages. Upon opening them, he found a message from Xiaolu. Among the 3 girls, she was the one who frequently communicated with him, even sharing snippets of her daily life without expecting a reply, almost as if she were content regardless of his response. Image.jpg Xiaoyao. This is the breakfast I made myself. Doesn't it look delicious? I told you my cooking skills are quite impressive, yet you didn't believe me. Humph. Yang Fan examined the food in the pictures. It genuinely looked appetizing, sparking a hint of appetite within him. However, he sidestepped the compliment and entered his usual teasing mode. What's so fascinating about breakfast photos? If you sent me a private picture, I'm sure it would be far more delectable. Bah pervert. Just as he was about to get dressed, his phone rang. Xiaolu was attempting to initiate a video call. Confused, he quickly hung up and asked, What's going on? Are you losing your mind? There are no private photos, but a private Xiaolu is available. Do you wish to see? Her words left Yang Fan speechless, igniting a curious impulse to see what this girl was up to. However, he had just woken, and his appearance was likely less than presentable, so he replied, Give me a moment. After getting up and freshening up, he checked the mirror. His hair from the previous day remained intact, looking good. After a quick tidy-up, he returned the video call. Soon, a beautiful girl appeared on the screen. To his astonishment, Xiaolu, wearing light makeup, looked nearly identical to her on-screen persona. Could it be that she didn't use any beauty filters during her streams? Indeed, one could distrust the system's integrity, but one could always rely on its discerning eye. Her beauty was certainly on par with anyone he had previously encountered. Not only was he surprised, but Xiaolu on the other end was equally taken aback. So this was what Xiaoyao looked like? He appeared quite youthful. Young Fan, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, scrutinized Xiaolu, clad in a white t-shirt, and teased. Where's the private Xiaolu? Bring her forth. Ha ha ha, isn't she right in front of you? How could you trust me so easily, only to be tricked? Xiaolu, noticing his amusement, feigned embarrassment. Not at all. I'm only wearing a t-shirt. Doesn't that count as private? Hiss. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Her statement clearly implied she was not wearing anything on her lower half. This girl truly knew how to play, he thought mischievously. Then why not hold your phone a bit farther away? I want tea, alright, you've seen the private side of Xiaolu. I'm hanging up now. You dare? With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Yang Fan feeling slightly exasperated. From the moment Xiaolu initiated the video call, he suspected she might have been playing a trick on him, and once the call connected, he was certain of it. She likely wanted to see what he looked like. He understood her intentions. She probably had thoughts of meeting him offline. He hadn't suggested a meeting, but since she had taken the initiative, he certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, he had nothing to hide. Why would he shy away from a video call? Thus, he found himself unwittingly ensnared in her playful trap. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter at the bus stop. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xiaolu felt quite pleased. Although Xiaoyao appeared somewhat ordinary, he was a far cry from a pot-bellied middle-aged man. A decrepit old man, or a balding fellow, he was significantly better. While every girl dreams of a tall, rich, and handsome man, such specimens are relatively rare and in high demand. At the very least, Xiaoyao possessed one essential quality: wealth. As Principal Wang once famously stated, "Do I need to be handsome? Do I?" According to Xiaolu's perspective, such types were naturally appealing. As long as one wasn't unattractive, they could grow increasingly charming over time. Coincidentally, Xiaoyao also fell into this category. Now, reflecting on his appearance, she couldn't help but think that he was somewhat deserving of her attention, and she needn't necessarily engage in anything further with him. Yang Fan had not misjudged her. Xiaolu indeed harbored intentions of meeting him offline. Her thought process was rather straightforward. Despite receiving gifts from Xiaoyao over the past few days, he wasn't solely showering her with gifts. He had generously gifted others as well. Moreover, she was among the least favored. She recognized that online, compared to the other two, she had no advantage. Her greatest strength lay offline. As she was undeniably a beauty, it was unwise to confront others' strengths with her weaknesses. Thus, she planned to meet him in person, showcasing her beauty to compensate for her lack of talent. She admitted that after receiving Xiaoyao's extravagant gifts, her mindset had shifted, and no longer was she simply the girl seeking pocket money. She was now eager to solidify their relationship. Her thoughts were decidedly ambitious. On Yang Fan's end, seeing Xiaolu's message brought a smile to his face. "Xiaoyao, I'm thinking of going out to clear my mind. Do you have any suggestions?" The implication was quite evident. Yang Fan was certain he wouldn't choose any other location. He would have to cover his own travel expenses, and given his current financial situation, that would be impractical. Yet he refrained from stating it outright. "How would I know what you wish to do?" "Well, that summer has arrived, and the weather is scorching. I recall you're from a cooler region, right?" "Indeed. Are you thinking of visiting my area?" "It certainly is a great place to travel. If I come, would you guide me around, since I'm unfamiliar with the area?" "Of course." "Wonderful. With you as my personal tour guide. I won't even need to plan an itinerary. I'll come over this weekend." Thus, the two of them silently agreed on a date for their offline meeting. Yang Fan hadn't anticipated that the first female streamer to take the initiative would be Xiaolu. He had believed Xia would be more likely to do so. But so far, the other two streamers had remained aloof, revealing that being a streamer wasn't as easy to navigate as one might assume. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, showering gifts didn't cost him anything. At least he had successfully secured one streamer with his generosity. As he contemplated Xiaolu's charming demeanor, he felt a sense of anticipation. Having realized he was no longer in the mood to write, he opted for a seemingly attractive offline companion, booking a 2-hour session. Yet after waiting, he discovered the system hadn't credited him back, prompting him to cancel the order. Clearly, he had encountered a bait-and-switch situation. He began selecting again, only to find that the second option was also misleading, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, on his third attempt, he successfully received a cashback. In reality, while the third option was indeed beautiful, it appeared slightly less appealing than the previous two based solely on photos, which was rather ridiculous. It seemed that even at this price point, finding companions who rated above an 80 was quite rare. With his dining and entertainment needs secured, Yang Fan stepped out. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a taxi, a sweet voice caught his attention. "Hey, what are you doing?" The voice sounded somewhat anxious, prompting him to turn around. The source of the voice was a young girl standing by the bus stop, appearing to be in her early 20s, dressed in black pants and a white shirt complemented by high heels, likely a professional outfit. Her face reflected fear, and she slowly took a couple of steps back, crossing her arms over her chest. Before her stood a rather disheveled middle-aged man, whose hair appeared somewhat tousled, and whose stature was notably diminutive. The man remained silent, fixated on the young girl, following her every movement with his gaze. And whenever she shifted in any direction, he would take a couple of steps in pursuit. This unsettling behavior frightened the girl. The platform was sparsely populated, with only a young man observing the situation, his expression betraying a sense of hesitation, as if he wrestled with a complicated inner turmoil, wanting to intervene but lacking the courage to do so. Yang Fan, noticing the man's short stature and unimposing physique, quickly concluded that even if a confrontation ensued, this individual would not pose a threat to him, and he felt that a physical altercation was unlikely. Thus, he approached the scene. "Detected a valid consumer? Would you like to view the information?" The sudden system notification left Yang Fan momentarily stunned. After all, he had intended to play the role of a good Samaritan. Ignoring the notification for the moment, he positioned himself in front of the girl, fixing his gaze directly on the middle-aged man. Strangely, the man completely disregarded him, shifting a few steps to one side in an attempt to regain his line of sight on the girl. What an odd fellow, Yang Fan mused. Refusing to let this behavior slide, he called out, "What are you staring at, young lady? Can't you see you're scaring her? Step aside." However, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him without responding. Continuing his advance with a lewd stare directed towards the girl, a smile plastered across his face, clearly persistent in his intentions. Yang Fan became increasingly convinced that there was something mentally amiss with this man. His demeanor was far from that of a normal individual. Taking 2 steps closer, he shouted, "I told you to get lost. Don't you understand?" He then turned to the terrified girl, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. He won't dare to cause any trouble. When the bus arrives, just get on, and I'll block him." The young girl expressed her gratitude, her face filled with relief. "Thank you. P.S. really scary, it's all right." With that, Yang Fan turned back, his demeanor vigilant as he continued to obstruct the middle-aged man's path, regardless of how the man attempted to maneuver around him. "If you don't move along, do you believe I'll give you a beating?" Yet, the man remained unmoved. Yang Fan, feeling helpless, realized that he couldn't resort to violence, so he took out his phone and, in plain view of the man, dialed 110. He was primarily concerned about allowing such a person to roam freely, fearing potential consequences. To his surprise, the man exhibited an audacity that was almost comical. Upon hearing Yang Fan call the police, he did not retreat. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the bus arrived. "This young man, the bus is here, I'm running late for work. Thank you so much." With that, she hurried onto the bus. The middle-aged man attempted to follow, but Yang Fan seized his clothing, pulling him back and shoving him a couple of times. Chapter 14. Yang Fan's mischievous nature. Once the girl boarded the bus, she stood by the window, watching Yang Fan, waving and bidding farewell. The middle-aged man, witnessing the bus depart, cast a discontented glance at Yang Fan before preparing to leave. However, Yang Fan had no intention of letting the man go just yet. He followed the man closely, and no extreme actions occurred during that time. When the police arrived, he recounted the events and suggested that the man might be suffering from a mental illness, recommending a thorough examination. Subsequently, the middle-aged man was escorted away by the police, bringing the incident to a close. This recounts a true story that happened to the author, although it was quite some time ago. It remains unforgettable. The girl was genuinely beautiful and regrettably, he did not obtain her contact information, intending to continue the narrative in his writing. When Yang Fan arrived at the designated location by taxi, the companion girl was already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. She had long hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a white baseball cap, black sports shorts paired with a pink t-shirt, and sported white sneakers, exuding a casual vibe. Her legs were beautifully shaped, resembling a wine glass, with a pronounced distinction between her thighs and calves, likely a result of her athletic lifestyle. While placing his order, Yang Fan learned the girl's basic information. Nickname 11, age 21, height 163 cm, weight 46 kg. Detected a valid consumer. Would you like to view the information? View. For those with cleanliness obsessions, fret not. She is merely one of the female characters, and there will be plenty more later. Name, Chun Siu, age, 21, height, 163, weight, 46, overall attractiveness, 85, 97 status, normal intimacy level, 0 code 3. Even though Yang Fan was already certain that the girl he had arranged to meet was indeed her, he approached her nonetheless. Are you 11? The girl, wearing a warm smile, nodded and, after assessing him, inquired, what should I call you? Just as Yang Fan was about to respond, the system notification chimed in. Chun Siu intimacy level -15? His spirits dampened. Yang Fan thought, I was just trying to be friendly. The initial excitement of the encounter was overshadowed by the drop in intimacy level. Observing the girl's increasingly sweet smile, he began to question his own judgment, a dark line appearing on his forehead. Indeed, as Zhang Wuji's mother wisely stated, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she may be. Her cheerful exterior belied her inner thoughts. Deciding not to dwell on it, he resolved to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. All right then, as long as you're happy, shall we proceed to dine? Yes, let us head inside, Yang Fan replied, leading the way into the upscale restaurant. Chun Siu paused for a moment, taken aback. Although they had agreed to meet at this restaurant, she had harbored doubts about actually dining there. The establishment boasted a stellar reputation, a Michelin 2-star Chinese restaurant known for its exorbitant prices. She had longed to try it but had never managed to justify the expense. Seeing Yang Fan stride confidently inside filled her with surprise and excitement. Could it be? Am I really this fortunate? Quickly gathering her thoughts, she hurried to catch up with him, walking closely beside him, her curiosity getting the better of her. Are we really eating here? Yes, Yang Fan replied, somewhat surprised by her proximity. However, recalling that -15 intimacy level, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Upon receiving confirmation, the girl beamed, I've heard this place is excellent. I've always wanted to try it, but it's just too pricey. She punctuated her statement with an endearing, playful gesture. Well then, let us indulge ourselves? Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Yang Fan had sought her companionship primarily for the purpose of enjoying a lavish meal, and he certainly did not want her to feel restrained. Upon hearing his tactful indication that he would foot the bill, Chun Siu felt a wave of relief, especially since the companionship agreement stipulated that the client would choose the dining venue and cover the expenses. Thus, she felt no pressure regarding the financial aspect. However, there was a rule in their line of work about not taking advantage of clients, which prompted her to be cautious with her selections while ordering, ensuring to consult Yang Fan for approval on each item. Yang Fan found this a bit frustrating and reiterated his desire for her to order pricier items, which ultimately allowed them to enjoy their meal. Chan Siu couldn't help but admire the generosity of this client, but as she observed him savoring the exquisite dishes with an air of nonchalance, she quickly immersed herself in the experience as well. Half an hour later, good afternoon, sir and madam. Your total expenditure comes to $73.68. How would you like to pay? Yang Fan promptly produced his bank card and handed it to the cashier. Card, please. Chun Siu intimacy level 15. Upon completing the transaction, Yang Fan heard the system notification indicating a 15-point increase, which was rather pleasing. Chun Siu found herself compelled to admit that there was something undeniably attractive about a man who pays the bill. Initially, her impression of him had been lackluster, as he appeared rather ordinary with no standout qualities, and he was significantly older than her. Yet, after just one meal, her perspective shifted. Though they spoke little during the meal, it became evident that he was a decent person, and his generosity left a favorable impression. After exiting the restaurant, Chun Siu asked, So, young man, I noticed your order. Are we going shopping next? Yes, Yang Fan replied. Is there something specific you want to buy, or are we just going for a stroll in the park or scenic spots? We can indeed visit parks and scenic areas, Chun Siu chimed in with a smile. Of course, although the app doesn't detail it, the shopping category encompasses all open locations. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. Are there any hidden services that aren't shown on the app? Indeed, he thought, having longed for a transaction. Chun Siu, upon hearing his question, looked at him playfully, pretending to misunderstand. What services are you referring to, young man? Well, services that are not exactly legal. Chen Siyu intimacy level -10 damn. Yang Fan grumbled internally upon witnessing the drop in intimacy level. Yet paradoxically, his admiration for the girl grew. Upon reflection, it made sense. Her intimacy level was at 3. Although she was slightly less appealing than Gu Ruijia, she certainly didn't strike him as someone who would engage in such transactions. Of course, Chen Siyu laughed, shaking her head. I can't speak for others, but I assure you, I only provide completely legitimate companionship. Yang Fan, feeling that his intimacy level had already sunk to negative, decided to tease her. Offering a taste of financial allure, he raised 2 fingers and stated, 20,000, Chen Siyu, upon hearing the figure, was momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, her smile faltered, her expression shifting as she replied earnestly, young man, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not that kind of person. 40,000. Agree, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Gasp. Chapter 15. In the face of money, feelings are fragile. Chen Siyu gasped at the amount, feeling a mix of shock and intrigue at the prospect of 40,000. While she prided herself on her integrity, the thought of such a sum tempted her, igniting an internal struggle. She desperately wanted to refuse outright, to turn and leave, returning the money for the meal. Yet a voice persisted in her mind, reminding her that it was, indeed, 40,000. Could she really walk away from that? Taking a deep breath, she managed a wry smile and said, please, young man, don't joke with me. For 40,000, you could go to a nightclub or a club and find any kind of companion you desire. Yang Fan, dismissive, replied, I'm not interested in that sort of company. And I'm not joking. If you agree, I'll transfer it right now. How about 60,000? The price had increased again. Was this man a devil? Was he trying to ensnare her? Chen Siyu realized that he didn't seem to be joking. The price was staggering, and she shamefully acknowledged that she was tempted. Why not consider it as though I had a dream? After all, it's just one night. If I don't speak of it, no one will ever know, right? Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that she could be valued so highly in a man's eyes. Strangely, she felt a flicker of self-worth. Chen Siyu intimacy level 10, now? Her thoughts were in turmoil, her breathing quickened. She was torn between desires, and her resolve faltered. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and stammered, I have a boyfriend. Please, don't do this. Yet her words came out haltingly, and as she spoke, she felt deflated, as if all her courage had evaporated. The most frightening thing was that as soon as she uttered those words, she began to regret them, even feeling a hint of tears welling up. Yang Fan, witnessing her turmoil, thought to himself, if it weren't for the intimacy level increase, one might genuinely believe that this sum of money wouldn't sway her. He found her increasingly amusing. Despite her evident attraction, she managed to steel herself and refused. So, do I need to raise the offer? Chen Siyu, now bewildered, quickly shook her head. No, that is not what I meant. Yang Fan, noticing her stammering, asked casually, does your boyfriend know that you do this kind of offline companionship? Chen Siyu nodded, a bit dazed. Really? That guy has some nerve. He actually allows such a beautiful girlfriend to accompany other men? Seeing Yang Fan's incredulous expression, Chen Siyu felt compelled to explain, he trusts me. I only accept offers for dining and shopping. I never take jobs at bars or KTVs. Trust you, huh? Yang Fan scoffed. Shaking his head, I think your boyfriend doesn't love you. A man who truly cares for you wouldn't permit you to accompany other men, even if it's just for meals and shopping. It's rare to find someone who would turn down the allure of money for the sake of another. That's commendable, but the reality is harsh. He's not worth it. Yang Fan wasn't trying to swoop in on her. He genuinely believed what he said. Chen Siyu, however, offered no rebuttal, her expression tinged with bitterness. If I said he encouraged me to become a companion, would you think even less of him? What the hell? I wouldn't be surprised if he asked you for money, Yang Fan replied. Chen Siyu silently nodded, her silence confirming his suspicions. Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Wasn't this a classic case of a scumbag? This wasn't merely a case of being love-struck. This was a full-blown case of love-induced brain damage, in its late stages. The girl burst into laughter. Chen Siyu intimacy level 3. Yang Fan felt frustrated by such a leech. They were both struggling financially, yet this man was exploiting her for money while he dreamt of being with a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He calmly stated, I'm not interested in those illicit services anymore. Instead, I'm willing to spend 60,000 to help you break up with this scoundrel. What do you think? Huh. Chen Xiyu was utterly perplexed, her expression filled with questions. Are you actually considering keeping such a scumbag around? In that moment, she was astonished, feeling a sense of relief wash over her for having dodged a bullet. She incredulously asked, Are you serious? Of course. Let us exchange WeChat as they added each other on WeChat. She noticed a transfer of 20,000 from him. While she was astonished, she also felt a twinge of confusion. This was astonishing because he had actually transferred the money. The confusion stemmed from the mere sum of 20,000. Yang Fan, observing the girl's stunned expression, chuckled. What are you waiting for? Accept it. I can only transfer the second amount if you do. Oh, right? She accepted the money, and soon enough, he transferred another 20,000. Repeating the process thrice. As she gazed at the numbers, she pondered, is this a form of confession? Why not just send 52,000? Chen Xiyu intimacy level 10 afterward. She looked at Yang Fan and asked, So, I just need to break up with him? Yes, but if you accept the money and don't follow through, you might want to consider the consequences. Chen Xiyu was completely bewildered by the man's intentions. Spending 60,000 just to facilitate her breakup seemed utterly absurd. Surely, he must be hoping to pursue her once she was single? That must be it, right? Yet, aside from his height and looks, what was she even thinking? She reflected on how her friends and close companions had repeatedly voiced their disapproval of her boyfriend, urging her to reconsider, which had already planted seeds of doubt in her mind. However, as someone who had experienced 2 failed relationships, she cherished this third one and had been trying to convince herself that it was worth holding on to. Even when her boyfriend commits a fault, she would go to great lengths to find excuses to convince herself. Now, someone is attempting to entice her into a breakup with a substantial financial offer, one that is particularly tempting, and she has finally come to a clear decision. Thus, in front of Yang Fan, she decisively calls her boyfriend to announce their separation, erasing all forms of contact and blocking him entirely. This leaves her boyfriend utterly bewildered. Indeed, when a woman decides to be ruthless, she can be heartbreakingly merciless. It is evident that she does not intend to deceive Yang Fan. Anyone who would spend 60,000 yuan to have someone they barely know do such a thing is not to be trifled with. Having chosen money, she embraces her decision with conviction. Yang Fan nods in satisfaction, thinking, Whoever dares to claim that love is priceless, let us demonstrate with cash how tangible it truly is. Is it not blatantly obvious that there is a price tag attached? Moreover, for certain individuals, the cost is hardly steep. Now that Yang Fan has reached a moment of clarity, he feels a sense of relief and speaks in a generous tone. Come on, you seem quite pitiful after your breakup. Let me take you shopping at the mall, and today, the expenses are on me. Chen Xiyu rolls her eyes at his words. Am I in this situation because of someone else? Yet, she feels noticeably lighter in spirit and quickly catches up with Yang Fan. The two take a taxi to Li Xing's boutique, where they indulge in a shopping spree that totals around 200,000 yuan, causing her to exclaim, No more? Stop buying. I can't take it. She is astounded by Yang Fan's extravagant shopping habits. After only a short time of browsing, she ends up with an abundance of gifts, all for her. In the end, she is completely led by him to purchase a platinum necklace. In her mind, she grumbles, Dude, your method of pursuing a girl is far too aggressive. However, she cannot deny that shopping truly surpasses all romantic declarations. Chapter 16. Internal Struggles of Guruajia. Chen Xiyu's Intimacy 5. Chen Xiyu's Intimacy 3. Chen Xiyu's Intimacy 3. Chen Xiyu's Intimacy 1. Observing the steadily rising intimacy levels with Chen Xiyu, Yang Fan finds joy in the moment. After purchasing the necklace, Chen Xiyu once again protests, Please, no more. I truly can't handle it. The salesgirl, witnessing their armfuls of luxurious shopping bags, gazes at Chen Xiyu with envy and exclaims, Wow, your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well. Chen Xiyu is taken aback by the remark but surprisingly refrains from retorting, merely offering a polite smile. Once they leave, Yang Fan feels that they have spent enough. And with a teasing smile, he remarks, How can we not buy? How else can we soothe your heartache from the breakup? Chen Xiyu, wearing a helpless expression, responds, I'm not heartbroken. I was the one who ended the relationship, not the other way around. Am I even worthy of heartbreak? Initially, she thought she would be mired in internal struggles for a while, but after indulging in shopping with Yang Fan, she finds herself feeling remarkably untroubled. In fact, if he had not mentioned the breakup, she might have almost forgotten it had happened. A question arises in her mind. Could it be that I have the potential to be a heartbreaker? especially as she notices the envious gazes of the sales staff. Her vanity feels greatly satisfied. At tea that moment, young Fan, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggests, no more buying, unless what? Unless you give me a kiss. Chun Siyu, exasperated, replies, what kind of logic is that? I'm trying to help you save money, and you repay me with this? Young Fan shrugs, his demeanor indifferent. Do I need your help? What a scoundrel. Chun Siyu's intimacy too. She senses an inexplicable fondness for this man. She understands his intentions. If he were not interested in pursuing her, he would not spend such lavish amounts on her, not to mention the exorbitant sum he offered to facilitate her breakup. Yet, she struggles to reconcile this seamless connection in her heart, fearing that if she were to agree, he might perceive her as a promiscuous girl, considering they had only known each other for a brief period. For reasons unknown, she softly murmurs, "Can you give me some time?" Her voice is barely audible, yet her tone is sincere. Young Fan, initially intending to tease her, recognizes the shift and decides not to press further. I'm tired of shopping. Let me take you home. Chun Siyu's intimacy 1. The girl's intimacy level has now reached 40. While she is somewhat materialistic, she possesses principles. On the way, young Fan learns that she is a local, occasionally residing in the school dorms and sometimes returning home. She has no intention of visiting her ex-boyfriend's rented apartment, nor does she wish to retrieve the few belongings left behind there. Thus, she heads straight home. Upon discovering that she is returning to her parents' house, young Fan inquires, how will you explain taking all these items back home? At this hour, they are all at work. I can just put them in my room. They will eventually find out, won't they? If they do, we'll deal with it then. I'm not worried. Why should you be? That makes sense. This. Chun Siyu bursts into laughter. If all else fails, I'll just tell them that a fool who doesn't value money gifted me all of this. Haha. Young Fan rolls his eyes in response. Chun Siyu's family resides in a typical apartment complex, and finding the house empty, she quickly puts her things away before dragging young Fan out again. Outside the complex, she boldly asks, what do you want for dinner? Choose anything. It's on me. Young Fan chuckles at her. What is this? Do you feel compelled to spend some of the 2,000 yuan you have left over? Chun Siyu, unfazed, retorts, you've already spent so much today. What's wrong with me treating you to a meal? Even if I'm using your money, haha, it's just a small sum. I've already earned it back. You can keep your money for pocket change. Wherever I am, you won't have to spend a dime. Chun Siyu's intimacy 1. The girl suddenly feels that having such a scoundrel around is rather pleasant. Curiously, she inquires, you say you've earned it back. Including the money you've given me, you've spent over 200,000 today, right? You've earned it back? Of course. Do you think I'm joking about spending tens of thousands in a matter of minutes? Gosh, you're loaded. Young Fan's eyes widen. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. The girl playfully sticks out her tongue. Rich brother. After enjoying a lavish meal, young Fan sends her off in a taxi and takes one himself to return home. Once at home, he reflects with a hint of nostalgia. He has had the system for several days now, but has yet to truly indulge in his prey. Oh well, who could blame him for having higher standards now? As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Especially since Xiao Lu is scheduled to drop by this weekend, he is certain that he will finally be able to feast. Guru Agrs Intimacy 5. What's going on? While young Fan is lost in thought, he suddenly receives a notification from the system indicating an increase in intimacy, causing him to pause. He hasn't interacted with this girl in days. Although he occasionally receives alerts about reductions in intimacy, he knows she is likely caught up in her own internal struggles, so he hasn't bothered to check on her. Yet, today's unexpected increase takes him by surprise. In a residential building, Guru Agrs sits on her bed, staring at her phone, which displays young Fan's V. She has been feeling quite down lately. Initially, she awaited young Fan's message, planning to confront him about not responding to her texts and forgiving him if he sincerely apologized. However, after 2 days of silence on his part, she begins to feel anxious. Her friend had warned her that wealthy men never lack for women. Money can be spent on anyone. The thought of young Fan possibly enjoying a lavish meal with another woman, buying luxurious gifts for someone else, fills her with unease. She feels a pang of heartache. Determined to take action, she intentionally posts on her social media. First, she writes, suddenly feeling an urge to fall in love, accompanied by a stunning selfie. The following day, she receives numerous likes and comments, yet she cannot find joy in them. Her post was directed at a specific individual, who remains unresponsive. Next, she posts, feeling unwell, the little fairy needs some care. but still receives no acknowledgement that a flood of insincere concern from others only serves to irritate her further, prompting her to ignore them entirely. Chapter 17. My cat can jump hip-hop. Could it be that he truly no longer wishes to engage with her after the last incident? Gu Ruijia now regrets not appreciating his kindness, his generosity, the luxurious designer items he offered. She cannot bear the thought of losing him so easily. The idea of letting such a golden opportunity slip into the hands of another woman makes her want to slap herself. Unable to resist, she finally reaches out again, expressing her longing for him, yet still receives no reply. She admits to feeling scared. Scared that after missing out on Yang Fan, she may never encounter another man so wealthy and willing to spend on her. After much inner turmoil, she resolutely begins typing a message on her phone. Brother, please don't ignore me, okay? These past few days of silence have made it hard for me. Whether I'm in class, eating, or sleeping, your image haunts my mind. I think I might actually like you. Once she sends this heartfelt confession, she waits eagerly for a response, believing such a bold declaration would compel him to reply. After all, she is quite attractive, and who could resist a fairy like her? Yet, the harsh reality sets in as she waits for a full half-hour without any sign of him typing a response. Frustrated, she presses the video call button. Upon receiving Gu Ruijia's message, Yang Fan realizes she has capitulated, but he feels the timing isn't right and decides to keep her waiting a little longer. The girl is clearly out of options and has resorted to confessing her feelings, making his eventual victory all but assured. With no rush on his part, he is even less inclined to respond. Unexpectedly, Gu Ruijia, seeing his lack of response, decides to initiate a video call. After a moment of hesitation, he answers. The moment the call connects, Gu Ruijia beams with delight and greets him sweetly, brother. Yang Fan, however, maintains a stoic expression and replies coldly. When someone repeatedly ignores your messages, it means they do not wish to engage. This is a universal truth. Do you not know this? And now you want to video call me? Are you hoping I'll delete you? Initially filled with joy, Gu Ruijia feels her spirits plummet at Yang Fan's indifference and hurtful words, igniting a spark of anger within her. However, she quickly suppresses her rage, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she plaintively asks, Are you still angry with me, brother? I didn't mean to reject you that day. I just felt it was too soon. Now I've come to my senses. Will you forgive me? I wouldn't stoop so low as to get angry over a woman rejecting me. Then why are you ignoring me? Is it not reasonable to avoid someone who intends to toy with me? Boom. This statement leaves Gu Ruijia in shock. How did he see through her intentions? But she cannot admit to it, so she quickly regains her composure, reverting to her innocent facade. I truly didn't. Brother, where are you? Can I come over to explain in person? Knowing that he has already begun to suspect her motives, she realizes she must use her trump card, the offer of a personal visit. Yang Fan finds this amusing. Oh, you think you can dangle a bait to lure me in? You must be joking. I already have my own sources of entertainment. Do you really think I would agree to your terms? Given his long period of being single, he cannot deny his needs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively sought to make a deal with Chun Siyu earlier. This is merely an alternative avenue for satisfaction. Since Gu Ruijia is being so forward, he decides to be straightforward in return. After a moment of contemplation, he says, Meet me at the entrance of the Kempinski. The Kempinski is a 5-star hotel, and his words imply a clear invitation. Gu Ruijia's heart leaps with joy. Ah, you really think you can resist the charm of this fairy? Men are all such fools. She begins to question whether she has submitted too soon and feels a twinge of regret, wishing she had played it cooler. But now that she has committed, she feigns shyness. Okay, I can leave right now. Go ahead. I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the video call, Yang Fan hums a tune as he heads out. Half an hour later, he arrives at the destination. Spotting Gu Ruijia, who is facing away from him, he notices she is once again clad in a JK uniform, but this time it differs from the last. She wears a dark red plaid shirt with a small tie, a short skirt paired with black thigh-high socks, and brown leather shoes, all complemented by an LV bag. Standing there elegantly, she is a sight to behold. While Gu Ruijia may have her share of cunning plans, it is undeniable that she has a natural grace that makes her stand out. Chapter 18. Meeting Gu Ruijia again, however, Yang Fan does not rush over, as he observes a tall, handsome young man, dressed in a vibrant style, engaging Gu Ruijia in conversation. As he gets closer, he realizes the young man is attempting to flirt. Hey there, I mean no harm, I've been watching you from over there and thought you were stunning. So I mustered the courage to introduce myself. Guruji simply shakes her head, politely declining. I'm sorry, I don't advi in the past. She would have entertained the idea of getting to know someone new. But now that she believes she has leveled up, she finds little interest in boys who are merely good-looking and lacking in wealth. Having encountered young Fan, she feels somewhat disdainful of those who are just attractive but financially struggling. The boy before her, while stylish, is clearly dressed in cheap knockoffs from online shops, and she scoffs at the idea of allowing such a contender into her circle. After all, she is here with a purpose. Her mind occupied with significant matters. There is no time to waste on trifles. As expected, it is the wealthy who truly captivate her interest. Yet the young man seems unwilling to give up. I'm not a bad guy. I live around here. How about this? There's a tea shop nearby with great drinks. Let me treat you to a cup. Guruji rolls her eyes internally. Who wants your mediocre tea? Although she feels increasingly impatient, she maintains a polite demeanor. Really, no need. Turning to walk away, she suddenly spots young Fan's smiling face in the distance, and her heart races as she thinks to herself, what a close call. If I had impulsively agreed to that guy, it would have been a disaster. Young Fan approaches, directly stating, little sister, my cat can jump hip-hop. Would you like to see? Taken aback, Guruji quickly recovers, beaming with excitement. Really? That sounds amazing. I must see it. Then let us go. Young Fan replies, leading the way, while Guruji enthusiastically wraps her arms around his one arm. The young man, having just failed in his attempt to flirt, watches in disbelief, feeling as if he has been left out in the cold. Does he not understand the concept of priority? Yet, in mere moments, he snaps out of his surprise, realizing that the two are heading straight into the hotel. Damn. How is it possible that a cat can jump hip-hop? They are clearly a couple, but as he recalls Guruji's beauty, he can't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the sight of her entering the hotel with an ordinary-looking man. Wondering to himself, what on earth is happening in this world? The phenomenon of beautiful women being paired with older, less attractive men has become a frequent occurrence, leaving us youthful gentlemen, like myself, feeling somewhat despondent. Young Fan, indifferent to the thoughts of the young man, led Guruji into the lobby of the Kempinski Hotel. After a brief exchange with the front desk, he used the young lady's identification to book the presidential suite. The recently upgraded second-tier city of Baisu had surprisingly affordable presidential suite rates, costing less than 10,000. Thus, he indulged in a moment of extravagance. The front desk staff had long grown accustomed to seeing a man and woman together, but upon hearing they were checking into the presidential suite, they couldn't help but scrutinize the pair a bit more intently. The couple quickly received their room keys, and a hotel attendant escorted them upstairs. To young Fan's astonishment, the hotel ambassador was quite beautiful, rivaling Guruji's charm. Yet, for some reason, she did not trigger the system's response. Was it a disparity in his aesthetic preferences compared to the system's? Or was this ambassador's makeup simply so skillful that it elevated her appearance beyond an 80-point score? He suspected the latter possibility, firmly refusing to acknowledge any flaws in his own taste. Casting a glance at Guruji's makeup, he could not discern much, but his initial impressions led him to believe her skills were somewhat rudimentary. He mused that perhaps he could encourage her to dedicate some time to learning makeup techniques, envisioning a future where she might achieve a dazzling 90-point look. Once inside the suite, the young lady eagerly explored her surroundings, her expression brimming with wonder. It was her first encounter with a presidential suite. After all, young Fan, too, was experiencing this for the first time, but chose not to exhibit his awe as openly as Guruji. He approached the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and settled onto the bed, observing her as she wandered about the suite. What is there to see? Come here, he beckoned. Guruji replied shyly, walking over to join him, her fragrance enveloping him. This proximity stirred something within young Fan, contrasting with Guruji's natural ease as she leaned into his embrace. He buried his face in her hair, intoxicated by her scent, momentarily lost in reverie. As their playful banter resumed, Guruji began to confide her thoughts softly. At that moment, she seemed a bit bewildered, but soon regained her composure. Facing the audacious Guruji, fate was inevitably ensnared in her web, creating a series of interconnected traps. Young Fan felt a wave of suppressed emotions surging within him, unable to shake off the negativity as he unconsciously caressed Guruji's ear. Meanwhile, she murmured comforting words, hoping to alleviate his distress, but young Fan merely continued to relax, seemingly unbothered as he fiddled with his ear. As time sped by, 40 minutes slipped away unnoticed. Yang Fan leaned against the headboard, engrossed in his phone while Gu Ruijia, resting on his shoulder, involuntarily pouted at the situation. In her mind, she thought, got it? I've finally captured this big fish, Yang Fan, wrapping his arm around her, calmly stated. I don't care how many fish you have in your pond or whether there are any at all. You must dismantle it immediately. I do not wish for my woman to have any entanglements with other men. Understand? Of course, you may refuse. Gu Ruijia rolled her eyes internally. Only a fool would refuse. The pond contained nothing but inferior fish, commonly referred to as poor losers. Letting them go was no great loss. She never intended to pursue anything substantial with them. They merely served to satisfy her desire for admiration and the occasional gifts and transfers during holidays. Now, having secured a wealthy partner, she felt she had risen above such trivial pursuits. Besides, given her beauty, even if anything were to go awry with Yang Fan, establishing a new pond would be a breeze. Having come to this conclusion, she confidently declared, now that I have a brother, I will certainly not be of two minds. I will delete all those who harbor thoughts about me right away without hesitation. She set about deleting contacts, not even bothering to inform them. Yang Fan observed her actions with a bemused expression. She certainly had a notable number of admirers. After a while of deleting, Gu Ruijia checked to ensure she had completed the task and turned to Yang Fan, a hint of embarrassment on her face. These were all just simps. I hardly paid them any attention, and they never gained anything from me. You must trust me, brother. Yang Fan found her words believable. After all, while her pond might be abundant, the quality of the fish was undeniably high, boasting a solid score of 98. He nodded, affirming, I said, in the past, you didn't know me, and I could overlook it. I understand. What you value is the present and the future. Thank you for your trust, brother. I will never let you down. Affection Level 1. Reaching 60 unlocks a Level 2 cashback card. 1. After use, it provides Level 2 cashback, 10 times. Yang Fan paused, momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. It dawned on him how crucial this was for accumulating funds. Reflecting on the limited 10 uses of the Level 2 cashback, he felt a wave of frustration. Why was his system so stingy? In novels, those who received extravagant systems usually found themselves surrounded by luxury cars and villas, reaching the pinnacle of life almost instantly. Yet, as he glanced at the sweet, smiling girl in his arms, he realized that perhaps his life wasn't so bad after all. Before obtaining the system, he would never have dared to dream of being close to a campus beauty like her, especially one nearly a decade younger. Thus, the system, despite its quirks, was still quite appealing. Why desire more? If he could simply focus on amassing capital, he too could reach the heights of life, he silently thought. Use the Level 2 cashback card. Usage successful. Host, Yang Fan cashback level 2, 10 times, cashback ratio 1, 1.1. Before the 10 uses, the cashback ratio is 1, 1. After, it settles at the final amount. Upon seeing this format, Yang Fan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this peculiar system was incapable of leveling up on its own? Perhaps it could only be temporarily elevated through high-level cashback cards. While this possibility existed, further investigation would be necessary to ascertain the truth. Moreover, the paltry 1.1 ratio of the Level 2 cashback was particularly disheartening, especially with the stipulation of settling after 10 uses. Wouldn't that mean he could only double his principal at most? Damn. This system was truly miserly. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was still better than having nothing, and he would take it slow. Now that he understood how to acquire cashback cards, it was only a matter of time before his capital grew substantial. However, it seemed the system was deliberately trying to encourage him to play the field. Yet, this suited him just fine. Given the right conditions, having unlimited funds would be a waste if not utilized properly. He then pondered that since the cashback was based on the number of transactions, he should refrain from sending gifts on Douyin, as one event would likely count as one transaction. The most reliable method would be direct transfers. He glanced at Gu Ruijia, who was lost in thought beside him. Wasn't she a perfect candidate? Noticing Yang Fan's gaze, Gu Ruijia looked up sweetly and asked, Brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Yang Fan found her self-absorbed demeanor amusing. I thought of a little game. Would you like to play? The young beauty, somewhat puzzled, inquired, What game? As long as my brother wants to play, I'll join. He had to admit, this girl had a knack for engaging with him. Her obedient demeanor was enough to brighten his mood. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "I'll set a challenge for you. And if you do well, there will be a reward." Gu Ruijia's eyes sparkled at the mention of rewards. But she quickly added, "Actually, you don't need to give me a reward." Yang Fan internally scoffed at her words, thinking how disingenuous they sounded. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. His primary goal was to transfer money to her 10 times. While sending 2 amounts of over 20,000 each would seem odd, he thought, "I'm just giving you some pocket money. You don't want it, brother? You're so sweet." Soon after, Yang Fan whispered something in her ear. Gu Ruijia looked utterly bewildered but did not refuse, biting her lip in determination. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan transferred 27,000 to her. Gu Ruijia stared in shock at the notification of the transfer, her face lighting up with delight. "Brother, you're such a tycoon. I just made 27,000 in 10 minutes. What could be easier than this?" Following that, Gu Ruijia received several successive transfers, her heart filled with joy and her mind solely focused on the prospect of earning more. She took this matter very seriously. Thus, the 10 transactions of Level 2 cashback were completed smoothly, with the principal exceeding 52,000. This was due to the varying amounts he had rewarded her. But on average, each task surpassed 25,000. Although the young beauty appeared exhausted, her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she looked at him, her ambition undeniably captivating. Yang Fan smiled in satisfaction. "All right, that's enough for today." While Gu Ruijia felt a twinge of regret, she was nonetheless content, having earned over 200,000 in just a little over an hour. Having never acquired such a sum before, she felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Yang Fan. Her intimacy level had already risen to 66, and the subsequent tasks had not increased it further. Yang Fan knew well that the higher the number, the more challenging it became. Checking the time, he realized it wasn't too late yet and opened Douyin. Spotting 3 female streamers he frequently gifted still online, he decisively entered the Xiao Lu livestream. "Welcome back, Xiaoyao Gu. I thought you weren't watching today." Yang Fan promptly recharged 51,000. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 17. With a flurry of notifications, he sent out 17 carnivals in quick succession. "Thank you for the carnivals, Xiaoyao Gu. You're the best." Gu Ruijia, sitting beside him, heard the voice of the female streamer and curiously adjusted her position to catch a glimpse. Her eyes widened as she witnessed Yang Fan's lavish spending. After recharging 51,000, he had effortlessly blown through all the carnivals in one go. The degree of extravagance was staggering to her. After watching him shower gifts over 3 rounds, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. "I worked so hard for over an hour to earn just over 200,000, while this female streamer gains so much just by flattering my brother." Although she didn't stream herself, she was somewhat familiar with Douyin live streaming. She knew that each carnival cost 3,000, and Yang Fan's level 52 account undoubtedly indicated he was a big player. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Brother, do you enjoy watching live streams?" "It's all right. I watch occasionally. What do you think about me becoming a streamer? Do you think I could do it?" Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" Gu Ruijia wanted to admit that she was indeed feeling that way. Witnessing him lavish gifts on the female streamers made her heart ache. After all, she was his woman. But she hesitated to voice her feelings, fearing that if Yang Fan thought she was being unreasonable, he might withdraw his affection. "In a way, you've treated them very well." Yang Fan chuckled. "The streaming industry is fiercely competitive. Take this streamer I'm watching as an example. She is quite attractive, isn't she? But if I don't send gifts, her monthly income might only be a few thousand to 10,000. Do you think, as my woman, you'd need to stream?" Gu Ruijia, upon hearing this, smiled sweetly. "If brother doesn't want me to stream, then I want to." With the lovely young lady by his side, Yang Fan refrained from excessive gifting. After all, she had just joined him, and there was no need to overwhelm her. Instead, he visited the live streams of Ali and Shasha, gifting each once before exiting. The next day, when he awoke, the lovely lady was already up, gazing at him with wide eyes. Upon noticing he was awake, she hastily closed her eyes, trying to feign sleep. Yang Fan found her antics amusing. "Stop pretending. Are you shy around me?" The young lady pouted. "You're such a tease, brother." As he inhaled her sweet scent, he felt an involuntary reaction and rolled over to engage in some morning exercise, details omitted. After getting up and finishing breakfast, he initially planned to take her out for some shopping, but she surprisingly expressed a desire to stroll through the park together. Such a modest request was easy to accommodate. Thus, they spent 10 yuan on entrance fees and went to see the pandas, along with many other animals. They played until noon, and as they strolled towards the temple within the park, they prepared to have a vegetarian meal. This park was famous in Baisu City and was a must-visit attraction, especially given the mere 5 yuan entry fee to see the national treasure, the panda, making it a unique experience nationwide. As they approached the temple, Yang Fan noticed an unusual figure. A disheveled middle-aged man, kneeling at the stone steps before the temple, earnestly bowing. His devotion was apparent to anyone passing by after completing his bows. He sat down on the steps, seemingly unconcerned about the gazes of onlookers. That moment, Yang Fan overheard 2 women discussing the peculiar man. He has been here for several days, bowing to the temple multiple times each day. He is probably a devout Buddhist, but he doesn't go inside the temple. It's quite strange, another woman chimed in. I saw him fighting the monkeys for food yesterday. He might be a madman. Best to steer clear a madman. Should we call the police? It wouldn't be good if he hurt someone he hasn't done anything wrong. Why call the police? They wouldn't arrest a homeless person anyway. It's best not to meddle. Yang Fan observed the man for a moment longer before choosing to ignore the women's chatter and led Guru Weijia into the temple. They garnered quite a bit of attention as they passed, even attracting the gaze of passing monks who couldn't help but glance at Guru Weijia. Bringing such a companion out was undoubtedly a point of pride for Yang Fan. After all, it is often said that a man's success is judged by the beauty of the woman at his side. If she is young and lovely, exuding elegance, it reflects his accomplishments. A man who is 2 to 3 years older than his partner is considered average, while 5 to 6 years older is deemed successful. And those with partners over 10 years younger are seen as exceptional. Thus, Yang Fan could be regarded as a standout individual. The next measure of status is typically assessed through one's vehicle and attire. While lighting incense for the god of wealth, Yang Fan noticed Guru Weijia with her eyes closed, murmuring something. Curious, he asked her, "What wish did you just make? You seemed quite earnest." The young beauty shyly glanced at him. "I wished for you, brother, to have smooth investments and great wealth." Yang Fan felt a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "Really?" he questioned, eyeing her skeptically. Guru Weijia, slightly exasperated, almost lost her composure. "Yes, true. If you become wealthy, I'll benefit from it too. I can't wish for my own wealth. That would never come true." Yang Fan was taken aback by her self-awareness. She seemed to possess some insight into her limitations. Seeing the doubt in his expression, the young lady playfully pounced on him, insisting, "Does that mean you don't trust me at all, brother?" Yang Fan delivered a resounding slap to her backside. All right, I believe you. I believe you," she exclaimed. "Ah, there are so many people here. How could you strike me there?" The duo continued their playful banter while reverently bowing before the remaining Buddha statues. Although it may have seemed slightly disrespectful, their gestures were undeniably sincere. Subsequently, they queued for a vegetarian meal, with Yang Fan purchasing 3 portions. After collecting the dishes, he turned to the young lady beside him and declared, "Let us eat outside." Though she was puzzled as to why they would choose to dine outside when there were available seats, she obediently replied, "All right," upon hearing Yang Fan's command. The two then exited the temple, making their way toward the stone steps where they had previously spotted a beggar. At this moment, the young lady realized that Yang Fan had bought an extra meal for a reason, and she nervously tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother, I just heard the cleaning lady say that man is insane. Isn't it unsafe for us to go over there?" Yang Fan turned to her with an exasperated look, replying, "Don't speak nonsense. An insane person wouldn't pray to Buddha every day. Since you say so, I can only comply," she thought, though a flicker of fear still lingered in her heart. After all, no other tourists dared to approach those steps. Yang Fan had merely listened to snippets of the beggar's story earlier, feeling that he was undoubtedly a person with a tale to tell. An insane person could not possibly maintain a daily devotion to Buddha. He thought that if he could lend a hand, he would, for it was merely a meal he was offering. As he approached, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from the beggar, who was dressed in heavy, filthy clothing, making it impossible not to notice. While Yang Fan paid little heed to it, the young lady scrunched her nose in discomfort. Feeling overwhelmed, the beggar, with murky eyes, stared intently at him, perhaps curious as to why he had come near. Yang Fan then took out a box of vegetarian food from his bag and offered it to the beggar, saying, "This is for you, freshly bought from the temple." The beggar's eyes brightened at the mention of food, yet he remained motionless, silent, simply gazing at Yang Fan. Unfazed by the lack of response, Yang Fan placed the meal beside the beggar and then turned to the next step to retrieve the other 2 boxes of vegetarian food. He handed one to Guruwejia, saying, "Let us eat here. The view is quite nice." Although Guruwejia still felt a twinge of apprehension toward the beggar, seeing Yang Fan sit down and prepare to eat provided her with a measure of comfort. Halfway through their meal, they noticed the beggar had started devouring the box of food Yang Fan had left beside him. His eating was nothing short of ravenous. While Yang Fan and Guruwejia had scarcely finished half of their meals, the beggar had completely consumed his portion. He tossed the empty box into a nearby trash can and began walking toward them. Chapter 22. Outlaws? Guruwejia felt a surge of anxiety as the beggar approached them. Abandoning her meal and whispering to Yang Fan, "Brother, he is coming over. He is coming over." Yang Fan shot her an irritated glance, exclaiming, "I'm not blind. Why are you so nervous? I told you he is insane. And besides, I'm right here." Guruwejia, upon hearing this, playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing she might have been overly anxious. Perhaps it was the beggar's disheveled appearance that led her to jump to conclusions. The beggar walked directly in front of Yang Fan, who merely smiled nonchalantly. "Are you full? If not, there's plenty more." The beggar's eyes displayed a complex mix of emotions before he spoke. "Young man, do you have any enemies? Or perhaps someone who has wronged you?" "What?" The beggar's voice was gravelly, and the implications of his words sent chills down Yang Fan's spine. His tone resembled that of a rogue. Not the kind of rogue you'd hear about in tales, but rather akin to an outlawed as a law-abiding citizen. Yang Fan felt an unsettling twinge of fear from the beggar's presence. He hastily waved his hands, saying, "Brother, there's no need for that, really. Everyone has their struggles. I was just being kind, and I don't have any enemies." While he had certainly offended many, none had reached the level of enmity. He thought that if he truly had an enemy, that person might act foolishly, perhaps trying to repay him with whatever dignity they had left. But it was only one meal, after all. It hardly warranted such a response. The beggar pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and was about to return to his spot. Yang Fan, curious, inquired, "Do you believe in Buddha? For peace of mind. Do you have a mobile phone?" The beggar paused, shaking his head. "Young man, do I look like I have a mobile phone? I sold it long ago to buy alcohol." Yang Fan was taken aback by the beggar's earlier statement, feeling a surge of unexpected respect and a peculiar sense of emotion. He had no cash on him. He had intended to transfer some money to help, but hearing that the beggar had sold his phone for drink made him speechless. Guruwejia, who had been listening to their conversation, quietly suggested, "Brother, I have cash." Yang Fan shot her an appreciative glance before nodding toward the beggar, signaling her to proceed. The young lady, understanding the unspoken message, pulled out all the cash from her bag, embarrassedly stating, "I only have 800 yuan. Would you like me to fetch more?" Before Yang Fan could respond, the beggar interjected, "Young man, there's no need to give me money. You don't require my services. If it weren't for my unbearable hunger, I wouldn't. If you ever need my assistance in the future, you can find me here." Yang Fan chuckled, replying, "Since you say that, you should definitely take the money. If you starve to death, how will I find you when I need help?" He made a jest, but the beggar did not take the bait, continuing to refuse the cash offered by the young lady and instead walking back to his previous step. Yang Fan could see that the beggar had a strong sense of pride, so he refrained from pressing the matter further. He simply finished his meal in silence. Afterward, he stood up and addressed the beggar, saying, "We're leaving. I hope to see you again next time." With that, he took Guruwejia and departed. The beggar's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. On their descent from the mountain, Guruwejia asked Yang Fan, "Brother, that man, he isn't like those killers from the dramas, is he?" His way of speaking is quite intimidating. Yang Fan chuckled in response, "What killer? Don't be ridiculous. He is merely a man with a story." "Ah, whatever. He is just a passerby, and perhaps we will never cross paths again." Seeing him respond so, Guruwejia nodded and promptly dropped the subject, smiling as she said, "Brother, I want to go see a movie." Naturally, Yang Fan obliged her modest request. Afterward, they watched a film and enjoyed a lavish dinner before he sent her home, telling her he had matters to attend to in the coming days and would contact her when he was free. This made the young lady feel a bit reluctant to part ways, but she understood that such a wealthy man must be preoccupied with his career. She felt compelled to appear understanding, hoping to win his affection while subtly making him fall for her. Thus, She said nothing more, merely reminding Yang Fan to reach out once he was free. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan's business in the coming days involved the arrival of Xiao Lu the following day. If Gu Ruijie knew the true reason, she would surely have mixed feelings. After their separation, Yang Fan took a taxi home. Just as he alighted, he heard the system's voice chime in. Detected a valid consumer target. Would you like to view the information? Huh. He glanced around and noticed a beautiful woman nearby purchasing fruits. Upon recognizing her, he couldn't help but chuckle, for she was the girlfriend of a friend of his. This friend came from a wealthy family, being a second-generation demolition contractor, owning 4 apartments and 2 storefronts. He had secured a stunning girlfriend, which had incited envy among Yang Fan and their other friends for quite some time. However, this friend himself was rather lackluster in his job, merely coasting through life, fitting the archetype of a freeloader, as he put it. As long as there is something to rely on, even without working, the rental income surpasses what one would earn working a job view. Name: Zhou Wenwen. Age: 28. Overall attractiveness: 80. Height: 156 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Purity: 91. Status: menstrual period, mild pain. Intimacy level: 33. Yang Fan curiously perused her information, only to discover that the girl he had once envied was merely at the threshold of attractiveness, her score not even surpassing that of his various acquaintances. His mood lifted considerably. Although he had known her for 2 or 3 years, their interactions had been limited, and an intimacy level of 33 suggested they were merely casual friends. As for her purity rating, it was none of his concern, as he shared a good rapport with her boyfriend. At that moment, she noticed him and waved. Yang Fan? Where have you been? Come have some fruit. He walked over with a smile, asking, where is your man? He went out for drinks with his colleagues. Why didn't you go with him? Those sorts of gatherings are incredibly dull. I didn't want to attend. By the way, what about that matter we discussed last time? Huh. What matter? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan tried to recall but soon realized she was referring to the introduction of potential girlfriends. Zhou Wenwen continued, you seem disinterested. Others have agreed to meet you. This jolted him back to memory, as he recalled her mentioning it before. He had been genuinely interested at the time, but after acquiring the system, he had quite foolishly forgotten all about it. Chapter 23. The tragedy of the infatuated Yang Fan half-jokingly asked, what does she look like? If she can't compare to you, I'm not interested. If she didn't measure up to Zhou Wenwen, then he wouldn't even consider it. Zhou Wenwen laughed at this. You're so picky? How many people are as naturally beautiful as I am? My friend is quite nice, graduated university not long ago, and is currently self-studying for graduate exams, and oh thanks. I'm already off the market, so there's no need to worry about me. Zhou Wenwen was taken aback. You stay at home writing web novels. Where do you meet anyone? I occasionally go out, just got back from having fun. Alright, if you get the chance, bring your girlfriend out to meet me. Okay. Meanwhile, Gu Ruijie cheerfully entered her neighborhood, lost in thought and unconsciously smiling. As she approached her building, a stylish young man with bleached hair emerged from the flower bed and blocked her path. Why did you suddenly delete me on V? And block my calls? The young lady paused, responding coolly, there's no particular reason. If I want to delete, I'll delete. The young man, initially intending to confront her, was taken aback by her response. There must be a reason, right? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. What's wrong with you? Gu Ruijie, growing impatient, retorted. If someone deletes all your contact information, isn't it obvious? It means your presence has become an inconvenience. The boy, sensing her tone, realized she wasn't just throwing a tantrum to be appeased but was genuinely serious. This realization left him somewhat flustered, prompting him to cautiously inquire, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll change. Gu Ruijie, noticing his lack of backbone, felt some disdain but recalled his previous kindness toward her. She sighed, saying, perhaps your only mistake was liking me. Go find someone suitable for you. Don't waste your time on me. The boy was taken aback, feeling disheartened. After a long silence, he was about to speak when Gu Ruijie added, if you don't want me to dislike you, don't loiter around my building anymore. With that, she turned to leave. The boy, shaken, called out, what did I do wrong? You were sick a few days ago. I saw it on your social media and rushed over to bring you medicine, even taking time off work to do so. When you were feeling down, I tried everything to cheer you up. You said you were slow to warm up, and I never pressured you, giving you ample time to think. On your birthday, I took out a loan to buy you a new phone as a gift, which cost me 2 or 3 months' salary. I even survived on instant noodles for nearly a month. And now, You're leaving my life without a word. How can you be so heartless? How could you hurt someone who loves you so much? What did I do wrong? As he reached the end of his outburst, desperation crept into his voice, nearly turning into a shout. Ruegia halted her steps, her expression now filled with anger. She turned to face him and exclaimed, "Did I ever ask you to do any of that? Did I ask you to bring me medicine when I was ill? Am I incapable of taking care of myself without you? Did I ever ask you to buy me a phone? I explicitly told you I didn't want it, but you insisted on giving it to me. Do you know how absurd it was to have two identical phones on the same day? Why are you shouting at me? You're merely moved by your own actions. Why should I bear the consequences of your self-indulgence?" The boy was left reeling from her hurtful words, feeling as though he had been stabbed in the heart. Tears streaming down his cheeks, Ruegia, somewhat irritated, took a deep breath to calm herself before saying, "Why are you crying like a child? That's only going to make me look down on you more. I sold the phone you gave me and will return the original price. I'll also transfer back the money you sent me, so please don't pursue me any further, okay?" Having said all this, it would seem that the conversation should come to an end, but the boy remained unconvinced, tears in his eyes as he murmured, "I really like you. I can't give you up. Stop. Save that heartfelt expression for someone else. Don't keep moving yourself to tears, all right? The more you do this, the more I dislike you. Seeing you like this makes me glad I made the right choice. Unrequited love is futile. I don't like you. Do you understand? Everything that needs to be said has been said. I don't want to waste any more time with you." Faced with Ruegia's continued emotional assault, the boy could no longer bear it and chose to walk away. Ruegia returned home feeling quite dejected, unable to help but mutter, "What a bad luck." At that moment, her roommate, amused, approached her and asked, "What's wrong? Did that handsome guy downstairs upset our little Ruegia?" Ruegia, perplexed, replied, "Did you see it?" Shanshan rolled her eyes. "You two were shouting so loudly, and I'm not deaf. It's hard not to hear." Having just returned home, Yang Fan was unaware of the events that had transpired with Ruegia. He was reclining on his bed, scrolling through his phone on Douyin. Although Xiao Lu was coming over the next day, she was still live-streaming today to tea that moment. She was joking with her viewers when she suddenly noticed a barrage of gifts appearing on the screen. Exclaiming in excitement, "Welcome back, my dear Xiaoyao. Thank you for the carnival combo." Over the past few days, Xiao Lu's income had skyrocketed, and she was in high spirits, bringing an abundance of energy to her daily streams. All of this is thanks to Yang Fan, who has directly lifted herself out of poverty and into wealth, making her friends who know she has encountered a wealthy benefactor green with envy. Within just a few days, she earned an income that others might take years to achieve, prompting some of her friends to start consulting her on how to begin live streaming. After all, who wouldn't want to suddenly become rich? "Thanks, Isheo. You keep streaming, don't mind me. I'll send you to the top of the hourly rankings before heading out for a stroll. Brother Xiaoyao is so generous. Love you. Family, let us all hit the screen with some love. Brother Xiaoyao is truly magnanimous." Regarding Yang Fan's mention of going out for a walk, she didn't even bring it up. She knew that the other party had two charming companions to dote on, and their streaming rooms had almost become a mandatory stop for each other once they went online. The difference now was that while she used to be the last to enter her own streaming room, she had now become the first. This change was crystal clear to her. Furthermore, she was convinced that the other party had never met those two charming companions offline, giving her a significant advantage in this regard. With her looks and figure, she was certain she could captivate him the next day, thus easily gaining his favor. Chapter 24. Yang Fan admires the pure land of ultimate bliss. Meanwhile, in Shasha's streaming room, her viewers were teasing her. "Shasha, Brother Xiaoyao is online, but he's busy showering gifts in the little dear's streaming room, leaving you in the cold. These past few days, Brother Xiaoyao hasn't even checked in with you first. Is he about to be stolen away? Haha, did I remember that little dear met Brother Xiaoyao when she was battling it out with our Shasha, right? This female streamer has some tricks up her sleeve. I can tell, Brother Xiaoyao has the common flaw of men. He likes novelty. Superficial. Can the behavior of a wealthy benefactor be called fickle? It's simply sharing the wealth." Seeing her viewers discussing the brother, Shasha felt a twinge of jealousy but quickly intervened. "Brother Xiaoyao has been generous enough to me. I know how to be content. He isn't just my brother. Of course, he can choose to reward anyone he wishes. As long as he enjoys himself, I believe Brother Xiaoyao will come back home soon." Sure enough, not long after she spoke, the screen began to fill with the effects of the gift, and her excited voice rang out in the streaming room. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the gifts. Look, Isnt brother Xiaoyao back home? Banksasheo. Let us head to the pure land of ultimate bliss. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Indeed, brother Xiaoyao still favored Shasha's pure land of ultimate bliss. Look how excited Shasha is. It's clear that brother Xiaoyao is her true love. I feel like my sports car was brushed for nothing. Brother Xiaoyao wants to ask, can 10 gifts overwhelm your shabby sports car? If not, let us keep the gifts coming at this moment. Shasha turned on the music and said, this one is for brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for your generous support. The girl in white stockings and twin tails sprang up to dance. I must say, this petite beauty's dance is truly mesmerizing. Every time Young Fan watched, he couldn't help but silently applaud her. After spending a good amount of time there, he sent a few more gifts before leaving. Meanwhile, in Ali's streaming room, a wealthy benefactor was showering her with gifts. His name was Xiao Hongchun. Thank you, brother Hongchun, for the gifts, sending hearts. Brother Hongchun had only just entered her streaming room today, and after watching her dance to 2 songs, he had already sent several gifts. It was clear he was willing to spend, making Ali very happy. Xiao Hongchun typed, I see the streamer is from my city. Let us add each other on V. How about I take you out for a late-night snack after the stream? Upon hearing this, Ali frowned slightly. The other party's intentions were quite obvious, diminishing her good mood considerably. She had encountered many such situations before. Most men were of a similar disposition, but while others usually asked privately, this one had the audacity to say it openly in the streaming room. Isn't this just making things difficult for her? After internally cursing him a fool, she smiled and replied, let us skip the late-night snack. I don't have that habit, but if brother Hongchun doesn't mind, I'd be happy to treat you to a meal another day. How about that? She directly suggested that they could add each other on V, but that the late-night snack was off the table. As for the so-called future meal invitation, it was merely a polite gesture. She didn't even know when that day might be. To think someone would dream of wooing her just for a few gifts was utterly laughable. However, she didn't want to offend him outright, so she planned to extract a few more gifts before responding. Little did she know, Xiao Hongchun was not one to back down easily and continued with the topic. Not enough? Slap. 2 more gifts were sent out. Ali felt like exploding with frustration, but she still had to smile and thank him. Just as she was about to explain, some of her fans began to roast him. Xiao Hongchun TSK. Just a few gifts, and you think you can ask Ali out? Do you think your money is worth its weight in gold? Even if it were, it seems insufficient. Xiao Hongchun 2 or 3,000. Look at how smug you are. I've probably spent more than you. What are you trying to show off? Xiao Hongchun bro, don't flaunt your couple of thousand like it's something impressive. You want to date Ali? She doesn't seem like someone who has never seen the world. Such people are the worst. They think they can sleep with a streamer after spending a little. They should head to a club instead. That's more their scene. Brother Xiaoyao has already spent hundreds of thousands and doesn't act like this. Kid, if you have the means, then show off. If you don't, then just stop being a fool. Ali didn't dare confront the wealthy benefactor, but the viewers certainly wouldn't let him off easy. Regardless of the situation, they took it upon themselves to roast him. Facing the viewers' ridicule, Xiao Hongchun was fuming. He often came to Douyin seeking local prey, and for the female streamers he fancied, he wouldn't hesitate to spend a few thousand to tease them. Hoping to arrange a meet-up that, of course, he never showered gifts on major streamers. He knew that kind of money wouldn't even tickle them. Thus, his success rate was relatively high, but he never expected to encounter a particularly captivating dance streamer today. He had already spent over 20,000, and yet here he was, being roasted by so many people. After spending a good amount, he was still being ridiculed. Who could tolerate that? Discontent, he typed, I've always operated this way. What's the matter? You all speak so harshly. You must all be rich, right? Then why don't you take me down from the leaderboard? Unlike you, I'm not pretending. If you don't have any intentions for the streamer, why are you here every day? To lay eggs? You all talk big, but if you can't take my top spot, just shut up. Most of the viewers were indeed just talking big. Even the one who claimed to have spent more than Xiao Hongchun was the same. He had indeed spent more, and quite a bit, but it was accumulated over time. He had been supporting Ali for a long time, often sending small amounts, and it added up to several tens of thousands. But to try and take the top spot now was quite frustrating, especially since Xiao Hongchun was still sending gifts. If he didn't win, it would be terribly embarrassing, which made him hesitant. The 2 wealthy benefactors who could actually compete weren't online. One was absent, and the other was busy showering gifts elsewhere. He even considered running over to Shasha's streaming room to call brother Xiaoyao over to slap this guy in the face. Ali was observing the comments, and she had a rough idea of her fans' spending capabilities. Seeing the streaming room about to erupt into chaos was not what she wanted. She was organizing her thoughts to calm the situation when suddenly she noticed Banksasheo had arrived. Ali was momentarily stunned, only to see the screen filled with gift effects. Chapter 25. Two wealthy benefactors compete for the top spot. Banksasheo sent out 2 gifts. Banksasheo sent out 17 gifts. Upon witnessing this barrage of gifts, Ali forgot all about extinguishing the flames in the streaming room and excitedly shouted, "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the 17 gifts." The viewers couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the face slapping had arrived just in time. Banksasheo, brother Xiaoyao, your timing is impeccable. Someone is bullying our Ali. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaoyao has come to save the day. Indeed, brother Xiaoyao is amazing. Xiao Hongchen, hey there. Your top spot has been snatched. Don't be cowardly. Get it back. Xiao Hongchen, come on. The one you were competing with is here. Let us keep the music going. Xiao Hongchen, go for it, Pikachu. If you can outgift brother Xiaoyao, I'll not only apologize but also address you as sir from now on. Ha ha ha. After casually sending a few gifts, Yang Fan noticed the viewers flooding the chat and several tagging him, which left him a bit perplexed. Brothers, what is happening? Soon, someone began to explain the situation to him. And after watching for a while, he grasped the context. As for the method of using gifts to woo streamers, he didn't think much of it. He found it quite normal, as he certainly didn't consider himself a sentimental benefactor, leaning more towards this type. Originally, the whole situation with Xiao Hongchen trying to woo a streamer didn't concern him, but the fact that he was trying to woo the streamer he had his eye on made it personal. Thus, he tagged the other party. Banksasheo, Xiao Hongchen, please, commence your performance. The viewers followed suit and tagged him. Xiao Hongchen, haha. Please, commence your performance. Xiao Hongchen, don't be cowardly. Please, commence your performance. Xiao Hongchen, please, commence your performance. Xiao Hongchen, please, commence your performance. In a beautifully decorated duplex apartment in Shihu City, a nearly 30-year-old young man with a head full of yellow hair was lounging on the sofa, frowning at his phone screen. He was Xiao Hongchen on Douyin, whose real name was Wang Feng. As a standard second-generation rich kid, he had his own idol, a top-tier wealthy heir in the country who was particularly fond of internet celebrities. So, like his idol, he also had a penchant for female streamers, but unlike his idol, his nature was fickle, preferring short-lived flings. It was rare for him to discover a female streamer who truly captivated him, and he couldn't resist throwing money at her, only to be thwarted. He had initially intended to counter those roasting him, but now, it seemed that someone actually wanted to compete with him. How incredibly coincidental. Not one to back down, he thought to himself. It seems I have to bleed a little today. Thus, he began to recharge. Before long, the streaming room was filled with gift effects. Xiao Hongchen sent out 2 gifts. Xiao Hongchen sent out 15 gifts in the blink of an eye. He sent out 15 gifts, snatching the top spot and then tagging Young Fan in a showy manner. Banksasheo? He said nothing more than a question mark, but everyone understood his implication. Ali, on the surface, remained neutral, thanking whoever sent gifts, but inside, she was delighted. With the current momentum, it seemed that these 2 wealthy benefactors were set to compete for the top spot in her streaming room, a rare occurrence indeed. She even hoped they would escalate the competition, as it would be most beneficial for her. However, she was also well aware of brother Xiaoyao's financial prowess, so she didn't hold much hope for the unfamiliar Xiao Hongchen. She secretly cheered him on, hoping he would hold out a little longer, as earning any amount was still love. Young Fan, unfazed by being surpassed, sent out another 17 gifts. Xiao Hongchen continued the performance. With several tens of thousands at his disposal, Wang Feng was undeterred. Feeling the heat, he quickly sent out 20 more gifts. Young Fan remained nonchalant. Regardless of how much the other party sent, he kept sending gifts every little while. Each time 17 gifts. The two exchanged gifts back and forth for a while, each sending around 200,000. This attracted many viewers to watch, and Ali was overjoyed, immediately turning on the music and dancing to cheer for the 2 wealthy benefactors. At this point, the viewers were already restless. Wow! Together they're nearing 500,000, and it seems they have no intention of stopping. Just an ordinary encounter between 2 wealthy benefactors was generating such an impressive sum. What a rare sight. TSK, you wouldn't know, but brother Xiaoyao has been sending Ali gifts almost daily, so there's nothing surprising about it. I'm not surprised by brother Xiaoyao. I'm surprised that Xiao Hongchen can send so many gifts. Good thing I didn't jump in to compete with him. It seems he is a genuine benefactor. I'm impressed. Damn. They've spent more in a short time than I earn in several years. It's infuriating to compare. Look at the smile on Ali's face. It hasn't faded at all. She is certainly well fed this time. New family members, please lend your prosperous little hands to help Ali gain some followers. After both had spent over 300,000, Wang Feng finally stopped. He stared blankly at his phone screen, looking rather glum. All his saved pocket money had been exhausted, and he couldn't recharge any further. He wouldn't do something as foolish as borrowing money or taking out a loan to send gifts to a female streamer. Moreover, even if he did, would it guarantee his victory? After all, he knew nothing about the other party's situation. He felt he might be about to lose face. Seeing Young Fan send out another 17 gifts, he tagged him. Banks Asheo, are you actually an account from a gift group? Young Fan was momentarily taken aback by the comment. Before he could respond, a flurry of viewers jumped in to answer for him. Xiao Hongchen can't win, so you're calling others group accounts? You're going to make me laugh to death. Xiao Hongchen brother Xiaoyao isnt just sending gifts to Ali. He also supports Shasha and Little Deer. He basically sends hundreds of thousands to female streamers every day. Have you ever seen a group account like that? Xiao Hongchen, I was still respecting you as a man. What's this? Anyone who spends more than you is a group account. Xiao Hongchen, I haven't even said you were just here to scam brother Xiaoyao's money. You're actually doubting him? At that moment, Ali also chimed in. Brother Xiaoyao and brother Hongchen are not group accounts. They're both great benefactors of Ali.id. Like to thank both for their generous support once again. Chapter 26. The two-dimensional streamer Ali didn't overtly defend Young Fan just because he had sent more gifts. After all, to the platform, wealthy benefactors were far more important than streamers, so she wouldn't openly offend them, especially since they had showered her with gifts. However, she didn't do nothing either. She discreetly sent Young Fan an apology message to explain the situation, demonstrating her social acumen. At this point, Xiao Hongchen found it difficult to say anything further. Seeing so many viewers encouraging him not to back down and keep sending gifts only made him seethe internally. Eventually, he exited the streaming room. Thus, the battle for the top spot came to an end, with many viewers recording the event and spreading videos, leading to Young Fan's reputation as a new wealthy benefactor becoming more widely known. At that moment, a level 60 benefactor named Hoda Zaiwu began sending gifts in Ali's streaming room, tagging Young Fan, saying, Banks Asheo, thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for your support of our Ali. Young Fan paid no mind and didn't even respond. It was only when Ali sent him a message that he realized this Hoda Zaiwu was the boss of the other party's gift group. However, he held no interest in people running gift groups and merely chatted casually before letting his message float away. Banks Asheo. Ali, let's get the train rolling. Haha. Indeed, brother Xiaoyao has come to bring us benefits. Ali had almost developed a bad habit of not dancing the train without brother Xiaoyao. This simply wouldn't do, and she needed to change that. After enduring a lengthy wait today, is it finally time for the train to sway? Tissues are at the ready. Let Ali dance without hesitation. Goodness. Even before Ali begins to dance, the mere sight of the phrase train sway has already left me overwhelmed. Brothers, please carry on. What exactly is the situation with this train sway? Just at this moment, the live stream is bustling with numerous viewers drawn in by the recent fierce competition for the top spot. Ali senses this is an opportune moment to showcase her talents and attract more guests. She sweetly announces, Xiaoyao, if you wish to see Ali dance the train sway, it's certainly no problem. I shall change my attire right away. Young Fan lingered in Ali's live stream for nearly an hour before departing. Initially intending to return to Xiao Lu's stream, he received a message from her just then. Xiaoyao, I'm logging off now. I'm turning in early tonight as we are to meet tomorrow, and I am quite looking forward to it. With Shasha also absent, he casually scrolled through videos. During this time, Douyin thoughtfully recommended numerous live-streaming female hosts, but regrettably, none triggered a system notification. Until he stumbled upon a female streamer named Is. Detected effective consumer target. Upon seeing her stunning visage, Young Fan recognized her immediately. She had suddenly risen to fame due to a top-tier rich second-generation individual failing to win her affection. The reason was rather peculiar. This female streamer was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, yet Young Fan suspected she might be a product of deliberate hype orchestrated by that wealthy heir, thus his interest was somewhat muted. However, he could not resist the temptation of gifting her, as it didn't cost him anything, so he prepared to shower her with presents. The female streamer was currently engaging in witty banter with her viewers. Where in Hunan are you from? If you wish, I could read out my ID for you. What do I do? My breasts are enhanced. 368D. What capabilities do I possess? I'm here streaming because I lack abilities. If I had talents, would I be sitting here? You're far more capable than I am. I have no special skills. Isn't playing music a talent? Don't be too picky. Is your hair real? No, it's rented. Are you a woman? No, I'm a transgender. Wanna cry? If you die now, I'll cry right away. Seeing this alluring lady seriously responding to her viewers' inquiries, Yang Fan immediately sent over 17 carnival gifts. The beauty paused for a moment, then merely uttered, "Thank you, Bengshi Xiaoyao," before continuing to address her viewers' questions with calmness. This was the first time Yang Fan encountered such a female streamer. Perhaps this was the persona she had crafted. It was precisely this demeanor of not bowing to financial gain that attracted many fans. Yang Fan remained unfazed, saying nothing, and sent another round of carnival gifts in the live stream, piquing the curiosity of the viewers. Why does Bengshi Xiaoyao keep sending carnival gifts? Could it be the account of Principal Wang? It's quite possible. I've noticed him frequently gifting different female streamers. Bengshi Xiaoyao, Principal Wang. Don't just send gifts without chatting. Come, let us have a chat. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyao is definitely not Principal Wang. I learned about him a few days ago from a smaller streamer. The viewers might be unaware, but the beautiful streamer was quite clear, saying, he isn't, don't just assume anyone sending carnival gifts is him. Not long after, Yang Fan had already sent nearly 100,000 before stopping. Yet, the beautiful streamer showed little reaction, simply expressing her gratitude. He then felt it had become rather mundane and decided to leave. However, upon exiting the live stream, he received a private message from her. Opening it revealed merely a string of letters and numbers. Nothing more. This must be her V.It seems that despite the 10-odd thousand he had spent, she was not entirely unaffected. After adding her V, she sent a message of thanks. It's nothing. You're the most composed female streamer I've ever encountered. Composed? Perhaps it's just my shyness. While streaming, I'm quite chatty. Their brief exchange concluded, but from her words, Yang Fan discerned a subtle implication. Shyness. Isn't that a hint for him to attend her streams more often and gift her a few times? As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. Quite clever. Yang Fan shook his head and continued browsing videos, seeking amusement on Douyin. After a considerable time, he finally heard the system notification again. Detected effective consumer target. The live stream was titled Daimao Twins, showcasing two girls dressed in a distinctly two-dimensional style, appearing quite youthful. One girl, exuding an aura of innocence, donned a maid outfit from a certain island country, with silvery white hair, cat ears atop her head, and a small tail behind her. Her pale, slender legs were adorned with white ankle socks as she bounced on a foot massage board. Her expressions shifted dramatically. With each bounce, she furrowed her brow, evidently pained by the board's pressure on her tiny feet. This ensemble was undoubtedly that of a two-dimensional cat girl. The other girl, resembling the cat girl, wore a striking red sheer hanfu, exposing considerable skin on her shoulders, back, and navel. Her long legs were equally exposed, and she was barefoot. This hardly resembled traditional hanfu. The hanfu beauty watched her sister, who was in distress on the foot massage board, stifling her laughter. The cat girl, amidst her bouncing, pleaded, "Dear viewers, please stop sending hearts and send roses instead. Let my sister try the foot massage board too. I can't take it anymore." That pitiful appearance truly tugged at one's heartstrings. This was no act. Anyone who had tried a foot massage board knew how it felt to bounce on one. It was quite the ordeal. This streamer was indeed harsh on herself. Chapter 27 Daimao Twins Unexpectedly. The viewers, seeing the girl's pitiful state, showed no mercy, bombarding her with heart emojis and typing, "No way, let us drive her crazy first. Ha ha ha. Yes, let's drive the younger sister crazy before dealing with the elder sister. I just came to see Dai cry. Keep it up, family. Yes, yes, Dai's crying face is the cutest. You bad people, stop targeting our Dai. Mao Mao is over there snacking away. Goodness, she really is snacking. These sisters probably don't get along well most of the time. Mao Mao, don't be so cocky. After we drive Dai to tears, it'll be your turn. So brace yourself. Go, go. Don't just watch Dai bounce. Whoever gifts a car can control the stage and let Dai dance on the foot massage board." Yang Fan watched for a while, finally understanding the nature of this live stream. It turned out to be a gift punishment setup for the streamer. The elder sister was named Mao Mao, while the younger sister was Dai, hence the account name, Daimao Twins. Sending heart emojis played music representing the younger sister, compelling her to stand continuously on the foot massage board, while sending other gifts required her to jump in place. Roses, however, represented the elder sister's music, with the stipulation that the heart emojis must cease or the number of roses must exceed that of heart emojis during that segment of music before it would switch to the elder sister's tune. Large gifts allowed for stage control. For instance, a car would control the stage for 2 minutes, during which the designated streamer could be made to dance on the foot massage board, squat, jump continuously, roll, and so forth. One carnival gift allowed for half an hour of stage control. These sisters seem to be new streamers, with not many fans, yet this live stream had more viewers online than the combined total of Xia and Xiao Lu's streams. It appeared that viewers were quite fond of this setup. One must admit, the two sisters were quite adept at streaming. At this moment, Dai, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "Brothers, Dai really can't take it anymore. Which kind-hearted brother will come to my rescue?" Bengshi Xiaoyao sent over 2 carnival gifts. Bengshi Xiaoyao sent over 17 carnival gifts. Witnessing the little girl on the verge of tears, Yang Fan promptly dispatched 17 carnival gifts, halting the music abruptly. Upon the silence, Dai, having ceased her bouncing, wore an expression of surprise. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she heard her sister, who had been glued to her phone screen, let out a high-pitched scream. "Ah, thank you, brother Bengshi Xiaoyao, for the carnival gifts, brother. You can control. Upon seeing Yang Fan had sent 17 carnival gifts, Mao found her next words caught in her throat. It was a rare occasion to receive such an influx of carnival gifts. But considering that 17 carnival gifts meant controlling the stage for 8.5 hours, were they expected to endure a night of bouncing on the foot massage board? Ridiculous. Mao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Dai, however, was oblivious and quickly limped off the foot massage board to rest her little feet, continually expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao. I am incredibly grateful." Subsequently, upon seeing the viewer's messages on her phone, her eyes widened in shock. The viewers began to frantically comment, oh no, a big spender has entered the live stream. These two sisters are definitely going to be overwhelmed. 17 carnival gifts, 8.5 hours of stage control. Ha ha ha. Are we set for an all-night foot massage board session? Why does this make me want to laugh? Those sisters' feet are going to be ruined. Wealthy viewers truly know how to play. They immediately set the stage control for 8 hours. Having considered this scenario before, I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Let us see how these sisters handle it. Ha ha ha. Once Dai regained her composure, her expression shifted dramatically, and then she burst into tears. Clearly, she was frightened. Woo-woo that I can't play anymore. I can't take 8.5 hours of this. Woo-woo. Mao, slightly more composed, cautiously asked, "Brother Xiaoyao, you've sent too many gifts. We truly cannot endure several hours of punishment. Can we perhaps break it up?" Yang Fan hadn't intended to be so cruel. He merely sent that many gifts in passing. Thus, he typed, "You don't have to finish it all. You both can dance for 10 minutes to Jiaojing 2 on the foot massage board. Then Dai can rest while Mao continues until she cries, and that will count as the punishment ending." Phew. The sisters breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his message. Dai stopped crying and bowed to the screen. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for your kindness. Dai will dance Jiaojing 2 for you right away." The viewers erupted in excitement. A wealthy big spender is indeed generous, sending 17 carnival gifts, yet the punishment is so light. Bengshi Xiaoyao, brother, you're being too lenient. You could have left the punishment to me. This is too easy. Just dancing until she cries? Ha ha ha. That is quite the confidence. We must ensure she dances until she cries for it to count as finished. Quite clever indeed. Mao wasn't bothered by Yang Fan's lenient punishment. It was relatively mild. Since they started this streaming endeavor, they had shed tears on numerous occasions. This incident served as a wake-up call. What if a wealthy viewer required them to endure several hours of punishment? That would indeed be unbearable. So, she planned to revise the rules after today, incorporating regular breaks and their durations. Previously, the rules were not thoroughly established because she never anticipated such a high volume of gifts. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for your kindness towards us sisters. I'm going to play the music now." Yang Fan said nothing and sent another 17 carnival gifts, which thrilled the sisters immensely. They understood they had encountered a generous big spender and were determined to make the most of it. What attracts streamers most? It must be a wealthy big spender. As long as they have support from such a figure, there is no stream that cannot thrive. The most direct method to gain platform support is to engage in various activities. And who is going to help with that? The answer is clear. Subsequently, Young Fan occasionally sent 1 or 2 carnival gifts to liven up the atmosphere, while Mau Mau eventually succumbed to tears from the foot massage board's pressure. Dai rushed to comfort her for quite a while until she regained her composure, sobbing, "Brother Xiaoyao, have we completed our punishment?" Young Fan replied through the screen, "I find Dai crying to be quite adorable. You two should log off and rest early. I'll return to see Dai cry next time." Chapter 28. Encountering a beauty at the airport. The two sisters were overjoyed upon seeing his message. This indicated that the generous big spender would return, and gifts would surely follow. After Young Fan logged off, he added the sisters' V accounts, and considering the time, he headed to take a shower to prepare for rest. In a charming little room brimming with youthful energy, Mau Mau and Dai, who had just finished their live stream, were beaming smiles. Dai was counting on her fingers, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "Mau Mau, we earned so much money today. Quickly calculate how much we can get from Brother Xiaoyao's gifts." Dressed in hanfu, Mau Mau felt a mix of exasperation and excitement as she pulled out her phone to calculate. Within moments, she arrived at a figure, repeating her calculations in disbelief. It seems we could have over 70,000. Upon hearing this, Dai squealed with delight. "Yay! Over 70,000? Ha 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 ha. That is fantastic. I can't believe we earned so much. I want to buy tons of delicious food. So many beautiful clothes." The two sisters embraced, leaping joyfully together. However, Mau Mau quickly regained her composure. "Brother Xiaoyao is a generous big spender. We must maintain this relationship. Let us check if he has added us on V. Dai also snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked her phone. "He added us. But what should I say to him?" Mau Mau shrugged. "This is my first time encountering such a big spender as well. I have no experience whatsoever. Oh, what do we do? Should I search it on Baidu?" Mau Mau found Dai's nervousness amusing. "Not necessary. First, we should express our gratitude to him. That is essential." Dai nodded, acknowledging her sister's reasoning. However, as she picked up her phone to type, she kept deleting and retyping, feeling her words were inadequate. Meanwhile, Mau Mau had already sent her message. Just after finishing his shower, Young Fan noticed that the two sisters had added him and received Mau Mau's message. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for your generous gifts. You've treated us today. It's nothing. I enjoyed myself as well. As long as Brother Xiaoyao is happy, we welcome you to join us anytime." "Great. Is your sister asleep?" "Not yet. She is fretting over how to message you. So shy." "She is not shy at all. She is usually a little wild, but when it comes to things she values, she gets indecisive." Just then, Dai's message finally came through. "Hello, Brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for your generosity. This is Dai's first time receiving so many gifts, and I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. How about you share your address with me, and I can send you some delicious food?" Young Fan found Dai's lengthy message somewhat amusing. Was sending him take out her idea of gratitude? Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased and decided to tease her a bit. "What if what you order isn't to my liking?" "Eh? Then please tell me what you'd like to eat. That way, I won't order incorrectly. Lack of sincerity. Don't I know what I want to eat?" After sending that message, he noticed the chat box was persistently in the typing state. Yet no new messages arrived. Knowing that the girl was likely overthinking again. 2 minutes later. "How about I buy some rabbit heads for you tomorrow and send them? They're really delicious. Why do you keep thinking about feeding me? Isn't it a wonderful thing to have an endless supply of delicious food? Don't you like it, Brother Xiaoyao?" Young Fan gazed at his phone, a smile inadvertently spreading across his face. "I can tell you're quite the foodie. My sister says the same thing about me. And no need to trouble yourself. Just focus on your live streaming, and you'll earn even more money in the future." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll be able to buy whatever I want, indulge in endless delicacies, and wear beautiful clothes. I'm truly so fortunate." Young Fan genuinely did not understand what this girl was so excited about. After all, the money had yet to be earned. "All right, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too, Okay, good night, Brother Xiaoyao." The next day, after getting out of bed and tidying up casually, Young Fan went outside to wash his hair. Once he felt the time was right, he took a taxi to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, he waited idly for a few minutes but received no message from Xiaolu. She likely had not landed yet. As he was engrossed in his phone, he suddenly heard the system's voice. "Detected a valid consumption target. Would you like to view information?" Huh. He looked up to see two well-endowed young women approaching him. Since both were wearing sunglasses, their exact features were obscured. His immediate impression was, beauty's view, name, Gong Jing, age, 26, height, 174, weight, 55, overall attractiveness, 89, number, 87, intimacy level, 0. Holy smokes. A 13? What a shame for this girl. She was the highest-rated beauty he had encountered since acquiring the Great Fool system, and she was not far from a score of 90 to unfortunately, the number stood at a staggering 13. Yet, he still felt a flicker of interest in this stunning beauty with an overall attractiveness score of 89. Wanting to see what she looked like without her sunglasses, it was merely for fun. Surely, she wouldn't mind. However, having never flirted with a stranger before, Yang Fan momentarily did not know how to initiate conversation. Luckily, after obtaining the system, he brimmed with confidence, and the side effect was an inflated sense of self-assurance. Just a casual thought led him to devise a pickup line. Seeing the beauties about to walk away, he thought, what the heck, if I get rejected? So be it. It's not like I'm losing a chunk of flesh. Thus, he jogged a few steps to catch up, calling out, Gong Jing. Sure enough, the two beauties walking ahead instantly turned around. The slightly taller one scrutinized him for a moment before asking, who are you? It was evident she was the one indicated by the system. Her hair styled in a bun, her face petite. She wore a long black outfit that hugged her hips, completely obscuring her pants. Yang Fan's eyes widened at the sight of her long legs clad in lettered black stockings. Those legs were even longer than Guruejie's, truly a stunning sight. She wore a pair of black ankle boots that made her appear taller than him. After pausing upon her inquiry, Yang Fan replied naturally, let us add each other on WeChat. Gong Jing struggled to recall him, realizing she had no impression of this guy, and straightforwardly replied, no thanks. Did you have something to say? Intimacy level -10. What the heck? Chapter 29. The female streamer drops in. Yang Fan did not expect that after calling her name, he would be met with such a response. Wasn't she even the slightest bit curious? She outright refused to get to know him. What he did not know was that Gong Jing believed her memory to be quite good. If he were a quality man, she would certainly remember him. Since she had no recollection, there could only be two possibilities. Either he learned her name from somewhere and approached her, or perhaps they had crossed paths before, but he was someone unworthy of her memory. If that were the case, why would she bother getting to know him? Furthermore, this guy's appearance was average, and his attire even more so. Completely lacking any standout features, she had no interest in men like him, so she refused to engage. Seeing his intimacy level decrease, Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly, no problem. Then he turned to leave. Intimacy level -5. Gong Jing was also quite speechless as her intimacy level fell again. As Yang Fan walked away, he overheard the other girl chuckling softly. Our Jingjing is just too charming, attracting attention wherever she goes. At that moment, Yang Fan's phone rang. He picked it up to find a message from Xiao Lu. The girl had finally arrived and was now making her way outside. 5 minutes later, a stunning girl, exuding youthful energy, emerged from the airport, pulling a small suitcase. She scanned the area and quickly spotted Yang Fan, striding directly towards him. Detected a valid consumption target. Would you like to view information? View, name, Lu Xiaolu, age, 22, height, 164, weight, 50, overall attractiveness, 86, 97, status, normal intimacy level, 29, another 3. Yang Fan was somewhat satisfied with Xiao Lu's rating, but the low intimacy level left him feeling perplexed. After all, he had gifted her several 100,000. Yet, her intimacy level was only 29. As she approached him, she smiled and said, Brother Xiaoyao, have you been waiting long? Yang Fan nodded with a smile. Yeah, I've been waiting for over 10 minutes. How will you make it up to me? Let us go. I'll treat you to a feast. Xiao Lu exclaimed, linking her arm with his, displaying an ease that was utterly unpretentious. Yang Fan certainly did not reject her affectionate gesture. After all, she was a beautiful woman. The two strolled towards the taxi stand outside the airport. A few minutes later, the two previously encountered beauties stood at the parking lot entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Jingjing, isn't that the guy who just tried to hit on you? Gong Jing followed her friend's pointing finger and saw Yang Fan walking over from a distance, hand in hand with Xiao Lu, appearing quite intimate. As they got a better look at Xiao Lu's beauty, Gong Jing's friend gasped, oh my, his girlfriend is so gorgeous, and he still tried to flirt with you? Ugh. What a scumbag, by the way. How did the standards for scumbags get so low these days? Gong Jing wholeheartedly agreed with her friend's remark. It was quite absurd that a guy with no standout features was already acting like a scoundrel. What surprised her even more was that he had managed to find a girlfriend who was not much less attractive than herself. Although the scoundrel's actions did not concern her, the thought of him having a girlfriend while still trying to flirt with her left her feeling rather displeased. Intimacy level -10, she pondered for a moment, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Thus, she lifted her long legs and walked toward young Fan and Xiao Lu. Hey Jingjing, where are you going? Gong Jing merely waved her hand dismissively without stopping or responding. Unfazed by the sudden decrease in intimacy, Yang Fan continued chatting with Xiao Lu. However, when he noticed the high-scoring beauty walking towards him, he felt a tinge of confusion. But after a moment's reflection, he dismissed it as coincidence, thinking she was likely heading in his direction. To his surprise, Gong Jing stopped just a short distance in front of him, removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes, and stated, "Hey there, didn't you want my contact information earlier? Do you still want it?" Gong Jing's intention was simple, to expose his earlier flirtation in front of his girlfriend. She wanted to see how he would explain himself. What surprised her was that this supposed scoundrel had no intention of explaining. Instead, he simply smiled. After a moment of being taken aback by her beauty upon seeing her without her sunglasses, Yang Fan casually pulled out his phone and grinned. "Why don't you scan my QR code?" Gong Jing was momentarily at a loss. She glanced at Xiao Lu, who appeared unbothered, simply observing her and then her so-called scoundrel. What was going on? To her disbelief, she proceeded to scan Yang Fan's code, successfully adding him on WeChat. Afterward, she looked back at Xiao Lu, who merely furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing, appearing quite composed. "Seriously? Your boyfriend is adding another girl's contact right in front of you, and you're not even slightly reactive?" At first, Yang Fan was puzzled by Gong Jing's sudden warmth after her previous coldness, but he could guess the reason behind it from her occasional glances at Xiao Lu. However, he had no intention of revealing his insights. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Let's connect on WeChat." After saying that, he took Xiao Lu and left, leaving Gong Jing in a state of confusion. Her friend, who had witnessed the entire exchange from a distance, approached her after a while and said, "Jingjing, do you think it's possible that the girl isn't actually his girlfriend? Maybe she is a sister or something. We might have misunderstood them." Gong Jing thought for a moment and agreed it was possible. Otherwise, there was no reason for Xiao Lu to remain so calm. Before she could respond, she overheard her friend continue, "Even if she is his sister, they can't be biological sisters. Their looks are too different." Seeing her friend's comment, she chuckled and thought, why not just ask him? So she playfully shook her phone and sent Young Fan a message. "What's your relationship with that girl from earlier?" Young Fan had just gotten into the car when he noticed Gong Jing's message and was somewhat surprised. Feeling there was nothing to hide, he replied, "Nothing much, just a streamer I frequently watch." Gong Jing was completely baffled by his response. How could such a beautiful streamer be interested in a loser like him? And they seemed so close. She was somewhat familiar with the live streaming industry and had friends who were streamers. Typically, when a female streamer drops in, it's usually because of a top-tier supporter. Even if not the top, at least the second or third. The idea that they would drop in on a broke loser was something she could never accept. After pondering for a while, she felt she might have truly misunderstood something. Thankfully, she hadn't deleted his contact earlier and had only been curious. Chapter 30. Xiao Lu is a bit dramatic. Xiao Lu had witnessed everything that transpired earlier but was quite clear about her relationship with Yang Fan, so she refrained from asking questions or acting jealous. While in the car, she saw Yang Fan typing and teased, as expected of brother Xiaoyao. "Even I felt a flutter when I saw that beauty. Your charm is just deadly." Yang Fan set his phone down, wrapped an arm around Xiao Lu, and chuckled. "I think our Xiao Lu is far more beautiful." This was not mere flattery. Their overall attractiveness levels were quite comparable. But the purity of their appeal differed significantly. Clean-cut beauties always attract men more, though, of course, you have to be a beauty first. Xiao Lu rolled her eyes playfully at him. "Sweet-talked, Dio, you think I believe that? Why wouldn't you believe it? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Humph. Then why were you only focused on chatting with others when I was right beside you?" I just put my phone down. Didn't I? An hour later, the two arrived at a 5-star hotel, where Yang Fan booked a presidential suite for Xiao Lu and they placed her luggage inside. "What are we doing today, brother Xiaoyao?" Xiao Lu inquired. Yang Fan, sporting a wicked grin, pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "Since we woke up so early today, how about we rest here for a bit?" His meaning was already quite clear, and Xiao Lu understood it perfectly. Xiao Lu intimacy level -2. Damn. You're the one who initiated all this. Haven't you prepared for this aspect? With the intimacy level already low, it dropped even further so easily. Xiaolu shifted her head off his shoulder, casting him a playful glance. Brother Xiaoyao, don't rush things. I'm not feeling well these days. With that, she watched Yang Fan's expression. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, pondering what she meant. If he hadn't checked Gao Wenwen's information yesterday and discovered that a woman's status would also be displayed in that section, he might have truly been deceived. However, he chose not to point it out and instead casually asked, if that's the case, why did you choose to come today? Xiaolu attempted to snuggle close to him again but was gently pushed away. Pouting, she feigned a pitiful look and said, Brother Xiaoyao, don't be angry. I really wanted to see you. I came here to hang out with you, and you're only focused on that. Xiaolu's primary purpose for coming was to use her beauty to captivate him, ideally developing him into her devoted supporter, thereby boosting her streaming career. Ultimately, she was interested in his money, and there wasn't much affection between them. While she was open to being intimate with him, that would only be a last resort. She wouldn't easily give in. Thus, when faced with Yang Fan's blunt words, she initially used her discomfort as an excuse, hoping to see if flirting could solidify their relationship. Yang Fan felt a bit irritated that she was being so indecisive despite having taken the initiative. However, he mused that it was still much better than the other two streamers who hadn't made any moves. It was somewhat silly that she had already landed herself a top supporter but was still dragging her feet. This behavior, which could have been a positive, only served to detract from her appeal. He had no intention of indulging her in any flirtatious games. His vision as a great fool was far broader than that. With a smile, he said, now that you've met the person, let us skip the games. I have things to do. Since you're here, why not explore a bit on your own and head back after a few days? After saying that, he turned to head toward the door. Xiaolu was taken aback. Did she realize she had messed up? This guy was a straightforward man, completely devoid of any subtlety. Couldn't he take it slow? She hadn't entirely rejected him. After all, she had mentioned feeling unwell. She thought her excuse was believable, yet she didn't realize Yang Fan could see through her pretense. Feeling a bit wronged, she rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Brother Xiaoyao, don't leave. Yang Fan halted, turning to look at her. There's something else? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a shy demeanor, she whispered something in his ear. Clearly, she realized she had overplayed her hand and was attempting to salvage the situation. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that he would be ready to leave so abruptly, even doubting her own allure. Yang Fan was initially taken aback, then shook his head, in no need. After saying that, he attempted to free his arm from her grasp, but she tightened her hold, playfully pouting, considering the time. Can't you just indulge me for a day or two? She had come to consolidate their relationship and didn't want her initiative to backfire. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, she could only reluctantly yield. Yang Fan felt that her request was somewhat reasonable. Unfortunately, due to her low intimacy level, he realized that gaining rewards would require patience. However, he knew that a low intimacy level didn't signify much. It merely affected the rewards. As he proposed the next course of action, Xiaolu sighed internally, recognizing that this was the moment she had to face her fate. Yet, when she truly confronted this palpable reality, she felt less apprehensive. After casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Fan, she playfully remarked, Teske. At that moment, fate began to shift unpredictably, almost as if it were angered. Yang Fan, observing the courageous Lu Xiaolu, felt a twinge of pity as he gently stroked her hair, but she paid him no mind, still anxiously facing her fate. As time passed, Yang Fan could only let out a deep sigh. He picked up a wet wipe from the table and handed it to her, smiling as he said, Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Xiaolu accepted it with a displeased expression. Are you satisfied now? I need to retouch my makeup. Humph, the rogue. Yang Fan smiled as he gently wrapped his arm around her. Once you've finished your makeup, I'll take you out for a stroll and indulge in some shopping. The girl shot him a sidelong glance, puffing her cheeks in a rather haughty manner. Least you know your place. Half an hour later, they headed straight for the mall. This place was adored by nearly every girl, especially when accompanied by someone like Yang Fan, who was affluent and willing to splurge. It was bound to be a delightful shopping excursion. Hence, the mall had almost become a regular haunt for him when charming ladies. Upon entering, Xiaolu wasted no time and treated herself to a plethora of luxury items. Lu Xiaolu Intimacy 5. As they approached Chow Tai Fook, Yang Fan paused momentarily upon spotting a familiar face. His ex-girlfriend? Leglan.at that moment, she was at the counter, selecting earrings with a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Chapter 31. Encountering an ex, she noticed Yang Fan approaching and her eyes widened in disbelief as they flickered to Xiao Lu, then scanned the bags in their hands, revealing a look of astonishment. How could this be possible? Her expression shifted to one of complexity. She never expected to run into her former boyfriend in such a manner, especially with a strikingly youthful and beautiful girl by his side. Laden with luxury goods, it was baffling. She cast a fleeting glance at the bespectacled man beside her, feeling as though she had lost something significant. The man noticed her unease and curiously inquired, "Darling, what's wrong?" She shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." Then, she lowered her gaze, pretending not to recognize Yang Fan. Yang Fan contemplated whether to switch to another store, but felt that such a move would be overly conspicuous and ultimately settled into a calm demeanor. Although he managed to conceal his feelings well, Xiao Lu sensed something amiss. After sizing up Leglan for a moment, she turned to Yang Fan with a bright smile. "Darling, you've bought me so many things today. I want to get you a gift too. Let's choose something over there." She deliberately raised her voice so that Leglan could hear. Indeed, as soon as her words fell, they attracted the attention of those around them. Even the bespectacled man was taken aback by her figure and beauty. After shooting Yang Fan a jealous glance, he disdainfully pursed his lips, internally scoffing, "Damn." Another flower blooming amidst the dung. Only Leglan glanced at them briefly, before returning to her task of feigning interest in the earrings, her heart a tumult of emotions. Just a few months had passed, and he seemed to have flourished. She felt as though she had missed out on so much. When Yang Fan noticed Xiao Lu's deliberate use of darling and her hint about buying him something, he realized that the clever girl had likely pieced together the situation. Sometimes she was quite astute, yet at other times rather naive. Since Xiao Lu was so cooperative, he decided to play along. "All right, but there's one condition." "What condition?" "You pick, and I'll handle the bill. You keep your money for yourself." Xiao Lu paused for a moment, then beamed at him. "You're the best, darling." The salesperson, seeing the business opportunity, quickly approached them. Xiao Lu then selected a necklace priced at over 30,000. He was indifferent, as he knew the system wouldn't allow him to liquidate such items anyway. They were merely for occasional adornment. After swiping his card, he instructed the salesperson, "Please show her some women's necklaces and bracelets." The salesperson was elated, having just completed a transaction exceeding 30,000, and now another sale was imminent. And of course, handsome, beautiful lady, take a look at this. Xiao Lu, not one to hold back, began perusing the selections. Meanwhile, Leglan, though examining earrings, was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Her mind spiraled with the refrain. How could this be? How could this be? At a tea that moment, the onlookers finally understood why someone as ordinary as Yang Fan had a companion so exquisite. It was indeed due to his financial prowess. Truly, notions of genuine love were nothing but fanciful musings. After spending over 40,000, Yang Fan affectionately told Xiao Lu, "Let us move on and see what else we can explore." Xiao Lu glanced at her haul, her expression turning slightly sour. "Darling, I already have so much. Why don't we call it a day and head back with our treasures? We can shop again another time." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, we can come back another day with that." He led Xiao Lu out of Chow Tai Fook. Leglan looked up at their departing figures, her expression one of unspoken words, which ultimately dissolved into a sigh. Once outside the mall, Xiao Lu eagerly inquired, "So, how did I do, Yang Fan? Wasn't I great?" Yang Fan chuckled. "You performed splendidly, but how did you figure it out?" "Hee. A woman's sixth sense is quite accurate. I could tell at a glance that that girl was looking at you with unusual intent, so I deduced she must be your admirer. I just casually helped chase away the flies." "Admirer? With that level of insight, you dare boast about a woman's sixth sense?" Yet he refrained from disabusing her of her notions. If she wanted to believe he had an admirer, let it be. In truth, this misunderstanding was not entirely her fault. In her eyes, Yang Fan was an extravagant tycoon, far too discerning to be interested in someone of mediocre appearance. Consequently, she had never even considered the possibility of his ex-girlfriend. Upon returning to the hotel, feeling somewhat fatigued from their shopping spree, they opted for room service rather than dining out. After their meal, they engaged in gaming until the evening, when Xiao Lu announced, "Yang Fan, I'm going to start a live stream." Yang Fan waved dismissively to "Go ahead. I'll join your stream shortly." He then reclined on the bed, spending most of his time in Xiao Lu's live stream, showering her with gifts. This session marked the highest amount he had gifted her in recent times. Xiao Lu felt elated, thinking to herself, "My efforts are indeed yielding returns, and this is a small investment with a great payoff. An absolute bargain." Just then, Yang Fan received a message from Gong Jing. "What are you up to?" Watching a stream in a luxurious apartment, Gong Jing lounged on the sofa in a relaxed manner. Her voluptuous figure resembled a ripe peach, utterly captivating. Fortunately, there were no men around. Otherwise, there would surely be a stir. As she messaged a friend, she noticed Yang Fan was online and recalled that since adding him, they had exchanged only a few casual words. She mused that at this hour, he must be engaged in some intimate activity with that female streamer. Thus, almost instinctively, she sent a message, and to her surprise, he responded, "Do you enjoy watching streams that much?" "Not particularly, it's quite entertaining." "Are you perhaps the legendary top supporter?" I suppose so." That wasn't entirely inaccurate, as he was indeed the top supporter in several streams he frequented. Gong Jing's eyes lit up upon his admission, thinking to herself, "As expected, I nearly misjudged him." Gong Jing Intimacy 5. No wonder there are rumors that some wealthy individuals prefer to remain low-key. It certainly seems to be the case. "You're quite low-key." Yang Fan internally scoffed, "I don't wish to be low-key either." But circumstances don't allow for it. As he prepared to reply, he noticed she had sent an image, and upon glancing at it, he saw it was a Chanel perfume, limited edition, 200 ml, priced at $33.58. He was momentarily taken aback. Just as he sent his question, she retracted the image. "Sent it to the wrong person. I meant to send it to my friend for reference." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at the message. "Do you expect me to believe that?" He pondered the implications. Chapter 32. The initial encounter with Gong Jing. After considering, he concluded there were two possibilities. Point 1. She might be hinting that she desired it, gauging his reaction. However, they were not close enough for her to resort to such tactics. That would make her appear rather foolish. The second possibility was that she genuinely sent it to the wrong person. Yet, at that moment, Gong Jing had shed her earlier aloof demeanor, actively engaging in conversation with him and responding promptly. Coupled with her low purity score and the increase in intimacy upon learning he was a top supporter, all signs pointed to the likelihood of her being a gold digger. Yang Fan chuckled inwardly. He wasn't afraid of gold diggers, as it was all free for him. He decided to test the waters. He promptly transferred 35,000 to her, adding the note, "If you like it, buy 10 bottles." Gong Jing was somewhat unsettled upon seeing the 35,000 transfer. Her little ploy was intended to subtly hint to Yang Fan that she liked the perfume, but if he actually sent money, she would have backed off immediately. She wanted to project the image of not being a materialistic woman to garner his favor. Returning 3,000 was inconsequential to her, but exchanging it for a bit of his affection was certainly worthwhile. However, Yang Fan had disregarded the script entirely, directly transferring 35,000 for her to buy 10 bottles. Did he expect her to drink that much? This left her feeling conflicted. But after a moment's thought, she realized he was a tycoon who could freely give away 35,000 to a girl he had just met. Her spirits soared, thinking she absolutely could not accept this money. Thus, she returned the transfer and replied, "Why are you sending me money?" "What? Not accepting. Just take it. It's merely perfume. If you like it, buy it." We're not lacking in means. Gong Jing found herself speechless. His tone suggested he was addressing a girlfriend. "Don't even try. If I like it, I'll buy it myself. It's just perfume, and I'm not lacking in means. Forget it. Then, I'll just send it to the female streamer." What the hell? Is this guy for real? Sending that message to me is really not cool. Are you not trying to pursue me? She admitted she was somewhat irritated, especially when she thought the more than 30,000 she could have received would now go to a streamer. How could she not be annoyed? I feel like cursing. Yang Fan found it amusing, thinking she truly didn't care about such a sum. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm going to take a shower. Gong Jing realized she was at a loss for words. Since she had already chosen to curry favor, it wouldn't do to backtrack. However, she understood that securing a wealthy benefactor could yield even greater returns in the future. Now clear-headed, her earlier frustration evaporated, and she happily headed for the shower. Unbeknownst to her, until she finished and emerged, Yang Fan had not responded to her messages, nor did he seem concerned if she was upset. Such a dense man. She decided to ignore him, thinking that they had plenty of time ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was engrossed in watching Ali dance when he noticed Xiao Lu approaching. Not streaming anymore? The girl smiled and nodded. Yes, I finished early today, not wanting you to be bored and come to keep me company. Keep me company? You're in your special period. How can I? He replied with feigned innocence. Xiao Lu, hearing this, was not pleased. What? Where are you going? Young Fan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, None of your business. With a beauty sleeping beside me that I cannot touch, it's unbearable. I'll come back tomorrow. Her irritation flared at his words, and she climbed onto the bed, grasping him. You're not going anywhere. I can do what I did before. Having just received a substantial tip from Young Fan, she was contemplating their promising future and couldn't bear to let her benefactor leave. Young Fan, observing her enticing demeanor and her adorable cherry lips, thought that perhaps this was not such a bad situation. With a mischievous smirk, he said, Then let us see how you perform. Humph, bad man. Look at me. Xiao Lu was perplexed, raising her head to look at him, her expression filled with questions. The next day, Young Fan awoke to find Xiao Lu already awake, lying beside him while playing on her phone. Upon seeing him stir, she quipped, You lazy bum. If you don't wake up soon, I'll starve to death. Originally quite energized in the morning, Young Fan felt a flutter in his heart at her playful demeanor. Feigning benevolence, he said, Hungry? If you're hungry, just eat with that. He embraced Xiao Lu, prompting her to squirm. I'm not eating that. I don't want to. Gurgle. Half an hour later, he took the somewhat disgruntled Xiao Lu out for a lavish meal, earning her reluctant forgiveness. They then explored an ancient town, indulging in various local delicacies and even donned traditional minority attire for photographs. After a day filled with fun, as they returned to the hotel, Xiao Lu quietly informed him, Young Fan, my special period is over. Young Fan was unfazed. He knew she had never actually been in a special period, having spun several lies to cover her tracks. However, he reveled in the unexpected benefits this afforded him. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Lu had decided on this course of action to relieve herself of burdens. Just as he was about to make a move, she laughed and dashed away. Not now. I need to stream first. Be good and wait for me. Self-entertainment? Young Fan could only helplessly scroll through Douyin. After showering Xiao Lu with gifts during her live stream, he finally got to enjoy the fruits of his labor that evening. Xiao Lu held a concert. After nearly an hour of singing and dancing, she finally stopped, utterly exhausted. Xiao Lu Intimacy 5. Leaning against Young Fan, she gently asked, Young Fan, am I now considered your girlfriend? Young Fan was taken aback, glancing at her intimacy level, which was still at 46, not even reaching 60. What was she playing at? Don't entertain such thoughts. My heart is shattered into many pieces. Behave, and perhaps you might earn a small fragment. Unfortunately, while the law may not restrict the number of women one could have, it did stipulate that one could only be married to one. With the convoluted system he had acquired, it seemed unlikely he would ever marry anyone. Xiao Lu Intimacy 2, huh? He barely registered the increase in intimacy before Xiao Lu continued, I understand. Someone like you must be looking for a match in social standing. Otherwise, your family wouldn't approve. She had unwittingly envisioned him as a wealthy heir. Chapter 33. Re-encountering Feng Yuting. Young Fan replied nonchalantly, I have no intention of marrying. Xiao Lu was somewhat puzzled, then chuckled. So, just seeking lovers and not a wife? Young Fan shook his head. I could say I seek a wife, but without the certificate. Uffed, scoundrel. Xiao Lu playfully scolded him and shifted her head against his shoulder. Though her intimacy did not diminish as for what she was truly thinking, he remained oblivious. Perhaps due to this conversation, he took her out to enjoy a variety of local delicacies, checking off several lesser-known attractions. Despite spending an entire day together, her enthusiasm for him remained undiminished, yet her intimacy stubbornly refused to rise. He had hoped to reach 60 quickly to claim the level 2 cashback card. But it appeared this would not be a simple task. After much contemplation, he suspected the issue lay with their earlier dialogue. Learning from his mistake, he resolved, in the future, when intimacy was lacking, he would avoid shattering their fantasies of marrying him. As for Xiao Lu, he could only give her time to ponder. If she came to terms with it, all would be well. If not, neither would incur any loss. During her live stream that evening, Xiao Lu noticed he was still showering her with gifts, but he seemed somewhat distracted. Part of her thought being a lover was quite appealing. It would elevate her family's lifestyle significantly. Yet, she also felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at merely being a lover despite her beauty. For now, she decided to take it step by step, wondering if she might one day encounter someone even more exceptional who would love her dearly. However, she kept these thoughts from Young Fan, and after her stream, she was even more enthusiastic and proactive in her interactions with him. After spending another 2 days, Xiao Lu's intimacy barely climbed 2 points, just managing to surpass 5-0. At this moment, the young doe was already preparing to depart, having booked her flight the day before. She embraced Yang Fan, burying her head in his chest as she spoke softly. Xiao Yao Gu, I am heading back now. Shall we plan a trip to another place next time? Yang Fan tenderly stroked her silky long hair and replied, Certainly, but if you wish to be my woman, you must refrain from flirting with other young men upon your return. Otherwise, our fate may be severed. Lu Xiaolu Intimacy 1. With a slight huff, she paused before whispering, I understand. After 4 days of togetherness, during which they were inseparable, Lu Xiaolu took her leave. The nights had been filled with revelry, and Yang Fan decided to take a day to rest. After seeing Lu Xiaolu off, he took a taxi home directly from the airport. As the car traversed the road, approaching his neighborhood, he spotted a familiar figure at a nearby bus stop. Ah, it's that girl I helped at the bus station, he exclaimed, noticing her just as she stepped off the bus, carrying a small bag as she walked down the street. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed the driver, Please stop at the intersection ahead. The driver continued a short distance before gently bringing the car to a halt. After paying, Yang Fan felt a bit conflicted, pondering whether approaching her directly would reveal too much eagerness. Ultimately, he decided to create a chance encounter at the intersection, allowing her to recognize him first since her direction indicated she would inevitably pass by. Thus, he stood by the roadside, feigning interest in his phone, while waiting for the girl to slowly approach. Detecting valid consumer target, would you like to view information? Yes. He had forgotten to check last time, only recalling after she had left, making it too late. Name, Feng Yuding, age, 23, height, 165, weight, 50, overall attractiveness, 90, 99 status, normal intimacy, 25. The high score of 90 in attractiveness astonished him, and he was further surprised to discover that her intimacy towards him had reached 25. It was evident that she must have been quite frightened by that madman, which explains her deep impression of him. Feng Yuding had just finished work and was on her way to visit her grandmother. Walking along the road, she suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette at the intersection. As she approached, deep in thought, she only remembered who he was once she was closer, but not having seen his face clearly, she hesitated to confirm. Thus, she hurriedly quickened her pace, reaching him and exclaiming in surprise, Xiaoga, is that really you? At this moment, Yang Fan turned to examine her closely. Before him was a beautifully delicate face adorned with light makeup. Her figure was well proportioned, her hair styled in a bun just like the last time, and she wore a light blue short dress complemented by high-heeled sandals that revealed her fair, long legs. If her professional attire had previously left him impressed with her elegance and competence, today she radiated a pure and beautiful charm. Although Yang Fan couldn't quite discern how her overall attractiveness surpassed that of Gong Jing and Gu Ruijia, he felt each had their own merits. Gong Jing's appeal lay in her ample curves and alluring black stockings, while Gu Ruijia's youthful and tender appearance, along with her enticing JK uniform, exuded a captivating teenage girl vibe that was hard for Yang Fan to resist. Feng Yuding's appearance was relatively ordinary, relying solely on her looks and figure. Perhaps if she dressed as stylishly as the other two, her advantages would be more evident. After all, the system's judgment was likely superior to his own. As Yang Fan pondered silently, Feng Yuding noticed him staring and teasingly asked, Can't remember me? Do you want me to give you a hint? Yang Fan smiled. How could I forget? My memory isn't that poor. It's good to see you again. Yes, indeed. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Feng Yuding. Thank you for your help last time. I'm Yang Fan, with the character for ordinary. It was merely a small favor. What may seem trivial to you is significant to me. Let us exchange contact information. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. There was no reason for him to refuse, as this was precisely what he had intended when he orchestrated this chance encounter. After they successfully added each other on WeChat, the beautiful girl inquired, Yang Gu, do you live around here? Yes, and you? I visit my grandmother here occasionally. As their paths aligned for the moment, they strolled together, engaging in casual conversation. Yang Fan began to discreetly inquire about her background. That day, you were in professional attire. What do you do for work? The young lady responded with ease. I sell cosmetics in a department store. Are you the boss? Not at all. I'm just an employee. Well, you could certainly grow your business and become the boss one day. Which department store? I'll come and support your business. She hesitated, realizing he was genuinely kind-hearted. And knowing that young people often needed cosmetics, she decided to share. I work at the Chanel counter in Hunter International. If you need anything, just contact me, and I'll try to give you a discount. Sounds good. At the request of the esteemed figures, I will occasionally provide a ranking of female characters at the end of the chapters. Let me clarify that this is not filler, as the word count of the main text remains unchanged. Point 1. White Stocking School Bell, Wu Sha Sha, Pure Land, 2. Aerial Streamer, Lu Xiaolu, First Aerial Drop, 3. JK Beauty, Guruajia, Accompanying Play 1, 4. Train Shaker. Ollie, Not Seen 5. Department Store Salesgirl, Phone Yuting, Bus Station Encounter, 6. Love Struck, Chen Siyu, Accompanying Play 2, 7. Southern Airlines Stewardess, Gong Jing, Airport Encounter, 8. Twins, Daimao Sisters, Not Seen, Chapter 34. Game streamer Pikachu. The two hadn't walked long before diverging from their paths, and Yang Fan had to bid farewell to the beautiful girl. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact information and gathered quite a bit of information. Upon returning home, he took out his phone to find messages from Gong Jing and Guruajia. Guruajia, Gidge, I miss you. When will you be done with your work? Let us meet in a day or two. Gong Jing. I've arrived in Beijing. I'll bring you some local specialties. Gong Jing was a flight attendant with Southern Airlines, and it was no wonder he had encountered her at the airport previously. He recalled her recent posts on social media, filled with pictures of high-end venues and exquisite dishes. But he hadn't scrolled down to see more. He learned about her profession during their occasional chats. What specialties does Beijing have? Doji? I can't stand that. Next, he opened Douyin, and as he entered, he noticed a stranger beauty live streaming, prompted by big data. Detecting valid consumer target. What a coincidence. After spending some time on Douyin, he had realized that truly beautiful women were scarce on the platform. Even several seemingly stunning first-tier internet celebrities barely reached an 80 in attractiveness, relying heavily on beauty filters and photo editing. There were far too many fake beauties. Thus, encountering a female streamer who triggered a system prompt today felt remarkably fortuitous. This streamer, known as Pikachu, had a sweet appearance and a lovely smile. At the moment, she was chatting animatedly with her viewers. You all saw the last game, right? I played the knight, which means I'm a paladin. Aside from the wolf beauty, I wouldn't even bother with the little wolf cubs. No exaggeration at all. You all think it was because I took down the wolf beauty that we won, right? I'm the one who brought them to victory. This is what we call a comeback. Welcome, Half-Life Xiaoyao brother. Upon entering, Yang Fan was taken aback. Good heavens, this beauty's livestream had over 6,000 viewers, which was no small number. Listening closely, he realized she was a werewolf kill streamer, recently concluding an offline competition and now reviewing the game while chatting with her viewers. Although he didn't play werewolf kill often due to being somewhat unskilled, that didn't hinder him from showering gifts upon the beauty. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent a carnival gift. Upon seeing the carnival effect, the beauty paused her lively chatter and said somewhat flatly, "Thank you, Half-Life brother, for the carnival." Then, she placed her hands on her head, forming a heart, preparing to continue chatting. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent another carnival gift too. Thank you, Half-Life brother, for yet another carnival. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent another carnival gift 3. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent another carnival gift 4. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent another carnival gift 5. Wow. Thank you, Half-Life brother, for 5. No, 6, 7, 8. Thank you, Half-Life brother, for so many carnivals. As she expressed her gratitude, she noticed the carnival gifts hadn't ceased, with effects flooding the screen one after another. Upon realizing this, she was left astonished, covering her mouth with her hand and widening her eyes. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent another carnival gift 17. Yang Fan continued sending gifts until he reached 17. Not only was the girl thrilled, but the viewers were also swept up in excitement. Awesome. Wow. So impressive. How many is that? 17 carnivals. A wealthy patron has arrived. Who is a wealthy patron? Xiaoyao brother is a bona fide godly rich. As the viewers filled the screen with praises, many recognized him, confirming his rising fame. Pikachu typically only live streamed during offline competitions, so she wasn't particularly aware of Yang Fan's newfound status, but was nonetheless excited. Realizing she should address him as Xiaoyao brother rather than Half-Life brother, she promptly adjusted her greeting. Thank you, Xiaoyao brother, for the support. Xiaoyao brother is amazing. Let us go for APK.as. Soon as this message appeared on the screen, the viewers began typing in unison. Xiaoyao brother wants you to go for a PK. The streamer, of course, seized the opportunity. Alright, I'm on it. I've been wanting to take down Canon brother for a while. Soon, she connected with a male streamer, who grinned and said, "Little lightning, why are you connecting with me?" The beauty playfully shook her fist, saying, "To take you down." The male streamer laughed even more brightly. "Take me down? Haven't you lost enough already? Enough with the chatter. If you lose, my previous punishment is off the table, and you'll have to call me Sister Lightning respectfully whenever you see me. Are you up for it? Wow, looks like you've got some backing. Huh, I hear people saying you have a big brother on your side. Are you in or out? Just say it, and if you lose, you decide. All right, then if you lose, you'll have to bring me supper every time we compete. Deal." Since they frequently participated in offline competitions together, the punishments wouldn't be too severe. Yang Fan didn't mind, and as they reconnected for a PK, he immediately sent out 17 carnivals, swiftly depleting the male streamer's health bar. The male streamer glanced at his health bar, his eyes widening in disbelief, shouting something that Yang Fan couldn't hear due to the muted mic, but it was clear he was trying to rally votes. Indeed, the opposing health bar began to recover, indicating plenty of people were voting for the other side. Fortunately, many of Yang Fan's viewers were also joining in, securing a steady advantage. Pikachu called out, "Brothers, even though we're temporarily ahead, do not let your guard down. The opponent is formidable. I've never beaten them before. With Xiaoyao brother here today, let us secure a win. Those with votes, lend a hand." Half-Life Xiaoyao sent a carnival gift too. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent a carnival gift 17 as soon as the beauty finished her plea. Yang Fan sent another 17 carnivals, swiftly pushing the opposing health bar far back. With excitement, she covered her mouth with her hands. "Xiaoyao brother, you're too amazing. Haha, we got this. We got this. Thank you, Xiaoyao brother. Brothers, we're winning for sure. How could the opponent possibly compete with Xiaoyao brother? I'm not boasting here. We don't even have to defend the tower. I could lend them a few carnivals, and they wouldn't catch up." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Half-Life Xiaoyao sent a carnival gift too. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent a carnival gift 17 Chapter 35. Little Lightning's triumphant return. Yang Fan unleashed another wave of carnival gifts. "Wow, Xiaoyao brother is incredible. This is about to be a complete annihilation of that mountain cannon. Ha ha ha." The beauty was so excited that she even dropped the formalities with Cannon brother, simply referring to him as Mountain Cannon. The viewers were equally thrilled, filling the screen with exclamations of amazement and excitement. Although the PK wasn't over yet, the opposing votes had stalled significantly as the match neared its conclusion, with the score at 1,783,964 to 619,857. The male streamer conceded, unable to reach even the slightest fraction of victory. He reluctantly unmuted his mic, saying, "Little Lightning, it seems you have a truly formidable supporter on your side. Their firepower is quite overwhelming. 1,700,000 votes. Can we still enjoy this? Ha ha ha. How formidable is our Xiaoyao brother? Do you still dare to call me Little Lightning? Don't you know what it means to accept a bet? Sister Lightning is amazing. Is that better? All right, Little Mountain Cannon. From now on, whenever you see me, you must call me sister. Are you up for another round? Forget it. I don't have the resources today. Let us have our rematch another time. You can go look for Ching Ching." With that, they hung up, and Pikachu turned to her viewers, asking, "Xiaoyao brother, are you going to keep playing?" Yang Fan casually replied, "Sure, great." At last, Sister Lightning can hold her head high. She then connected with another female streamer named Ching Ching, who also appeared quite lovely but didn't trigger a system prompt. As soon as they connected, Ching Ching said, "Little Lightning, are you looking to take me down after just taking down Cannon brother?" The rapid recognition of the situation surprised Pikachu. It seemed that viewers had rushed to inform Ching Ching after the previous PK concluded. Her smile widened uncontrollably. "What taking down? That's not it at all. I'm just here for a friendly PK with Ching Ching." You think I'll believe that? With a big brother backing you. You're feeling quite confident, huh? Tell me, what is the punishment? Let us make it like with Little Mountain Cannon. If you lose, you'll call me sister whenever you see me. If I lose, not only will I call you sister, but I'll also bring you supper every time we compete. How does that sound? Fair enough. It was clear that after witnessing Yang Fan's generosity, this beauty had become quite bold. All right, I accept. As they reconnected, Ching Ching knew her chances of victory were slim, but as they often played together, she was keen to see Pikachu spoiled a little more, hoping for her to eat well. It must be said that her heart was in the right place. Some superficial friends in similar situations would likely succumb to jealousy first. As the PK commenced, Yang Fan again sent out 17 carnival gifts. The female streamer played music, excitedly shouting, Long live Xiaoyao brother. So amazing, so amazing. I love you. The opposing firepower was clearly lacking, falling far short of that of the previous male streamer who had a much larger audience in his livestream. Yang Fan was preparing for the second round when he noticed that his opponent had not yet caught up, leading him to hesitate momentarily before deciding to hold back his fire. Impressive. I shall do the same. Ha ha ha. The opposing team's health bar was barely moving, and I too launched a rocket. When Brother Xiaoyao made his move, it seemed unnecessary for us to contribute further. I would simply cheer from the sidelines with a few hearts. Brother Xiaoyao was simply formidable, racking up 17 victories at a time. It was as if he had a gold mine at home. Surely, 17 must be Brother Xiaoyao's lucky number? Yang Fan paused, yet the viewers in his stream were unknowingly inspired by him, sending gifts in a steady stream that rendered the opposing team incapable of catching up. Consequently, the other side directly opened their microphones. Ching Ching chuckled wryly, saying, "As soon as your big brother appeared, he presented us with an outrageous number. How am I supposed to catch up now?" Pikachu burst into laughter at this. "Are you conceding defeat?" "Yes, my dear lightning sister, I concede defeat." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the opponent's admission of defeat, Yang Fan casually sent out another round of gifts. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 3. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 17. The two female streamers were momentarily stunned. Ching Ching then came to her senses and, with a pitiful expression, remarked, "It seems conceding was the wise choice. Your big brother is too powerful. Is this considered a posthumous beating?" Although Pikachu did not fully comprehend, she explained, "How could that be? Brother Xiaoyao only unleashed such power because you conceded. He was originally saving it in case you tried to sneak a tower." Ching Ching was rendered speechless. "Your big brother truly thinks highly of me, saving 500,000 votes to prevent me from sneaking a tower? Brother Xiaoyao, please, don't strike again. I truly cannot sneak a tower." After the two ended the call, Pikachu refrained from mentioning the PK matter again. She felt she had already had her fill in the 2 rounds. Observing Brother Xiaoyao's extravagant generosity, she firmly believed he could still unleash much more. Yet she understood the importance of moderation, lest she leave a bad impression on her big brother. As long as she took good care of him, she would not have to worry about future opportunities to indulge. After playing in the stream for a while, Yang Fan transitioned to the Xiao Lu's stream to watch her, ensuring that the customary act of sending gifts would not be overlooked. Upon seeing the continuous stream of carnival gifts from him, Pikachu thought to herself, "Have I been too hasty? I underestimated the scale of the wealthy. This person is simply too extravagant." Meanwhile, in another stream, the Daimao sisters, who were playing on a pressure plate during their downtime, often noticed Yang Fan's carnival gift notifications, filled with envy. Since Yang Fan last sent them gifts, they had not seen him again, and the sisters felt awkward initiating contact, fearing it would leave a bad impression. Though they had found their broadcasts exhausting in recent days, the small gifts kept flowing in, and their income was still decent. The only regret was that they had yet to experience a carnival. Dai was bouncing on the pressure plate while Mao Mao was responding to viewers' messages on her phone when she suddenly spotted, "Level 53, half a lifetime of freedom has arrived," and exclaimed with delight, "Ah, welcome, Brother Xiaoyao." Soon after, the screen was filled with the effects of Carnival. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of freedom. Sent out Carnival 17. This was Yang Fan's customary routine, entering and sending a round of gifts first. While Dai was jumping in pain, upon hearing her sister shout, she involuntarily stopped. Chapter 36. The perpetually bullied Dai excitedly asked, "Mao Mao, did Brother Xiaoyao come?" Mao Mao, who had just received 17 carnivals, looked very pleased and nodded with a smile. Yes, you can come down now. Brother Xiaoyao is in control." Dai, filled with excitement, jumped off the pressure plate and shouted, "Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao. Please save me. They are all bullying me." At this moment, the viewers began tagging Yang Fan repeatedly. "Half a lifetime of freedom, Brother Xiaoyao. Let Dai continue. She has been bouncing for a long time and must be going crazy soon. Half a lifetime of freedom, Brother Xiaoyao. Let Dai roll on the pressure plate infinitely. It must be more exhilarating than bouncing. Half a lifetime of freedom, Brother Xiaoyao, like last time. Make them jump in extreme bliss until they cry. It will definitely be quite a spectacle. What is going on? Do you all know this wealthy individual? Extreme bliss on a pressure plate? Now that sounds interesting. Heh. This rich guy knows how to have fun. Impressive. Entering with 17 carnivals, how delightful would it be to send such money to young models at a club? Brother Xiaoyao must be confused at this moment. Yang Fan began typing. Why are you bullying our Dai Dai again? Play some nightclub anthems, let Mao Mao go dance, and let Dai Dai take a break. Upon seeing his message, Dai Dai jumped for joy. Yay! Long live Brother Xiaoyao. I knew Brother Xiaoyao treats Dai Dai the best. As she said this, she paused for a moment, then pointed at the pressure plate and playfully said, Mao Mao, hurry up and get on. I will play some music for you. She felt as though her guardian angel had arrived, and now she feared no one. Mao Mao's face turned sour. Last time Brother Xiaoyao was there to protect Dai Dai, and now history was repeating itself. Today, she feared she would face a dire fate. Yet, thinking of the numerous carnivals they had received, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. As the rhythmic music began to play, she could only step onto the pressure plate and dance energetically. Her current mood perfectly encapsulated the notion of pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, Dai Dai was munching on sunflower seeds, lamenting to Yang Fan, Brother Xiaoyao. You don't know, in the days you were absent, they all ganged up to bully me. Mao Mao even said that unless I cried from being played with, I wouldn't get to rest. As she spoke, the little girl pouted, ceasing to munch on seeds, her expression one of impending tears, a sight that was irresistibly adorable. Half a lifetime of freedom. Then why didn't you send me a message to come save you? You could have reported to me, and I would have come to help you deal with Mao Mao if I had time. Ha ha ha. That sounds wonderful, sending love. All right, I entrust the power to you. You can punish Mao Mao however you wish, and only when you make her cry can you stop. Dai Dai, upon hearing this, expressed her gratitude once again and looked at Mao Mao with a mischievous grin. Let you have fun for 10 minutes first, then roll for 20 minutes straight. I'll think of the rest later. Mao Mao, spinning her fingers, shot Dai Dai a fierce glare, gritting her teeth. Dai Dai, you better think it through. While Brother Xiaoyao is here, you can act so brazenly, but he wants to come every day. Upon hearing this, Dai Dai pouted again. Brother Xiaoyao, she is threatening me. This little girl quickly learned how to report grievances. Yang Fan, seeing her pitiful expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I will come to see you often. If Mao Mao dares to bully you with the viewers again, I will ensure you return the favor double when I visit. Dai Dai instantly cheered up, looking at Mao Mao with a proud expression. Come at me, let us hurt each other. With Brother Xiaoyao around, why would I be afraid of you? Although Mao Mao wore a bitter expression, she was secretly delighted. Her previous remark had been a test of Brother Xiaoyao's attitude, and he had clearly indicated he would come around more often. This was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Given his generous gifting style, even if she had to endure some hardship, such minor discomforts paled in comparison to the abundance of carnivals. Since they had chosen to stream in this manner, they had long been mentally prepared for such challenges. Despite their youth, the sisters had learned from experience that money is hard-earned and burdensome to bear. After spending a considerable time in their stream, Yang Fan once again sent out 17 carnivals before taking his leave. By this point, he felt somewhat fatigued, perhaps due to the exertions of recent days. Thus, he set his phone down and retired early to sleep. The next day, upon waking, he discovered several unread messages on his phone, one of which made him smile. That person was the first female streamer he had rewarded after obtaining the system, Sasha, who had a heart full of youthful innocence. At midnight the previous day, Sasha had transferred 61,000 yuan to him, along with a message that read, wishing Brother Xiaoyao a happy Children's Day. They say men remain boys until death. I hope everything goes smoothly for you on this holiday, and you find joy every day. This legitimate lowly's gesture was quite to his liking at present. What he lacked most was the principal amount, and she had just sent it his way. In truth, it was evident that she had received an unexpectedly generous return following her previous transfer and well wishes on May 20th. So, with another holiday on the horizon, she naturally wished to express her sentiments once more. From her perspective, Yang Fan appreciated her attitude and blessings, never suspecting that he was more interested in her small monetary contribution. Thus, any holiday that could be associated with Yang Fan became an occasion for her to showcase her feelings. Even if it didn't align perfectly, she would find a way to make it so. To that end, she had cleverly crafted a reason linking men's eternal youth to Children's Day, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. What else was there to say? A gift that so perfectly adhered to the system's regulations was certainly not something a fool would refuse. Heartfelt sentiment received. After receiving the funds, his principal amount now exceeded 110,000, and in his elation, he took a moment to check the messages from others. Unfortunately, No one else exhibited the same level of awareness as Sasha. While some girls sent him holiday wishes, none accompanied them with monetary gifts, and Gurugia even explicitly stated her desire to spend Children's Day with him. Perhaps they subconsciously felt young Fan would not lack for such small amounts. Hence they refrained from making it awkward. The main issue was that he could not say anything, not even hint at it, for fear that the system might deem him unworthy of being a fool and simply vanish, leaving him without recourse. After a moment's thought, he decided that since he had some free time, he might as well go out for a stroll. After all, dining out would require a companion, so he messaged Gurugia to say, "Let us go eat." "Okay, brother. I'll do my makeup right away. Just wait a moment for me. It won't take long. It was already noon, and she had yet to finish her makeup. Hee. I wasn't sure if you were free today, so I hadn't planned on going out." "Then hurry up." Chapter 37. The Tier 3 cashback card. Gurugia was thrilled to receive Young Fan's message in her rented room. She quickly got up and sat at the vanity, meticulously applying her makeup to AT. That moment, her close friend and roommate, Shanshan, approached the door, curious. "Hey, did you know there's an event today?" Gurugia was taken aback. "What event? Did you not know? Why are you suddenly putting on makeup?" The girl looked at Shanshan with confusion and replied nonchalantly, "My wealthy brother invited me out for a meal. Of course, I need to look good. You're going out?" "Of course." Shanshan hesitated. "Didn't sister Yuan get a KTV holiday performance gig a few days ago? She just called me saying she needs someone to fill in. Can you come back this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Gurugia shot her a look of disbelief. "What event am I supposed to take now? Do I need that little bit of money? From now on, I want to take any of those events or offline companionship gigs. Nothing is more important than accompanying my wealthy brother." Shanshan felt a twinge of envy upon hearing this and rolled her eyes. "Little Rue, you've gotten a bit too full of yourself. Let me help you decline." She understood that Gurugia had recently gotten close to a wealthy individual, effortlessly acquiring a plethora of luxury goods and a couple of $100,000 in pocket money. While she felt envy and jealousy, she also understood Gurugia's choice. If it were her, she wouldn't care about such small sums either, and might even boldly declare, "I wouldn't even accept such gigs. They're beneath me." But she lacked Gurugia's good fortune. Working as a model at KTV could earn several hundred in one go. She wished she could do it every day. Gurugia laughed at this. I feel like I've gotten a bit too carried away." After that, Shanshan didn't disturb her further and returned to her room to start her own makeup. On the other side, Young Fan waited for quite some time before receiving the message that Gurugia was ready to head out. He booked a ride to the Michelin 2-star restaurant where he had dined with Chen Siu previously, as he had found the food delightful and wished to indulge again. Since Gurugia lived closer, by the time he arrived, she was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, the little beauty rushed over and hugged him warmly, expressing her affection. "Brother, I missed you." Although Young Fan was uncertain how genuine this sentiment was, it felt pleasant to hear. Noticing that the little beauty had donned a different color JK uniform today, her long legs clad in white stockings, slightly deviating from her usual style, he deduced that she must have noticed his fondness for her in JK attire and had purchased a few different colors and styles to cater to his tastes. He couldn't help but admire her subtle cunning. With a resounding smack, Young Fan playfully slapped the little girl's pert backside. She immediately protested, "Hey, bad brother, you hit me there again." Following this, she pinched him twice, causing him to feel a slight sting. Feigning pain, he grimaced, "Ouch, it hurts." "What?" Seeing him act, the little beauty quickly released her grip, shifting from pinching to rubbing, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Did I hurt you, brother? I didn't mean it. Let me massage it for you." Young Fan seized her little hand, chuckling, "Just kidding, let us go eat." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the restaurant entrance. Several onlookers, who had been discreetly observing the pair, suddenly looked disgruntled. A 20-something plump man, who had been covertly admiring Gurugia for a while, exclaimed, "Damn, I was just trying to peacefully enjoy the beauty, and suddenly I'm bombarded with dog food, completely unprepared." Not only him but other passers-by also wore displeased expressions. "I merely passed by, intending to grab a bite, and now I feel stuffed on dog food." Everywhere one turned, there was dog food being flung around. Such a lack of decorum. Now I understand where I went wrong. It turns out it's because they're dining at a Michelin 2-star while I'm stuck with noodles. I'm envious. I need to work hard to earn money so I can find a similar little lady. Unaware that they had inadvertently fed numerous pedestrians dog food, Young Fan and Gurugia entered the restaurant and began ordering. The little beauty, now acutely aware that her wealthy brother was not financially constrained, ordered without hesitation, no longer concerned about the prices. After placing their orders, she asked with a smile, "Brother, since it's a holiday, should we order a bottle of red wine to celebrate?" Young Fan, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Didn't you say you don't drink?" The little girl's face turned slightly red. "Actually, I can have a little, but I don't handle alcohol well." While she said this, her heart was thinking, when we first met, you were just a stranger to me. Why would I drink with you? It wasn't necessary. I didn't want to drink, so I just made up an excuse about not being able to handle it. I didn't expect you to remember. Young Fan did not mind such trivial matters. Then let us order a bottle. Okay. Once the dishes arrived, Gurujia took out her phone, switched to camera mode, and playfully probed, "Brother, I accidentally captured you in a photo. Do you mind? If you do, I'll delete it." Young Fan hesitated for a moment, thinking that perhaps this little girl wanted to make their relationship public on social media to signify her feelings. There was nothing to be concerned about. As long as he didn't announce it, it was fine and no problem. Instantly, the little girl's face lit up with joy. "Then I'll post it on my moments. Post what you wish. I am not someone to shy away from the public eye." Gurujia Intimacy 1. Gurujia, already conquered. Favorability reaches 70. Reward. 1 Level 3 Cashback Card, 1. Which grants 5 instances of Level 3 cashback upon USE.to his astonishment. Young Fan never expected that merely acquiescing to the girl's request to post on her moments would catapult her intimacy level past the significant threshold of 70, thus earning him the reward of a Level 3 cashback card. Name: Gurujia. Age: 19. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 87. 97. Status: normal. Intimacy: 70, somewhat dependent on you. High success rate for confession. The label of intimacy left him somewhat speechless. A high success rate for confessions. It seems the system's evaluation is rather formal and does not take into account the actual dynamics of my relationship with the other party. Yet, this is not entirely bad. It is quite objective. If that is the case, does it imply that as long as the girls achieve a sufficiently high level of intimacy, they would not leave me even if they know I am involved with multiple others? This could be a reasonable interpretation, right? When he noticed that Gurujia's purity level had slightly decreased, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he suddenly recalled that this decrease was caused by him, narrowly avoiding a misunderstanding. Chapter 38. The shift in Gurujia's mindset. Young Fan had already grasped how to use the cashback card and deemed it not the right time, as he would have to settle the bill soon, which would count as 1 cashback instance, quite a loss. Thus, he decided to hold on to it for the moment. Gurujia was now happily posting on her moments. Photos of delicious food, the restaurant's interior, a side profile of Young Fan, and her own stunning selfies were all compiled into a single post. The caption was simple: "Thank you, brother, for taking me out for a feast, heart heart heart." Upon seeing this, Young Fan had to admit he had misjudged. Such a straightforward caption hardly qualified as an official announcement. Nonetheless, he did not mind, as it spared him the hassle of a potential official announcement from the little girl, which might require him to refuse and could lower their intimacy. This was quite satisfactory. After finishing their meal, they spent over 37,000 on the bill, prompting the girl to gasp internally. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still felt a bit impressed by her own ability to order. In truth, the expensive item was that bottle of wine, which alone cost over 20,000. Having consumed some wine, the girl's cheeks flushed, and she clung to one of his arms, becoming even more affectionate. The constant friction against his arm was soft and intoxicating, causing his heart to flutter. After taking a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, Young Fan inquired about their next destination. The girl obediently replied, "As long as I am with you, brother, I am happy to go anywhere." Hearing her say this made him smile. Since it was a festive occasion, "Let us go shopping." The girl instantly perked up. "Great. It's not far from Hunter International. Shall we go there?" Young Fan froze for a moment. Hunter International? Hearing that name made him think of Feng Yuding, the stunning girl who was likely selling cosmetics in that very mall right now. An urge to go see her unexpectedly surged within him. However, he knew this was not the right time. Especially since Gurujia was still with him, he did not wish for Feng Yuding to see him shopping with another beautiful girl. Therefore, he certainly would not go to Hunter International. Instead, he suggested, "Let us go to the China World Trade Center. Just right, you only have an LV bag. Let us buy you an Hermes as a holiday gift." Gasp. Gurujia Intimacy 1. Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to buy her and Hermes' bag, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Ah, brother, I adore you." Without caring that they were still on the street, she leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her rosy lips pressing against his. She then closed her eyes, slightly parted her lips, and extended her fragrant tongue, inviting him to indulge. She was exceedingly proactive. Indeed, when it comes to shopping, cosmetics, and handbags, no girl is ever disinterested, even if she does not actually need them. The sight of the girl's excited demeanor made it clear just how jubilant she was. This scene drew curious glances from many passers-by. If he recalled correctly, today was Children's Day, not Valentine's Day. Right? Wasn't this setting a poor example for the children? The older onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Today's youth are indeed quite open. Back in my day, I got thoroughly thrashed just for holding my wife's hand. Sigh. The more I say, the more tears I shed. Upon arriving at the Hermes counter in the China World Trade Center, Guruejia spent a considerable time choosing, glancing at this and that. The salesgirl stood by, offering various introductions and recommendations. Yet, as she narrowed it down to two distinctly different styles, she found herself in a quandary. It was evident she could not bear to part with either, wanting both. Thus feeling quite troubled at this moment, it was certainly Yang Fan's duty to help her decide. He glanced at the prices and noticed that one bag was over 80,000, while the other was over 70,000, hardly a significant difference. Ruffling the little girl's hair, he said, "What is there to be conflicted about? Why not just buy both?" The little girl felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but shook her head, pointing to the more affordable option of over 70,000. "Brother, let us just get this one. One bag is enough. I wouldn't be able to carry too many anyway." Yang Fan could easily tell that the girl wished for both. As for her claim of not being able to carry too many, that was utterly nonsensical. For girls, can one ever have too many bags? Even if they don't carry them, having them at home as decorations and collectibles brings them joy for quite some time. This girl truly never fails to maintain her image, all the while trying to garner more favor in his eyes. However, he chose not to call her out on it, but instead addressed the salesgirl. "Let us proceed with the purchase. WeChat payment, please." Upon successfully completing the transaction, the salesgirl beamed brightly. "Certainly, sir. This way, please." After he paid at the cash register using WeChat and successfully received the cash back, he quietly told the salesgirl, "I'll take the one that costs over 80,000 as well. Please process that." The salesgirl was momentarily taken aback. Then, she was elated and quickly glanced at Guruejia, whispering, "Of course, sir. I'll get right on it." After the second transaction was completed, when the salesgirl handed over the two bags to Guruejia, she looked somewhat dazed. It was only when the salesgirl, speaking with envy, remarked, "Wow, beautiful lady, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. He bought both bags just so you wouldn't have to choose," that the girl came to understand the reason behind the gifts, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to having consumed honey. Guruejia intimacy 1. She realized she was unconsciously moved by Yang Fan's actions. In her heart, she mused, "Brother is genuinely quite good to me." Unbeknownst to her, as their intimacy continued to rise, her genuine feelings toward Yang Fan were gradually evolving. Initially, she was merely interested in his wealth, but now she felt a significant affection for him as a person. After all, she was just a young girl of 19, easily swayed by such gestures. At this moment, Yang Fan approached her and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Guruejia smiled sweetly. "Oh, nothing much, thank you, brother. No need to be so polite with me. Let us go. We can explore some more." Yang Fan was about to wrap his arm around the girl when she interjected, "Wait a moment, brother." She gently pulled away and walked over to the salesgirl, whispering something, to which the salesgirl nodded and departed. This left Yang Fan puzzled. He approached and asked, "Is there something else you wish to buy?" Guruejia smiled and nodded. "Yes, you'll find out in a moment." In about a minute, the salesgirl returned with a piece of clothing and a pair of pants, inquiring, "Beautiful lady, is this the outfit you were referring to?" Guruejia affirmed, "Yes, indeed." She then turned to Yang Fan. "Brother, I saw this outfit and thought it would look great on you. I wish to buy it as a holiday gift for you. What is your size? Or would you like to try it on?" She knew that affluent individuals generally do not try on clothes, usually just providing their sizes, hence the inquiry. Chapter 39. A series of encounters with beautiful women. Yang Fan chuckled upon hearing that this girl was actually considering buying him clothes. It seemed this was a change brought about by the rising intimacy level. This was not a demand from him, so he was certainly amenable to it. Wearing Hermes would undoubtedly elevate his status compared to his current Adidas and Nike attire. Afterward, he could simply transfer money to her. After all, using the level 3 cashback card would be the most cost-effective method. Thus, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, and no need to try. Your taste is trustworthy. He then provided his size. He had expected Gurwajia would rush to make the payment, but he was mistaken. To his surprise, the girl happily headed to the men's shoe section to select a pair of shoes for him. Only then did she proceed to the checkout, having spent over 50,000 on him. Having already paid, he immediately changed into the new outfit, discarding the previous Adidas and Nike ensemble. The salesgirl mused to herself that this couple was exchanging luxurious gifts even on Children's Day. Was this what love looked like among the affluent? Gurwajia praised him with a smile. Brother, you look handsome. Yang Fan could only helplessly touch his nose. While it is true that people are often judged by their attire, he understood that the girl's compliment was somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was willing to spend on him. Her family wealth was likely equivalent to the 20-some thousand he had given her previously, so it was commendable that she could casually spend over 50,000 on his clothing. While he surmised that she was well aware he wouldn't be at a loss, he felt quite pleased to have acquired an entire Hermes outfit without cost. Afterward, they continued to wander about until, while waiting for the girl to use the restroom, his phone buzzed. He checked to find it was a call from a friend named Chin Feng. Hey, Fanyi, come to my place for karaoke tonight. I'll arrange everything, and there will be a bunch of girls. His friend enjoyed teasing him, habitually calling him Fanyi for years, thus it had become a norm. Chin Feng worked as a planner at a KTV, specializing in marketing strategies and organizing events. Therefore, he occasionally invited them to enjoy free outings. In the past, when Yang Fan received invitations to sing and drink, especially when there would be many girls, he would rush over at lightning speed. This was, after all, a common inclination. If one wanted to find a partner, they first needed to meet girls, right? Although he had sung and drank with some of his friends' female acquaintances before, it often resulted in either him not being attracted to them or vice versa. Nevertheless, he remained enthusiastic about meeting new people. After all, opportunities arise from connections. However, he found himself less interested now, as he had a lovely girl by his side. He was not particularly in need, so he declined. Let us save it for next time. Huh? Chin Feng was taken aback, asking in disbelief, is that really you? Dude, can't you recognize my voice? Is it really you? Why are you passing up a chance to hang out with me? It's been ages since we gathered for a drink, and CJ is coming too. The girls are secondary. But today's girls are off limits for you. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a flicker of interest. Why are they off limits? We're doing an event at the company. All the girls coming today are models. I'll set up a room for them as a temporary resting place, and I'll arrange a luxury suite for you all too. I've already communicated with them, and they're fine with it. Isn't this a little self-serving? Hey, it's the only privilege I have. Why not use it? All right, 8 o'clock tonight, deal? Sure, with that, Chin Feng hung up. Damn, I didn't even agree yet, Yang Fan thought, reflecting on how long it had been since he had seen them. Plus the models he mentioned were likely all above an 80 in looks, right? Meeting more potential connections wouldn't hurt, especially to accumulate more cashback cards for future use. With this in mind, he decided to go after all. As for Gurwajia, there was no way he would bring her along. How could one take a girl to meet other girls? The very thought of it seemed absurd. After watching a movie with Gurwajia, he left the mall. After having dinner, he informed her, I have something to attend to tonight. You should head back first. The girl was momentarily taken aback but did not say much, merely asking, will you finish your work today, brother? Should I wait for you at the hotel? Damn. Wasn't this a blatant temptation? Looking at Gurwajia's alluring appearance made him somewhat tempted to comply. However, he knew he would likely be drinking a fair bit tonight, and that would certainly not bode well. Besides, he had plenty of time with the girl in the future, so there was no rush. I can't say when I'll be done. Let us plan for tomorrow or the day after. Okay. Then please be careful, brother. Yang Fan leaned in and kissed the girl's soft lips, saying, you be careful too. After sending the girl off in a car, he checked the time and realized it was already nearing the agreed-upon 8 o'clock. He hailed a taxi towards the designated KTV. Upon arrival, he was already late. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the system's voice. Detected valid consumer object, would you like to view information? He glanced around and noticed a well-endowed girl in a nearby convenience store, purchasing something. Although he could not see her features clearly, there were no other striking individuals nearby, so it had to be this girl. View. Name.
Lin Shiyuan, age, 23, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 83, 91, status, normal intimacy, 0. All her stats were quite solid. However, the number 9 on her rating did seem a bit high at this moment. The girl stepped out of the store. Yang Fan finally got a clear look at her. She had flowing golden hair cascading past her shoulders and bright eyes that, while not particularly large, sparkled with allure. Her makeup was somewhat bold, leaning towards a smoky look. She wore a black crop top and a short black skirt, complemented by high-heeled sandals. Upon noticing Yang Fan staring at her, she frowned in displeasure and turned her head away, pulling out her phone to make a call. Lin Shiyuan, intimacy -5. Damn it. Yang Fan had been contemplating whether to approach her, but dismissed the idea considering he was already late. He averted his gaze and entered the store to buy a few snacks to take along. As he exited, he noticed the same girl standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. He chose to ignore her and proceeded into the KTV building. Waiting for the elevator. It wasn't too long before another system alert chimed. Detected valid consumer object. Would you like to view information? Indeed, the number of beautiful women here was quite remarkable. Another one had appeared. View. Name, Su Shan, age, 19, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 85, 96, status, normal intimacy, 0. This girl looked promising. Overall, she seemed even better than the previous one, young and tall. Chapter 40. The Doll-Faced Beauty. Su Shan, just as he finished reviewing the girl's information, he overheard two girls conversing. You tardy girl, how come you arrived later than me? Traffic, of course, but I had already done my makeup ahead of time, so it didn't matter. Yang Fan turned toward the source of the voices and was surprised to see that one of the girls was the golden-haired beauty he had encountered earlier. The other girl sported a high black ponytail, was quite tall, and had an adorably doll-like face. She wore a similar outfit to the golden-haired girl, except her crop top was white and her short skirt was black, paired with high-heeled sandals. Due to her height, her legs were noticeably longer than those of the golden-haired girl, creating a striking contrast that added to her appeal. The only drawback was that her frame lacked a bit of fullness. Perhaps this is where she lost points. Otherwise, it would not have been merely 85. Overall, she certainly surpasses the blonde in many aspects. Yang Fan had found his answer. This must be the second beauty he had been looking for. He had not anticipated that the two of them would coincidentally come here to take the elevator. He mused to himself. Could they be the models Qin Feng mentioned who are here for an event? To be honest, it is quite possible. However, he refrained from inquiring, believing he would find out in due time. There were not many people waiting for the elevator, so the two beauties evidently noticed Yang Fan's gaze upon them. However, they paid him no mind. They had encountered such situations far too many times. Lin Shiyuan's reaction was to treat him as if he were air, casting only a fleeting glance before completely ignoring him. Su Shan, on the other hand, displayed a more open demeanor. After locking eyes with him, she did not shy away and even casually assessed him. Yet, a hint of confusion crept into her thoughts. Why does this person seem somewhat familiar? And are those Hermes shoes? Are they genuine or replicas? Given that the logos on her clothing and pants were not conspicuous, she only noticed the shoes at that moment. The elevator arrived, and she withdrew her gaze, entering alongside Lin Shiyuan. Inside the elevator, she continued to ponder why the man had seemed familiar, but for the time being, she could not recall. Upon reaching the KTV, Yang Fan stepped out first and spoke to the receptionist at the entrance. Excuse me, room number 38. All right, handsome, this way please. The two beauties who followed paused momentarily, then proceeded in the same direction as Yang Fan and the receptionist. Yang Fan remained oblivious to what was happening behind him, and upon reaching the private room's door, he thanked the receptionist and pushed the door open. Inside, there were already several people present, 4 men and 4 women. But curiously, the 4 women sat on the far left, some applying makeup while others played on their phones, and a bottle of liquor on the table remained untouched. Meanwhile, the 4 men occupied the far right, their table laden with numerous bottles of alcohol, along with several filled glasses and a dice cup, clearly having already begun drinking. Upon seeing the door open, both men and women turned their heads. The women, upon realizing it was a stranger, resumed their activities, while Qin Feng among the men raised his hand in greeting and called out, Fangu, over here. Another friend of his, Si Jia, stood up and walked over, but before he could reach Yang Fan, The door opened again, and two stunning beauties entered one after the other. Jia was immediately captivated, his gaze fixating on the two women behind Yang Fan. The two women, however, disregarded them, smiling as they approached their friend. Only then did Jia retract his gaze, smiling as he said, "Yang Fan, long time no see. Come, let's drink." At that moment, the beauty named Su Shan paused upon hearing Yang Fan's name, her face reflecting surprise as she turned to glance at him. However, Yang Fan, who had already joined his friends at the far right to drink, remained unaware Jia was busy introducing the other two men, both of whom were his colleagues from the construction site. This was Yang Fan's first encounter with them, but it didn't matter as Jia had explained. These two were well-connected individuals, one a subcontractor and the other the nephew of a superior. Bringing them along to drink was self-explanatory. As the drinking commenced, Su Shan, with a pensive expression, pulled out her phone to look at a photo from a friend's social media. It was a post from her best friend, Guruajia, showcasing a Michelin star restaurant, featuring a side profile of a man in one of the photos. She turned to observe Yang Fan, her eyes suddenly brightening. Aside from the differing attire, she could unequivocally confirm that he was indeed the man from the photo. What a coincidence! She was well aware of who this man was. He was undoubtedly the wealthy brother her friend had mentioned, one who lavishly indulged in luxury goods and generously dispensed pocket money. During this time, she had envied her friend immensely, pondering why, despite her comparable beauty, she did not share the same fortune. Her own boyfriend, who was merely somewhat handsome, paled in comparison to the affluence of her friend's beau, epitomizing the phrase "people die when compared." She longed for abundant luxury items and substantial allowances too. They were both beautiful, sharing a school, with similar backgrounds, yet the disparity in luck was staggering. Deep down, she felt a sense of injustice. Yet today, she had encountered her friend's affluent man, unbeknownst to both him and her friend. Was this fate? At that moment, she found herself in a quandary. She wished to entice him, yet felt it would be inappropriate to pursue her friend as partner. Whether she could successfully seduce him was not even a consideration for her, as she firmly believed that most men were prone to infidelity. Those who were faithful either lacked allure or had the desire but not the courage. Only a rare few could be praised as gentlemen. After much hesitation, she ultimately concluded that if she missed this opportunity, it might never come again, as the saying goes. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will annihilate them. At worst, she could secretly establish a connection with this man, ensuring her friend remained oblivious. As for her boyfriend, nonsense. That guy was clearly her ex. With this thought, she found clarity. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, who was chatting and drinking with his friends, Su Shan was caught in her internal struggle. She heard Jia softly suggest, "Chen Feng, go call those models over to join us." Chen Feng chuckled, "I've already arranged for them. The rest is up to you all." Jia grew anxious. "You're not going to introduce them? How are we supposed to approach them?" He clearly wanted to get to know the women but felt shy about initiating conversation, relying on his friend for assistance. Chen Feng, however, was not inclined to help, shrugging his shoulders. "I only know their team leader. The rest are strangers to me. How can I introduce them?" At that moment, one of Jia's friends chimed in. "Come on, isn't it simple to strike up a conversation? Let us first take some drinks over to toast them, then find an opportunity to chat." This young man, named Zhang Jian, appeared a few years younger than them and was the nephew of a supervisor at the construction site. He seemed to have considerable experience in bars and nightclubs, suggesting this approach to flirtation. Jia rolled his eyes at the suggestion. "Why don't you go first and show us how it's done?" Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser goes." Zhang Jian clearly spoke bravado, but in reality, he felt somewhat shy, hence proposing this plan. The others had no better suggestions, so they all agreed. Suddenly, Yang Fan heard the system's notification. "Su Shan Intimacy 20? What's going on?" He discovered that the beauty with the doll-like face had unexpectedly gained 20 points of intimacy with him, which left him quite puzzled. The increase was substantial. He hadn't done anything at all. He was just sitting here, drinking and chatting with friends. Curiosity piqued, he turned to glance at the women's side, finding Su Shan lost in thought, pondering something. This was rather intriguing, but to say he had no interest in such a beauty would be utterly false. After contemplating for a moment, he made his decision. "Look at you all, so lacking in ambition. I'll go." The other men looked at him in bewilderment, exclaiming, "When did Fangu become so bold? Fangu is mighty." At that moment, the women noticed a man approaching them with a drink. Aside from Su Shan, The others felt a twinge of disdain but did not express it outwardly. Lin Shiyuan intimacy -2. The men keenly focused on the unfolding situation. Yang Fan, smiling, stood across from Su Shan and said, "Miss, may I introduce myself?" Lin Shiyuan, who was familiar with Su Shan, nearly burst into laughter at the scene. Although this little girl appeared young, with her innocent doll-like face, she was in truth a standard beauty enthusiast and a severe materialist. To say she had the highest standards among the women present would not be an exaggeration. This plain-looking loser must have mistaken Su Shan's deceptively alluring face for that of an approachable, kind girl, which was rather amusing. How could today's losers lack even basic self-awareness? Most of the other women shared this sentiment, finding Yang Fan's actions quite laughable, bordering on contempt. However, they were soon taken aback. Su Shan, astonished that Yang Fan had taken the initiative to approach her, felt a surge of delight. It truly was a case of serendipity. What she wished for had come to pass effortlessly. Initially, she had been contemplating how to approach him without seeming too overt, and now, unexpectedly, the situation had unfolded in this manner. It seemed she was indeed fortunate. Unable to conceal her smile any longer, it lit up her face as she exclaimed, "Sure." She then reached for the beer. "What?" The reactions of the other girls were nothing short of astonishment. The development of events was entirely different from what they had anticipated. What was going on? Had she taken some sort of medication today? Yet, Lin Shiyuan quickly reacted, saying, "You little rascal, you have work to do. How can you drink?" Su Shan, however, brushed off her concern. "Sister Yuan, a drink won't hurt. Work? Did she take them for fools? Moreover, with her alcohol tolerance, a little drink would not hinder her performance." Lin Shiyuan found Su Shan's response rather perplexing but did not press further, curious to see what her friend was up to. After pouring the drinks, Su Shan clinked glasses with Yang Fan. "I'm Su Shan." "What do I call you, handsome?" Yang Fan. The two exchanged a drink, and Su Shan jokingly remarked, "I heard they call you Fan Ge. That's just them teasing me. Want to add me on WeChat?" "Sure." Their simple exchange of a few words resulted in the swift exchange of contact information, leaving the others flabbergasted. The men were especially regretful. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful and alluring among the 6 girls. How could she so easily give out her contact details? They felt it was something they could have done as well. Their composure quickly unraveled. Zhang Jian poured himself a drink and approached, clearly seeking to emulate Yang Fan. His target was clear. Since the most attractive girl had been successfully approached, he would aim for the second best. Standing beside Yang Fan, he flashed what he believed to be a charming smile at Lin Shiyuan. "Miss, may I get to know you?" However, she merely glanced at him dismissively. "I have work. I can't drink." Zhang Jian's smile instantly froze on his face. Hadn't he, that beauty, just been drinking with that guy? Did she not have work? Yet he did not give up, continuing to smile as he said, "Then let us hang out after your work is done. Can I add you on WeChat?" "No, damn." The treatment he received was utterly different from that of the man beside him. He was certain he had chosen the wrong person to flirt with. Yet changing targets at this point seemed inappropriate. It felt utterly hopeless. Yang Fan noticed Zhang Jian standing awkwardly with his drink, unsure of how to proceed. He poured himself another drink and clinked glasses with him. "Let us have a drink together." Sure." After drinking, seeing that Zhang Jian still lingered, Yang Fan shrugged him off and turned to Su Shan. "Shall we sing?" Su Shan readily responded, stepping forward. "Great. How about we choose a duet? You pick the song. Let us see if I know it." Yang Fan could hold his own when it came to singing. He was not particularly good, but not bad either, so he felt no trepidation. The others, witnessing the duo preparing to sing, were filled with questions. Was this moving too quickly? Was it love at first sight? But the man wasn't he even handsome? What was she attracted to? Yang Fan paid no mind to the speculations, and with Su Shan, he selected the song "Who Knows the Heart of a Wanderer" and began to sing together. Su Shan's voice was melodious and her singing commendable, making Yang Fan appear as merely a supporting presence. Yet that mattered little. Singing was merely a bridge to foster familiarity. Chapter 42. Yang Fan in a fog. As their song concluded, they received sparse applause. Yang Fan led the girl back to the men's side to continue chatting, during which Zhang Jian, feeling slighted, attempted a bold move. He approached with a drink in hand and said to Su Shan, "Beautiful lady, you sing wonderfully. Let me toast to you." Su Shan, however, was quite direct. "I'm sorry, but I only drink with him." After saying this, she turned to Yang Fan, playfully winking at him. Yang Fan was pleasantly surprised by her words, feeling quite pleased. Zhang Jian's expression soured. He had thought this beauty would be easy to approach but was now realizing he had misjudged the situation. He found himself pondering where he had gone wrong. The previous girl had been like this, and now this one too. Surely he was taller and more attractive than the fellow beside him? These girls must have some issues with their taste. They clearly did not appreciate quality. Time passed. Before long, the women stood up, and Lin Xiuan called out, "You little rascal, we're leaving." Su Shan understood this signaled the start of their work and leaned into Yang Fan. "Her breath fragrant, I'm going to perform. Do you want to come watch?" Inhaling her scent, Yang Fan felt somewhat enchanted. After their earlier conversation, he understood that these girls were going to walk the runway and interact with customers through some games. The entire process would conclude in 2 hours. He found it rather uninteresting but replied, "I'll come down later to check it out." The girl was indifferent. "All right, when I finish, I'll come back to drink with you." Chun Feng left with the girls, leaving the 4 men behind. Sai Jia, curious, asked, "Aren't you going?" "I'll go down later." "Not bad, my friend. I can't quite figure out how you managed to charm that model." Truth be told, Yang Fan himself was rather bewildered. Not wanting to dwell on it, he said, "Let us drink." In the private room, the 4 of them engaged in a lively drinking session, losing track of time. Over an hour passed before Zhang Jian remarked, "They LL finish soon. Aren't you going down?" Yang Fan was indifferent to whether Su Shan returned home, but recalling his promise to go down, he said, "I'll check it out." "Are you coming?" Zhang Jian, feeling dejected, replied, "Why should we go down? It's better to keep drinking here." Upon arriving at the first floor, Yang Fan found 6 girls clad in matching outfits on stage, accompanied by a host with a microphone, while a crowd of customers gathered below. The host babbled for a while before the girls began to strut their stuff, their movements graceful and clearly practiced. Yang Fan watched, somewhat bored, for quite a while. Finally, it came to an end, and many men rushed to approach the models, only to be turned down one by one. They were surrounded by a throng of admirers. But the KTV staff maintained order, ensuring that the customers behaved rationally without resorting to any extreme actions. After being rebuffed, the men left with expressions of regret. As the girls exited, Lin Xiuan spotted Yang Fan from a distance and curiously asked Su Shan, "You little rascal, are you really not coming with us?" Su Shan nodded. "Sister Yuan, you all go ahead. I'll stay and have some fun for a while. It's fine." "What on earth has gotten into you today? Did you know that man before?" "No, I didn't." Lin Xiuan felt utterly speechless. "So why did you suddenly act so wildly?" Su Shan merely smiled. "I'm not going to talk to you. He's coming over." With that, she walked towards Yang Fan, enthusiastically linking her arm with his. Upon witnessing their intimate display, Lin Xiuan couldn't help but question her own existence. When did this girl become so indiscriminate in her preferences? At that moment, another model with her hair styled in an elegant updo approached Lin Xiuan and remarked, "She's not being irrational. Did you not notice that the man is wearing Hermes shoes?" "Huh, is that so?" She hadn't even paid attention to such details. Why would she bother to scrutinize someone else's shoes? Now, she began to understand why Su Shan seemed like a completely different person today. She found it somewhat amusing. It's just a pair of Hermes shoes. Even the more common ones cost around 10 to 18,000. Does this girl really think that through? It's just a matter of mutual affection. Well, let's go. Yang Fan returned to the private room with the girl, where several men were still drinking. Zhang Jian inquired, "Where are the others?" Yang Fan shrugged. "They've all left." All right." Subsequently, Yang Fan and the girl chose not to join them, opting instead to enjoy drinks on the other side. The others, recognizing that the two were nurturing a burgeoning relationship, refrained from interrupting. As they chatted and drank, their closeness intensified, their bodies nearly pressed together. The girl did not shy away from their intimacy, even navigating the phone's GPS while holding on to him. Yang Fan glanced at the girl beside him, who appeared unaffected by past events, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He looked over at the few men drinking, noticing that none of them were paying attention to them. When his gaze returned to the girl's charming face, he could see that, despite her attempts to maintain composure, her alluring eyes betrayed her. Then, the girl calmly rose and sat sideways on him, wrapping her arms around his neck, gradually becoming soft and pliant against him. At that moment, Su Shan noticed that he seemed to be in a rather unfavorable state. So she whispered something in his ear with a clarity of mind. Yang Fan, intrigued, patted the girl and then proceeded towards the private room's entrance. Observing this, the girl silently followed, a faint smile gracing her lips. As soon as they entered the restroom, Su Shan affectionately threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace and pressed her lips against his eye in that silent yet charged atmosphere. Yang Fan instinctively engaged in a playful game, astonished by the girl's boldness while feeling quite pleased. However, once their lips parted, Su Shan tugged at her skirt, executing a graceful turn that seemingly cast her fate aside. Yet, that was her fate. Could it truly be discarded so easily? Sure enough, fate, without hesitation, collided with Su Shan, causing her to exclaim in surprise, followed by a resigned sigh. Chapter 43. The beginning of lavish spending, sharing blessings 2 hours later in the hotel, Yang Fan lay in bed, comfortably playing games with Wei Ping while questioning Su Shan in his arms. Why? Leaning against him, feeling his caresses, the girl was momentarily taken aback and replied with confusion. What do you mean by why? Yang Fan teased with a smile. Don't tell me you fell for me at first sight. He knew Su Shan was not the type to play recklessly, given her relatively modest number of past experiences. Yet the events of today seemed puzzling. Even if she were to play around, would she really choose me? What could she possibly see in me? Was it my age? This thought left Yang Fan feeling incredulous. At that moment, Su Shan feigned innocence and asked, What? Now that I've given myself completely, you want to deny it? Yang Fan found it rather amusing. Not at all. I just find it a bit perplexing. Su Shan nonchalantly tossed her hair. Why are you overthinking? I just want to ask, were you happy today? I was quite happy. It would be strange if I weren't. Such a youthful beauty was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Not only did she allow him to unleash his youth, but she also accompanied him in experiencing exhilarating moments he had never encountered before. She even helped him unlock the restroom's greatest potential. Reflecting on the mesmerizing Su Shan from moments ago, he felt a resurgence of excitement. At that point, Su Shan, with a flirtatious smile, remarked, Isn't that settled then? Since you were happy, why bother overthinking? Su Shan was aware that her connection to Gu Ruijia would be hard to conceal. Yet she was not ready to come clean just yet. She intended to win Yang Fan's affection first, allowing him to grow fond of her. Once he was accustomed to her presence, everything else would fall into place. She had no desire to steal Yang Fan from her friend, as she was quite comfortable sharing him, even if it meant being a hidden admirer. Her concern was that if Yang Fan discovered the truth, he might sever ties with her and refuse any further intimacy, which would be a significant blow. After all, she had invested herself without reaping any tangible benefits yet, and she certainly did not want to suffer a total loss. Thus, she chose to keep the truth under wraps for now, taking it one step at a time. While resting on the bed, Yang Fan contemplated the moment to use the Tier 3 cashback card to accumulate his principal, fortifying his position for future triumphs. Host, Yang Fan, cashback level, 3, 5 times, cashback ratio, 1, 1.4. He began messaging the girls for their bank account numbers, preparing to share the wealth. The girls had varying reactions. Dada and Mao Mao, who had just finished their broadcast and were having a late-night snack together, found it peculiar that he requested their bank account numbers but did not ask further, promptly sending them over. Shortly after, Dada received a text that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Mao Mao. Quick, look, Mao Mao, seeing her sister's excitement, leaned in to see. Hiss. After realizing the message's content, she gasped. Soon, her phone chimed as well, and after a moment of blankness, she stammered. I got it too. Why did Xiaoyao Gu transfer us so much money? Let me ask him. She then messaged Yang Fan. Xiaoyao Gu, my sister and I just received 100,000 yuan in our accounts. Did you transfer it by mistake? No mistake. Happy holiday. Xiaoyao Gu, my sister and I are no longer children. What does that matter? Take it. Go buy something you like. Mao Mao looked at Dada in disbelief, exclaiming, Xiaoyao Gu said it's a holiday gift for us. Dada was also stunned, thinking this was excessively generous. Yang Fan's request for the girls' bank numbers was because he anticipated acquiring more high-tier cashback cards in the future, making direct transfers to their accounts convenient, ensuring quick cashback while making it difficult for them to refuse. Gu Ruijia also received a transfer, as she was well aware of Yang Fan's lavishness and did not react too strongly, merely expressing her gratitude sweetly. However, Xiao Lu did not receive a transfer, as she frequently gifted him during her live broadcasts and saw no need for a special transfer. When it was the flight attendant Gong Jing's turn, she inquired curiously but still provided her account number, as sharing such information was not a significant issue. After receiving the transfer notification, she was utterly flabbergasted. You really transferred money into my account? Happy holiday. Gongjing's affinity 5. Upon reading that message, a warm sensation coursed through her, causing her heart to race. This guy must have anticipated I might refuse the transfer, so he thought to ask for my bank details. He genuinely wants to give me money to use. But he is such a jerk. Are you trying to woo me? Although Gongjing was aware of his intentions, she couldn't help but ask. To her surprise, he took an unusually long time to respond. What the heck? What is his deal? At that moment, only the girl beside her remained. The girl was resting against him. Yang Fan nudged her, saying, "Send me your bank account number." Startled, the girl's heart soared with joy. She immediately surmised that he intended to transfer her money. Why else would he ask for her account number? Could her investment already be yielding returns? Wonderful. However, she still feigned confusion and asked, "Why do you need my account number? Just send it." "Are you afraid I'll take your money?" The girl pouted, realizing that without the card and password, it would be impossible to withdraw. She got up to fetch her bag, pulled out her bank card, and handed it to Yang Fan. Upon seeing the 100,000 yuan transfer notification on her phone, her breath quickened uncontrollably. Yang Fan wrapped his arms around her, whispering in her ear, "Happy holiday." Su Shan's affinity 5. The girl suddenly felt deeply touched, instantly affirming that her previous efforts were well worth it. The next day, when Yang Fan awoke, he found the bed beside him empty. The girl had vanished. However, a message remained on his phone. "I have class today, so I want to be keeping you company. Don't miss me too much." He shook his head and refrained from replying. His capital had now reached over 310,000, and the pace was quite brisk. After freshening up, he ventured out to find something to eat. Without the girl by his side, he settled for a casual meal rather than indulging in anything extravagant. Chapter 44. An interlude at the Mall Hunter International Mall. At the Chanel Cosmetics counter, a stunning woman in professional attire, Feng Yuding, was recommending products to customers. Many passers-by were inadvertently stealing glances at her. "Sir, lipsticks come in various shades. If you cannot ascertain what color the recipient prefers, I suggest purchasing a gift set of the 3 most commonly used shades." A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, listened intently to Feng Yuding's recommendations, his heart racing. Upon hearing her, he boldly declared, "That sounds good. Please recommend a cosmetics set that young girls often use. Money is no object." Feng Yuding, pleased, began to share her suggestions. However, after several introductions, the man seemed unsatisfied, prompting her to ask, "May I inquire about the age of the person you intend to gift?" "It's for my younger sister, probably around 24 or 25. "Why not ask your sister for her opinion? Having a target makes it easier to recommend." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I simply want to surprise her." "How could I ask?" Feng Yuding continued to engage with him for some time, yet no sale was made. Suddenly, the man's unexpected comment caused her hesitation. "How about this? Give me your contact information, and I'll send you a few pictures of the cosmetics my sister usually uses. It would help you make a better recommendation, as I'm not knowledgeable about these things." The man's intentions became increasingly clear. He wanted to add her on WeChat. She had encountered such situations often but thought, what if this could lead to a sale? After a moment of indecision, she decided to give him her contact. To her surprise, mere minutes after he left, he messaged her, "I'll take that most expensive set you recommended." Feng Yuding was ecstatic. "That's wonderful. When can you come by? I'll have it packaged for you." "Not so fast. I haven't finished speaking." "Please go ahead. Sir, I want the items, and I'll also give you 2,000 yuan as pocket money each month." "Do you understand?" Feng Yuding certainly understood. This was an obvious proposition for an arrangement. From the very beginning, he had no intention of buying cosmetics. He merely wanted to gauge her preferences and flatter her with his offerings of sales, cosmetics, and money. Considering the man's rather portly appearance, she rolled her eyes, finding it utterly unacceptable, and promptly deleted him from her contacts. Alas! Another one bites the dust. Surprisingly, the man was undeterred. Minutes later, he returned. She initially wished to ignore him, but his persistence made it difficult. Noticing her frosty demeanor, he boldly stated, "I genuinely like you. I was captivated the moment I laid eyes on you. If you think the money is insufficient, I can increase it. You can propose any conditions. We can negotiate." Initially, he intended to address this privately. However, given her swift rejection, he had no choice but to be blunt. Feng Yuding, however, had no interest and firmly refused. "Sir, if you're not purchasing anything, please leave." "Wait, 3,000. I'll give you 3,000 a month. Think about how little you earn here if you follow me. You won't regret it. Feng Yuding's colleagues had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation, making her increasingly frustrated, though she struggled to find a way to dismiss him. Just then, a male voice chimed in. This K. You think 3,000 can buy a beautiful woman? Uncle, if you have such good fortune, why not share it with me? I'd like to keep 10. Feng Yuding turned to see the newcomer, her face lighting up. Yang Gu, what brings you here? Just passing by to check on you. Indeed, it was Yang Fan. After finishing lunch with no particular plans, he took a taxi to see this girl. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a scene. What the hell? This guy wants to keep a woman for himself? 3,000 a month. Are you out of your mind? His irritation prompted him to interject. The middle-aged man, hearing Yang Fan's comments, became immediately disgruntled. Who are you calling an uncle? Are you looking for trouble? Yang Fan disdainfully glanced at him. With that pot belly and receding hairline, you must be in your 40s, right? I called you uncle out of politeness. What is the deal? Are you really thinking of taking this further? Don't say I didn't warn you. Do you really think your old bones can take a beating? Furious, the man pointed at him, yet he dared not make a move. You. Listen here, young man. Don't stir up trouble. You'll regret it. Yang Fan deliberately stepped closer, mocking him. Go ahead. Keep pointing. If you touch me, I'll claim self-defense or mutual combat and have you hospitalized for months. Do you believe that? The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, lowered his hand, unwilling to escalate things further. He was genuinely afraid that this young man might strike him, for youth is often impulsive. The man, who fancied himself delicate as porcelain, was not keen on clashing with a tile. Why now? They had attracted a considerable crowd. Feng Yuding's manager approached, inquiring, I'm the store manager. What is happening here? Yang Fan, aware of the audience, raised his voice intentionally. This lecher is harassing my friend, persistently claiming he wants to keep her, thinking he has something special just because he has a few bucks. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. What a disgrace. If you want a woman, go buy a toy. This is a shopping mall. Look at his age. He has practically the same age as these young girls' parents. This guy must have a family. Let us expose him. Let his wife and kids know about his sordid deeds. Record this. We need to expose this scumbag. I'll post it on Douyin. Nice one. Bro. Always capturing the beauty of life. That moment, the middle-aged man panicked, shouting, I didn't. Don't listen to this kid-s nonsense. No filming. I'll sue you for invasion of privacy. The manager replied. We have cameras in the store. Everything that happens here is recorded. Yang Fan chimed in. Can I get a copy of that footage? I'll be the one infringing on his rights. Let him sue me if he dares. Not happening. The middle-aged man was suddenly flustered. He never anticipated that such a mundane affair of keeping a mistress would escalate into such a debacle. These individuals actually intended to expose him online. How utterly despicable. He was not particularly concerned about other matters, but if his fierce wife found out, it would spell disaster for him. His business had flourished solely due to the support of his elder brother-in-law, and it was impossible for him to disregard the fear of his wife. Chapter 45. Stunned by Feng Yuding, it was precisely because the man's wife was both overweight and unattractive, often treating him with a ferocious demeanor, that he sought solace in the arms of a younger woman to mend his wounded spirit. From the moment he laid eyes on Feng Yuding, he was irresistibly captivated, leading to the current predicament. Hearing that others intended to record him and upload it online was simply intolerable. Do you even understand the law? You cannot do this without my consent. No filming, absolutely no filming. With that, the middle-aged man glared furiously at Yang Fan and shouted, If you dare to upload me online, I will sue you to oblivion. Just wait for the court summons. He then pointed at the onlookers, and you lot too. Whoever infringes on my right to portraiture, I will sue you as well. Let us see how much you can pay. He was fully aware that nowadays, people love to upload videos of any incident to Douyin, and if a video went viral by mere chance, it could ruin him. Thus, he began to threaten Yang Fan and the bystanders. Yang Fan rubbed his ears. I'm waiting for you. You dare to flaunt your power here? You've got some nerve. If I were you, I'd run while I still can. Damn it. If running away were effective, I would have bolted ages ago. Why would I need your advice? He glanced around, noticing the crowd was growing, many of whom were inquiring about what had transpired. Realizing that staying here was futile, he shielded his face with his hand and jogged away. Although he harbored deep resentment towards Yang Fan, He didn't dare utter a harsh word, fearing it would be recorded. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude to the surrounding crowd, who, upon realizing there was no longer any spectacle to witness, began to disperse. He then turned to Feng Yuding and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" Feng Yuding's Intimacy 5. The girl shook her head. "You've helped me once again. It was merely a matter of shooing away some flies. Nothing significant. I would be glad to assist if anything like this happens again." That moment, the store manager, relieved that the situation was resolved, said, "Ting Ting, please attend to your friends. Don't let work suffer." With that, she prepared to leave, as many from the crowd had taken the opportunity to browse around, and she needed to attend to them. Feng Yuding immediately brightened. "Yang Gu, I still have work to do. What about you? Are you just wandering around? I'm not planning to interfere with your work. Come on, recommend me some cosmetics, quickly." The girl, surprised by his request, asked, "You want to buy something? Is that not allowed?" "No. It's just a bit unexpected." "Are you buying it for your girlfriend?" "Not for a girlfriend, but for a friend." She instantly displayed an understanding expression but refrained from probing further, thinking to herself, "It must be for a girl he likes." She then earnestly began to make recommendations. However, Yang Fan was not satisfied with her suggestions and directly stated, No, these are too cheap. I can't present these." The girl was taken aback. These were Chanel cosmetics. "You think they are too cheap?" Although she had recommended items that were of high value for their price, they still cost several thousand yuan per set. Yang Gu, what is your price range? Recommend me the best without considering the price. I know you want to help me save money, but it's really unnecessary." "All right, then I'll put together a set for you." "Yes, include various products. And for lipstick, I want every shade. Pick the best." Unbeknownst to him, he was revealing his generous side yet again. The girl was left speechless but still meticulously selected items to present to him. Yang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. No need for introductions. Just give me what you consider the best. I trust you. Ultimately, she assembled a comprehensive and expensive set of cosmetics for him. When he calculated the price, 63,800. Such a bargain? Did you really select the best? The girl inwardly gasped. She considered this a good deal. If it weren't for his insistence on the best, she would never have been able to reach this price. So she nodded firmly, "It's absolutely the best. The recipient of this gift will undoubtedly be ecstatic. Trust me. Can we add more? Adding duplicates would be excessive. It's unnecessary. Fine. Let us charge it and wrap it all up." "All right." The girl finally sighed with relief and led Yang Fan to the front desk to process the payment. Afterward, she gained a better understanding of his purchasing power. She then cheerfully went to her workstation to prepare the packaging. The store manager approached, astonished, and whispered, These are all recommendations you made for your friend? You really know how to close a deal." These items were so enticing that even she would salivate at the sight, often only managing to buy one or two items when payday came around, and many were overlooked due to more cost-effective alternatives, so she would never buy them. Yet, this girl had skillfully recommended everything to her friend, and what was even more unbelievable was that he had agreed to buy it all. What a remarkable sales tactic. Feng Yuding, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "He insisted on these. I offered him cheaper options, but he refused. No need to explain." "I understand," the manager said. Seeing the manager's knowing expression, the girl felt mentally exhausted and decided against further explanation. After the cosmetics were packed into 2 large boxes, she brought them over to Yang Fan. "Yang Gu, do you think this gift box looks all right? We don't have any larger boxes." Yang Fan nodded. "It's fine. As long as you like it, why preference doesn't matter. It's about whether the recipient likes it." At that moment, Yang Fan chuckled. "It's for you, so you can wrap it however you like." "Wait." The girl was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. "For me? Of course, you. How can this be? Why would it be for me?" Not only she, but even the store manager and another colleague nearby were taken aback. Yang Fan, however, appeared completely unfazed. "It was intended for you. Remember, I mentioned it was a gift for a friend, right? Are you not my friend?" Chapter 46. Codename Zero. At this moment, the girl began to believe that Yang Fan was not merely joking. He genuinely intended to gift her these cosmetics. Although she was tempted, she resolutely shook her head. "No, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Who just said that the recipient of such gifts would surely be overjoyed? Were you deceiving me?" Feng Yuding was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she had indeed said that, she could never have anticipated that these would be for her. Yang Fan, noticing her hesitation, shrugged and continued, In any case, the money has already been paid. If you don't accept it, I'll just have to return them. Feng Yuding was speechless, so after all that effort to help him choose, he was now asking her to return them? The crux of the matter was that he wasn't trying to play tricks on her. He was genuinely saying that if she didn't want it, he would return it. She attempted one last effort. Well, Yang Ge, you could give them to someone else. Yang Fan shook his head. How could I give a gift meant for you to someone else? Besides, there's no one else to give it to. Feng Yuding's intimacy too. Yang Fan felt a surge of joy as he noticed the increase in intimacy with the girl. After much internal struggle, Feng Yuding finally said, I truly cannot accept this if you don't take it back. I'll just have to process a refund. Are you sure you want to do that? Your manager won't he kill you for this? Yang Fan joked, gesturing toward the manager, who was watching the scene unfold with a look of disbelief. The girl glanced over at her manager, who indeed wore a bewildered expression. Well, enough of this dilemma. This amount is nothing to me. As my friend, just accept it. The girl hesitated. These were cosmetics she had painstakingly selected, aligned with her dream aesthetic. How could she not love them? Yet, as the saying goes, no reward without effort. She understood that Yang Fan likely had feelings for her and wanted to pursue her, which was evident. If she couldn't see that, she would indeed be foolish. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that she had no romantic inclinations towards him. She merely regarded him as a friend. Asking him directly would lead to an awkward situation if he confessed. She wouldn't know how to respond, and it would create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Yang Fan clearly recognized that she cherished the cosmetics but was embarrassed to accept them, leading to a significant internal conflict. But he was not deterred and quickly devised a solution: to simply leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. With that, he departed without hesitation. Hey, Yang Gu, wait. Seeing him turn to leave, the girl hurriedly called out, but upon hearing her voice, he quickened his pace and soon vanished around the corner. Feng Yuding stomped her foot in frustration, then stared blankly at the cosmetics before her. At that moment, the manager approached and, noticing her expression, said, Silly girl. He clearly determined to gift you. Just accept it. You didn't ask for it, and you haven't promised him anything, so it won't leave a bad impression. Feng Yuding shot the manager a look of disbelief. Nanajia, I'm not worried about leaving a bad impression. You don't understand. I've only known him for a few days. This is only our third meeting. How can I accept such an extravagant gift from him? Nanajia chuckled. You probably don't realize how beautiful you are. I wouldn't be surprised if he fell for you after just one meeting. Honestly, he seems quite nice and generous towards you. But I don't feel that way about him. Nanajia, with an air of mystery, replied, Trust me, you will. Relationships take time to develop. Besides, the items are non-refundable. As a person with experience, she understood the power of wealth. Using it as a weapon was undeniably effective. Not just young girls, even she, a married woman, found it hard to resist. Upon hearing that the items were non-refundable, Feng Yuding covered her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache coming on. After leaving the mall, Yang Fan strolled outside, feeling quite pleased. He had already received the cashback. Even if the cosmetics were returned, he would incur no loss. However, thus far, the merchant had not processed any refunds. As he wandered near an office building, pondering which of his tools to invite for dinner, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Effective consumer detected. Would you like to view information? Indeed, the streets were filled with beautiful women. He glanced around and spotted a stunning girl emerging from a nearby office building. Her long hair, a deep burgundy in the sunlight, framed a delicate face with large eyes and fair skin, as if the sun had no effect on her at all. Dressed in a revealing orange off-shoulder top and black shorts, she sported orange ankle socks on her right leg and knee-high black and white striped socks on her left. Completed with a pair of white sneakers, she certainly had an alluring presence. This must be the girl View. Name: Li Wei. Age: 21. Height: 166. Weight: 49. Overall attractiveness: 86. 100. Status: normal. Intimacy: 0. Holy cow, 100. So, this beauty's intimacy is at 0. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. There was nothing particularly outstanding compared to his tools, but this girl was original. This was the first time he had encountered someone like her. The allure was undeniably strong. At 21 years old, being a beauty and still possessing a purity rating of 100 was hard to believe. He knew the system wouldn't deceive him. If he didn't feel tempted, it would be strange. Thus, he approached her to strike up a conversation, casually mentioning, "Excuse me, miss, do you know where I can buy flowers around here? I'd like to get a bouquet for you." The girl appeared momentarily stunned. Li Wei's intimacy -50. Why did it drop so drastically? Were my lines really that terrible? He had grown accustomed to losing intimacy upon first encounters with beautiful women, but he never expected such a significant decrease. What heinous act had he committed? Having reached this point, he had little hope left and was about to turn away when the girl spoke up. "Add me on WeChat for 500. What a straightforward approach. However, this posed no challenge for him. He nodded. "Sure, I'll add you right now." The girl seemed somewhat surprised. Chapter 47. Second-hand luxury goods store. Li Wei had used this method to dissuade many strangers attempting to flirt with her. Yang Fan was the first to actually prepare to transfer money. Intrigued, she decided to go through with it and gave him her WeChat. Yang Fan wasted no time. As soon as he added her, he sent over 500 yuan, noting it as a voluntary gift, then cheerfully asked, "How about we grab a drink or a meal?" 5,000. The girl casually threw out a hefty figure. She doubted this would scare him off. To her surprise, Yang Fan readily agreed. "All right, just tell me your name. You know, for 5,000, I can't proceed without knowing your name." The girl sized him up. She thought, is this guy out of his mind? Is he really going through with this? Nonetheless, she revealed her name, Li Wei. Yang Fan promptly transferred 5,000 yuan, again marking it as a voluntary gift. "Let us go. How about we get some coffee?" He was well aware that this beauty was not the type to engage in monetary transactions. Considering her perfect purity rating, this was quite intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been labeled as a naive yet wealthy individual in her eyes. Since he had already sent the money, the girl did not refuse and followed him to a coffee shop. They sat across from each other, and Yang Fan initiated the conversation. "I saw you coming out of that tall building. Do you work there?" The girl responded without ignoring him. "No. I'm studying dance there." No wonder she exuded a blend of sensuality and leisure. She was training in dance. It explained her excellent figure. "What style of dance did she study?" "I mainly focus on street dance." "Oh, that is impressive." Street dance requires a high degree of flexibility, and she must be able to master many intricate moves with ease. His mind wandered to many delightful thoughts. Li Wei's intimacy -2. Noticing Yang Fan's suddenly lewd smile, Li Wei frowned. There's something wrong with studying street dance?" "Not at all. I just find it surprising. I thought street dance was quite challenging." This girl seemed to have a knack for rapidly decreasing intimacy. Thankfully, Yang Fan quickly shifted to another topic, but she responded with only half-hearted interest. They spent nearly an hour in the coffee shop, and not only did her intimacy not increase, it actually dropped by 2 points, which was quite disheartening. "Let us go. Let us find a place to dine." Li Wei did not respond directly, but instead suggested, "I am not particularly hungry at the moment. Shall we take a stroll first?" Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan discerned her intentions, yet he was indifferent. "Sure. Where shall we wander?" The beauty's demeanor transformed instantly, her previous lack of enthusiasm replaced by a radiant smile. "There's a shop I adore. They have some wonderful items. Come with me." Without further ado, he hailed a cab for Li Wei. After a journey of over 10 minutes, the two entered a relatively spacious store, elegantly decorated, with shelves brimming with an array of luxury brands. Predominantly handbags. Indeed, handbags are a woman's greatest delight. A stunning saleswoman approached as they entered. "Welcome to Fashion Hub. How may I assist you today, sir and madam? Are there any treasures you wish to take home?" At this moment, Li Wei could scarcely contain her excitement. "Please show me your bags, regardless of the brand." "Certainly. We have recently acquired 2 new models for this year. The orange one is particularly exquisite. Ladies, do take a look." With keen interest, Li Wei turned to Yang Fan. "Let us check them out." After hearing the saleswoman's words, Yang Fan quickly realized this was a second-hand luxury store, explaining the diverse array of brands present. He chose not to comment on it. The young lady soon returned, holding the 2 bags the saleswoman had suggested, and inquired of Yang Fan, "I think both bags are beautiful and quite suitable for me. This one is versatile and would match anything, while this one would complement my black dress perfectly. What do you think?" Yang Fan mused. "If it weren't for the cashback on spending, I might think you were simply trying to get me to buy for you." Nevertheless, as the quintessential pushover, he smiled and nodded. "Yes, they are very fitting for you." "Then I shall take these 2, over 70,000. But the price is reasonable. They'd cost nearly 100,000 at a boutique." She exclaimed, "Oh, this one is adorable too." As she spoke, Her gaze fell upon a small handbag nearby. Yang Fan noted that this bag was scarcely larger than his fist. What on earth could fit in that? At that moment, she swiftly picked up the bag and asked him, "This one is just over 10,000. It's so cute. Let us get it too." "That sounds good," she declared, satisfaction evident in her tone. "So, I will take these three. Thank you." Yang Fan thought to himself, thank you for what? If it weren't for this silly system, who would actually buy these for you? What, is your thank you really that valuable? He decided to tease her, feigning innocence. Why are you thanking me? You don't expect me to foot the bill, do you? Li Wei, however, showed no sign of embarrassment, boldly retorting, aren't you trying to win me over? What's the matter? Are a few tens of thousands scaring you? In her mind, she thought, oh, so you're finally dropping the act. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, it's merely a few tens of thousands. Such a sum doesn't frighten me, but you must give me a reason to purchase. Her confidence was amusing. She spoke as if she looked down on the value of such money. He pondered, not that I underestimate you, but can you actually produce that kind of cash? She answered matter-of-factly, if you buy for me, I would certainly consider being your girlfriend. Her words seemed to imply that his investment would be in vain. Yang Fan rubbed his nose, bemused, I don't recall expressing a desire for you to be my girlfriend. Li Wei smiled at his remark. Perhaps I misinterpreted your intentions. I thought you were a decent person and wanted to give you a chance. But she paused and then addressed the saleswoman. Excuse me, could you please put these back? Give me a break. Your intimacy level of -52 hardly suggests you were offering me a chance. Wait, I never said I wouldn't buy. I just wanted a reason to do so. This left Li Wei baffled as she questioned, what reason do you want? One bag in exchange for a kiss seems fair, don't you think? Li Wei was taken aback by his unexpected proposition. Was it unreasonable? Not particularly. After all, exchanging a kiss for a bag worth several tens of thousands seemed like a bargain. Though she found Yang Fan rather exasperating, the idea of gaining a bag through a mere kiss was somewhat enticing. Internally, she doubted he would genuinely follow through, given his earlier reluctance to spend. Yet, she replied, all right, as long as you pay, I will immediately deliver 3 kisses. While secretly smirking, she thought, let us see how you handle this. Without any way out, will you still play along? For Yang Fan, it was an opportunity for 3 free kisses, so there was no hesitation. He promptly handed his card to the saleswoman. Charge it. Li Wei was momentarily stunned, incredulous that he was serious. Even the nearby saleswoman was taken aback by his audacity. The saleswoman, who had thought him relatively composed, was now bewildered. A kiss for a bag. How come I never encounter such luck? I could kiss you into bankruptcy, you know? If not bankrupt, I'd de-kiss until the end of time. Though she thought such things, she dared not voice them, hastily proceeding with the transaction. After the card was processed, the saleswoman discreetly encouraged him to sign up for a membership card, noting that he had accumulated a significant number of points with this purchase, which could be redeemed later. Yang Fan suspected she was angling to obtain his phone number under the pretense of a membership. But while the saleswoman appeared quite charming, she fell short of an 80 in his eyes. He simply pointed to Li Wei. Let her handle it. I don't usually come here at this point. Li Wei, holding her 3 bags, felt a mix of confusion. Initially certain he wouldn't buy, she was now left wondering if her kisses were truly worth such a price. What began as a ploy to chase him away for a mere 500 had unexpectedly turned into a near $10,000 haul. Had this not happened to her directly, she would never have believed it. Just as she pondered, Yang Fan's voice broke through. What are you thinking about? Let us go. All right. She followed him outside, her mind still heavy with thoughts, unable to resist asking, are you really giving me these bags? Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, aren't they already in your hands? What do you mean by giving them to you? These are your rewards for 3 kisses. By the way, weren't you the one who said you'd deliver immediately? With a mischievous glint, he reached for her hand. To his surprise, she recoiled in alarm. Stepping back 2 paces, her expression one of wariness. What are you doing? Her voice attracted the attention of passers-by, who regarded Yang Fan with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Yang Fan felt a surge of frustration. Why the dramatic reaction? If someone mistakes me for a creep, are you going to take responsibility? Trying to back out? Realizing others were watching, Li Wei felt embarrassed and stuck her tongue out at him. Well, serve you right. Who told you to make a sudden move? Then she recalled her earlier promise and sighed inwardly. So you really can't part with those bags. In a hushed voice, she murmured. This is out in the open. Yang Fan glared at her. You were the one who insisted on immediate action. You never specified a location. Well, this isn't suitable. Let us find somewhere more private. 20 minutes later. They arrived at a private room in a restaurant. As soon as they ordered their dishes and the server left, Yang Fan locked the door. Is this better? Li Wei's face flushed deeply, her expression shifting as she stood and closed her eyes. Hurry up. She seemed to be sacrificing herself for the cause. Li Wei intimacy -1. Li Wei intimacy -1. Li Wei intimacy -1. What on earth is happening? Even before the kiss, my intimacy level is dropping? A minute later. You scoundrel. As soon as Yang Fan released her, she raised her tiny fist in anger. Pow! Pow! Have you lost your mind? Yang Fan quickly embraced her again, but she showed no sign of relenting. In a fit of frustration, she bit his shoulder. Ow! Are you a puppy? Li Wei intimacy 5. What the? The sudden increase in intimacy left Yang Fan perplexed. He paused, looking at her in confusion. There she was, biting her lip, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. This little expression was somewhat alluring. Noticing his gaze, she coldly commanded, "Let go," then returned to her seat. Li Wei intimacy 1. What is going on? Yang Fan felt bewildered. From the moment he met her, her intimacy level had never increased, even after he bought her bags worth tens of thousands. Now, suddenly, it was rising? Yang Fan moved to open the door of the private room. All right, let us eat. Upon seeing this, Li Wei visibly relaxed, returning to her seat in silence. After the meal, it was clear she had no intention of lingering with Yang Fan, resolutely deciding to leave without a word. Hailing a taxi, as she sat in the cab, the 3 bags in hand made her feel somewhat better. Yang Fan observed the departing vehicle, pondering, this girl is quite peculiar. I'll have to observe her further. After all, I have an endless supply of money. I refuse to believe I can't win her over. She was a rare find, an authentic beauty, and he was genuinely intrigued. Why should he let someone else take his chance? He was far from generous. While he wasn't excessively driven by physical desires, societal norms dictated his expectations, but now that he had encountered a pure beauty, he saw no reason to let her slip away easily. In his mind, Li Wei was far more appealing than those who had already been pursued by others. Subsequently, he checked the intimacy levels of his other associates. Gu Ruijia had the highest level. Though she had plateaued after reaching 70, he understood that the higher the intimacy level, the harder it was to increase. Short-term gains were unlikely with her, so he shifted his focus to Chen Si. This girl was a local from the summer resort city, a bit naive and infatuated with love. Her intimacy level was nearing 60, and he aimed to secure a secondary cashback card from her. He dialed a video call. Chen Si had been feeling rather down lately. Ever since Yang Fan had tempted her into breaking up with her boyfriend, he had been persistently trying to reconcile. He often blocked her at the school gates, pleading for another chance. Though she hadn't completely forgotten him, thoughts of Yang Fan kept her resolute. She had been contemplating meeting Yang Fan, yet felt unprepared, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. This inner conflict left her quite torn. Just last night, she received a 10,000 yuan transfer from him along with a greeting for Children's Day, a gesture that revealed he still thought of her. It touched her somewhat, prompting her to subtly suggest they meet for a meal. To her disappointment, he had not given a definitive response, merely replying with a good and then falling silent. This left her feeling somewhat slighted. After all, she had made the effort, and he seemed aloof. What else with the attitude? If you won't acknowledge me, I won't bother with you either. Humph. At that moment, while jogging outdoors, she received Yang Fan's video call request, which instantly lifted her spirits. Initially intending to ignore him as a form of punishment, the persistent ringing prompted her to obediently press the answer button. Humph. What do you want? Yang Fan, observing the beauty wiping sweat with a towel, asked with genuine curiosity, did someone upset our little romantic daydreamer? Chen Si retorted with annoyance. You're the one with love-struck delusions. Your whole family is. Just speak plainly or I'll hang up. Yang Fan chuckled inwardly. Dado? So you're upset with me? How have I offended you? Not at all. You wish, she continued. What are you sweating so much for? None of your business. Can you speak nicely? Not a chance. Want to hang out? Sure. Chen Si intimacy 1. What? This abrupt shift in tone nearly made him double over in surprise. He questioned whether he had misheard her. Chen Si, seeing his astonished expression, burst into laughter. What are you waiting for? Just tell me where. Do you drink? Want to go to a bar? Chen Si hesitated, as she typically avoided such places, But since it was Yang Fan's first invitation, she didn't want to decline. All right, I'll come pick you up. No need, just tell me the location. I'll head home to shower and change. After they agreed to meet at a lounge bar near her house in an hour, they ended the call. Yang Fan, having finished his meal, took a leisurely stroll before hailing a cab. Upon arriving at the bar, he found Chun-Si already waiting. She was clad in an Argentina national football team jersey paired with sneakers, exuding vibrant youthful energy. Yang Fan was instantly perplexed. Aren't we supposed to be going to a bar? Why are you dressed like this? Whatever, as long as you look good. Yang Fan approached, and she immediately noticed him, pouting in displeasure. Why are you slower than me? Isn't it just around your neighborhood? You should have arrived before me. Humph. Excuses. Let us go inside. Clearly, she didn't mind his tardiness, merely expressing mild dissatisfaction. In reality, he could have offered any excuse, and it would suffice. Once inside the bar, Yang Fan finally understood her choice of attire. She was turning heads everywhere. Not only were the men stealing glances, but even women couldn't help but admire her. As the bar was still relatively empty, they were led to a booth. While passing a high table, Yang Fan noticed a group of a man and 3 women drinking. They were watching Chun-Si intently. Curiosity piqued, he opted to check the details. Name, Lu Jia, age, 26, height, 158 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 81. 2 non-contagious gynecological conditions, intimacy level, 0. Forget it. Yang Fan instantly lost all interest. It seemed that women who frequented bars rarely came without complications. After they settled into their booth, he realized they had a minimum spend, and merely ordering beer wouldn't suffice. Handing the drink menu to Chun-Si, he suggested, you choose. However, she hesitated, feeling embarrassed. You order. I rarely come to places like this, and I don't know what to get. No worries, just order whatever you desire, no matter the cost. Seeing Yang Fan's insistence, she reluctantly picked up the drink menu, only to be taken aback by the prices listed. It was somewhat amusing to witness her hesitation, and it seemed that she could use a little assistance. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly thought to test a theory. If he were to order something in this scenario, would he receive a cash rebate? After all, he had a substantial amount of funds at his disposal. Spending a few thousand wouldn't be too burdensome. If it resulted in a loss, so be it. He had to try it out for future reference. Thus, he pointed to a champagne priced over 3,000 and said, let us go with this. Champagne is a better choice for you, as it has a lower alcohol content. And let us add half a dozen beers as well. Very soon, the order was placed, and the drink menu was handed over to the liaison who had brought them in. After he swiped his card for payment, he furrowed his brow shortly thereafter. The champagne had indeed qualified for a rebate, while the beer did not. Just moments ago, he had envisioned himself enjoying the beer while the girls savored the champagne. It appeared that in the case of shared expenses, he could directly order items for himself, but if the intent was to treat the girl, a rebate would apply. Ordering for oneself, however, resulted in no rebate. This aligned with his earlier assumptions. The system was quite stringent in this regard, allowing him no advantage whatsoever. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. He would simply need to be more cautious in the future. Once the drinks arrived, the two began to drink while engaging in a game. To be why this time, the bar was becoming increasingly crowded. With the DJ taking the stage and the bass reverberating through the in this vibrant setting, many young patrons had already started to dance, slightly intoxicated from their drinks. As Yang Fan was sipping his drink with Chun-Si, he heard the system notification and curiously turned to look. To his surprise, he noticed a few well-endowed girls bouncing joyfully in front of their booth, likely part of the venue's entertainment crew. The system alert must have been triggered by one of them. Name, Zhou Xiaolan, age, 26, height, 162 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 80. 58. Status, infertile, intimacy level, 0. The data was unremarkable, yet the number reached a staggering 42. The term infertile alone spoke volumes. It was evident that she had been played out, destined to return home and marry a decent man after cashing in. Yet, with her physique and looks, she would undoubtedly attract countless decent men who were unaware of her past. Name, Xin Shui, age, 24, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 83. 98. Status, normal, intimacy level, 0. There are actually 2. No wonder people say that such vibrant places are filled with beauties. Wait, this time the number is 2. How could this girl be so low? She seems somewhat out of place in such an environment. Who would have thought that a girl who frequents bars could still retain such innocence, especially since she is particularly young? He felt a certain fondness for such a girl. Unfortunately, Chun Siyu was right beside him, and he couldn't engage in any flirtation. His aim in courting girls was to boost intimacy levels. Shaking his head, he leaned closer to Chun Siyu and whispered in her ear, "Shall we go dance for a bit?" The girl, her cheeks slightly flushed from the alcohol, shook her head, saying, "I can't dance." "Come on. What is there to worry about? Just follow the rhythm and have fun. Look at them. They're just dancing wildly." At his words, she let out a laugh, glancing at the girls in front of their booth, who were indeed dancing freely. "I feel a bit no one knows you here. What is there to be shy about? Just come with me." After saying this, Yang Fan took her hand and stood up, leading her outside. Reluctantly, she followed. Soon, she noticed Yang Fan, like a fool, pulling her hand and bouncing in front of their booth, exclaiming loudly, "Just like this, give it a try." Let loose, woohoo! Uncertain whether to be concerned for his embarrassment or to be swept up in the lively atmosphere, and under the influence of alcohol, she finally took a deep breath and joined him in dancing. During their playful antics, Yang Fan let go of her hand and performed various flamboyant moves, causing her to chuckle heartily. Gradually, she began to loosen up. Being an athletic person, dancing was effortless for her, and her graceful movements, combined with her excellent physique and looks, drew the attention of many around them. After some time, just as Yang Fan was swaying behind her, the system notification finally chimed in. Chun Siyu Intimacy Level 3. Perhaps it was because she rarely visited such venues, but this experience certainly provided Chun Siyu with something new and enjoyable. It was clear that she was quite happy. Albeit slightly tipsy at that moment, a short-haired girl approached them, dancing provocatively. Yang Fan paid little mind to it, as it was typical in such places. This girl was quite beautiful, her makeup rather heavy, as if she had caked on an excessive amount of powder. He could even see her skin reflecting light, which seemed a bit excessive, a so-called glow-in-the-dark beauty. She was likely one of the entertainers in the vicinity. In terms of looks, she was definitely on par with Chun Siyu, and was likely one of the beauties previously mentioned by the system. With this girl leading the charge, soon enough, a crowd of men and women began to gather around. Observing the increasingly packed space, Yang Fan didn't want Chun Siyu to inadvertently become the object of unwanted attention. So he pulled her back to their seats. As they sat down, he leaned in and asked her, "Are you enjoying yourself?" With a smile, she nodded. "This is the craziest I've ever been." Chun Siyu Intimacy Level 1. Having shared some intimate moments during their earlier dance, Yang Fan felt emboldened and began chatting with her more freely, noting that she did not seem to reject his advances. This was a promising start. It appeared that inviting her for drinks had been the right choice. Suddenly, Shun Shui Intimacy Level -40. What's going on? This abrupt and inexplicable decrease in intimacy from the system left him bewildered. What did I do? He turned to look toward the front of their booth in confusion. To his astonishment, the short-haired beauty who had just been dancing was now on the edge of the crowd, watching them intently while still dancing. Was that the girl who maintained her innocence? Chapter 51. A beautiful misunderstanding. Even if you're Shen Shui, that doesn't warrant such behavior. I just wanted to take a break from dancing. Is that too much to ask? Why would you suddenly drop my intimacy level by 40 points? Am I supposed to dance with you? Is not dancing a personal affront? This is pure insanity. Yang Fan chose to ignore her, continuing to chat and enjoy himself while teasing Chun Siyu, causing her to blush profusely. Before long, while he was lost in the revelry, he caught a glimpse of canvas shoes and fair legs approaching. It was evident that someone was walking toward them. Both he and Chun Siyu turned their heads curiously, only to find the short-haired beauty smiling as she reached them. "I just got tired from dancing. May I take a break here with you?" Typically, when a beautiful girl approaches to strike up a conversation, it's a good thing. But Yang Fan had just been suspecting that she was indeed Shen Shui, and after losing 40 points of intimacy, she still chose to come over. Did she not see that it was just the two of them, enjoying a world of our own? What was she thinking, coming over to be a third wheel? Something felt off about her. Thus, he replied, "Sorry, but as you can see, it's not really convenient for us." Shen Shui Intimacy Level -10. Damn it. It really was her. She flashed an apologetic smile and said, "I'm truly sorry. It's my fault that I saw that it was just the two of you and thought it might be livelier with more people around. My apologies." After saying this, she turned to leave and returned to her previous spot, continuing to dance. It felt like a trick of the mind. but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was glancing their way intermittently. Chen Xiu showed no reaction to Yang Fan's rejection of the girl. She clearly didn't want anyone to interrupt their time together. Yang Fan internally scoffed. He had previously appreciated this girl's self-respect, and now she seemed more like a nuisance. Not worth the trouble. After enjoying some more drinks, Yang Fan decided to head to the restroom, instructing Chen Xiu to wait for him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the restroom, he noticed several heavily made-up girls milling about, and even witnessed a man and woman entering a stall together. He was no longer surprised by such occurrences. Upon finishing his business and stepping out, he noticed a girl approaching him. "Hey, handsome. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." He interrupted her before she could finish, preparing to walk away when he heard her say, "Wait. No, I just wanted to tell you to watch out for that short-haired girl." Yang Fan halted abruptly, realizing she was referring to Shen Shui. This girl must also be part of the entertainment crew that had been dancing in front of their booth. Curiously, he turned to her and asked, "Why?" The girl stepped closer and whispered, "She's probably interested in your companion. The moment you leave, she'll try to flirt with her. Be careful not to let her sway your friend." So that was it. He had thought she was just a bizarre character. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this girl before him was not lying. It made sense why Shen Shui's intimacy level was so low. It seemed she had been hurt by 2 men in the past. But did she really think she could swoop in on his turf? That was utterly absurd. Yang Fan remained unruffled, simply chuckling as he asked, "Why tell me this?" "Simply because I don't like her. I'd be delighted if she were to make a fool of herself. She'll definitely approach you to get closer to your friend. So don't fall for it, I understand." After Yang Fan left, the girl seemed quite pleased, unconsciously smiling to herself. Returning to his seat, he discovered that Shen Shui was indeed chatting with Chen Xiu, sitting much closer than before. Upon noticing his return, Shen Shui immediately raised her drink, smiling sweetly as she said, "Hey, handsome. I saw your friend sitting alone, so I came over to chat with her. My name is Shen Shui. Nice to meet you both." Was this a case of not striking a smiling face? Had it not been for her low intimacy level with him, and knowing she was a T, he might have fallen for her charm. But now that I believe I mentioned that I don't appreciate interruptions while we're together, did I not? Upon hearing this, Shen Shui's smile faltered, realizing that the other party was somewhat repelled by her. How could this happen? Wasn't I attractive enough? The usual tactics that worked on everyone else seemed ineffective against this man. Calmly, she glanced at her drink and said, "Then this drink will serve as my apology. I'll finish it and take my leave." Saying this, she downed her drink in one go, wearing a somewhat aggrieved expression as she walked away. Chen Xiu Intimacy Level 5. Chen Xiu's Favorability Level reached 60. Reward, 1 Level 2 Cash Rebate Card, 1. After use, can earn a Level 2 rebate, 10 times. Why did her intimacy level suddenly increase by 5 points? Upon returning to his seat, Yang Fan curiously glanced at Chen Xiu, who whispered mysteriously in his ear, "That girl clearly has an interest in you. Are you really not tempted at all? She is quite beautiful and has a great figure." What on earth? Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. Looking at Shen Shui's minus 50 intimacy level, he thought, "You say she is interested in me? She is clearly after you, silly girl." However, it seemed they had stumbled into a delightful misunderstanding. Chen Xiu likely believed that he had repeatedly rejected Shen Shui to assert his commitment to her, resulting in a significant boost in intimacy. Was this an unexpected stroke of luck? Having reached this conclusion, he certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. With a chuckle, he asked, "What did she say to you?" She smiled and replied softly, "Nothing much. She was just trying to pry into our relationship." "And what did you tell her?" "I want to tell you." In that instant, it dawned on Yang Fan. Chen Xiu must have misconstrued the girl's intentions, feeling a sense of urgency to declare their relationship. Wasn't this a lucky coincidence that allowed him to inadvertently secure a Level 2 cash rebate card? After leaving the bar, Yang Fan wrapped his arm around Chen Xiu and said, "How about you stay over tonight?" Although slightly tipsy, the girl remained clear-headed and firmly rejected. "No way. I'm not ready yet. You promised to give me time." Yang Fan was in no rush with her. After all, intimacy level had reached 60. Slowly but surely, he would eventually reap the rewards. "All right then, I'll drive you home." Chen Xiu Intimacy Level 1. After dropping her off at her apartment building, he hailed a cab back home. On the way, he reflected on the recent events, pondering how Shen Shui, with her striking looks and physique, turned out to be a T. What a waste of resources. In this day and age, when there are more men than women, and with so many people absurdly trying to form all-female groups. Alongside countless playboys like himself, isn't this just unfair? The plight of resource-strapped male compatriots is genuinely tough. Chapter 52. Winning over a girl requires money soon. He recalled the girl he met during the day, Li Wei. The moment she encountered him, she had immediately dropped her intimacy level by 50 points, much like Xin Shui. Could it be? Could it be? What a rare find with a zero-code beauty. Please don't tell me she is also AT. If that's the case, wouldn't this be starting at a difficulty level of hard mode? Li Wei certainly didn't seem like someone who had been hurt by men, so could it be a natural inclination? But the power of money is immense. Perhaps it could normalize her behavior. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just throw money at the situation and take things as they come. Upon arriving home, Yang Fan activated the level 2 cash rebate card and opened his phone to start transferring money to his tool friends. First, he messaged Li Wei. Send me your frequently used bank account number. At home, watching a drama, Li Wei received Yang Fan's message. Initially, she contemplated silencing notifications, but after a moment's hesitation, recalling that she would need to ask him to buy things in the future, she decided not to be overly dismissive and casually replied, "What is up? You planning to transfer money? Just send it over. You think I can hack your account or something?" Seeing his message, the girl rolled her eyes. "Not going to tell you unless you ask nicely." Okay, I really am planning to transfer money. Is that good enough?" "Whatever." 6:22, alright, don't interrupt my show. After sending, Li Wei closed the chat window, her mind racing with curiosity. Did he really intend to transfer money? But at the same time, she found it strange. Why not just use V to transfer? Just as she resumed watching her drama, she suddenly received a text message. Postal Bank, on June 2, 2023, at 23:14, your account ending in 635 received an income of 300,000.00 yuan, with a balance of 308,237.34 yuan. Li Wei, startled, nearly dropped her phone, staring incredulously at the message. 3,100,000. What on earth is happening? Confused and slightly fearful, she hurriedly typed out a message, but her thoughts were jumbled, and it took her quite a while to compose a coherent reply. Are you crazy? Why did you transfer so much money to me? You need to tell me first. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't be involved in any illegal activities. Yang Fan almost burst out laughing upon reading her message. This girl certainly has a vivid imagination, thinking he was trying to launder money. Why would I launder anything? The money is for you to use. It's clean money, just spend it as you wish. Li Wei still could not believe that this man, whom she had only known for a day, had not only gifted her nearly 100,000 yuan, but had also transferred such a considerable sum of money to her. What could he possibly want? Surely, even a fool with abundant wealth should have their limits, right? What on earth do you intend to do? I want. The girl paused for a moment before realizing the implications. What do you mean by that? If you don't clarify your intentions, I will report you. Feel free. After all, the money from the system was clean. He had nothing to fear. Yet the girl was left speechless. Are you truly giving me this much money to use? Look at you, acting as if you've never seen the world. It's just a few 100,000. Oh, you. It may seem substantial, but to me, it's merely a drizzle. It was infuriating. Yet why did it feel so warm inside? Li Wei Intimacy 5. Suddenly, the girl's eyes twinkled as if she had thought of a mischievous idea. Really? Then transfer another one and let us see your capabilities. A minute later. Postal Bank, on June 2, 2023, at 23:14, your account ending in 635 received a deposit of 300,000.00 yuan, with a balance of 608,237.34 yuan. No way. You really did transfer it? Initially, the girl had intended to retort against his comment about her naivety, but she never expected him to actually transfer another 300,000 at this moment. She was utterly dumbfounded. This was excessively extravagant, wasn't it? Li Wei Intimacy 10. Yang Fan noticed that Li Wei's intimacy had increased again, and a smile blossomed on his face. It seemed that throwing money around was indeed effective. What he did not realize was that the primary reason for Li Wei's increased affection was her being touched by his lavishness. Some women firmly believe that to gauge a man's love, one need only observe his willingness to spend money on them. All those sweet nothings are mere illusions. Thus, even women who are not particularly fond of money can still be moved by it. Wealthy individuals seeking to win their hearts could certainly avoid many detours. Just like in Tomato's Rich Man, where Xia Zhu, who does not care for money, is moved at every poignant moment by Wang Duiyu's generous spending, ultimately falling for him when he chooses to forsake an astronomical inheritance for her. Although Yang Fan did not think this deeply, it did not deter him from proceeding. "Dio, you still want to see my capabilities?" The girl finally snapped back to reality, realizing that this fellow was indeed the type who did not regard money as a significant matter. She felt as though a character from a television drama had stepped into her reality. Is this money truly without issues? To claim she was not affected would be a lie. After all, this was 600,000. Yet she was still young, and fear lingered in her heart, primarily because this entire situation was too bizarre. "Spend it freely. If there's an issue, just tell them it was a gift from me, and that's that." The girl pondered and agreed. With transfer records and chat logs, what was there to fear? Still, she decided to play a little trick. "Let us be clear. I never agreed to anything with you. This 600,000 is a voluntary gift from you to me." Yang Fan knew precisely what the girl meant, even humorously acknowledging the specific amount she had mentioned. Amused, he aimed to reassure her. Yes. On June 2, I, Comrade Yang Fan, voluntarily gifted Li Wei 600,000 yuan. Are you satisfied now?" Li Wei Intimacy 3. Seeing his attentiveness, Li Wei felt her anxiety dissipate, and her delight soared several notches higher. "You really put in the effort to pursue girls, huh? I never imagined I would suddenly become a wealthy lady. Ha 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 ha. Ambitious. Thank you, boss." Initially, Li Wei had contemplated taking advantage of him during their next meeting, but she soon realized that her feelings had shifted. This guy genuinely treated her well. Having always harbored a dislike for men and feeling a subtle aversion, she was unaware that her feelings towards Yang Fan had softened significantly. After chatting a bit longer, Li Wei excitedly dove back into her show, while Yang Fan continued to distribute funds to his other acquaintances. For instance, Gu Ruijia and Xiao Lu were overjoyed upon receiving their transfers, continuously expressing gratitude and extending invitations. However, the flight attendant Gong Jing was not so composed. While resting in a hotel in the bustling metropolis, Gong Jing discovered that Yang Fan had transferred another 30,000 to her, nearly driving her to ecstasy. After contemplating for a while, she, already dressed quite revealingly, began taking various selfies, selecting a few to send him. Chapter 53. The flight attendant's message. Gong Jing thought for a while, took numerous selfies, and selected several to send to Yang Fan. Image.jpg image.jpg image.jpg. Just as Yang Fan was about to transfer money to Chen Xiyu, he noticed Gong Jing had sent a flurry of messages and curiously clicked to view them. To his astonishment, the girl had a stunning figure. What a pity the numbers were a tad low. This was to be expected. Girls with higher digits probably wouldn't engage in such antics. As he was admiring the photos, a message from the girl arrived. "Don't leak these, okay? Only you can see them." He soon realized that all the photos had been retracted. "In a way, don't rush. I didn't save them. You're the one who is slow. Don't blame me. Send them again. Dream on. Just wait for me to return." This was undeniably a clear temptation. Waiting was fine. He then continued transferring money to Chen Xiyu, but she did not respond. She had probably already fallen asleep. Initially, the duo of Dai Dai and Mao Mao were live streaming when they received the transfer notification, prompting them to greet their viewers before abruptly ending the stream, leaving their audience baffled. The two sisters were now staring at each other, eyes wide, phones in hand. After a long pause, Dai Dai cautiously asked, "Sister, why did Xiao Gu transfer us so much money again? He just sent us 100,000 yesterday." Mao Mao felt equally perplexed. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Sister, do you think Xiao Gu might have taken a liking to us?" At this, Mao Mao paused. It was hard to deny that possibility. She was somewhat familiar with the live streaming industry, having heard many stories about top-tier brothers and female streamers. However, she had no such intentions. She merely streamed for pocket money. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "You, that little brat, I think he has got his eyes on you. He has always been quite protective of you. It should be a done deal." Dai Dai was taken aback, her cheeks flushing instantly as she nervously tugged at her clothes, shyly saying, "Maybe that's true. What should I do? I doubt I'm not even 18 yet." Mao Mao rolled her eyes at her sister's bashful demeanor. "What kind of convoluted thinking is this? Are you pondering whether to accept his advances? Have you decided on a name for your child yet? You speak as if you're already 18. I share the same birthday as you. I.O. Right? We're only 17, still young. Xiao Gu probably doesn't think that way, right? After all, it would be illegal." Mao Mao suddenly felt she had figured it out and quickly added, We must have misunderstood Xiao Go. He seems to know our ages, right? Dai Dai, however, was still lost in thought, musing that Xiao Gu was so good to her, providing her with endless delicious food and beautiful clothes. If she rejected him, wouldn't he be heartbroken? And with Xiao Gu's wealth, being his girlfriend would surely bring happiness, right? But she had no idea if he was handsome or not. What on earth is that little girl thinking? Mao Mao, noticing her sister was distracted and didn't even hear her, shook her vigorously and loudly inquired. Dai Dai finally snapped back to reality. Huh? I was pondering whether I should accept if Xiao Gu confesses to me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mao Mao, why are you laughing? How annoying. Mao Mao laughed heartily for a while before stopping, playfully tapping Dai Dai on the head. We misunderstood. I remember Xiao Gu asking about your age, right? Dai Dai recalled and nodded. Looking confused, he did ask. What did we misunderstand? Mao Mao spread her hands. Well, it's settled then. Since we're not yet 18, we can't engage in that sort of thing. We probably misunderstood Xiao Gu's intentions. Oh, is that so? Mao Mao nodded uncertainly. Dai T must be. Hearing this, Dai Dai instantly felt relieved. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about complicated matters. Yet, why did it feel like there was a tinge of regret inside her? The two sisters then decided to thank Yang Fan and chat a bit. Dai Dai, being a bit of a fool, accidentally let slip what she had just discussed with Mao Mao. After listening, Yang Fan found it rather amusing. She turning 18 next year. After their conversation ended, the tenfold returns had all been credited, doubling his capital once more, surpassing 600,000. Yang Fan took a shower, leaned back on his bed, and opened Douyin. He found that familiar streamers like Sha and Ali had already finished their broadcasts. Noticing the time, he realized it was indeed quite late. He casually scrolled through videos, pausing at female streamers, hoping to trigger the system. However, after a long time without finding a suitable candidate, he was about to give up and play a game before sleeping when he received a notification. Valid consumer detected. On the screen appeared a girl who seemed to be in her early 20s. Very beautiful, exuding grace. She was chatting with her viewers, and Yang Fan noted her Douyin name. Unyielding Heart. Dressed modestly in a red and white striped t-shirt, her long black hair tucked behind her left ear, she appeared effortlessly neat. Her face was undeniably beautiful, but how much of that was due to beauty filters? He could not discern. Since the system had pinged, it indicated that this girl scored at least an 80. Most importantly, she happened to be from the same city, instantly piquing his interest. The female streamer seemed to be telling a story. My mom told me that the crippled Yang downstairs passed away, and I felt quite sorrowful. He was only in his 40s, and I used to buy things from him often. A week later, as I was walking home after work, it had grown dark due to the overtime, and just as I was nearing home, a middle-aged man limped toward me. When I got a good look at his face, I was utterly stunned, ice-cold sweat pouring down me. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like jelly, and no doubt about it. This middle-aged man was the already deceased Yang. He was carrying a black leather suitcase and was smiling at me. Chapter 54. The ghost storytelling female streamer. Initially, Yang Fan thought this beauty was just a storyteller for lulling people to sleep. However, after listening for a while, he realized she was narrating midnight ghost stories, which was quite refreshing. Since this was the only notification he had received after scrolling for so long, he directly clicked end. To his surprise, the female streamer was engrossed in her tale, completely unaware of his presence. I was terrified. Upon returning home, I turned on all the lights and called my mom to ask her, "Didn't you say Yang died?" My mom replied, "Yes, he died several days ago." At this point, the streamer likely felt parched, stopping to take a sip from her teacup. Although the live stream had only a few dozen viewers, the interaction was lively. And then, did the streamer really encounter a ghost? Don't dismiss it. I've encountered strange happenings before too. Let me tell you, this world isn't so simple. My dad was also possessed. He often got up in the middle of the night and wandered around. One time, I even saw him combing his hair in front of the mirror, but he was bald, with no hair. Whoa, your dad isn't possessed? That's clearly sleepwalking combined with severe hair loss. Perhaps your dad was a long-haired beauty in a past life, who cherished her hair. I think I just saw Xiao Gu enter. He did. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Shouldn't the streamer welcome him promptly? TSK. This streamer is genuinely stunning. No wonder she attracted Xiao Gu. His taste is undoubtedly reliable. Indeed, Xiao Gu usually only pays attention to beautiful women. Half-Life Xiao. Xiaoyao Gu, let us support the little streamer. Streamer, I advise you to be sensible. Quickly flatter him. Xiaoyao Gu is a big deal. You've struck it lucky today, you know? After the streamer finished her water, she glanced at the screen, momentarily puzzled. The viewers' comments suggested that a big shot had entered the live stream. It seemed like he was quite a renowned figure. Although she didn't know him, that didn't prevent her from welcoming him first. Welcome, Xiaoyao Gu, to the live stream. I didn't notice you arrived earlier. I hope you can forgive my oversight. She felt that was all she could manage. As a new streamer, she wasn't adept at flattering big shots. Yang Fan was surprised to discover that many viewers were familiar with him as he casually entered a random live stream. It must be that when he sent gifts, someone recorded it and uploaded it. Without further ado, he directly sent in 300,000. Instantly, the screen erupted with carnival effects. Thank you, Xiaoyao Gu, for the carnival donation. The female streamer was immediately ecstatic. It truly was a big shot. Without uttering a single word, the carnival had begun. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 2. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 5. As the carnival effects continued to appear one after another, the female streamer sensed that it was not as simple as she had imagined. This big shot was actually sending multiple carnivals in quick succession. She was so excited that her voice began to tremble. Thank you, Xiaoyao Gu. Thank you. 1,000 thanks. Sending hearts. The streamer was overly eager in her thanks. Xiaoyao Gu typically started with 17. I can attest to that. That S is lucky number. Xiaoyao Gu is incredible. So fierce. Such occurrences were rare in the live streams of small streamers. She was indeed fortunate today. However, today, they were mistaken. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 10. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 18. Huh? Did I overspend? What is happening? Did Xiaoyao Gu's hand slip? Slip my foot. Didn't you see it still going up? 23.25. 2. Forget it. I'm not counting. It's not for me anyway. Could it be that the streamer is something special? Xiaoyao Gu is changing his habits. The female streamer, at this moment, had her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the screen. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 30. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Sent out a carnival 100. Yang Fan completed his 30,000 recharge in one go, making quite a generous display. Stop. Stop. Finally, it's over. What the heck? 100 carnivals. Xiaoyao Gu is incredible. Xiaoyao Gu is incredible. This was beyond remarkable. No wonder everyone recognized this wealthy individual. Why did it feel like he was a hidden gem to me? I'm not the only one who is unaware. I just found out too. Just found out one. Indeed impressive. Love it. The female streamer was now in shock, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her mind blank, muttering incoherently. Due to her soft voice, no one could make out what she was saying. Li Xinran was a single mother, appearing to be in her early 20s, yet in reality, she was already 28, with time leaving little mark on her face. Her husband was her college classmate. Their bond had survived the trials of graduation, as she stayed in his city to marry and have children with him. However, the good times were short-lived. Her husband tragically passed away 2 years ago in a car accident, leaving her to care for their only daughter, who was merely a year old at the time. Her husband had been a promising talent, a brilliant student renowned for his good looks, but he hailed from a family of modest means. Li Xinran was drawn to his potential, believing wholeheartedly that he would achieve great success in the future, and thus she invested her youth into their shared life. Little did she know that her husband's abilities would remain untapped, as he departed this world too soon, leaving her and their daughter bereft and alone. Relying on her in-laws was not an option. It was a stroke of luck that they were not a burden themselves. Consequently, she returned to the city where her parents lived, taking her daughter with her to reside nearby. While her parents could offer some assistance, it was only enough to cover basic needs and help watch over the child. After graduating, her life was essentially reduced to the cycle of marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing, fitting the mold of a standard housewife. With her husband out working tirelessly, she found herself utterly clueless about how to earn a living. The job market was fiercely competitive. Above all, she wished for her daughter to have every opportunity from the very start. Ordinary jobs simply would not suffice. Frequently hearing tales of how lucrative streaming could be, she convinced herself that, in terms of looks, she would not be outdone by the so-called attractive streamers. Thus, she set her sights on the streaming industry. Despite her lackluster skills, she attempted singing, chatting, and discussing astrology during her broadcasts. Yet, nothing seemed to take off. Her streams garnered little attention. A month passed with negligible earnings. Fortune smiled upon her unexpectedly today. As she neared the end of her broadcast that evening, she noticed that the viewer count was approaching 100, a new milestone for her. Resolutely, she decided to continue streaming. Though fatigue was setting in, she felt that such minor challenges must be overcome in light of her burgeoning career. While chatting with her audience, she began to narrate ghost stories somewhat haphazardly, surprisingly receiving a positive response. Before she knew it, she was deep into storytelling well past midnight. To her astonishment, a viewer named Banshur Xiaoyao entered her stream at that moment. She had been so engrossed that she neglected to welcome him promptly. Fortunately, this generous viewer was gracious and did not hold it against her. Instead, he extravagantly gifted her 100 carnival tokens, and my goodness, that amounted to 300,000 RMB. This stranger had bestowed such a fortune upon her. She was utterly stunned, her mind racing with excitement and confusion. She could scarcely recall how many times she had expressed her gratitude, yet it still felt insufficient, absolutely inadequate. With this windfall, she could afford her daughter a place in a prestigious kindergarten, enroll her in extracurricular classes, purchase a piano, and buy beautiful clothes. The possibilities were endless. In that moment, she felt certain that choosing to become a streamer was indeed the right path, and she marveled at her extraordinary luck. For her daughter, she would endure any hardship, fearing only that her child might start off at a disadvantage. Thus, her heart brimmed with gratitude toward Yang Fan, yet she was equally troubled by how to keep him engaged. Stepping back slightly, she bowed deeply to the screen. Xiaoyao Ge, I truly appreciate your generosity. Though her words were brief, they conveyed a sincere warmth to Yang Fan. He responded in kind, It's nothing. No need to keep thanking me. Continue your story. Did you really encounter a ghost? Previously, Yang Fan had been a staunch atheist, his motto being, neither bow to gods nor believe in immortals, half a life carefree, half a life mad. Yet, he had ended up living as a financially struggling individual. Now, suddenly endowed with a legendary system, could he still dismiss the existence of spirits? How could he explain the system otherwise? Thus, he began to harbor a sense of reverence. Seeing his inquiry, Li Xinran decided not to keep him in suspense and promptly replied, No, I didn't encounter any ghosts. It is said that Yang Kezi came back to life after being declared dead, but my family was unaware of this. However, for months later, he truly passed away. Yang Fan found her words both amusing and oddly normal. Is there more to the story? Please, go on. Yes, indeed. Let me share a peculiar incident from my childhood. Hearing that this wealthy viewer was interested in her stories filled her with joy, and she quickly organized her thoughts. When I was under 10, during winter break, I accompanied my mother back to our hometown, which is rather remote and sparsely populated. One evening, my cousin and I went to the riverbank to catch fish. On our way home, my cousin suddenly acted strangely, leading me astray to a place with a few graves. When I spoke to her, she ignored me and went straight to one of the tombstones, knocking on it and saying things like, I'm back, open the door. I was so frightened that I cried. Terrified, I dared not approach her. She just kept knocking while I stood a distance away sobbing. I don't remember how long it took, but eventually, nearby villagers heard my cries and came to carry us home. Till this day, when I ask my cousin about that night, she insists that she was knocking on our home's door, but no one opened it for her. She claims she has lived in that village for 11 years, so how could she forget where her house is? However, her parents and my mother both say that we were indeed carried home from the graveyard, so she had no choice but to accept the reality. The viewers erupted in chatter. Is that a case of misremembering one's home? No matter how mistaken you are, how could you confuse a grave for your house? Thank goodness the door didn't open. If it had, wouldn't you two sisters have been doomed? How eerie. I always say, it's better to believe in these things than to dismiss them. Was your cousin normal afterward? I suspect your cousin might have been ill at the time. Or perhaps she had a high fever and was delirious. After all, you were playing by the river. By the way, since the host is so beautiful, your cousin must be quite lovely too, right? How did such a peculiar creature mix in? Yang Fan's thoughts echoed those of some viewers. If this streamer was not deceiving them, then it seemed her cousin must have been unwell at that time, not fully aware of her surroundings. After spending some more time in the stream, he eventually exited. He opened his private messages, added the beautiful streamer WeChat, and before the verification could be completed, he plugged his phone into charge before heading to bed. The next day, upon waking, the first thing Yang Fan did was reach for his phone, only to find several unread messages. Chun Siyu had a few drinks the previous day. and after tiring herself out with young Fan, she felt fatigued when she returned home. After a quick shower, she climbed into bed. This morning, she awoke to a message that startled her, for she discovered an additional 300,000 RMB in her bank account. Seeing that it was transferred by Yang Fan, she felt a wave of relief, along with 2 other messages. Are you asleep? Use the money, no need to return it. Initially, she did not respond, as Yang Fan worried that she might wake up and transfer it back, which could lead to the system seizing the funds, potentially resulting in a loss of 30,000. That would be quite unwise, so he made sure to emphasize his message. He did not worry about others, but this girl truly had the potential to act impulsively and return the money. Upon receiving the message, Chun Siyu felt sweetly elated and quickly replied, "How domineering! I wouldn't dream of returning it. Do you think I'm a fool? I have enough money, just don't transfer randomly next time." Yang Fan chuckled at her response, replying only with an emoji before looking down at the messages. Li Shinran. Xiao Yao Gu, I just finished my stream. Xiao Yao Gu, are you asleep? Thank you so much today. I never expected someone like you would gift me so generously. Although I have 1,000 words of gratitude, I find myself at a loss for how to express them, ultimately summing it up with a simple thank you. Xiao Yao Gu, good night. Yang Fan glanced at her messages and casually replied, how many times have you thanked me? If you're not tired of it, I certainly am. Stop with the thanks. Just to clarify, this is not filler. The word count of the main text has not been reduced. Point 1. By C School Beauty, Wu Shasha, Pure Land of Bliss, 2. Airborne Streamer, Lu Xiaolu, First Airborne, 3. JK Beauty, Guruajia, Accompanying Player, 4. Train Rocking, Ali Unseen, 5. Mall Salesgirl, Feng Yuding, Bus Station Encounter, 6. Lovestruck Brain, Chun Siyu, Accompanying Player 2, 7. Southern Airlines Stewardess, Gong Jing, Airport Encounter, 8. Twins, Daimao Sisters, Unseen, 9. Werewolf Killing Streamer, Xiao Shandian, Unseen, 9. Little Wild Cat, Su Shan, Guruajia's Best Friend, 10. Street Dance Girl, Li Wei, Pure and Innocent, Chapter 56, High Aspirations. Fragile Life Young Fan sent a message to Li Xinran, but she did not respond. However, he was not concerned. Thinking she might be busy, he soon forgot about it. What he did not realize was that after finishing her stream, Li Xinran was so excited about receiving 100 carnival tokens that she could not sleep, tossing and turning in bed all night. Her mind was consumed with thoughts surrounding the event, and the more she pondered, the more energized she became, ultimately staying awake until dawn. It was only when she could no longer bear her fatigue that she gradually fell asleep. Thus, when Yang Fan sent his message, it was not that she was ignoring him or busy, she was simply asleep. Having just awakened, Yang Fan was reluctant to move, so he ordered takeout to suffice for breakfast. He then logged into a game to play. Due to his previous financial struggles, he rarely played pay-to-win games, preferring competitive or single-player games. 2 hours later, his phone chimed with incoming messages. He chose to ignore them, finishing the game he was playing before checking. It was Li Xinran's message. Xiao Yao Gu, I'm so sorry. I just woke up, and no problem. Since you're not fond of thanks, I want to say much. I discovered that we live in the same city. I wonder if you're free this afternoon to have a meal together. Yang Fan thought he had no particular plans for the day, and meeting this female streamer would not be a bad idea. As long as her level of purity was acceptable and intimacy could be easily cultivated, having her as a resource would be worthwhile. He was not one to shy away from such opportunities. After all, he had made a fortune in just over 10 days, growing his initial capital from 7,000 to 610,000. What could be faster than this? Moreover, the process of making money was enjoyable. It was unrealistic to expect him to completely shift away from his impoverished mindset in such a short time after gaining the system. He felt more like a combination of a struggling individual, an upstart, and a fool. Even he recognized how foolish his recent actions had been. But the system itself was built on foolishness. If he distanced himself from that label, who knew what kind of trouble it would stir? As long as it didn't cost him anything, he could embrace being a fool. Happiness was what mattered, so he replied directly, "Sure, great. I'll book a place and send you the location." Li Xinran, having just woken up, felt a sense of joy at successfully inviting this affluent viewer. Before entering the streaming industry, she had done her homework, fully aware of the significance of a wealthy benefactor to a streamer. Of course, she also understood the complexities between female streamers and their top supporters. While those with big spenders often vehemently denied such arrangements, she was skeptical. If a benefactor received no benefit, why would they continue to support her? Who would act so naively? Unless they were part of an agency or a business. After nearly a month of streaming attempts, she realized the industry was not as easy as she had initially imagined. She had been overly optimistic. Now that fortune had favored her, encountering a generous benefactor, she was eager to seize the opportunity. As for what might transpire during their offline meeting, it seemed less important. Previously, she had scoffed at the idea of pandering to others in college. Due to her striking appearance, she had attracted the attention of wealthy suitors, yet she ultimately chose her husband for his looks and potential. This alone indicated that she had not been particularly vain. Who would have thought that by believing in love, she would ultimately receive little in return? Struggling to provide a normal life for her daughter, relying on her parents for support, she was, in less flattering terms, still dependent on them even after marriage and children. This was a bitter irony for someone who had once held such lofty aspirations. Having always hoped her husband would succeed, she was now a living testament to the saying, high aspirations, fragile life. After weathering the harsh realities of life, her perspective had shifted significantly. After all, she had a 3-year-old daughter to support and hoped to provide her with a prosperous upbringing. With her parents aging, any hint of illness would leave her utterly helpless. Her daughter and parents were the most important people in her life, which kept her in a constant state of anxiety. Had she not reminded herself of her responsibilities to care for both her child and her parents, she might have succumbed to depression under the prolonged pressure. Now that she had fortuitously encountered someone like Young Fan, who treated money lightly, she was willing to humble herself and actively seek his favor, even disregarding his age and appearance, as long as he could improve her parents' lives and ensure that her daughter would not start off at a disadvantage because of her. She felt she could sacrifice anything. After yesterday's generous gift of 100 carnival tokens, she was convinced that such matters were hardly significant to him. Thus, her goal today was clear: to seize this rare opportunity with all her might. She even refrained from revealing that she had a daughter until she gauged his interest. With her thoughts in order, she made her way to the living room, where a woman in her 50s was playing with an adorable little girl. Upon seeing Li Xinran, the little girl dropped her toys and ran towards her, arms outstretched, calling sweetly, "Mama." Li Xinran smiled lovingly, squatting down to embrace her. "What are you playing, my little candy?" "Mama, I'm playing Paw Patrol vs. Ultraman with Grandma." "Who won?" the little girl exclaimed excitedly. "Of course, my Paw Patrol won. They are so powerful. Haha, that our little candy is amazing." After a moment, she ruffled her daughter's hair and turned to her mother. "Mom, this afternoon, I'll need you to look after little Candy. I have something important to attend to." Her mother, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Aren't you streaming today?" "No, I'm taking a day off. You go ahead. It's about time for you to get out and have some fun. Just take it as a chance to unwind. Little Candy is in good hands with me." After teasing her daughter a bit more, Li Xinran returned to her room to select an outfit and do her makeup. She meticulously prepared herself, checking her appearance several times before leaving ahead of their scheduled meeting time. Yang Fan continued gaming until the afternoon, during which he received a message from Su Shan. Wanting to invite him to dinner, he simply replied, "I have plans today." Although this girl had been flirtatious with him at the KTV, for reasons unknown, their intimacy had not increased significantly. Initially, it had started at a relatively high level, but despite their numerous intimate interactions, it had remained stagnant, only rising by 3 points when he transferred money to her using a cashback card. He had initially promised Li Xinran, hence he declined. Just released from the small black room, his spirits had sunk considerably, and he hoped he wouldn't meet his demise in the realm of literature. Chapter 57. Meeting with Li Xinran, Yang Fan tidied himself up a bit before stepping out. 40 minutes later, the entrance of a Chongqing hotpot restaurant. Detected valid consumer object. Would you like to view the information? View. Name: Li Xinran. Age: 28. Height: 162 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 88. 99. Status: normal. Has given birth. Closeness: 30. Aha. The numbers are impressive, and the initial closeness is quite high. However, Yang Fan was taken aback to learn that the other party was actually 28 years old, and the status indicated she had given birth. Was she already married? How could a married woman come out to meet the top brother offline? Initially, he thought she was a virtuous woman based on the numbers. With this thought, his interest waned considerably. After all, he was no fool. There was no shortage of women around him, and he didn't want to interfere with someone else's family for the sake of finding a tool. He neither sought love nor lacked companions, thus there was no need to engage in such morally questionable actions. Even if the woman were willing, it wouldn't suffice. He had already decided to have a simple meal and then leave. It was evident that the captivating beauty standing at the entrance was indeed Li Xinran. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading brown waves and enticing crimson lips that a black, form-fitting mini dress accentuated her hourglass figure perfectly. Her lower half was adorned with sheer black stockings and black high heels. Dressed entirely in black, she exuded a slightly mature, enigmatic allure, embodying the essence of a charming femme fatale. One could not deny Li Xinran's allure, yet Yang Fan was merely momentarily stunned. Without further thoughts, he quickly approached her. "Shall we go inside?" Upon seeing the young man walk up to her, Li Xinran was taken aback. You are Xiao Yaogu? It is I." Li Xinran closeness 5. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised upon hearing the increase in closeness. This was the first time he had met a beauty and seen the closeness rise rather than fall. He couldn't help but wonder if his appearance truly aligned with her aesthetic. He quickly shook his head. What a pity she was a married woman. It was uninteresting, little did he know. Before arriving, Li Xinran had imagined various scenarios about him and had even prepared for some less than virtuous outcomes. However, upon meeting him, she found him to be merely a young man who looked slightly older than herself, and he was quite acceptable in appearance. As she marveled at her good fortune, her feelings toward him, naturally, began to warm. Once inside, they began to order. The venue was chosen by Li Xinran, an ordinary Chongqing hot pot restaurant, hardly expensive, and they ordered casually. The girl felt puzzled as, after placing the order, the other party seemed disinterested in conversation and began playing on his phone. This wouldn't he do. The purpose of inviting him out was to foster their relationship. Without communication, how could they possibly warm up their connection? Witnessing his actions, she felt a pang of frustration. Could it be that she failed to capture the top brother's attention? That shouldn't be the case. In reality, she was not much different from her online persona, right? If he could appreciate her during live streams, he should surely find her appealing in person. For a moment, she truly didn't know where the issue lay. Meeting the top brother offline was a first for her, and she was entirely unsure how to approach the conversation. Should she be more proactive or shy, or perhaps a blend of both? Thus, she decided to try a casual conversation. "Xiao Yaogu, I feel a bit guilty that you came to this meeting while being so busy." Yang Fan lifted his gaze to meet hers. She was always smiling. He understood she was subtly calling him out for being on his phone, though she said nothing outright. After pondering, he thought, since he was already here, he might as well enjoy it. He could leave after dinner, so he set down his phone and replied, "It's nothing, just replying to a few messages." Li Xinran felt relieved when he put down his phone and continued to seek conversation. "Before coming here, I never imagined Xiao Yaogu would be so young and handsome, I thought. Yang Fan chuckled, "You thought I was an old geezer?" "Not exactly. It's just rather surprising that Xiao Yaogu is so young and accomplished. Your wife must be stunning and virtuous, right? Why are you inquiring about my family? Are you hoping to marry into it?" He retorted, amused. "Not only are you beautiful, but you also have lofty aspirations." However, there was nothing to hide. He was still unmarried. Li Xinran feigned surprise. "Is that so?" "Actually, waiting a bit longer to settle down can be quite beneficial. For someone as capable as you, it's indeed essential to choose a partner wisely." Inwardly, she mused. Just as I suspected, regardless of whether the other party was married, in such situations, they would likely claim they weren't, and the intention was obvious. Men. Yet, this was inconsequential. She was merely testing his interest in her. As long as there was interest, things would be easier. After deliberately complimenting him, she ended her statement with a period, hoping he would continue on that topic. To her dismay, he merely responded with a curt Li Xinran felt somewhat speechless. After making such an effort to be amiable, he was giving her such a cold response. It was all too easy to kill the mood, but she had no other means. Since he wouldn't initiate the conversation, she had to press on. Sighing internally, she asked, "Do you usually drink?" "Occasionally." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let us order some drinks. Do you prefer white spirits or beer?" She planned to drink some alcohol, feign drunkenness, and then use the guise of inebriation to become a bit more intimate, thus fostering their relationship. Even if it resulted in her being discarded, she would accept it. This was the utmost she could manage. Otherwise, the thought of overtly seducing him made her shy. However, to her surprise, Yang Fan shook his head. "No drinks. I have some matters to attend to after dinner." Though he couldn't decipher her exact intentions, he believed, "What would a married woman like you and I drink together?" What if things went awry after drinking? Li Shinran found it hard to believe. Was he truly leaving right after dinner? Shouldn't he be inviting her to some second or third venue? This script was not quite right. Did that mean her little calculations had been extinguished before they even began? If they parted like this, wouldn't today's meeting feel rather pointless? Was it possible he truly had no interest in her? She believed her figure remained impeccable after giving birth, and many remarked she looked youthful. At that moment, self-doubt began to creep in, however. Since Yang Fan had spoken, she couldn't say anything further, resigning herself to viewing this as a simple meeting. That would have to suffice. It seemed the only way forward was to reach out to him more frequently, seizing opportunities to meet, and their relationship would naturally warm over time. Could only be said that Xiao Yaogu was not as lecherous as the top brother was rumored to be. Yet why had he showered her with so much attention? The mystery lingered. Chapter 58. An unexpected turn of events. Yang Fan found it curious that although Li Shinran was married, her purity score was an astonishing 99 points. Why would she meet the top brother privately? Moreover, she seemed somewhat proactive. Just as he pondered, she spoke again. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shinran, feeling unsatisfied, slowly said, Xiao Yaogu, I've always wanted to travel but have no one to accompany me. I wonder if you might be interested in going out together? Having heard that the top brother enjoyed having female streamers accompany him on trips, she decided to voice her thoughts. Yang Fan was taken aback. He understood her implication, yet her forwardness was truly unexpected. He certainly didn't believe she had developed an infatuation with him at first sight. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, I'm quite busy. Li Shinran's heart sank. She sensed he might not genuinely be busy, but rather using it as an excuse. At that moment, urgency surged within her. But where had she gone wrong? She had been so proactive, uttering such embarrassing words. Surely he couldn't still be oblivious. It could only mean he truly didn't find her appealing, which would strip her of her shortcut, sending her back to her previous struggles. After all the effort to seize this opportunity, might it just slip through her fingers? With that thought, her anxiety flared up again. She contemplated whether portraying herself as pitiful might yield unexpected results. After all, the chance was slim, so why not take a bold gamble? She recalled a perspective she had once heard. Men tend to be soft-hearted, and when a beautiful woman displays a vulnerable side in front of them, it often stirs their protective instincts. With this in mind, she gritted her teeth, willing to sacrifice her pride for the sake of attraction. At that moment, she began to reflect on her experiences over the past few years, losing her husband in a car accident, raising her daughter alone, and witnessing her parents grow older while still worrying about her. Li Shinran closeness won. Gradually, her eyes reddened, tears welling up in her eyes. Indeed, a woman's tears come effortlessly. Truly, they are made of water. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, who was in the midst of eating, he inadvertently caught sight of a tear rolling down Li Shinran's face, landing on the table. What's going on? Did I say something? All I mentioned was that I was busy and had no time to travel. Why is she crying and her closeness increasing? He was utterly perplexed, filled with questions as he inquired, What's wrong? To his surprise, her tears began to flow even more profusely upon his inquiry, as she trembled slightly while using a tissue to wipe her tears, shaking her head at I'm fine. I just got some sand in my eyes. Yang Fan, observing her, was at a loss for words. That excuse was rather flimsy. No, seriously, why are you crying? After wiping away her tears, she looked at him with tear-stained cheeks and said, It's truly nothing. Please don't laugh at me, Xiao Yaogu. I just suddenly recalled some sad memories. You know how women can be, more prone to sentimentality. With that, she managed to smile through her tears. Yang Fan had not anticipated the depth of her internal drama. He merely waved his hand dismissively. You startled me with that sudden crying. If others see, they might think I've wronged you. Li Shinran refrained from responding. Instead, she intended to maintain her vulnerable faade, which felt somewhat like gambling. She forced a bitter smile and said, Xiao Yaogu, do you know? I'm a widow. What on earth? Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. The system only indicated she had given birth, and he had assumed she was a married woman. Yet he hadn't realized she was a widow. Seeing her fiery red lips and cascading waves, she was the epitome of a captivating widow. However, he maintained his composure and feigned surprise. This truly surprises me. You look so young. I didn't expect. Li Shinran was certain she had seen a glimmer of interest in his eyes when he looked at her. This was undoubtedly not a mere figment of her imagination. She had been keenly observing his subtle expressions. Could it be that Xiao Yaogu had such a taste? Was this a turning point? It was incredibly clever of her to think of adopting a softer approach. Thus, she continued to share her story with a touch of bitterness. "It's the conclusion," she said. "I didn't mean to ramble on so much. Do you think I sound rather negative? Not at all. Speaking about certain things is much better than bottling them up. To be honest, you're quite strong. Expressing these feelings truly feels much better. Thank you for being willing to listen." Yang Fan felt somewhat exasperated. "I didn't intend to listen. You just kept talking on your own." Though he suspected her storytelling was a calculated maneuver, as it was rather unusual to divulge so much to a man she had just met. It was a blind date. Yet, he had nothing to lose. In fact, upon learning she was a widow, his previously extinguished interest began to flicker back to life. A charming widow could indeed be quite appealing. "Have you ever considered remarrying?" he inquired. Li Shinran, believing Yang Fan was testing her, carefully organized her thoughts and responded earnestly. "No, to be honest, my thoughts are quite simple. I just want to find a wealthy man. As long as my daughter and parents can live well, I wouldn't mind being a lifelong mistress." Since she had laid all her cards on the table, she was straightforward. She knew well that Yang Fan, being young, accomplished, and wealthy, would likely never choose to marry a widow with a child. Thus, she smartly expressed her willingness to be a mistress. Yang Fan couldn't help but admit that this woman was exceptionally candid. He chuckled and asked, "So, is your target me? No wonder you seem quite proactive." Li Shinran felt a bit bashful and nodded. "Even if I want to be a wealthy man as mistress, I would prefer finding someone young, handsome, and generous." "Isn't that normal? That does make sense. You have an eye for recognizing handsomeness. Just this alone sets you apart from many." She shrugged off the compliment. "I believe being candid is better. Since I've been so honest, may I know your answer?" Yang Fan pretended to ponder for a moment. "Well, my answer is, let us see how you perform." Li Shinran closeness 5. Li Shinran was overjoyed, not expecting that her various hints and proactive measures had failed. Yet this sudden shift in strategy would yield such unexpected results. She felt she had been somewhat reckless. Yet here he was, responding positively. Could it be that genuine sincerity was indeed the greatest weapon? This man was truly difficult to decipher. Little did she realize, what captivated Yang Fan was simply the fact that she was a widow, not a married woman, and it was far less complicated than she had imagined. Chapter 59. Why is the conversation so fluid? Seeing Yang Fan's sudden change in attitude, Li Shinran realized her objectives had been achieved. As for his comment about watching her performance, she took it lightly. She could treat him as her everything, complying with his every whim, remaining unassertive, and quietly acting as a dutiful mistress. Wouldn't that suffice? With this thought, she beamed a dazzling smile, rising to sit closely beside him. Leaning slightly, she whispered, "You know, my world had gradually darkened, but your presence is like a ray of light, illuminating my life. I assure you, my performance will satisfy you, in every aspect." Yang Fan inhaled the intoxicating scent of the mature woman beside him, pondering how poetic her words were, but he found it rather pleasant. "I hope you are not just speaking empty words." Li Shinran didn't respond but continued softly, "I long to nestle in your embrace." "May I?" "Of course." Yang Fan wrapped his arm around her, and she gradually leaned into him, her body fragrant and soft. As if made of nothingness, as she continued to confide in him, she realized it had been too long since she had felt such relaxation and support. "You know, I'm not as strong as I appear. I simply don't dare to show my vulnerable side in front of my daughter and parents, because I am aware that if I do not become strong, I would only add to their burdens. Thus, I am compelled to be resilient. Truth be told, I am truly exhausted and weary. I cannot pinpoint when it began, but I often find myself grappling with anxiety, and I genuinely yearn for a haven to which I can retreat. And then, you appeared. A beautiful woman nestled in your embrace, unreservedly revealing her vulnerable side while softly whispering enchanting words. Although Yang Fan found it hard to articulate this feeling, he was nonetheless deeply touched, an instinctive desire to nurture her welling up within him. This woman possesses quite a remarkable charm. With just a few words, she struck a chord within him. Once he steadied his thoughts, Yang Fan playfully remarked, "Are you suggesting that I am sent by heaven to assist you?" The woman nestled closer in his arms, shifting to a more comfortable position, and gently replied, "No, if you are willing, you are my heaven." This woman is simply extraordinary. Yang Fan remained silent, his hand tenderly caressing her silky hair. The woman did not continue speaking either. After several minutes of maintaining this position, Yang Fan suddenly sensed something was amiss. He glanced down at the woman in his arms and found it somewhat amusing. She had her eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly, with a slight frown, completely still. She had fallen asleep in his embrace. When a woman can rest without guard upon a man's shoulder, it signifies her trust and simultaneously, it unburdens him of all defenses, does it not? After a little over 10 minutes, Yang Fan gently shook her awake, and she opened her slightly dazed eyes. This is hardly a suitable place to sleep. Upon hearing this, Li Xinran shifted away from his embrace, casting a slightly embarrassed glance at him as she said, "I didn't realize I had dozed off. How rude of me." Yang Fan shook his head dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, and then, with a teasing smile, suggested, "If you're tired, perhaps we could find a more suitable place to rest?" "We?" Li Xinran instantly seized upon the keyword. She understood his implication and, rather than feeling repelled, felt a sense of relief wash over her. This indicated that this man had acknowledged her, without disdain for her status as a single mother. As for what might transpire next, she had already mentally prepared for it before coming. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "I will follow your lead, at this moment." She also confirmed that what Yang Fan had mentioned earlier about having business to attend to after dinner was merely a ruse. However, she would not voice this. She was no fool. Yang Fan wrapped his arms around her once more and said, "Then let us go." With that, he stood up. The two settled their bill and departed the hot pot restaurant. In the hotel suite, Li Xinran felt a mix of apprehension regarding her fate. As time passed, she grew somewhat numb in this infinite loop, casting a bittersweet glance at Yang Fan, who was resting his forehead on his hand. Eyes closed as he took a deep breath. Seeing this, Li Xinran felt helpless and continued to feel anxious, glancing at the seemingly endless road ahead, frightened and wishing to converse with Yang Fan. Yet he appeared disinterested in engaging with her. Fortunately, it was not long before Yang Fan, noticing her unease, displayed a considerate gesture by inviting her to sit in his lap. Li Xinran Intimacy 3. Li Xinran Intimacy 2. Li Xinran Intimacy 8. To Yang Fan's surprise, while he was leisurely cleaning his ears, he noticed Li Xinran's intimacy level rising consecutively, ultimately peaking at an increase of 8 points. The intimacy swiftly reached 53 points, which delighted Yang Fan, filling him with a sense of self-satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, this occurrence stemmed from Li Xinran placing considerable weight on their connection. Despite her desire to find a wealthy partner, she was adamantly opposed to engaging in large-scale business ventures, as that would render her image cheap. She retained a sense of pride, unwilling to become a woman she herself would disdain. At this moment, she lay soundly asleep beside Yang Fan. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Xinran's phone suddenly rang, startling her awake. Hastily, she reached for it, mindful not to disturb Yang Fan. Upon seeing it was her mother calling, she silenced the phone and quietly got out of bed, moving a short distance away before answering, "Hello, Mom. Why aren't you back yet at this late hour?" Li Xinran glanced at the peacefully slumbering Yang Fan and pondered for a moment before responding, "I have something very important to attend to, so I want to be coming back today. Has little Candy gone to sleep?" Upon hearing this, Li's mother likely recalled something, her voice brightening with joy. "Candy is already asleep. Have you finally come to terms with your situation? Does he know about you? How does he treat you? Make sure to bring him home to meet your father and me sometime." Having returned with her daughter for the past 2 years, although Li Xinran spent most of her time at home caring for her child and managing household chores, she occasionally ventured out to buy groceries, leading the entire neighborhood to become familiar with the beautiful woman. Many had inquired about her from Li's mother. Several eligible bachelors expressed no disdain for her circumstances, yet she found them unsatisfactory. As she disdained their various shortcomings, ultimately, it boiled down to their insufficient income. Hence, Li's mother remained quite concerned about her daughter's romantic prospects. Now, seeing her daughter open up, she felt relieved. Chapter 60. The generous Yang Fan upon hearing this, Li Xinran smiled and said, "Mom, you don't need to worry. He knows my situation and treats me quite well." She dared not disclose to her parents that she was acting as someone else's mistress. Such matters could only be slowly revealed over time. "That is good to hear. Enjoy yourselves. I won't disturb you any longer. You don't need to worry about Candy. I'll take good care of her. Remember to bring him home for a meal when you have the chance. Beep, beep, beep." After saying this, Li's mother hung up. Li Xinran could sense the joy in her mother's tone and thought to herself, "It seems I have caused my parents quite a bit of concern. However, things are looking up now." Everything is progressing positively. With this thought, a radiant smile unconsciously graced her face. At that moment, a voice interrupted her. "What are you giggling about?" Startled by the voice, Li Shinran turned, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the sight of the man who had propped himself up on the bed without her noticing. She apologized. "Did I wake you?" Yang Fan shook his head. "Not at all. What has you so cheerful? Come, share it with me." Seeing him open his arms, she felt a warmth in her heart and obediently walked over, settling into his embrace. The two held each other, savoring the warmth of their bodies, remaining silent for a while. Eventually, Yang Fan broke the tranquility, softly asking, "Do you have any dreams? Aside from wishing for your daughter and parents to live well, what other dreams do you have?" Li Shinran was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Why exclude the well-being of my daughter and parents? That is my greatest dream." Yang Fan gently tapped her on the head. "Silly, you are already capable of achieving that dream." Upon hearing his words, Li Shinran's excitement became uncontrollable, her body trembling slightly as she tightened her grip around him. Thank you. Thank you. You are so wonderful." With Yang Fan's promise, she was elated, even acting on her excitement. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't I have any dignity?" Only then did she stop, casting him a flirtatious glance. "I made a mistake. I was too excited just now. Please punish me." Goodness. Half an hour later, Yang Fan, grinning at Li Shinran in his arms, remarked, "Little enchantress, have you calmed down now? You still haven't answered my question?" The girl lazily swatted at him. "Humph. I am merely your exclusive little enchantress." After a brief pause, she continued, "As for dreams, I can't articulate them right now. You know I've been a housewife for the past few years. If I must state a dream, it would be to earn plenty of money, never having to worry about finances again." Yang Fan nodded, considering this a reasonable aspiration for an adult, much more practical than his childhood dream of becoming a scientist. "Have you ever thought about starting a business?" Li Shinran's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you going to invest in me?" Yang Fan shot her an exasperated glance. "Of course. Do you think you could start a business with your meager resources?" Li Shinran intimacy too. Although she felt slightly reprimanded, her heart swelled with happiness, her face beaming with a smile. Indeed, having a pillar of support is truly wonderful. If Yang Fan is willing to fund her entrepreneurial venture, she would be foolish to decline. It was evident to her that he intended to provide her with a secure future, allowing her to live as a delicate canary. She comprehended this clearly, further solidifying her belief that she had chosen the right person. However, she soon felt troubled. "But I have no experience whatsoever. I have no idea what I can do. Perhaps you could offer me some advice." "I will do whatever you say." "What was your major in university?" "I studied at a finance university, majoring in finance." "Then that S settled. You can do investments, huh?" "Investments? With my limited skills?" Upon hearing this, Li Shinran was momentarily dumbfounded, as if Yang Fan was telling her a ghost story. "What do you mean?" "Isn't that perfectly aligned with your major?" She found herself a bit amused and exasperated. "Darling, I had average grades. I originally planned to become a bank teller, and I am not skilled in investing." Yang Fan scrutinized her for a moment and replied, "I think it's quite suitable. You need to have confidence in yourself. You may have confidence in me, but I do not. While your proposal is tempting, I am still self-aware. I do not want to lose money. I even wish to create a successful career that would earn Yang Fan's admiration." Thus, she shook her head and said, "Darling, trust me, I truly cannot do this. If I were to invest, I would end up bankrupt." "No worries. We aren't afraid of losses. If you do lose, I will invest again. The main focus is on gaining experience. Just give me your bank account number." Yang Fan's reasoning was simple. Since he was essentially giving money for his woman's enjoyment, it would be better to allow her to try her hand at entrepreneurship, as it would at least help her accumulate experience. In the future, he envisioned her branching into various industries, perhaps even launching her own investment firm, or engaging in other ventures and online entrepreneurship. It all sounded quite promising. After all, he was not afraid of losses. If they did occur, he would simply invest again. Who could blame him for being a generous fool? Li Shinran, witnessing the seriousness in his demeanor, found herself at a loss, torn between being touched and speechless. "Since you want me to dust off my past knowledge and try investing, I will certainly heed your advice, but I must make it clear. If there are losses, don't blame me." She then provided him with her bank account number. Yang Fan promptly transferred 600,000 to her. "Don't worry about losses. I will periodically transfer money into your account. Just focus on what you want to do." Upon seeing the notification of 600,000 in her bank account, Tears nearly welled up in her eyes, tears of gratitude. She never imagined happiness could arrive so suddenly. Without any guarantees, this man handed over 600,000 to her. The trust he bestowed was simply ding-dong. While she was still in a state of emotional overwhelm, she suddenly received another bank notification. Another 600,000 had been transferred, bringing her balance to 1,200,000. Instantly, her eyes widened as she looked at the man beside her. "Why are your eyes so wide?" "I realized you need to improve the living conditions of your parents and daughter, and it seems 600,000 might not suffice. Use this additional 600,000 to enhance your family's quality of life." Li Shinran Intimacy 3. She suddenly realized how much this man cared about her circumstances, and she was profoundly moved. Chapter 61. Li Wei's transformation the next day. Upon waking, Yang Fan discovered that Li Shinran was already awake, sitting against the headboard of the bed, engrossed in her phone. Even without makeup, she looked beautiful. Although she didn't possess the allure of fiery red lips, she exuded a certain grace. Like a pristine lotus flower, she was undeniably deserving of the system's recognition. Seeing him awake, Li Shinran offered a warm smile. "Darling, you're awake? Please take your time to gather your thoughts. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. It won't take long." With that, she began to lift the covers and get out of bed. However, Yang Fan swiftly wrapped his arms around her. "Why go through all that trouble? Just call room service. Do you think we're at home?" To his surprise, she gently shook her head. "No. I genuinely want to make you breakfast. I've already prepared the ingredients. If I had known how long you would sleep, I would have had it ready by now. Darling, please let me show you my skills." Yang Fan, seeing the hopeful expression on her face, relented and, after releasing her, said, "Just make a little. No need for anything extravagant." She beamed at him. "Understood." Watching her wear only snug attire as she padded toward the kitchen in her slippers, Yang Fan found himself momentarily captivated. This woman exuded confidence in her figure, unabashedly inviting his gaze. Compared to the occasional shyness she exhibited the previous day, she had become significantly bolder, which was quite stimulating. Unbeknownst to him, after their relationship had rapidly deepened the night before, Li Shinran had fully accepted him in her heart. Moreover, she had developed her own unique insights into the traits men often admired. She had no intention of wearing anything special for him. Otherwise, she would have dressed to please him. When it came to her man, she never held back, showcasing her finest attributes unreservedly. She wanted him to know that she was worthy. If it weren't for her lingering shyness, she might have even preferred to be completely bare. That might have been even better. Yet, she was unaware that sometimes the allure of mystery, where less is revealed, can be far more captivating. Yang Fan, initially intending to fiddle with his phone while awaiting breakfast, found his mind filled with thoughts of Li Shinran's recent figure. He chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself, "This little enchantress has once again won." With that thought, he set his phone aside, rose from the bed, and made his way to the kitchen. There, he found Li Shinran donned in an apron, which only accentuated her charm. He approached her as she was diligently preparing the meal, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind. She felt no discomfort, continuing her cooking while asking, "What brings you over? Are you hungry?" "Yes, I am." The moment she realized her naivety, as her focus quickly waned, she had no words of reproach or refusal. Instead, she silently turned off the stove and fully surrendered to him. In truth, the affection he showed her filled her heart with immense joy. For which aspect of her he adored? Did it truly matter? Wasn't it all about her? After nearly an hour, they finally enjoyed their breakfast, both feeling quite content. Following the meal, Li Shinran inquired, "Darling, do you have any plans for today?" Yang Fan shook his head. "No particular plans." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing. Since you have no pressing matters, I'll just keep you company." The woman's intimacy level had settled at 59 after last night. Despite her hopes of surpassing it this morning, it remained stagnant. It seemed a second meeting would be necessary to break through. He had observed a pattern. Both Gu Ruijia and Chen Xiyu had managed to deepen their connections only after a period of acquaintance followed by a second meeting. Perhaps one of the conditions for a breakthrough is the other party's longing for oneself. He indeed felt this possibility. As the old saying goes, a brief separation is better than a new marriage. With a smile, he remarked, "No need for that. You haven't returned home for a day. Go and see our daughter. Think about what she lacks and make sure to provide her with everything she needs. We can't let her feel wronged." Our daughter? Upon hearing this, Li Xinran's eyes instantly glistened with tears, a clear indication of her emotional state. Oh no. Don't. Are you made of water? Tears come so easily. The young woman said nothing but stepped forward to embrace him tightly. Yang Fan noticed that her demeanor clearly showed she was touched, yet their intimacy remained unchanged, reinforcing his belief that his thoughts were indeed correct. He gently caressed her back. Be good. Go back and accompany our daughter. We have plenty of time ahead. I'll find an opportunity to visit her too. Given how beautiful her mother is, she must surely be a lovely little angel. Li Xinran smiled through her tears, giving a slight nod. All right, I'll do as you say. With that, Li Xinran returned home, and Yang Fan left the hotel, preparing to head back himself. After a satisfying meal, he had no intention of contacting the young woman, opting instead for a day of rest. Starting tomorrow, he planned to engage in some exercise. Otherwise, he feared he might struggle in the future. Suddenly, he remembered that among the young women he knew, Chen Xiyu and Li Wei were both quite fond of physical activity. It seemed like a delightful idea to have beautiful company while working out. Although his intimacy with Chen Xiyu was significantly higher, obviously, Li Wei's was negative. He felt a unique connection to Li Wei. After all, she was the only one among the young women he could extravagantly spend on, and if he didn't make an effort to win her over, he might find her purity diminished to 99 by the time they met again. He couldn't let another man seize the opportunity. Thus, he decided it would be her. He sent a message. I've been wanting to exercise lately. Do you have any good recommendations? Not knowing what she was doing, he received no immediate response. He wasn't anxious, taking a taxi home. However, it was only after he had arrived that her message finally came through. Hey, little slacker. Don't tell me you've been tricked by some young lady. That one do. Quite infuriating. Tricked? Why don't you come and try? Pfft. You're not that impressive. You think highly of yourself. If you want to exercise, just find a gym. It's best to hire a personal trainer. Don't just practice randomly. Ever since he transferred money to her the last time, her demeanor had changed, speaking more casually and seeming quite familiar. Although Yang Fan was puzzled by this change, it was clearly a positive development. Do you usually go to the gym? Li Wei, who had just finished her dance practice and was resting in the corner, raised an eyebrow and smiled at the message. Oh, the wolf's tail is showing, huh? If you want to invite me to work out together, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. What's the matter? Are you shy? Chapter 62. The worryingly parents Yang Fan couldn't help but smile upon reading Li Wei's message. Stop with the sarcasm. Just tell me if you work out regularly. If you don't have that habit, I'll find another place. Li Wei fell into contemplation. She indeed had a gym membership, but rarely went, primarily practicing dance, which was quite physically demanding and not too different from working out. If it were any other man, she would have simply declined without further ado, perhaps not even bothering to reply. However, Yang Fan was exceptionally generous, to the extent that it took her by surprise. Thus, he held a relatively unique position in her heart, making her feel it worthwhile to engage as friends for now. She made a decision. Of course I work out. There's a gym called Fei Yuan near where I practice dancing. If you come over, you can save on personal trainer fees. I can teach you whatever you want to learn. You? What do you mean by that? I'm a professional. Others would pay to ask me. How could you doubt me? All right then. Are you free tomorrow? Take me to get a membership. Sure, but you have to treat me to lunch tomorrow. Okay. After ending the conversation, Yang Fan felt quite pleased. Although this young woman's intimacy with him was still negative, she seemed eager to interact. Yes, safe to say that having money is truly advantageous. Indeed, Li Wei was just as he suspected, willing to connect with him primarily due to his financial capacity, a privilege others did not possess. She believed that knowing someone like him only brought benefits, so why not? Li Xinran had just returned home with groceries when her mother's curiosity was instantly ignited. Xian is back. Quickly, put down the groceries and come sit down. Let us have a good chat. Hearing this, she felt somewhat resigned, knowing her mother would undoubtedly inquire about her relationship with Yang Fan. However, since her parents were always concerned about her romantic life, there was no escaping it. It was better to share and put their minds at ease. She set down the groceries and sat beside her inquisitive mother on the sofa. At that moment, her daughter, Tanghua, came running over with open arms, wanting to be held. Li Xinran picked up her daughter while pondering how to respond to her mother's imminent questions. Her father sat nearby, watching television, though it was clear his attention was also on them, ready to quietly eavesdrop. He shared his wife's concern about the matter. No sooner had they settled down than her mother eagerly asked, Xian, Quickly tell me about that boy. Have you two officially started dating? How did you meet? Lee's mother was puzzled. Her daughter usually didn't go out much, focused on finding ways to earn money online, spending her free time taking care of her daughter, doing household chores, and grocery shopping. How did she suddenly end up with a man? Could it be she met him while grocery shopping and got smitten? Her mother's curiosity was ablaze. Since Li Shinran had decided to share, she naturally had no intention of hiding the truth. Yes, we are together now. We met online. Lee's mother's eyes widened in astonishment. Online? Then, her expression turned worried as she asked, is someone you met online trustworthy? You silly child, don't let yourself be deceived. Her father, no longer pretending to watch television, chimed in, yes, Xion. There are many fraudsters online. Haven't you seen the news? Be cautious with online acquaintances. Just a while ago, there was a case of someone getting scammed out of their kidneys online. You mustn't trust them easily. Li Shinran found her parents' reactions both amusing and exasperating. However, thinking of Yang Fan, the so-called online acquaintance they were concerned about, and some of his actions, she couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, you're overthinking it. I'm not foolish. Yes, not the type of online person you imagine, and he could never be a scammer. Besides, there's nothing of value about me for him to scam. Upon hearing this, her mother immediately disagreed. Who says there's nothing? If he can't scam your money, he might scam your looks. Our Xion has been beautiful since childhood. How could there be nothing worth taking? Li Shinran was almost at a loss for words, retorting, Mom, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Lee's mother finally came to her senses. Facing her daughter's displeasure, she awkwardly smiled and continued, did he really give you 1.2 million? What, 1.2 million? He gave you money. Both her parents were instantly flustered, their expressions filled with disbelief. Li Shinran nodded with a smile. Yes, but it's not just 1.2 million. It's a total of 1.2 million. Have you ever seen a scammer like that? If you have, please introduce me. I'd love to be scammed. Lee's mother was still in shock, murmuring, I'd love that too. If this is true, I feel like you're the one scamming him, and he's the one getting scammed. Li Shinran's face darkened. Mom, what are you saying? Lee's mother finally woke up, and facing her daughter's displeasure, she awkwardly smiled again, asking, he really gave you 1.2 million in Longwa currency? Yes, it's as real as pearls. The money is lying in my account right now. Lee's father was so shocked he couldn't speak, while Lee's mother incredulously asked, then, is that boy possibly a fool? But wait, could a fool really have so much money? Hiss, is my daughter really worth that much? Upon hearing this, Li Shinran began to question her life choices. Am I really your biological child? How could you say such heartless things? Before she could respond, her father intervened, scolding her mother. What kind of talk is that? Our Xion is priceless. Indeed, in this world, only a father is good. Lee's father's perspective differed from Lee's mother's. He looked earnestly at Li Shinran and said, Xion, be honest. He hasn't asked you to do anything illegal. Has he? We mustn't get involved in those things, understand? The young woman replied seriously, Dad, rest assured. He hasn't asked me to do anything. He just wants me to use the money to improve our lives and to try my hand at entrepreneurship and investments. There's no agreement between us. Chapter 63. Does Xiao Lu want to compete with Sha Sha? Lee's father felt relieved after hearing his daughter's words. This young man was truly extraordinary. If this is indeed the case, you must treat him well, understand? You know your situation. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another like him again. Lee's mother nodded in agreement, echoing her husband's sentiment. He truly is a remarkable person. If what you say is true, that 1.2 million is practically free money. Xion, your dad is right. You must treat this extraordinary man well. It's best to marry him soon and have a big, healthy child for security. Don't know. What do you mean by extraordinary man? Is that a compliment or an insult? Li Shinran realized she couldn't quite decipher it. However, based on her understanding of her parents, she felt that her mother's use of extraordinary man likely carried a negative connotation, while her father's was genuinely uncertain. At that moment, her daughter, Tanghua, curiously interjected, Mom, am I going to have a little brother? Li Shinran instantly felt exhausted. Yang Fan had initially intended to play a game but unknowingly dozed off, catching up on sleep until dinner time. After waking, he casually ordered takeout and then opened his phone to enter Douyin. He hadn't even checked which influencers were live streaming when an official notification popped up. Opening it, he read, Hello, Xiaoyao Gu. I am Xiao Xia, an official staff member of Dui and TO provide you with a more comfortable gaming experience. I will be your dedicated customer service representative from now on. For any issues or reasonable suggestions you encounter on this platform, feel free to contact me for assistance. Below is my personal WeChat. Please add me. Thank you for your strong support of our platform, and I wish you enjoyable gaming. It turned out to be the long-awaited dedicated customer service. Yang Fan had previously found it strange. It was said that users who reached level 50 and above would be assigned a dedicated representative, yet he had already reached level 54 without any news. Was this considered late? He was unsure. The platform should have assigned a representative to him a couple of days ago. However, due to his remarkable spending ability, having charged millions in just over 10 days and spent it all lavishly, he was quite the big spender, unlike those guild accounts. The platform had no obligation to cater to guilds, as they needed to profit from the platform, but they had to pay attention to true big spenders who brought money to the platform. Thus, the customer service department treated him with particular care, opting not to assign him randomly but to select someone carefully. However, it turned out there were many employees eager to serve as his dedicated representative, which created a bit of a headache. In the end, the department head personally decided to administer a set of tests for all the employees who applied to be Yang Fan's representative, and Xiao Xia achieved the highest score. After adding her as a friend, Yang Fan didn't think much of it. He didn't feel any particular issues. The only concern was the abundance of fake beauties on Douyin, which customer service couldn't address. It's not like he could ask her to request the removal of filters and beauty enhancements from the streamers, right? That would surely make them think he was a fool. Unless Douyin belonged to Yang Fan, there was no chance of that happening. It was one of their lucrative income sources. Would he want to ruin their livelihood? If that were the case, over 90 of the streamers on Douyin would be out of business, and over 90 of the true big spenders would be left dumbfounded. Just imagine how many viewers would be lost, and how many big spenders would stop tipping. So those thoughts could only remain as musings. Returning to Douyin, he noticed that both Xia Xia and Xiao Lu were online. With nothing to say, he promptly entered Xiao Lu's live stream, for she was the one he felt closer to. Ban Shi Xiaoyao, sent out a carnival 2. Ban Shi Xiaoyao, sent out a carnival 20. Wow. Xiaoyao Gu is here. Thank you for the carnival, Xiaoyao Gu. I just started streaming and you came to see me? I'm so happy. Upon seeing him send gifts, Xiao Lu was overjoyed and immediately activated the private chat mode. The viewers began to chime in. Why did Xiaoyao Gu change his lucky number? Wasn't he at 17? What do you know? The number 20 signifies something. A proper person would understand. I suggest you just give in to the streamer. Exactly, Xiao Lu. You might not have a man to light up your exhibition hall weekly, but there's one here who far exceeds those standards. Just give in. It's clear that the one who cherishes Xiao Lu the most is Xiaoyao Gu. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyao Gu suddenly appeared in Xiao Lu's stream. Doesn't that mean Xia Xia is doomed? Indeed. Xia Xia and Xiao Lu have a 4-person PK scheduled. With Xiao Lu on board, victory seems certain. Not necessarily. If I remember correctly, Xia Xia is also a streamer protected by Xiaoyao Gu, right? Which side will Xiaoyao Gu support? Ha ha ha. I'm also curious about which side Xiaoyao Gu will back in the showdown between Xiao Lu and Xia Xia. Is this a competition between wives? If the streamer wins, it's definitely a big deal. This is debatable. What if Xiaoyao Gu prefers the younger one? After all, if the chest isn't flat, how can one dominate the world? Nonsense. If you say Xia Xia is small, you probably haven't seen her live, right? I suggest you search for Xia Xia's youthful charm. She is the epitome of a youthful face. I'm not looking down on the streamer. It's just that the competition is slightly lacking. Whoa, really? I'll go search for it right away. Youthful charm is my favorite. Gotta go. Yang Fan was taken aback by the viewers' comments and asked, Are you really going to compete with Xia Xia? Xiao Lu was also attentive to the screen and immediately noticed his message, in her heart. She too wanted to know whom Yang Fan would support in the competition between her and Xia Xia. After all, Xia Xia was the first female streamer he had protected, and they had only met after she competed against Xia Xia. Although she had briefly supported Xia Xia, if the competition were against her, she felt she had little confidence. She is quite aware that Brother Xiaoyao was merely a novice account just over 10 days ago. His carnival journey began in Xia Xia's live streaming room, and from that moment, things have spiraled out of control. There are even rumors among viewers that Brother Xiaoyao initially intended to casually browse Douyin, only to be captivated by Xia Xia at first glance, immediately entering a mode of lavish spending, successfully retaining a wealthy patron for Douyin. The credit for this achievement has been attributed to Xia Xia, as evidenced by the rapid increase in the number of viewers in her live streaming room over the past few days, marking her departure from the ranks of small streamers. This has left Xiao Lu feeling envious. Many thanks to Emoshi Dash for the generous gift of explosive updates and flowers. I am deeply grateful to all the esteemed patrons for their various gifts. To those who find the story enjoyable, please consider showing your support. The author expresses heartfelt thanks. Additionally, as this is a new book, it may not be sufficient for your needs. If any esteemed patrons are experiencing a shortage of reading material, do take a moment to explore the author's previous works to see if they pique your interest. Thank you. Old Lu is on a roll. Even the gods would tremble. Chapter 64. Yang Fan begins to make moves, however. Xiao Lu dared not voice her true thoughts, for that would be akin to placing Brother Xiaoyao in a position of choosing. Such a thing must not be done. Yes, Brother Xiaoyao, Shasha scheduled a 4-person PK with me yesterday, merely for entertainment. You needn't cast any votes then, otherwise, my victory would be unearned. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. Although Shasha had transferred money to him twice, she had yet to display any intention of actively descending into his realm. Over the past 10 days, she had not refrained from showering him with gifts, undoubtedly accustomed to his patronage. Now, after more than 10 days, it was nearly time to reel her in, allowing her to experience a significant sense of contrast, thus fulfilling his role as a tool. Coincidentally, Xiao Lu had arranged a PK with her, making it a perfect opportunity to initiate his strategy. One might ask, having grown accustomed to his frequent generosity, how would Shasha react if he suddenly ceased his patronage, instead showering Xiao Lu with gifts during her PK, or even neglecting to visit her live stream altogether? What would her feelings be? If she experienced no emotions, and he continued to refrain from visiting her live stream for a period, directing his generosity towards other female streamers, Yang Fan was skeptical that she could withstand such a scenario. If she were to feel satisfied after earning a few $100,000 and no longer cared whether he continued to support her, perhaps he might indeed regard her with a modicum of respect. At worst, he could simply abandon a tool. It was no great loss. Yet, Yang Fan was acutely aware that those who have tasted great sweetness find it exceedingly difficult to stop. Shasha was highly likely to succumb to intense internal conflict and ultimately make the choice he presented. Human desires tend to expand in response to circumstances, and mastering one's own desires is no simple feat, particularly for these streamers who endure daily hardships. For what purpose? Ultimately, it is all for money. It cannot be merely to accompany their families each day, can it? Thus, Yang Fan floated a comment on the screen. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? I have unfollowed you. You know? Xiao Lu, upon hearing this, playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly replied, Brother Xiaoyao, don't wrongfully accuse me. How could I dare? This is merely a small suggestion. Of course, it's up to you whether you wish to participate or not. Unfollowing is hardly a grave matter. The viewers began to tease. Xiao Lu, you're backing down far too quickly. Just a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaoyao has clearly mastered the essence of unfollowing. You understand the concept of unfollowing. Brother Xiaoyao obviously intends to cast votes. I bet he will support Shasha. How dare Xiao Lu teach Brother Xiaoyao how to operate? Not unfollowing is already good enough. Will he even vote for you? I wager Brother Xiaoyao will support Xiao Lu. He has been here more frequently than ever. I bet Brother Xiaoyao will vote on both sides, employing a strategy of ambidextrous combat, engaging in self-inflicted battles that are still quite thrilling. There is indeed a significant possibility that he will support both, but in the end, who will emerge victorious? Does it truly matter? Both streamers will be well fed, and the outcome is of little consequence. Is it? Is there a possibility that Brother Xiaoyao will support all 4 streamers? That's a plausible thought. All 4 are female streamers. I believe you understand Brother Xiaoyao quite well. Amid the chat among the viewers, the screen suddenly transformed, dividing into 4 small frames, each featuring a female streamer. The 4 began to greet one another, clearly familiar, likely having connected frequently during this time. They were all relatively equal in stature, except for Shasha, who, due to her impressive dancing skills, easily captivates visitors. With the added support of Yang Fan's financial prowess, her popularity has surged recently, making her the most prominent among the 4. The other 2 female streamers, while also visually appealing in their own right, had failed to garner Yang Fan's interest, resulting in his disinterest. After the 4 female streamers exchanged pleasantries, Shasha smiled and said, Brother Xiaoyao, I know you're there. You wouldn't help Xiao Lu against me, would you? Without you, they have no competitive edge. Before Yang Fan could type, Xiao Lu interjected, Don't think you can trick Brother Xiaoyao into coming over. Let us settle this fairly. Otherwise, I'll take you on. Xia ignored Xiao Lu and feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, Brother Xiaoyao, if you wish to strike Xia, could you please go easy? I'm not resilient against blows. Though she desperately wanted young Fan to join her live stream and support her, she felt it inappropriate to voice such a request. After all, he could engage as he pleased at this moment. She merely sought to interact with him, subtly hinting that after he finished with her, he should remember to check in on her. Naturally, if he did, the substantial medical expenses would undoubtedly follow. She remained confident in this regard, as he had frequently visited her live stream to watch her dance, routinely gifting her lavishly, a trend that had become quite regular. The other two female streamers also proactively greeted young Fan, hoping to leave a favorable impression and establish a familiar face. They thought to themselves, given that he supports multiple female streamers generously, perhaps they might strike lucky and attract his attention, ensuring a steady stream of gifts. However, due to their inadequacy, disappointment was inevitable. They would be left with nothing, not even a small star. Soon, the PK began. All four were striving to rally votes. Xiao Lu shouted, Skinny old gentleman, support me, crush them, young Fan. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's rallying cry, was momentarily speechless. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were invigorated, showering her with a flurry of gifts. Incredible! Young Fan refrained from rushing to cast his votes, instead observing the growth rates of the four female streamers' votes. Unsurprisingly, Xia was in the lead, far ahead of the other three. It appeared this young lady had been performing quite well in her live streams lately. Although lacking a financially robust patron, she certainly had a considerable number of fans willing to contribute. Come on, family, don't let her lose second place. Bring forth your reserves and show them our strength. While Xiao Lu's live stream initially experienced a surge, it gradually began to wane, and she now found her second position precariously close to falling to third. Young Fan casually infused 15 million into her support. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent 2 carnivals. Ban Shi Xiaoyao sent 50 carnivals. Xiao Lu's health meter instantly struck Xia's down to nearly empty, effectively sealing the match in advance. The female streamer aligned with Xiao Lu was experiencing a fortunate win, gazing enviously at Xiao Lu's vote count, oblivious to her own thoughts. Wow! Long live Brother Xiaoyao. I adore you. Ha ha ha. Family, do you see? This is what strength looks like. Our family has an invincible brother watching over us. Crush them. Chapter 65. Xia feels neglected upon witnessing young Fan's support, which included a generous 50 carnivals. Xiao Lu was elated. Much of her excitement stemmed from the fact that he was the first to cast votes for her, and such a hefty amount was a first for her. Did this signify that her standing in his heart was superior to Xia's? This was certainly a cause for celebration. At this moment, she began to observe the PK situation with slight nervousness, eager to see if young Fan would also cast votes for Xia. Not only her, but Xia was also anticipating young Fan's support, believing there was a significant likelihood he would contribute. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. However, as time passed, young Fan remained silent, and by the end of the PK, it could be said that some were overjoyed while others were disheartened. Xiao Lu, who basked in young Fan's affection and emerged victorious in the PK, was undoubtedly the happiest. Felt as though he was using this moment to declare that she was indeed his most cherished streamer. While expressing her gratitude, a radiant smile remained plastered on her face. Internally, she began to strategize, planning to seize another opportunity to descend into his realm, cherishing this hard-won success for his inclination to avoid marriage and seek only a lover. She had come to terms with it. Since exclusivity was unattainable, maintaining their current relationship while prioritizing their careers seemed rather fitting. After all, she was still young and had no plans for a boyfriend, let alone marriage and children. Any future aspirations could be addressed when the time came. Having gained clarity, Xiao Lu's intimacy 10. Seeing that young Fan had not cast even a single star for Xia throughout the PK, Xiao Lu felt that her special competition with Xia had unexpectedly resulted in a resounding victory. At this moment, immense satisfaction filled her heart, allowing her to unlock a significant emotional barrier towards young Fan, resulting in a surge of 10 points in intimacy, bringing her to 59 points. She was just one step away from earning a level 2 cashback card. Young Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, was equally surprised. Ever since Xiao Lu returned, her intimacy had not increased even slightly, despite his frequent gifting. He had not anticipated that his intention to operate with Xia today would lead Xiao Lu to resolve her previous concerns. What a delightful surprise, He had never imagined that Shasha's lack of preparation would inadvertently create a diversion, proving that the tactic of favoring one over the other was indeed effective. It felt as though he was simultaneously managing two beautiful women. At this moment, Shasha activated her microphone, her heart heavy yet her demeanor unyielding. In a feigned sultry tone, she said, "Brother Xiaoyao, did you strike Shasha too harshly? I'm feeling quite hurt." Subsequently, she adopted a wounded expression, seeking comfort only to wait in vain for Yang Fan's arrival. Confusion filled her mind. What was going on? Not only did he neglect to support her, but he also failed to offer her solace. This was unlike his usual demeanor. Had she inadvertently offended him? That seemed unlikely. Shasha found herself deep in thought, reflecting on the past few days. She was convinced she hadn't done anything to provoke his displeasure. Perhaps he was simply busy and hadn't noticed her speaking. She comforted herself with such thoughts. She then inquired of Xiao Lu, "Is Brother Xiaoyao still in your live stream?" "Yes, but he hasn't said a word." Xiao Lu responded, feeling a bit puzzled. Like Shasha, she assumed that perhaps Shasha had inadvertently upset Brother Xiaoyao. This was fortuitous for her, and a sense of schadenfreude crept in. She wouldn't openly participate in such matters, but she prepared to subtly stir the pot. "Shasha, do you remember the punishment you set? You all better behave. I'll take my leave now." Sigh. "Wait." Xiao Lu hung up before Shasha could finish her sentence. "Wait? What are you waiting for? For you to appease Brother Xiaoyao? What a laugh. I would rather Brother Xiaoyao never speak to you again. Wouldn't that elevate me to the most favored position?" After disconnecting, Xiao Lu felt an unmistakable sense of joy, almost as if she wanted to hum a tune. She then refrained from mentioning Shasha, engaging in conversation with Yang Fan and the viewers instead. Meanwhile, Shasha felt a mix of frustration and melancholy. However, she concealed her emotions as she was live streaming, and there were numerous viewers present. The viewers, however, were fanning the flames. "Shasha, why is Brother Xiaoyao helping others against you? Isn't he supposed to pamper you the most?" Indeed, after defeating Shasha, he didn't even cover her medical expenses. Could it be that you and Brother Xiaoyao had a falling out over something, leading to your loss of favor? Ha ha ha. Shasha has fallen from grace. Xiao Lu has successfully taken her place. Cut it out. Shasha and Brother Xiaoyao have a deep connection. It's not that easy to lose his favor. Don't worry. If Banshir Xiaoyao doesn't pamper you, we will. Exactly. It's no big deal. We'll always be here for you. Seeing the viewers discuss the matter, fearing the narrative would take a turn, Shasha smiled and said, "Stop spreading nonsense. Xiao Lu is also a streamer under Brother Xiaoyao's protection. It's perfectly normal for him to cast votes for her. Perhaps he had promised her beforehand. Xiao Lu is one of us, so please don't mislead the narrative." Though she said this, she felt a sense of perplexity within. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. She resolved to continue streaming, hoping that Brother Xiaoyao would soon visit her live stream, and she would naturally learn the reason for his absence without overthinking it. An hour later, while streaming, Shasha frequently glanced at the screen, noticing that in the past hour, Brother Xiaoyao had showered gifts upon the other streamers, including Damao's sisters, Ali, and a streamer named Pikachu. She thought, surely it's my turn soon? How could he neglect to support me? Yet, after waiting for over an hour, he still did not appear. This moment, Shasha's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Perhaps she had inadvertently offended him. If her PK against Xiao Lu had led him to ignore her and instead support Xiao Lu, that could be a mere coincidence. However, now that he had showered gifts upon all the other streamers, why was he neglecting her specifically? Shasha pondered, unable to ascertain the reason, and her mind began to wander during the live stream. She contemplated whether she should inquire about it through V after the stream ended, but how should she approach the subject? Surely, she couldn't directly ask why he had not supported her today? After all, he owed her nothing. Many thanks to Soy Sauce for sending the God certification, the very first for this book. I am immensely grateful. I extend heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. To those who find the story enjoyable, I kindly request a 5-star rating. For those dissatisfied, please show mercy and simply ignore this book. Perhaps take a moment to explore the author's previous works to see if they suit your taste. Thank you. Old Lu is on a roll. Even the gods tremble. Chapter 66. A happy accident. Shasha waited until the end of her streaming session without receiving any sign from Yang Fan. Fully aware he would not be coming to tea this moment, she sat in her chair, lost in thought. In the quiet, her thoughts became much clearer. She considered various possibilities and ultimately suspected the issue might lie with Xiao Lu. It was evident that Xiao Lu had been the first to connect with brother Xiaoyao, and he had begun to spend lavishly on Douyin for her sake. Yet, in the end, he seemed to be closer to Xiao Lu than to her. He didn't come to her first anymore, and now he was even helping Xiao Lu against her. Had brother Xiaoyao been swayed by Xiao Lu? That seemed implausible. He hadn't only showered gifts on Xiao Lu today. Moreover, by any measure, talent, physique, appearance, or age, she surpassed Xiao Lu. What merit did Xiao Lu possess? Originally, Xiaoyao Gu was helping Xiao Lu by taking care of himself, which was not a significant issue, as he was not a petty person. However, the other party had offered gifts to all the female streamers they were protecting, while neglecting to visit his own live stream. This was clearly a subtle jab at him. As for the reason behind this jab, she had gleaned some insight due to Xiao Lu's actions. Wasn't it simply the trivial matters between the top supporter and the female streamer? With this thought, she began to understand why Yang Fan had been getting closer to Xiao Lu lately. Unexpectedly, this seemingly conservative female streamer, who never crossed boundaries during her broadcasts, turned out to have such cunning intentions. She had quickly made a move on him. Yet, this was not what she should be focusing on at the moment. Having figured out the unusual behavior of Yang Fan, she needed to contemplate how to respond to this situation. Should she emulate Xiao Lu? This was a consideration she had not thoroughly processed. After much internal conflict, she found herself unable to make a decision. Perhaps she should observe for a few more days. It was possible that she was overthinking. What if in a couple of days, Xiaoyao Gu returned to his normal self? Thus, Shasha made her decision. On the other side, shortly after finishing her stream, Ali was preparing to remove her makeup when her personal phone rang. Upon seeing that it was the guild leader, she answered without hesitation. "Hello, Xiao Gu, what's the matter?" A deep voice from a middle-aged man came through the phone. "There's something I need to inform you. Go ahead. I received news that today Xiaoyao Gu helped Xiao Lu by supporting Shasha, and then gifted all the female streamers he protected, but he didn't visit Shasha's live stream at all." Ali was taken aback. "Are you implying that Xiaoyao Gu is having some discord with Shasha? But that seems irrelevant to me, doesn't it?" "How could it be irrelevant? Have you never considered that Xiaoyao Gu's gifts are never intended for return? He is neither an advertiser nor a salesperson. All his rewards are given freely. In this context, what could possibly lead to a disagreement with Shasha?" Upon hearing this, Ali followed the guild leader's line of reasoning and quickly arrived at the answer. "You mean offline? Not too dim-witted after all. The guild is now preparing to allocate resources to you. I trust you understand why this is being done. I do not wish for you to follow in Shasha's footsteps. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The leader's intention was clear: to remind Ali to see Xiaoyao Gu by any means necessary, ensuring she did not end up at odds with him like Shasha did. Those in the streaming industry know well that once a top supporter loses interest in you, they will cease to support you, and may even stop visiting your stream entirely. After all, with so many female streamers on Douyin, would a wealthy person really be concerned about not finding joy? The words also subtly hinted to Ali that if she did not secure Xiaoyao Gu, she could forget about the resources the guild planned to allocate to her. Following the leader's reminder, Ali understood the underlying message, sighed internally, but replied, "Xiao Gu, I understand your point. That's good. Be proactive. You are no less than many first-tier female streamers. What you lack is a genuine top supporter. This is your opportunity. You must remember, without taking risks, you cannot catch the wolf. The mid-year event on Douyin is approaching. I'll leave it at that. Think it over yourself." After ending the call, Ali found herself deep in contemplation. Much like Shasha, she believed the leader's analysis was accurate. Initially, Xiaoyao Gu had treated Shasha significantly better than he treated them, and Shasha had received the most support. It was well known that Shasha was a particularly unique female streamer for Xiaoyao Gu. She felt no inclination to contest this, as competing might alienate the top supporter. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Lu had surpassed her, garnering more affection, while today, Shasha found herself neglected due to some discord with Xiaoyao Gu. If she connected these events with the leader's mention of offline matters, it all began to make sense. If she truly wished to succeed in this field, she ought to be more proactive. She was not averse to such matters. She had prepared herself mentally when choosing this profession, but she had merely been waiting for the right opportunity. While her stream was not devoid of ordinary top supporters, she had been holding out for a good price before making any commitments, which was why she had yet to engage with anyone offline, even having offended a few ordinary supporters in the process. However, Xiaoyao Gu was not an ordinary supporter. His spending power was astonishing. If she offended him as she had done previously, She would not only lose a sustainable source of significant income, but also miss out on the quality resources the guild was prepared to offer. Additionally, she would forfeit her chances in the upcoming mid-year event on Douyin. While she had not encountered a suitable target before, it was clear that Xiaoyaogu was an excellent choice. With this thought in mind, Ali decided to probe into his intentions. Xiaoyaogu, is the weather pleasant on your side? Being known as the summer resort city, it must be quite comfortable there, right? Having just finished a game, Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback by Ali's message. This message felt oddly familiar. After a moment of reflection, he remembered that this was exactly the kind of language Xiao Lu had used before her sudden appearance. Was this girl also seeking to escape the heat on his side? Was she preparing to make an unexpected visit? He thought to himself. Shouldn't such messages typically come from Shasha at this time? What was Ali up to? Regardless, it was ultimately a positive development. It's a bit warm, but compared to most other places, it's still quite pleasant. It's too hot here. I simply can't stand it anymore. I want to escape the heat. It seemed that the rationale was indeed reminiscent of Xiao Lu's. The only difference was that she hadn't arranged a video call with him beforehand, which felt like she was preparing to open a blind box. Since the girl was almost being candid, how could he fail to understand? The summer resort city is indeed a great choice. When do you plan to come over? Having made her decision, Ali certainly did not hesitate, even thinking that no matter what Xiaoyaogu looked like, she would grit her teeth and go. After all, it was for his money, and she could treat it as a grand illusion. It wouldn't be the end of the world, just a brief inconvenience. He was wealthy and generous, making this a highly worthwhile venture. Chapter 67. Fitness Plan. A second meeting with Li Wei. Finally, Ali mentioned she wanted to know his availability, reasoning that it was unwise to explore an unfamiliar city alone. She needed to gather some company. This was precisely what Yang Fan had been hoping for. However, he was currently preparing to work on his fitness and strategize for Li Wei, so he informed Ali that he would contact her once he finished his tasks. Ali had no reason to refuse. Her intentions had already been made clear. She wouldn't stumble in this regard. In every other aspect, she wouldn't offend him either, so the arrangement was settled. If he never reached out to her again, that would be ideal. No need to invest while still reaping the benefits. After their conversation ended, Yang Fan shook his head and chuckled. His initial intention had merely been to give Shasha a subtle hint. Little did he know that it would set off a chain reaction, inadvertently resolving Xiao Lu's emotional turmoil while also prompting Ali to make her own move. Was this a fortunate accident? He didn't need to delve into why Ali was suddenly preparing to come over. As long as she was not lacking in various aspects, she would undoubtedly serve as a suitable tool for providing cashback cards. If her purity level was too low or her overall attractiveness barely met the standards, he could simply send her back. Yes. After spending time with 4 beautiful women, Yang Fan had successfully emerged from his period of hunger, and his mindset had naturally shifted in a situation where he wasn't particularly in need of any new tools, as he was still pursuing several others. He found himself less interested in women with lower overall attractiveness or purity. This was only natural. People tend to aspire for higher things. Even the flight attendant, Gong Jing, whom he was currently pursuing, had fallen short in terms of purity, so he planned to take a more relaxed approach to see if he could secure a secondary cashback card. However, since he had already invested some time in her, he could consider nurturing her into a different kind of tool. That is, he could offer her benefits in exchange for her help in identifying high-quality, low-purity beauties within the flight attendant community. While this might not be an easy task, if she chose to engage with those who were also waiting for the right opportunity, there might indeed be some satisfactory options. After all, he stood to lose nothing. Why not give it a shot? Lost in thought, Yang Fan unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next day, he awoke to check the time. 11 o'clock in the morning, not too late. After a quick wash, he stepped out to grab a bite before messaging Li Wei. I'm heading out now, going directly to the building where you study street dance. As Yang Fan walked, he booked a ride. Moments later, he received a response from the girl. Yes, text me when you arrive. Half an hour later. Standing at the base of the building, Yang Fan spotted Li Wei emerging from the entrance. The first thing he did was check her information. Name, Li Wei. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 86. 100. Status, normal. Affection level, -27. Thank goodness. The numbers were still zeroed. In truth, Yang Fan had overthought it. If Li Wei were so easy to win over, she wouldn't still be at 0 at the age of 21. It wouldn't be so simple to increase her affection. He had to admit that each time he saw this girl, He felt a surge of heart-pounding excitement, perhaps due to that zero label at play. Today, she wore a black crop tank top on her upper body, paired with slightly loose gray sweatpants and white sneakers, exuding a youthful, athletic vibe. As Li Wei approached, she handed Yang Fan a black card, saying, "Here, take it." Yang Fan curiously took it and saw it was a membership card for a fitness center, dated for today. "Did you get this for me?" "Yes, I used your name, age, and phone number." "Come on, let us go eat. I'm starving, Nita." "You didn't have breakfast?" "I had a little, but dancing consumes a lot of energy." Yang Fan chuckled at this. "What do you want to eat?" The girl confidently replied, "Of course, a lavish meal. Do you think the fitness card was free?" "Really?" After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a tall building. Li Wei led him inside and took the elevator to the top floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Yang Fan realized that the rooftop was home to a high-end restaurant with a breathtaking view. After handing the menu to the girl, she ordered a few items, and they began to eat and chat. The girl initiated the conversation. "What aspects are you planning to train?" "Just my physical fitness and stamina." Upon hearing this, the girl looked at him with a hint of skepticism in her eyes, then burst out laughing. "Haha, you're not really weak, are you, little weakling?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes, relieved that she didn't claim he was weak due to women. He provocatively remarked, "You could try it yourself if you dare." "Who's really the weakling here?" Li Wei didn't take the bait, instead gazing at him with a half-smile. "If you're not weak, then why focus on fitness and stamina? Don't you want to build some chest and abdominal muscles to attract the ladies?" "Why would I want to scare myself?" Yang Fan shot back. "What, do you like guys with muscles and abs?" Li Wei's expression stiffened, and she nearly blurted out, "I don't like men." Fortunately, she managed to hold back. She feared that saying such a thing would lead Yang Fan to misunderstand her as a lesbian. In reality, while she was repulsed by men, she had no interest in women either. If it had been someone else, she wouldn't have cared, but with Yang Fan being such a generous benefactor, she wanted to maintain a good impression, fearing that revealing her true feelings might cause him to distance himself from her, which would be counterproductive. Yang Fan was oblivious to her thoughts. He noticed that after she said "I," she fell silent. "What?" Li Wei shook her head. "Nothing. Wealthy individuals really are fearful. Just focus on your meal. Didn't your teacher teach you not to talk while eating?" Yang Fan shot her an annoyed glance. "Wasn't it you who initiated this topic?" Li Wei affection level 1. This girl's affection level fluctuated in a rather peculiar manner. It gave him a sense of spontaneity. Afterward, they continued their meal in silence until they finished and settled the bill. Upon leaving the restaurant, Yang Fan asked, "Isn't it unsuitable to work out right after eating?" Li Wei looked at him, surprised. Upon seeing her expression, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then he retorted, "What are you surprised about? Shouldn't I know such basic knowledge?" Cough, cough. Li Wei coughed awkwardly and flashed a radiant smile. Misunderstanding. I just didn't pay attention and used the wrong expression. I meant to say, admiration. Yes, an expression of admiration." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her. "If you hadn't stuttered through that sentence and emphasized it at the end, I might have believed you. Don't focus on the details." Chapter 68. Yang Fan's speculations. Yang Fan and Li Wei began strolling leisurely, digesting their meal. They passed by a dessert shop and the girl abruptly halted. "Their desserts are delicious. Come on, I'll treat you." Yang Fan skeptically asked, "Is it normal for you to eat like this? Do you plan to keep eating everything you see? When will it end?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, the girl replied, Eating some dessert won't hinder digestion. Will it? It's really delicious. Are you sure?" Upon hearing his inquiry, she wore a look of absolute certainty and of course, "I'm quite the expert when it comes to fitness. You wouldn't understand." With that, she began to head toward the dessert shop, but Yang Fan grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "What's this nonsense? How does this relate to fitness? Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't eat while trying to digest." Li Wei reacted strongly to being held, quickly jerking her hand away in annoyance. Let go. What are you doing?" Li Wei affection level -2. Yang Fan was taken aback. Her reaction was rather intense at that moment. He realized that the girl seemed to have a strong aversion to physical contact, and this rejection appeared to be a reflexive response, almost instinctual. After all, even her affection level had decreased. Keep in mind that this was the case even when she had agreed to spend time alone with him. Yang Fan recalled how she had also reacted strongly when he had tried to hold her hand last time, yet her affection level hadn't dropped then. Moreover, when he attempted to kiss her, despite her furious demeanor and her biting him quite hard, her affection level had surprisingly increased by 5 points. From this perspective, it was a bit puzzling. While she had seemed furious during dinner, her affection levels had risen despite her outward anger. This made him ponder her situation more deeply. Young Fan found himself lost in thought, suddenly feeling as though he had grasped some sort of key insight. It was clear that while she was quite averse to physical contact with others, if he managed to engage in intimate actions while she was mentally prepared, her outward anger would only mask an increase in affection. He even speculated, might it be possible to gain affection through force? As long as one successfully engaged in intimate actions, would it still count? However, the act of forcibly grabbing someone's hand is certainly unacceptable. After all, suddenly seizing a girl's hand can be considered an act of coercion, which, as it turns out, diminishes intimacy. Conversely, during moments meant to foster closeness, there was an instance when the girl playfully bit him, thus introducing an odd possibility. Since certainty eludes us, it might be prudent to experiment, as practice leads to wisdom. With a half-joking tone, he remarked, "We have both experienced kisses. Why such a strong reaction to a mere touch of hands?" The girl responded with notable indifference, boredom. "Are you still going to work out?" With a smile, Young Fan leaned closer and suggested, "How about we hold hands from here to the gym? Consider it equivalent to one kiss." Upon hearing this, the girl felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a heavy object at him, her expression darkening further. Ignoring him completely, she turned and walked away. Young Fan followed closely behind, murmuring, "Understood. My fault that it seems that kiss we shared the other day wasn't so bad after all." Perhaps hand-holding is not the way to go. Li Wei shot him a frosty glance and warned, "If you speak like that again, I will leave." Young Fan chose to remain silent, pausing momentarily to notice that the system had not indicated a decrease in intimacy, which brought him some amusement. It appeared that the girl's displays of anger and indifference were merely a protective facade, and she was not as upset as she pretended to be. While others might have retreated upon witnessing her behavior, the intimacy feature seemed to assist Young Fan in deciphering her true feelings. Thus, he whimsically reminisced aloud, "I actually missed those days." The girl immediately exploded in anger. "You jerk, go work out by yourself. I'm not accompanying you." With that, she stormed ahead in a huff. Young Fan, seeing that there was still no decrease in intimacy, jogged a few steps to intercept her. The girl did not respond favorably. "Get out of my way." Young Fan remained silent, adopting a defiant expression that dared her to challenge him. She attempted to sidestep him, but no matter which direction she chose, she found herself blocked. Frustrated, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Move aside." However, he was prepared, swiftly grasping her hand and pulling her toward him. "Ah," she exclaimed, finding herself in his embrace. After a moment of shock, she began to struggle, pounding her fists against his back. When her efforts proved futile, she resorted to biting his shoulder. This time, however, Young Fan did not push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, unabashedly taking advantage of the moment. Passers-by caught sight of this scene and wore expressions of disapproval. After biting Young Fan for a while, Li Wei realized he neither struggled nor cried out, prompting her to reconsider. She released her bite and looked up at him, her face filled with confusion. When she noticed how close they were, panic surged within her, and she began to struggle again. "Shameless! Let me go!" Young Fan grinned and retorted, "You really bite hard." Li Wei Intimacy 5. The girl, noticing his pained expression, replied with annoyance, "You deserved it. Let go of me. We are in public." Hearing the system's notification of increased intimacy, Young Fan's spirits soared. This girl had a peculiar way of opening up. It was not far from his previous assumptions, or perhaps it was a blend of several of them. Occasionally being a bit assertive proved effective, but it was crucial for her to express her grievances. It was just unfortunate that she resorted to biting when upset, which posed its own challenges. For now, this was the extent of his observations. It seemed to be heading in the right direction. Chapter 69. Li Wei's protective facade faced with the girl so close. Exhaling softly, Young Fan smiled and asked, "So, if we are not in public, does that mean I can hug you?" He said this, yet still released her. The girl quickly stepped back 2 paces, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, though her words were sharp. "You jerk, dream on." With that, she hastened away, eager to distance herself from him. At that moment, she felt flustered, her mind racing with thoughts of what had just transpired. Li Wei Intimacy 3. Had it not been for the notification of increased intimacy, Young Fan would have found it challenging to discern that Li Wei was not genuinely angry. With this little cheat, he certainly would not let her slip away. Picking up his pace, he followed her. After walking a considerable distance, she paused at the roadside, seemingly to call for a taxi. When she noticed him trailing behind, she coldly remarked, "What do you want from me?" Yang Fan smiled. "Of course, I'm waiting for you to teach me how to work out." Li Wei maintained her indifferent demeanor. "Could you have some dignity? Stop following me. I'm going home." Yang Fan was unfazed by her words. With no decrease in intimacy, her threats held little weight in a way. "You still owe me 2 kisses. At the very least, you must repay one today." The girl could hardly believe her ears, her face contorted in disbelief. "Huh? You're quite the comedian." Yang Fan, however, paid no heed to her scornful expression. Although he was unsure why she employed such angry, cold, and mocking attitudes to push him away, he had already seen through her facade and would not let it wound him. "Are you trying to dodge your debts? Then I shall collect right here." Li Wei was utterly taken aback by his shamelessness. Hearing him declare his intent to kiss her made her instinctively step back, shouting, "You wish to—" Before she could finish her sentence, a scream escaped her lips. This was due to Yang Fan's quick reflexes. He had pulled her back just as she was retreating, causing her to jump in shock. Li Wei intimacy -3, just as she was about to struggle and scold him. A sudden screeching sound and an angry shout from a middle-aged woman interrupted her. "Are you out of your minds? Do you think the road is a playground? You nearly scared me to death." Yang Fan had noticed a car speeding toward them as the girl was stepping back toward the street, and he swiftly pulled her back to avoid an accident. He then turned to the woman, apologetically saying, "I'm truly sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to. Please forgive us." Acknowledging their fault was the least he could do. The woman, seeing his polite demeanor, patted her chest as if calming herself, muttering a few curses before driving away. It was clear she had been quite startled. Li Wei intimacy 15. At that moment, Li Wei finally understood why Yang Fan had suddenly grabbed her. Hearing his apology made her momentarily silent. Yang Fan had initially intended to tease Li Wei, but soon realized he shared some responsibility for the situation. Moreover, with the sudden surge in intimacy, he decided against making any further comments. Instead, he released her hand and said, "Let us go." "To the gym." She replied. Her mind still preoccupied with recent events, and she found herself following him without thinking. Li Wei intimacy 3. After a little over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the gym, Flying Leap Fitness. Yang Fan turned to Li Wei, who was still lost in thought, and teasingly asked, "What are you thinking about?" She absent-mindedly glanced at him. "Huh, what is up? Where should I start my workout?" "Oh, over there for some warm-up exercises. Loosen up your joints and get a feel for the movements." "All right." The two walked to a spacious area, where numerous gym-goers turned their heads to observe them, specifically Li Wei. "Detected valid consumer, would you like to view information?" Yang Fan internally prompted to view the details. Name, Zhang Lina, age, 25, height, 161, weight, 51, overall attractiveness, 81, 95, status, normal intimacy, 0. Name, Chunya, age, 23, height, 164, weight, 53, overall attractiveness, 84, 96, status, normal intimacy, 0. As they walked through the gym, they encountered 2 eligible candidates, indicating that this place was indeed filled with beautiful women. Although their overall attractiveness scores weren't exceptionally high, the numbers of 5 and 4 were still quite commendable, significantly better than those found in bars or nightclubs. However, Yang Fan held little interest in them. Considering Li Wei's presence, he could not approach them, and it was likely they would not pay him any mind either. After all, these were fitness enthusiasts, and with Yang Fan's average physique, he certainly wouldn't catch their attention. Furthermore, there were ample opportunities to pursue other interests. Unless a particularly striking individual appeared, there was truly no need to divert his focus. Li Wei noted Yang Fan's lack of attention toward the attractive women they passed, finding it somewhat surprising. She had clearly spotted several ladies with commendable looks and physiques. Internally, she wondered, was this the same guy who would approach beautiful women on the street just days ago? He must be pretending, she thought, recalling his earlier attempts to flirt with her. Yang Fan, oblivious to her thoughts, inquired as they reached their destination. "So, is it just about moving your body?" The girl glanced at him. "You follow my lead with that." She began performing a series of simple warm-up exercises, and Yang Fan mimicked her. Surprisingly, he managed to replicate her movements quite well. Meanwhile, a muscular man across from them, using a rowing machine, seemed to be invigorated upon seeing Li Wei, pulling the machine with newfound vigor. Unfortunately, the girl treated him as if he were invisible. 10 minutes later. Now, stretch your body like this. Li Wei raised her left arm and bent her right forearm to grasp her left elbow, smoothly moving to the right until her left arm was parallel to her shoulder. Yang Fan attempted to imitate her but found himself utterly perplexed, realizing he couldn't replicate the movement at all. It was far too challenging compared to the warm-up exercises. Li Wei chuckled at the sight of Yang Fan contorted in an awkward position, teasing him. "Oh, aren't you supposed to be capable? Can't manage such a simple motion?" Hearing this, Yang Fan recognized that she had reverted to her previous light-hearted demeanor. He shot her a glare and retorted, "My flexibility can't possibly compare to yours." With an unchanged smile, the girl replied, "Humph, good to know. Look at your stiff form. You're not much better than a zombie. Let me assist you." With that, she adjusted his posture, standing beside him as she gently pressed down. Although Yang Fan endeavored to cooperate, he truly struggled. The girl softly encouraged him, "Relax, loosen up your body, trust me." Chapter 70. Intimacy finally turns positive. Yang Fan looked at Li Wei with skepticism, asking, "Do we really need to be so precise with this stretching exercise? Can't we just get by?" "I'm mainly here to work out," Li Wei patiently explained. "You don't understand. Stretching helps improve the coordination between your ligaments, muscles, and joints, reducing the likelihood of injury during exercise. There are two types of stretching, active and passive. Since you can't do it actively, I'll assist you with passive stretching." Yang Fan thought to himself, "Is it really that complicated?" However, listening to her articulate the benefits made him realize that she indeed had more expertise in this area. He decided to yield and relax his body. "All right, slowly." Before he could finish, she suddenly exerted force, causing him to yelp in pain. He quickly tried to pull away, ready to scold her, but she admonished him. "Don't move around. Your body is stiff. It's normal for it to hurt at first. Maintain the position. The pain will subside." Li Wei Intimacy 3. Li Wei spoke earnestly, her expression devoid of any mirth. Had it not been for the sudden increase of 3 points in intimacy, he might have believed her entirely. Yang Fan moved his arms, noticing that the pain was indeed easing, making it quite bearable. Since he could both work out and earn her favor, he decided to continue. He resumed the previous position, albeit still imperfectly, but it was an improvement from the start. One could say that while the girl's methods were somewhat torturous, they were effective. Once more, but take it slow. Li Wei's heart brimmed with joy, her exterior radiating warmth. "Don't worry. I'm a professional. Just don't move. Endure the discomfort, and it will pass soon." With that, she commenced to adjust his held hands. Yang Fan complied, feigning a pained expression. "Ouch. How long do we have to hold this?" "Relax, breathe deeply. Pain is normal. Don't tense up. It will be over soon." Li Wei Intimacy 2. Li Wei then switched to pressing his other hand while teaching him lunging stretches for his legs. Although he couldn't achieve the proper form, she didn't insist on perfection. For some movements, she used her own body to assist him, leading to many intimate encounters, making him feel both pained and elated. As her intimacy score rose with each of his pained exclamations, her initial aversion to him began to dissipate, and she found amusement in the process of correcting him. It seemed that as long as he found the right approach, transforming this girl's aversion to men into a positive intimacy score was not as daunting as he had initially believed. The next step was to see how quickly that intimacy would grow. After the stretching concluded, Yang Fan moved his body, realizing that although he felt pain, the aftermath brought an unexpected sense of relief, akin to having just undergone a full-body massage. That moment, the girl said. "Take a breather. I'll grab 2 bottles of sports drink." "All right." Just as she headed toward the water station, a tall, well-built, somewhat handsome young man in a black elastic tank top that accentuated his muscles approached her. "Excuse me, are you a personal trainer here? I'd like to purchase some sessions." Li Wei gave him a disinterested glance. "No," the young man, maintaining politeness, smiled at her. "I saw you helping that guy with stretching earlier. I thought you were a trainer. Is he your boyfriend?" The girl paused for a moment, calmly retorting, 500,000 for a WeChat ad. Cough, cough, cough. A girl nearby who was drinking water heard their exchange and immediately spat it out, choking on it. She then looked at them in disbelief. The young man stared at Li Wei, utterly dumbfounded. Is she out of her mind? 500,000 for a WeChat ad? He then wore an expression of utter disbelief, saying, "My apologies for interrupting. I'll take my leave." With that, He turned and walked away. It was evident he understood this was just her excuse for refusing to connect, realizing he had no chance. He thought to himself, that guy must be a rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, this beautiful woman wouldn't reject him so decisively. Oh well, on to the next target. Unfazed by the young man's departure, Li Wei continued to fetch drinks. Initially, she had intended to say 500, but the thought of Yang Fan's earlier attempts to flirt with her, coupled with his 60,000 transfer, compelled her to blurt out 500,000 instead. Li Wei Intimacy 3. Li Wei remained unaware that her mindset was subtly shifting. Once averse to men, she now found herself devoid of such feelings toward Yang Fan. Sitting on the floor, resting, Yang Fan suddenly noticed Li Wei's intimacy score had inexplicably increased by 3 points, leaving him utterly bewildered. What just happened? When the girl returned, she appeared quite indifferent, leaving him unsure about the reason behind the sudden increase in intimacy. He felt a hint of regret, sensing he had missed an opportunity to deepen their connection. Shortly thereafter, he finally began his formal workout, primarily utilizing the treadmill and rowing machine. Having not engaged in vigorous exercise for quite some time, he soon found himself drenched in sweat. Turning his head, he glanced at Li Wei, who was still jogging. To his astonishment, her stamina seemed to surpass his own. Overwhelmed, he took an extended break before continuing. Thus, the cycle repeated itself, each session lasting merely 5 to 10 minutes, followed by a half hour of rest. 2 hours later, utterly exhausted, Yang Fan resolved to conclude today's fitness endeavor, feeling that both his hands and feet were somewhat weak and unable to proceed. Observing that he had persisted for so long before deciding to stop, Li Wei regarded him with newfound respect. It was evident that she genuinely wished to improve her fitness, albeit with a somewhat lacking proficiency. Nevertheless, her attitude remained commendably earnest. After the two departed, Li Wei suggested returning home, opting not to share dinner with him. This time, Yang Fan did not object, though he felt a pang of regret that since they had increased their intimacy points by 3, her affection had not progressed further. Noticing her mere 6 points of intimacy, he felt somewhat helpless, resigning himself to the notion that good things take time. As he prepared to part ways, Yang Fan inquired, "Shall we continue tomorrow?" Li Wei hesitated before shaking her head. "Another day. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and won't be able to practice dancing. You should follow the routine I taught you. If you persist for a few months, I assure you, you'll overcome your physical weakness." "What's the matter?" Still unable to surmount the hurdle of physical frailty, Yang Fan, feeling somewhat speechless, refrained from probing further into her personal affairs and merely nodded in agreement. After Li Wei departed, he contemplated seeking a companion to indulge in a sumptuous meal, conveniently forgetting some of the nutritional food choices she had previously suggested. How could one find the strength to exercise without first enjoying a hearty meal? He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, discovering several unread messages from various young ladies. Chapter 71. Just putting on a show, it's not a big deal. Thus, Yang Fan pulled out his phone. Noticing a few unread messages from the ladies, "Guruajia, brother, it's been so long since you reached out. You must be quite busy. Do take care of your health, Su Shan. You rascal. I have no classes this afternoon. Shall we arrange dinner? Li Shinran, darling, I bought a lot of things for my family today. Everyone is very happy, thank you. Don't forget your exclusive little fairy is always waiting for you when you're done with your work." Upon reading the 3 messages, a smile involuntarily spread across Yang Fan's face. Just over 10 days ago, he could hardly have imagined that he would find himself in such a situation. The feeling was quite delightful. If one were to ask which message resonated with him the most, it would undoubtedly be from Li Shinran, the charming widow. Her message not only shared her day's events, but also conveyed her fondness for him. Coupled with a nonchalant demeanor, Su Shan's playful tease of "you rascal" was undeniably a temptation, subtly hinting at what might follow dinner. The most perplexing message came from Guruajia. It oddly carried a hint of condescension. After a moment of contemplation regarding Li Shinran's busy day spent shopping for her family, he decided to postpone any plans with her, hoping to allow her feelings for him to accumulate in anticipation of their next encounter. As for Guruajia and Su Shan, he resolved to pursue Guruajia. Although her intimacy points were somewhat challenging to increase, they at least showed potential, unlike Su Shan, whose points hardly budged regardless of their interactions. The only increase occurred when he transferred money to her. Strangely enough, during their KTV outing, her points had inexplicably surged by 20. Perhaps she had recognized his genuine Hermes attire? Given her materialistic tendencies, it seemed unlikely that her intimacy points would rise significantly, As she appeared more interested in monetary matters than emotional connections, he decided to test the waters with her, considering inviting her again when he felt like a change of pace. With this in mind, he opened Guruwajia's chat and sent a simple message: "Let us go out for dinner." In a residential unit, Guruwajia had already sent a message to Yang Fan. Not having received a reply, she did not think much of it, as his silence had become somewhat of a norm. As dinner time approached, she and her friend Su Shan were ready to head out. Just then, she noticed Yang Fan had replied, and to her excitement, his message invited her to dinner. Although she had already made plans with her friend, she replied without hesitation, "All right. Where are you, brother? I'll come find you right away." Suppressing her joy, she turned to Su Shan, who had just finished applying her makeup, and said apologetically, Shan, I have something important to tell you." Su Shan, puzzled by her expression, asked, "What is the matter?" "Our dinner plans might have to be cancelled." Su Shan was taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. What are you up to? Could it be that your wealthy brother has contacted you?" Guruwajia nodded, looking a bit shy. "You know, he asked me out for dinner. And I simply can't refuse. I'll treat you to a grand meal as compensation when I return. No time to talk. I need to hurry and change into my JK uniform. My brother prefers me in that." With that, she dashed back to her room, leaving Su Shan in a state of bewilderment. Shortly after, she checked her phone and discovered Yang Fan had also replied to her message, reading simply, "Another day." Seeing those two words, her expression shifted dramatically, her heart sinking in frustration. It seemed her place in his heart was far less significant than that of her friend. Did he perhaps prefer the more demure, yet somewhat pretentious type? Hadn't Sister Yuan once told her that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality? This only confirmed her suspicions about Yuan's misguided advice. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Shan resolved that perhaps she needed to alter her approach. Just putting on a show of being demure was not a daunting task, especially considering her naturally innocent appearance. In a brief moment, she determined her attitude towards Yang Fan moving forward. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, preparing to hail a cab by the roadside, was momentarily taken aback by the notification of Su Shan's decreased intimacy points. After a brief pause, he shrugged it off with a smile, finding it inconsequential. After all, he had simply replied to her message suggesting they reschedule, and she had chosen to reduce her points. If she was so keen on doing so, then so be it. Upon entering a high-end restaurant renowned for its grilled Wagyu beef, he found that Guruwajia had yet to arrive. As the heat outside was unbearable, he decided to enter and wait. After informing the hostess that he was waiting for someone before ordering, he began to occupy himself with his phone. 10 minutes later, he received a message from the young lady. "Brother, I'm at the entrance." Just as Guruwajia was about to stand outside waiting for Yang Fan, she received his response. "Come in, we have a private room." "Have you already arrived, brother?" "Yes." Seeing this, she hurried inside, guided by the hostess to the private room where Yang Fan awaited. She swiftly approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his chair and planting a kiss on his cheek. Then, in a sweet, teasing manner, she whispered in his ear, "Brother, I'm sorry for being late." Yang Fan was enveloped in the delicate scent of her perfume mixed with her youthful fragrance. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he said, "Let us order and sit down. You'll be punished later." In response, she playfully nuzzled his cheek with her face and replied, "All right, I accept my punishment. You can do whatever you wish to me, brother." The server, standing at the door with the menu, found himself unexpectedly inundated with a dose of their affection, sighing inwardly, "Indeed, the women surrounding wealthy men are all exceptional. What are the chances I'll ever experience this in my lifetime?" Once Guruwajia settled into her seat, Yang Fan noticed she was dressed in her usual JK uniform, though the style and color varied each time, providing him with a refreshing experience. Today, she wore a black knee-length JK dress, her long hair adorned with a cute hairpin. While it may not have been as enticing as her previous short skirts, it exuded a purer allure. Each style had its own charm. Understanding that Yang Fan preferred not to order, she eagerly took the initiative, confidently selecting an array of high-end dishes, embodying a spirit of confidence that suggested her brother's presence rendered price considerations moot. The restaurant's Wagyu beef, tuna sashimi, and various other dishes were delectable, resulting in a leisurely meal that lasted over an hour, concluding only when they could no longer eat. The bill totaled just over 10,000. After settling the bill, Yang Fan wrapped his arm around Guruwajia and said, "Let us take a walk to digest our meal. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit?" Chapter 72. A considerate young lady, Guruwajia intimately linked her arms with Yang Fan's. "Brother, Why don't we walk to the mall nearby and catch a movie? Young Fan pondered for a moment. The distance was not far, only a 10-minute stroll, making it a pleasant post-meal walk. Let us go. As they strolled down the street, passers-by couldn't help but glance at them a few extra times. Most of the attention was directed toward Guruwagia, while the few glances aimed at Young Fan were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing to possess the lady by his side. Both were aware of the stares yet chose to feign ignorance. After entering the mall and purchasing movie tickets, Young Fan reclined in a massage chair, waiting for the show to begin, while Guruwagia followed suit and sat beside him. After a brief conversation, she excused herself to the restroom. Upon returning, she found Young Fan had drifted off to sleep in the massage chair. Thinking to herself, it seems brother really is quite busy every day. He is so exhausted. Having exerted himself at the gym, Young Fan found the massage chair immensely comfortable and had unwittingly succumbed to slumber. Just as he dozed off, he felt someone gently shaking him. Blinking awake, he saw Guruwagia's lovely face hovering before him, her hands still on his shoulder. "Has the movie started?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep. She shook her head lightly. "No, I don't feel like watching the movie anymore. Brother, sleeping here isn't comfortable. Let us go to a hotel to rest." Young Fan smiled at her suggestion. "You really don't want to watch it?" With a sweet smile, she replied, "Imichim, you're so tired, brother. I feel sorry for you. We can watch the movie next time." Young Fan reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, feigning disdain. "Why does it sound like you're speaking with a hint of condescension? Who taught you that? Be normal." "Ah, that hurts." Once Young Fan released her cheek, Guruwagia blushed slightly and asked bashfully, "Is it that obvious? I thought brother would like it." It turns out those so-called emotional masters online are all misleading. She confidently shifted the blame to the online experts. In truth, she had known this all along but had never applied it, as in the past, she was always the one being pursued, rarely needing to employ such tactics. Who would have thought that her first attempt would be met with disdain from her brother? Young Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. "What on earth made you go learn that nonsense? Do you think it's possible that while you see those quotes, we men also see them?" Guruwagia's eyes widened as realization struck her. "Oh, right?" She mused that perhaps her methods were too rudimentary, resolving to learn more sophisticated tactics in the future. Young Fan chuckled, feeling somewhat drained, and decided it was time to rest. He wrapped his arms around her, saying, "I'm tired. Let us find a place to rest." She had no objections to this. Thus, their plans to watch a movie were promptly abandoned. A little over 10 minutes later, they found a decent hotel nearby. In the room, Young Fan collapsed onto the bed, feeling the aches in his body. He reflected, even with only 10 minutes of exercise followed by half an hour of rest, "I'm still feeling this way. It seems I need to take my fitness journey at a more measured pace." Seeing him in such a state, Guruwagia looked on with concern. "Brother, you're so exhausted today. Let us just rest early. I want you to hold me while we sleep." Wanting to sleep so early?" Young Fan teased, giving her a playful smirk. "Not a chance. I said I'd punish you, and I intend to follow through. I'm too tired to move, so this is all up to you. You figure it out," she pouted, giving him a seductive glare. "Humph, bad brother." Though she said this, she felt no aversion. In fact, she was quite serious about it. Seemed that the previous task game had not been in vain. The young lady had made remarkable progress. The next morning, when Young Fan awoke, the soreness had significantly diminished, though it was not entirely gone. He decided he would definitely not go to the gym today and would need to approach his workouts with caution going forward. At that moment, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, reached his ears. "Brother, are you awake? What would you like to eat? I can order takeout for you." Turning to see Guruwagia, clad in slippers and emerging from another room, Young Fan asked curiously, "Aren't you supposed to be in class?" It was not the weekend, and he had expected her to leave early, yet she remained. She replied nonchalantly, "I asked a classmate to excuse me. Since you're not feeling well, I had to stay behind to take care of you." Young Fan chuckled at her response. "Oh? I'm curious to know how you plan to take care of me. First, I'll order something to eat. After we eat, I'll give you a massage. Is this massage legitimate? I find it hard to believe you can actually massage well," he teased. With a playful pout, she protested, "Brother, that's mean. I can massage. I just haven't formally learned it, so it's not that professional. When I was a child, I used to help my mom with back rubs and head massages for pocket money. She often praised my skills. Is that so? I suppose I'll have to test your skills later, of course." When the takeout arrived, Guruejia brought a box of crab roe mixed rice to the bedside. Brother, don't move. Just lean back against the headboard, I'll feed you. Today, I'm your little maid. Young Fan's eyes lit up at her words as he gazed at her delicate face and slender figure. Chuckling, so obedient today. She pouted in dissatisfaction. I've always been obedient. It's not just today. Guruejia's intimacy points 1. As he laughed, Young Fan mischievously remarked, but it seems something is missing from the little maid's routine. Realizing his gaze was appraising her, she quickly caught on. Are you talking about the outfit? If you'd like, I can buy a few maid outfits. Would you like to see me wear one next time? Imagining the sight of this young beauty in a maid outfit sent a rush of heat through Young Fan. He feigned seriousness, replying, exactly. A little maid without a maid outfit lacks soul. We can alternate between that and JK outfits in private. She nodded, not feeling bashful. After all, if it was just for Young Fan's eyes, there was no reason to feel embarrassed, I understand. Chapter 73. Guruejia, who has never been to a foot massage parlor having enjoyed the delightful service of being fed by a beautiful girl. Young Fan was now sprawled on the bed. Guruejia, meanwhile, was using her small fists to tenderly massage his back. Surprisingly, the ache in his body felt considerably better. Unfortunately, after barely 20 minutes, she grew fatigued. Brother, I need a break. My hands are sore, I'll massage you again in a bit. Seeing her rubbing her wrists, Young Fan smiled and suggested, no need for that. Let us go to a foot massage parlor instead and unwind a bit. He found her massage comforting, but regrettably, her efforts were lacking, prompting his idea to go out for a professional massage. Guruejia, upon hearing this, looked astonished. I can go too. Young Fan was somewhat taken aback. Is there a problem with that? No, there is no problem, just a bit of surprise. Although Guruejia had never visited a foot massage parlor, she had heard from other sisters during her part-time modeling that such places were not very respectable, which is why many men like to frequent them. Although she did not wish for Young Fan to go to such establishments, she could not voice any objections if he chose to do so. What surprised her was that Young Fan would take her along, which was unexpected. It was quite nice to go together. She certainly did not want her brother to be involved with other women. Upon seeing the expression on the girl's face, Young Fan could roughly guess what she was thinking and smiled as he asked, You've never been to a foot massage parlor? The girl nodded honestly. No, I haven't been. These places are usually where guys like to go, right? Young Fan reached out and gently patted her head. Who told you that? Many girls go there to relax as well. Huh. Silly girl. A foot massage parlor is not entirely what you think. Nowadays, the pace of life is so fast, and with the increasing pressures, many young people have a need to unwind. If you think about it, foot massage parlors can actually be considered part of the wellness industry. Although the girl felt this was quite different from what those sisters had said, she chose to trust Young Fan, and her view of the industry shifted slightly. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go with my brother to experience it. Young Fan nodded and got off the bed. Let us go. 20 minutes later, the two had left the hotel and entered a rather upscale foot massage parlor. As soon as they walked in, they were greeted by a well-dressed girl in a cheapao who bowed to them. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. How many persons, please? Young Fan casually replied, clearly, 2. The cheapao-clad girl, walking in high heels, led them to the front desk, where they each received a number tag. She then handed them a pair of slippers, instructing them to change into them downstairs before heading up to the second floor, where someone would receive them. While changing shoes, Guruejia turned to Young Fan curiously and asked, Brother, why do we have to change shoes on the first floor and then go up to the second? Is it to prevent some people from running away without paying after their massage, leaving their shoes behind? Young Fan chuckled at her thought process. What a peculiar way of thinking, but after considering it, I realize I don't really know the answer either. Could the person who designed this really have thought of it like that? He answered nonchalantly, I don't know. Perhaps you could ask the staff here? The girl stuck out her tongue, but I do feel embarrassed to ask. Upon reaching the second floor, another girl in a cheapao came to welcome them, bowed, and asked, Esteemed guests, would you prefer a private room or 2 separate rooms? It was evident that many customers who came together preferred not to stay in the same room, often opting for separate ones. However, in the case of a male and female, most still chose a double room. Young Fan understood the implication and said, 1 double room, and please arrange for 2, point 3 skilled female therapists. The girl in the cheapao was taken aback. Point 3. Are you expecting friends to join? No. I want 2 to massage me at the same time. If he weren't worried about the therapist's convenience, he would have ordered even more. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. As the big spender, he should have a vision. The girl in the cheapao then understood. Realizing that while such requests were rare, they were not unheard of, she led them into a private room, informing them of the complimentary drinks and fruits available, and if they hadn't dined yet. Lunch was also provided. Young Fan ordered only a pot of tea, and the Chi-Pao girl retrieved 2 sets of massage attire, placing them on the bed, and instructed them to change and rest for a while until the therapist arrived. She then went to brew the tea. Jiu Weijia changed clothes before Young Fan without the slightest hint of embarrassment, and they both swiftly changed. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a voice called from outside. Esteemed guests, may I come in? Come in. The young girl, excited for her first visit, gazed curiously towards the door with her beautiful, inquisitive eyes. When the door opened, a stunning girl with long hair, dressed in a white professional shirt and carrying a small case, entered, followed by 2 others in similar attire. Upon seeing the 2, the trio lined up at the foot of the bed and collectively bowed. Hello, esteemed guests. We are therapists number 7, 18, and 23, and we are delighted to serve you. May I inquire what services you would like? Guru Weijia, unsure of what to choose, turned to Young Fan. Noticing that while the 3 therapists were quite attractive, they didn't trigger any prompts from the system. He didn't pay much attention. As today was not about seeking romance, he simply stated, let us go with your most expensive service. I overexerted myself during exercise yesterday and have some soreness. Please give me a good massage. The 3 female therapists were taken aback, glancing at Guru Weijia on the adjacent bed. After exchanging looks, the lead therapist approached Young Fan and said, Sir, allow me to explain our services to you. It was evident that the most expensive service was not suitable for this occasion. Once the female therapist subtly hinted at this, Young Fan understood and clearly expressed his intentions, allowing the therapists to begin their work. Time flew by. After 3 hours, Young Fan and Guru Weijia had been there long enough to add an extra hour, at this point. Young Fan finally felt significantly relieved from his soreness, feeling remarkably refreshed. He thought to himself, this expenditure was worth it. Once the therapist left, Guru Weijia eagerly got off the bed and moved closer to him. Young Fan smiled at the young girl beside him and asked, How do you feel? The young girl replied honestly, At first, it was a bit painful, but then it was quite comfortable. Chapter 74. Guru Weijia's unique thought process. The young girl beside him honestly remarked, At first, it was a bit painful, but then it was quite comfortable. Young Fan, hearing this, looked at her with skepticism. Are you sure you're talking about a massage? The girl playfully nudged against him. Brother, you're so annoying. Young Fan opened his arms to embrace her, bringing their faces close together, and he found her body soft and her youthful fragrance delightful. He felt this position was quite comfortable, so he softly said, Let us rest here for a bit before we leave. The girl nestled against him, a smile gracing her face. Okay. Guru Weijia's affection level 1. Unbeknownst to her, the intimacy level had subtly increased, and it seemed that as their closeness grew, she also began to enjoy their tranquil moments together. Moreover, she felt as though she had genuinely developed feelings for her brother. Even she could not quite articulate why. Initially, she was merely attracted by his wealth, planning to use certain tactics to obtain more money and luxury items from him. Unexpectedly, she found herself falling for him without realizing it. However, he treated her well, and she was sufficiently captivating to him, as evidenced during his moments of passion. She tightly embraced the man beside her, thinking, This seems rather nice. Unaware of her thoughts, Young Fan held the girl in his arms. If he had known, he would have surely exclaimed, You're amazing. After resting at the foot massage parlor for a while longer, they finally left, ready to have dinner. On the way, the girl asked with concern, Brother, are you feeling better? Young Fan lifted the hand that had been around her shoulders to gently pat her head. Much better now. The soreness has diminished significantly. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly relishing this intimate gesture. Brother, you must take care of yourself when exercising in the future. Don't push yourself too hard. What if you truly get hurt? This was indeed what Young Fan had in mind. He had planned to exercise gradually from now on, so he nodded. All right. The girl, clearly pleased, continued, Actually, I can accompany you for a jog every day. We don't have to go to the gym. Young Fan immediately understood her implication. How can that work? If you accompany me every day, how would I earn money? How would I be a playboy? How would I be the big spender? He replied somewhat exasperatedly. What, are you trying to lose weight? Let me warn you, your figure is just perfect as it is. I really like it. So don't go overboard. If you end up too skinny or your calves become muscular, don't blame me for pushing you away. The girl was taken aback, clearly startled by his words. She hurriedly replied, I want tea work out. I absolutely want tea. I just wanted to keep you company, and now that you've said that, I will definitely maintain my figure. You mustn't tea push me away. After saying this, she gazed at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression, as if to say, if you disagree, I'll cry. Yang Fan, seeing the adorable look on her face, thought to himself, if I were to punch her in the nose, she would probably cry for a long time, but he only thought about it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. With a more serious expression, he said, as long as you behave and listen to me from now on, of course, I won't abandon you. The girl nodded earnestly. Yes, I will definitely be obedient. Good. Your main task now is to focus on your studies and learn as much as you can. Understand? If you ever want to pursue a career in the future, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up with surprise, and she exclaimed, Brother, is what you said true? Guruwage's affection level 1. Her delight was not solely due to Yang Fan's promise to help her with her career. She also sensed the underlying meaning in his words. It was evident that he had plans for their future, intending to be with her for the long haul. Instantly, she felt a surge of security. She couldn't comprehend why, despite her usual confidence, she felt somewhat insecure in front of Yang Fan. It could only be said that the one who falls in love first, or who loves a bit more, tends to fear losing the other more. Naturally, this sense of security would arise. Seeing the girl's surprised expression, Yang Fan affectionately teased her by gently tapping her nose with his finger. Don't you trust what I say? The girl quickly shook her head. No. I trust you, brother. If I don't trust you, who can I trust? I was just a bit too excited. Then tell me, what do you want to do in the future? Hesitating, the girl replied, Brother, can I think about it for a moment? Of course. Afterward, the girl fell silent, wrapping her arm around Yang Fan as they walked together, deep in thought, seemingly contemplating what she wished to pursue in the future. Yang Fan chose not to disturb her. Whether she had never considered such things or had too many options to decide from, they continued until they entered a restaurant and ordered their meals. Guruwage suddenly flashed a shy smile and said, Brother, I know what I want to do. Yang Fan smiled and asked, What is it? The girl, her face slightly flushed, whispered, I want to be a landlord. What did you say? For a moment, Yang Fan thought he misheard her, and he asked, What did you just say? Seeing him inquire again, the girl appeared a bit bashful but repeated, Brother, I want to be a landlord. I don't know if that's okay? This time, her voice was louder than before, and Yang Fan heard her perfectly, breaking into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but admire the girl's unique thought process. However, upon further reflection, he had to admit that, in some respects, this aspiration could be considered quite admirable. But was it really appropriate for someone just 19 years old to openly express such lofty and impressive ambitions? After realizing that she had mistaken a life of leisure for her life's pursuit, he nearly couldn't suppress his applause for this clever young lady. Seeing Yang Fan look at her with a peculiar expression, Guruwage pouted and said, Brother, you're mocking me. I won't play with you anymore. Yang Fan then gathered his thoughts and chuckled. I'm just amazed by your grand ambition. The girl, however, was unfazed and retorted. What's wrong with wanting to do nothing and just collect rent? Isn't that a wonderful life? So you just want to do nothing and receive money regularly? You've really pondered over this wish for quite a while. Chapter 75. Outrageous affection level. Guruwage pouted, feeling a bit defiant. Isn't it what most people dream of, to have money without doing anything? That's true. If it weren't for the system he had, becoming a landlord would be his dream life, so he smiled and said, All right, seeing as you're planning to take me traveling around the world, here's the deal. Whether you achieve your dream depends on your future behavior. If you can consistently impress me, it wouldn't be impossible to acquire some properties for you. Whether or not it can be realized depends entirely on you. As long as Guruwage followed him obediently and didn't cause any trouble because of his many women, it wouldn't be a big deal to buy her some properties once his wealth accumulated to a certain degree. Therefore, he spoke without any pressure. Though he felt relaxed, the girl could not contain her excitement. Upon hearing this, she instantly sprang up, her face alight with enthusiasm, and asked, Really? Her voice was a bit too loud, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Realizing that many were staring at her, she shyly stuck out her tongue and returned to her seat. Yang Fan pretended to be displeased. What? You doubt my sincerity? It seems you don't really want those properties. Guruwage quickly clarified. I didn't mean to doubt you, brother. I was just too thrilled and couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. Afterward, She eagerly began to serve him food, and feeling that wasn't enough, she even lifted the dish to feed him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. All right, sit back down and eat properly. Upon hearing this, the girl beamed at him. Okay. Thank you, brother, for forgiving me. The nearby diners couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and amusement at their playful antics. After dinner, they took a stroll and, upon returning to the hotel, the girl suddenly hugged him seriously and exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing." This unexpected compliment left him baffled, and he inquired, "In what way?" The girl, resting her head on his shoulder, suddenly turned and planted a kiss on his cheek. "In every way," young Fan, rolling his eyes, responded. "I meant to ask why you suddenly said that out of the blue." The girl giggled and explained softly, "I remembered when we first met, you said that your money would never run out. It only grows, you're so young, so I really think you're amazing." Young Fan chuckled. "Oh, you remember that?" Back then, he had said it offhandedly, not caring whether she believed him. "Of course. I'll never forget the moment spent with you, brother." After saying this, the girl leaned in and kissed him again. Young Fan, not to be outdone, pulled her into his arms. The following day, since Yang Fan had told Gu Ruijia the night before not to take a leave and to return to class, the girl obediently agreed. As he rose from his slumber, he discovered that the young lady had already departed, leaving behind a message. "Brother, I've obediently gone to class. Remember to have breakfast after you wake up. Love you, moi." Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head before responding with an emoji. He then sent a message to Li Wei. "Shall we have a meal together and then hit the gym?" This time, the young lady replied promptly, "I can't make it today, you go alone." Okay, that he refrained from inquiring why she was unable to join him. If she couldn't make it today, he could always arrange for another time. After all, everyone has their own affairs to attend to, right? At that moment, he noticed 2 unread messages from the flight attendant. "Gong Jing, that I'm back. Still asleep? Contact me when you wake up." Yang Fan casually replied, "Just woke up." He then proceeded to freshen up. Once he finished and picked up his phone again, he found a response waiting for him. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come out quickly. I'll treat you to something delicious." Accompanying her message was a location pin, indicating a restaurant. As Yang Fan contemplated what to eat, a helpful assistant appeared at his doorstep. "Give me 20 minutes. He then left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the indicated location. After arriving, he sent a message to her, "I'm here." The young lady replied, "I see you, don't move. I'll come over." Yang Fan turned his gaze around, soon spotting a tall figure striding towards him. Name, Gong Jing. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 89. 87. Status, normal. Affection level, 9. What the hell? You claim to be high-ranking, and I've transferred you quite a sum. Haven Ti. Is this paltry affection level truly reflective of our interactions? Damn it. Engaging in lively chats with myself over messages, even sending private photos as a means of flirtation, yet your affection level barely reaches a single digit. This is absurd. Initially, Yang Fan had intended to leverage her to obtain a secondary cashback card and subsequently develop her into a useful contact for personnel matters. However, given the current situation, that plan was utterly futile. As he continued to lament internally, Gong Jing approached, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, and greeted him with a warm smile. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me?" Without waiting for his reply, she enthusiastically linked her arm with his, enveloping his right arm in a soft embrace. "Let us go. I've already ordered the dishes." The young lady remained effervescent upon their meeting, directly feeding him tofu, shedding any semblance of the haughty demeanor she had previously possessed. Yet, the mere thought of her meager 9-point affection level stirred a wave of frustration within him. Nevertheless, since his primary intention was to develop her into an assistant for scouting beautiful women, he decided not to dwell on it. The two proceeded directly to the restaurant. Gong Jing, towering over him in high heels, attracted varied glances from passers-by. Yang Fan had become accustomed to such attention. It was a phenomenon that occurred regardless of which young lady accompanied him. Upon entering the restaurant, Gong Jing announced their surname, and the host led them to a private room, stating, "Your dishes have been prepared as requested. If you need anything further, please ring for service. Enjoy your meal." Chapter 76. The dinner appointment with Gong Jing. Once the server left, Gong Jing released Yang Fan's arm and remarked, "The cuisine from Yishui City is truly delectable. Having stayed here for a while, I find it difficult to adapt to the food from other regions, Aside from the Southwest F4. Hurry, give it a taste. Yang Fan took a seat but found himself disagreeing with her sentiment. Isn't it wonderful to sample the unique delicacies from various regions across the country? Gong Jing shook her head. It's merely a matter of novelty. Once you've eaten too much, it loses its charm. She then shifted the conversation, regarding him with a knowing smile. What about your female streamer, the top supporter? Yang Fan understood she was referring to Xiao Lu. Initially, Gong Jing had shown little interest in getting to know him, but her subsequent addition on social media was indeed due to Xiao Lu. Why do you ask? Are you hoping for her to join us? The young lady shot him a flirtatious glance. Do all men enjoy having their cake and eating it too? I can't speak for others, but I certainly don't mind having more beautiful women around. Gong Jing paused, momentarily taken aback by his candidness. Was he genuinely trying to pursue her? She thought he might at least feign interest. You're rather greedy, you know. That's not a good look. I'm starting to regret inviting you out. Shall I take my leave? Yang Fan placed his chopsticks down and stood, causing Gong Jing to look bewildered. Wait. Don't be like that. Why are you so petty? I was just joking. Why would you leave? Gong Jing felt a twinge of confusion. This man hadn't behaved like this during their text exchanges. Why was he acting differently in person? Dining with someone as stunning as her was a rare opportunity that many would covet. Why would he leave so abruptly? However, she recalled that his female streamer likely matched her allure, and coupled with his propensity to lavish attention on beautiful women, it was clear he would not lack for options. She couldn't let him walk away. Otherwise, who else would shower her with generous transfers? Her intention for this outing was to maintain a good rapport, hoping to gain more from him. If she mishandled this situation, it would be a significant loss. Her earlier comments were merely a test to gauge his attitude, to see if he would accommodate her or even flatter her. The current situation was evidently not as she had hoped, so she resolved to change her approach. Having recently indulged with 4 beautiful women, Yang Fan had begun to regard this flight attendant's innocence with disdain. The revelation of her pitiful affection level only solidified his belief that she viewed him as an easy target. He knew he was indeed an easy target, but he disliked being treated as such. At the very least, if she spent my money, she should elevate their affection level so he could obtain a secondary cashback card. Ordinary friends typically maintained an affection level of around 30. Having known her for several days, with money transferred and conversations exchanged, only to be met with a meager 9-point score, he was already quite disappointed in her. Now, hearing her express regret over inviting him only added to his discomfort. As she grasped his arm, he impatiently remarked, "No need to tug at me." She, however, disregarded his words and hugged him tightly. "I truly didn't mean it that way. Please don't be angry." Feeling a bit wronged herself, she thought, "I don't mind if you play around. I was the one who reached out first." Yet, she didn't dare to express that sentiment. Instead, she felt compelled to soothe him. In her eyes, he was a living, breathing treasure trove. Who wouldn't want to cherish that? Seeing Yang Fan unmoved, she mustered her courage, pressed her body against him, and once again attempted to feed him tofu. Yang Fan felt as though he were being compelled to partake. After pinching her soft form, he insisted, "Let go." She, undeterred by his playful antics, stubbornly whispered in his ear, not letting go. "I want to allow you to leave." Yang Fan, amused, replied, "Then I suppose I'll remain in your embrace. After all, I'm not losing anything." He then feigned a slight movement of his body, but she appeared unfazed, even subtly wriggling to provoke him further. "Humph, I'm not losing anything either." Yang Fan, noticing her audacity, decided to tease her. "If you keep teasing me, you'll have to take responsibility for putting out the fire later." Gong Jing, however, was unfazed. "Let it burn. I'm not afraid of you." At this moment, she felt relieved. He clearly wasn't angry, as he wouldn't have made such a remark otherwise. Initially, she had intended to keep him on edge, but given his apparent stinginess, she refrained from pushing her luck, opting instead for a straightforward approach. Yang Fan, recognizing her newfound boldness, was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the affection level didn't always reflect such behaviors, and no wonder her purity level was low. It made sense now. Although he had no intention of genuinely pursuing her, he found no harm in enjoying the service she had to offer. Since neither party had any emotional entanglements, it was merely a matter of mutual satisfaction, devoid of any psychological burdens. So how do you plan to extinguish the fire? Upon hearing this, Gong Jing realized he had been stirred by her provocations. It seemed she had a substantial allure for him. Since that was the case, she felt a surge of delight as she pondered whether to prolong the teasing. After deliberating, she decided against complicating matters further. If things went awry, it could turn disastrous. Feigning shyness, she suggested, "I live nearby. After dinner, why don't you come over for a while? I live alone." Yang Fan shook his head. "I can't wait. The fire is already blazing." Gong Jing was left speechless. Was he really that eager? Couldn't he at least wait until they finished their meal? Unbelievable. You don't want to risk being caught on hidden cameras? What if someone sees? I'd be mortified. Yang Fan pondered her words and conceded she had a point. Initially, he had considered testing the waters with her, but he decided to let it slide for now, saving it for another occasion. He retorted, "Then why don't you let go? Do you take me for a fool?" Gong Jing burst into laughter but complied, releasing him from her grasp. With a sultry glance, she added, "Don't be upset. Finish your meal and I'll send you some perks." Faced with her tempting offer, Yang Fan adopted the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. "Perhaps another time. I still prefer that cool demeanor you had when we first met." Gong Jing was taken aback. He had actually rejected her advances? Hadn't he just been talking about being ignited by her charms? What was happening? In that moment, Gong Jing found herself baffled by this man. He didn't seem to be playing hard to get, especially since she had practically thrown herself at him. Yet she couldn't press the issue. It wouldn't be appropriate to pursue him further after he had declined. Chapter 77. More sincerity, less manipulation. As for Yang Fan's comment about her cool demeanor, well, that was contingent on the individual. When faced with someone he had no interest in, he could be as aloof as one could imagine. But could he afford to act that way with someone like her? She was a walking fortune. After all, he wouldn't dare risk showing disinterest. It was clear he was not one to turn away from such a lucrative prospect. As long as she continued to transfer money into his account, he would be more than willing to cater to her whims. Yet, having heard his remarks, she decided to experiment with a more distant approach, considering it might enhance her allure. Her expression shifted from flirtatious to icy in an instant, casting a dispassionate glance in Yang Fan's direction. "Is this what you prefer?" The sudden change in demeanor left Yang Fan momentarily stunned. Internally exclaiming, "Impressive!" he nodded in approval. "I see this quite good." Noticing his response, Gong Jing sensed he was genuine. Did he actually prefer this demeanor? If that was the case, why would she continue to chase after him? As long as he was happy, showering her with gifts, everything else was trivial. She nodded and declared, "Let us eat." Without further ado, she focused on her meal, elegantly serving herself. Yang Fan found her amusing. Her ability to switch between contrasting personalities was captivating. It seemed a waste that she wasn't acting more often. It was clear she was a remarkable catch. After a few bites, he suddenly remembered something and paused, setting down his chopsticks. "Can I ask you something?" She didn't even glance in his direction. One should not speak while eating. Yang Fan fought back laughter. This was a bit much. Gong Jing, clearly becoming impatient, turned to him. "What? Are there any particularly innocent ones in your flight attendant circle?" Gong Jing furrowed her brows slightly. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan carefully composed his words. "I'd like you to help me scout for those who are available and pure. If you come across any, do let me know." Gong Jing's anger flared instantly. "How dare you? Are you serious? You want me to introduce you to someone like that in front of me? It's one thing to play around with streamers behind my back, but now you want me to facilitate your escapades? Do you take me for a madam?" Gong Jing affection level -3. "You absolute scoundrel. This man is utterly shameless. The most infuriating part is his blatant audacity." Yang Fan observed Gong Jing's displeased expression as her affection level plummeted, and he felt utterly speechless. "Gong Beauty, could you refrain from adding unnecessary drama to our interactions? What special relationship do we share at this point? Am I your boyfriend or husband? Furthermore, if you introduce me to someone, what's in it for you?" Gong Jing paused, her expression a mix of confusion and realization. Indeed, they had no particular relationship, merely a preconceived notion that he sought to pursue her, viewing her as a financial resource, which understandably irked her. Yet, she had never established any substantial connection with him, making her outrage seem a bit hasty. However, she wouldn't concede that point, responding instead with a question. "Why are you telling me this? Are you not interested in me? Your previous reactions don't seem to align with that." Yang Fan shrugged. "Didn't I just tell you? I enjoy having my cake and eating it too. There's no law against having multiple girlfriends." Gong Jing rolled her eyes. "Ugh, A scoundrel like you, so refreshingly honest. Yet, she remained undeterred. After all, she had initially considered gaining advantages from him while simultaneously learning about his background, perhaps even ensnaring him with her charms for a chance to marry into wealth. Have you never thought about finding a woman you love and marrying her? Yang Fan immediately recognized the subtext in her question. A woman I love. You wouldn't be referring to yourself, would you? With your affection level at a mere 9. Oh no, 6. How could you even contemplate love with me? Do you have no shame? He shook his head firmly, responding bluntly, no. I'm not getting married. I simply want to provide a home for all the beautiful women who cross my path. Gong Jing felt as though her worldview were crumbling. I wish I could curse you out. What do you mean, you want to provide a home for these women? Are they supposed to thank you for that? Yang Fan chuckled at her incredulity. I advise you not to curse. It might sour our relationship. Consider my earlier proposal. The rewards may exceed your wildest expectations. Gong Jing had lost count of how many times she had been left speechless by him within such a short span. The pretense of maintaining her aloof demeanor had collapsed, replaced by a look of disbelief as she regarded him. You're seeking pure women? Yet here I am, right in front of you. Why search elsewhere? Seeing that he was clearly set on being a playboy, she took the initiative, declaring herself as a candidate. After all, she was determined not to let this fortune slip through her fingers. There would be no retreat. No feigned anger, no dramatic exits. She would not risk losing him to that moment. Yang Fan regarded Gong Jing with a mix of disbelief and amusement. You? A pure woman? Is there any semblance of truth in that? What was he supposed to say? Gong Jing, noticing his incredulous expression, bristled. What kind of look is that? My innocence is intact. Am I not pure enough? With that, she adopted a wounded expression, silently pleading for his sympathy. Seeing her reaction, Yang Fan could only respond with exasperation. Even maidens of seemingly pure 87 purity now audaciously proclaim their innocence, claiming to possess their virtue, do they? One cannot help but scoff at such assertions. Surely, those who have undergone surgical restoration cannot be deemed genuine. If we are to engage in this discourse, I find little reason to continue. A touch more sincerity and less pretense would be more advantageous for us both. Upon perceiving the certainty in her counterpart's deceit, Gong Jing, unsure if she was being toyed with, suppressed her ire, her countenance shifting between varying shades of emotion. She pondered how to navigate this situation. Should she assertively declare her authenticity, feigning indignation, or concede to the reality of her non-originality? If she were indeed authentic, the other party's demeanor would undoubtedly be far more amiable, yielding greater rewards, an undeniable truth. Yet, that path seemed utterly implausible. After all, she had readily agreed to assist in extinguishing the flames for her counterpart, an act that hardly suggested innocence. Resolutely, she sighed in resignation, acknowledging the merit in your assertion about sincerity. Chapter 78. The four great beauties among flight attendants seeing the other side concede. Yang Fan chose not to dwell further on the matter and redirected the conversation. Gong Jing, displaying her nonchalance, stated plainly, I understand your request. Indeed, I know of a beauty fitting your description within my circle. However, she is currently not in the vacation city. Our rapport is solid, but you must be forthright with me before I can initiate a discussion on your behalf. Do you comprehend? Yang Fan chuckled, nodding in understanding. Of course. It's clear she is your cherished friend, perhaps a sisterly bond, thus requiring a financial incentive, correct? The maiden immediately placed her hand to her forehead, a look of playful defeat crossing her features. That is not my intention. I wish to inquire whether you intend merely to have some fun or seek a long-term arrangement. This will aid me in my efforts. If your aim is solely temporary amusement, I doubt she would consent. She seeks stability and possesses high standards. Among her suitors, many boast substantial financial means, yet she remains unimpressed. Yang Fan finally grasped her meaning. If your friend meets my criteria and does not mind my involvement with other women, she may remain my partner indefinitely. Gong Jing smiled, finding it easier to communicate now. Then let us discuss the conditions you are willing to offer to attract her. Yang Fan regarded her with incredulity. I have yet to meet her. What conditions can I possibly propose? In response, the maiden retrieved her phone. I have her photo. You may view it first. Rising, she prepared to present it to him. Yang Fan, exasperated, remarked, Please, do not tell me that a mere photo can sway my judgment. Gong Jing laughed in delight. What is this? Have you been deceived by a picture before? I assure you, this image is unedited. Quite authentic. Take a look before you dismiss it. By this time. She had approached him from behind, bending slightly to position her phone before his line of sight. Instantly, he was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, and without thinking, he pulled her close. She gasped, as he deftly maneuvered her to sit upon his lap. Casting him a sultry glance, she thought to herself, "How amusing! I had assumed this fellow held little interest in me." Yet, this development is indeed fortuitous. As their relationship deepens, the intimacy shared will undoubtedly yield greater benefits. If he were truly disinterested, my plight would be far more troublesome. Why concern myself with titles and definitions now? Let us first secure financial stability. Once wealth is attained, the need for marriage diminishes. Should I achieve financial freedom, why would I seek a man to cater to my every whim? To manage household duties, navigate familial dynamics, and endure the pains of childbirth, only to emerge as a weary matron. The risks of encountering undesirable traits or, worse, domestic violence loom large. Is such a fate worth pursuing? This is not seeking security. It resembles inviting a tyrant into one's life. Should I desire children, I can simply seek a partner with commendable genetics. Raising a child is hardly beyond my means. In the brief moments she sat upon Yang Fan's lap, Gong Jing contemplated these myriad thoughts. Then, one arm encircled his neck while the other held her phone, demonstrating her willingness to cooperate. Yang Fan's gaze fell upon the screen displaying two flight attendants in uniform, one of whom was Gong Jing herself. He ignored her image, his focus shifting to the other woman, an undeniable beauty, tall and striking, her allure rivaling Gong Jing's. Both were exceptional, yet Yang Fan found himself drawn more to this second maiden, her curvaceous figure and mature femininity exuding a rich, ripe charm, reminiscent of a peach ready for harvest. He marveled, indeed. She is a true gem. Of course. Gong Jing replied with a smile. She is renowned as one of the 4 great beauties among flight attendants in the company. Yang Fan, intrigued, inquired, "For beauties, you know 3 others of her caliber? The other 2 are not acquaintances of mine, and they may not meet your standards either." Nodding thoughtfully, Yang Fan acknowledged the rarity of finding such stunning women with low profiles. He casually asked, "Then who is the 4th? I thought there were 4? With a playful glare, Gong Jing responded, "Isn't the 4th sitting right in your lap?" Taken aback, Yang Fan chuckled. "Dio, you mean to say you consider yourself among that esteemed group? Are you implying I lack beauty?" she retorted, feigning displeasure. Yang Fan shook his head, still processing the revelation. "I merely did not register it immediately. If you are indeed counted among their ranks, your allure is undoubtedly beyond question." "Humph. At least you can articulate that well." Gong Jing's impressive overall beauty rating of 89 certainly holds its weight, placing her second only to Feng Yuding's 90 among all the women he knows. Yet, her less-than-ideal reputation and lack of emotional intimacy posed challenges. It was evident she was primarily motivated by financial gain. Though she did not outwardly reject him, her feelings were lukewarm at best. Even as she consented to sit on his lap and engage in flirtation, it was clear her motivations were transactional, each party extracting their own benefits. Hence, the difficulty in fostering genuine intimacy was hardly surprising. After their meal, Yang Fan bid farewell to Gong Jing, urging her to keep the matter of introducing women in mind, and upon securing an agreement with the women, to arrange a meeting. Throughout the conversation, Gong Jing refrained from mentioning Yang Fan's earlier proposal of compensation. She trusted that given his generous nature, a job well done would be rewarded handsomely. There was no need to make such matters explicit. And so, Yang Fan departed for the gym amidst Gong Jing's bemused gaze. As he drove away, she murmured to herself, "You cannot escape." With a smile, she returned home, lazily reclining on her leather sofa, her long legs draped over the armrest. She retrieved her phone and, with a few taps, called a contact saved under Lin Chun. The call connected swiftly, and a sultry voice answered, "Jing Jing. By now you must be in the vacation city, right? What prompted you to call?" Chapter 79. Gong Jing aims to entangle her friend. Gong Jing chuckled softly into the phone. "Naturally, I have good news." What good news? Have you finally found a suitable match and decided to retire?" The voice on the other end, clearly familiar with Gong Jing, teased her, indicating a close relationship. "Dio, not jest. This so-called good news is intended for you. First, allow me to express my gratitude, Sister Jing. What good news could you possibly have for me? Do enlighten me. Thank me first." Thank you, Sister Jing. Can I speak now? Since you are so obedient, It would be a shame not to share my good fortune with you. The response from the other side was one of mock disbelief. Stop with the suspense already. I recently met a very generous wealthy man and thought of introducing him to you. He is quite young and not unattractive, far superior to those older gentlemen. Wouldn't you agree? I'm good to you, right? Are you joking? If he is so great, why would you introduce him to me? The skepticism in her voice was palpable. After all, they had known each other long enough to understand one another. Historically, any man who caught Gong Jing's eye remained merely a topic of conversation, never to be seen in person. A woman with such a personality, having encountered a quality man, would hardly consider sharing him. Right? Gong Jing sighed in exasperation. I'm not joking. I would love to keep him for myself. But this man is undeniably wealthy and generous. The drawback is he is a notorious playboy, and I cannot manage him. Rather than let him benefit someone else, I prefer my own sister to have the advantage. Me? Have we grown that close to share men? Why not? If it were anyone else, I might hesitate. But in this case, I think it's a win-win. You've always desired a wealthy man who treats you well, haven to you. The voice on the other end retorted, that's true, but I seek someone for the long haul. What you propose seems too unstable. I understand your aspirations. You wish to marry a wealthy man and live a life of luxury without toil, right? I share that desire. But have you considered that you can fulfill your dreams without marriage? A silence lingered on the line. Gong Jing remained patient, confident her friend would ultimately acquiesce. Just as she comprehended her friend's motivations, Gong Jing was equally aware of her own. It was merely a matter of valuation. After all, marriage was simply a means to ensure security, and if the price was right, the need for guarantees became less significant. Eventually, the voice on the other end broke the silence. Are you suggesting a sugar daddy arrangement? What level of wealth are we talking about? Gong Jing smiled upon hearing this. Let me put it this way. We've only known each other for less than 10 days. When we first connected, we merely exchanged WeChat IDs and barely spoke. After a few chats, he transferred 400,000 yuan for me to spend. The other woman was taken aback, not so much by the amount but by the fact that such a sum had been given without any prior intimacy. No wonder Gong Jing emphasized his wealth and generosity. The notion was indeed enticing. Are you serious? I wouldn't lie to you. I have no reason to deceive you. It's all true. And has he mentioned how he intends to treat me? Gong Jing knew her friend was inquiring about the financial arrangements Yang Fan would offer and the nature of their potential relationship. He said if you don't mind him having other women, you could stay with him for life. As for the allowance, he hasn't specified. He wants to meet you first to gauge his satisfaction. By the way, he has a preference for purity, and among those I know, you are the most fitting. The other maiden chuckled lightly. He is certainly a playboy, but at least his intentions are clear. If I could genuinely be with him long-term, that would provide some security. Exactly. As long as the finances are generous, whether or not you marry is merely a formality. Love? What is that? I have no faith in such notions. I'm all about the money. The other woman, well aware of Gong Jing's past heartaches and her subsequent disillusionment with love, sighed. You've really swayed me toward this arrangement, and now you're talking about love. If she desired love, she wouldn't be so transactional, endlessly seeking a wealthy husband. Ha ha ha. In that case, when you fly back to the vacation city, I will bring you to meet him. All right. Thus, Gong Jing successfully entangled her friend in her scheme. After hanging up, she smiled, thinking, if I can secure such a pure and alluring beauty for that wealthy man, the rewards should be substantial. With that, she opened an app and resumed watching her show. On the other side, Yang Fan finished his warm-up and stretching at the gym. After 10 minutes on the treadmill and another 10 on the rowing machine, he decided to leave, aiming to gradually increase his workout intensity to avoid muscle soreness like he had experienced 2 days prior. Although there were attractive women in the gym that triggered system alerts, none caught his eye sufficiently to warrant further interest. Upon returning home, he pulled out his phone and started browsing Douyin. Given the early hour, none of his familiar female streamers were live. However, that was of little concern. He aimlessly scrolled through videos, occasionally commenting to share his thoughts. Regarding Douyin's persistent push of female streamers to him, he could only marvel at the power of big data. But after swiping through over 20 female streamers, he was met with no system alerts, which left him somewhat bemused. It seemed that genuine beauties on Douyin were fewer than those found on the streets. Just as he passed by another female streamer, a notification flashed. Valid consumer detected. Finally, the long-awaited alert appeared. He focused on the screen, blinking in surprise before a smile crept across his face. There, singing a Chinese song, was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. Her skin appeared exceptionally fair, but not in a sickly manner. It complemented her features that resonated with Eastern aesthetics, rendering her quite beautiful with a high nose, thin lips, and shoulder-length golden hair. One side draped behind her while the other framed her face, revealing a cute ear adorned with a stud. She wore a black off-the-shoulder top paired with denim overalls, exposing large swathes of her radiant skin as she sat on a chair. Although her Chinese pronunciation was not perfect, it was commendable. She had likely been in the country for some time, probably as a student. Her voice was pleasant, and her singing was delightful. Yang Fan mused, it seems like connecting with a foreign beauty might not be such a bad idea. Chapter 80. The singing foreign beauty. Yang Fan observed the Douyin name of the foreign beauty, Nina, with a note stating she was a girl from Ula country who loved to sing. This made it easy for him to ascertain her origin without further speculation. He clicked in without hesitation. The girl was deeply engrossed in her performance and continued singing without pausing for his entrance. He noticed there were still over 300 viewers in the live stream, and after silently enjoying her song, he clapped and promptly sent 5 gifts her way. As Nina finished her song, the screen lit up with the effects of the gifts, and her face instantly brightened with joy. Thank you to my dear Half-Life Wanderer for the wonderful gifts. Nina loves them. She spoke fluently in the dragon language, her pronunciation slightly flawed but otherwise quite proficient. Water friends began to tease. Comments flew in. Oh no, Nina has caught the eye of a rich man. Damn. My goddess Nina was showered with gifts. Half-Life Wanderer, you're confused. Go shower gifts on Dragon Country streamers instead. Nina is ours? Nina, please hold on. Just a few gifts. Let me save up for a few months, and I'll come back to shower you with gifts. Banshixioyo. The boss is a bit muddled. Banshixioyo, how go? May I discuss something with you? Could you take a stroll elsewhere and leave us a piece of untainted land? Banshixioyo, Xiaoyao Gu as one of our own, do not misfire. I propose we negotiate. Why not go bother others instead? Leave Nina for me. TCH, just 5 carnivals, and he thinks he can toy with Nina. What an absurd notion. Xiaoyao Gu, are you all unaware? Those 5 carnivals are clearly just a greeting gift. If he takes it seriously, I fear Nina might not withstand it. Yes, it would be best to drive him away. This LSP is quite troublesome. Isn't Xiaoyao Ge's customary greeting gift always 17 carnivals? Why has it dropped to 5? Has he been demoted? Is he well known? I haven't heard of him. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Yang Fan is also observing as the viewers vent their frustrations. Not many in this live stream seem to recognize him. This is quite normal, with so many Douyin users simply wandering into a live stream. Some viewers recognize their accounts, which is already astonishing. Nina, seeing her viewers express numerous sentiments urging the big brother to leave, is suddenly struck with a dark expression. It is rare to encounter a big brother willing to continuously send carnivals. Aren't you all causing harm? Quickly redirecting the attention, she speaks up. Welcome, Xiaoyao Gu, to Nina's live stream. Nina is a singing host. I wonder if the big brother has any songs in mind that he would like to hear? You can request songs. Yang Fan thinks for a moment. The girl just sang an old song from Longhua, and he prepares to request another old song he finds pleasant. Thus he types, "Sing Don't Worry About Who I Am. Will you?" After Nina recites it, she suddenly recalls the song and responds, I know this song. It's lovely, but it requires a high emotional and experiential demand, and I may not be able to sing it well. I'll do my utmost. Banshixioyo, no problem, just do your best. Although Yang Fan isn't particularly knowledgeable about music, he feels that the girl seems somewhat professional in her response. Nina then says, next, I will sing a beautiful old song. Don't Worry About Who I Am, dedicated to Xiaoyao Gu and everyone. I hope you all enjoy it. After adjusting her equipment, as soon as the introduction ends, the girl begins to sing. I feel a bit weary. I think I lack comfort, why life is so dull, withering like a flower at a few times. I truly wish to let myself get drunk. To distance myself from all these grievances and disputes. Nina begins to sing. The viewers initially find her voice delightful. However, as she reaches this part, many viewers start to discuss. This song is beautiful. I can't believe I have never heard it before. I'll search for the original version later. I also feel quite moved. How could it not be famous? What the heck, not famous? That's because you're all too young to know this song. Indeed, it's a song from '93, with lyrics and music by Li Zhongsheng. Those familiar with it tend to be somewhat older, so doesn't that mean Xiaoyao Ge's age is exposed? Nina continues to sing. A woman, if unloved, how sad. Even if someone listens to my song, they might shed tears. As the song concludes, the girl, who had been singing with her eyes closed, now gently opens them and softly states, "This song portrays a woman's emotions with great delicacy. Nina's experiences are still too few, and her skills are lacking. She truly cannot convey that feeling. If you all enjoy it, you might want to listen to the original version." Upon hearing this, the viewers begin to shower Nina with compliments. At this moment, carnival effects begin to float across the screen. Banshixioyo sends out Carnival's 3. Banshixioyo sends out Carnival's 20. Young fan immediately sends a flurry of messages, sending out 20 Carnivals in one go before stopping. Nina is instantly exhilarated. "Thank you, Xiao Yao Go, so many Carnivals, thank you, I love you." As soon as she says this, the viewers erupt that I knew it. I knew Xiao Yao Gu, this LSP, wouldn't let Nina off easily. Sighed at its heartbreaking. Banshixioyo, you've already guarded several beautiful hosts. At least leave some for us. It's over. Nina has started to fawn over the big brother. She has already professed her love. Wasn't there someone just now claiming Xiao Yao Gu had been demoted? Where are they now? Indeed, the unspoken secret between female hosts and their top supporters is about to unfold again. Even foreign hosts are not immune to this curse. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Another day of envying the big shots. Another day of envying the big shots 1. Another day of envying the big shots 10086. Faced with the viewers' taunts, Nina can only pretend not to see. She cannot engage in such topics. Yang Fan simply ignores it. He then spends considerable time in the live stream, chatting with Nina and listening to her sing. Finally, after sending out another 10 Carnivals, he leaves. Upon checking his private messages, it's no surprise that Nina has sent him her V account. Having been in the live stream, listening to songs and chatting, he hadn't even noticed when she sent the message. However, this is not important. He directly opens V and adds her. He adds her. He discovers an unexpected message. Its from Feng Yuding. Ever since that day when he bought cosmetics for her at Hunter International, fearing she would feel embarrassed to accept, he had run away immediately. They had not been in contact since, and now she unexpectedly sends him a message, which he did not anticipate. Although this message is merely a gif of a cartoon rabbit kicking a door. Chapter 81. An invitation from Feng Yuding. Though Feng Yuding has been working as usual these past few days, she has felt rather peculiar. This is due to the fact that after Yang Fan gifted her many high-end cosmetics, he has not contacted her since. She considered returning all the items and refunding him through the original payment method. However, the night before, she had firmly decided on this course of action, yet when she took the items to work the next day, she began to hesitate again. She felt quite reluctant, and as the moment approached, her resolve suddenly wavered. Moreover, when her manager saw her bringing these unopened cosmetics to work, she immediately discerned her thoughts. Seizing the opportunity while she hesitated, she launched into a heartfelt persuasion, appealing to her emotions and reasoning. Even under a glance from the manager, other colleagues joined in the persuasion efforts, bombarding Feng Yuding with a barrage of brainwashing. Feng Yuding, being inherently indecisive and lacking strong opinions, was unable to withstand the seasoned manager's combined assault. After being bombarded repeatedly, she found some merit in their arguments and, in a daze, took the items back home after work. Her colleagues and manager had showered her with praise for Yang Fan, causing her to feel a sense that perhaps he was quite a decent person. Especially when the manager said that if someone gives you something for the first time, returning it would undoubtedly be a rejection. Coupled with her initial reluctance, she decided not to return the items until she had thoroughly considered it. She had assumed Yang Fan was pursuing her with such extravagant gifts and expected he would contact her soon, even pondering how she should respond if he confessed to her. Yet, the reality was that he had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace of communication. She couldn't help but start to doubt whether she had been overthinking things. With her mind occupied by this matter for days, she serendipitously approached her manager before her shift ended today, sharing her concern about Yang Fan's silence since that day, seeking her manager's perspective on the situation. To her surprise, the manager teased her, suggesting that she had unwittingly developed feelings for him and should avoid making decisions she might regret. It wasn't until she felt she could barely explain herself that she received the manager's viewpoint. The manager smiled slightly and confidently said to her, "Little one, what is there to be confused about? That young man is likely playing hard to get, waiting for you to contact him first to satisfy his competitive spirit. It's all just a little trick." Feng Yuding innocently asked, Oh, Sister Na, should I contact him first then? Sister Na pondered for a moment. If it were any other guy, I would tell you not to pay him any mind. He would reach out to you on his own. However, This boy is different. I suggest you proactively message him. What is the harm in feeding his ridiculous competitive spirit? You don't lose anything. And it could even make him see you as a kind-hearted girl. Huh, is that so? Why is Yanggu different? Seeing the girl's foolish expression, the manager rolled her eyes and replied irritably, boys like him surely have many admirers, much more than you can imagine. If you don't give some response and someone else swoops in, you'll have regrets in the future. Sister Na even mused about why a charming young man like that had never wandered around her when she was younger. She surely would have seized the opportunity. Unlike this foolish girl, who has luck but a lack of common sense, I asked this what they call a fool having good fortune. At this point, Feng Yuding comprehended completely, her face filled with hesitation as she said, but I haven't decided why et this moment. Sister Na was almost amused by the girl, looking at her with an expression of disbelief. I'm just suggesting you give him some response. It's not like I'm asking you to be his girlfriend. What is there to consider? You can get to know each other first, and during that process, you have all the time to think it over. It's a situation where you can advance or retreat. Why are you hesitating? Remember to keep in touch with him frequently, so you don't lose him to someone else. Now, it's about time. Get ready to clock out. Thus, on her way home from work, Feng Yuding pondered Sister Na's words for a long time, feeling as though she had gained some clarity. But when she picked up her phone, she was unsure of what to say in her message, hesitating for quite a while before finally sending a gif of a cartoon rabbit kicking a door. Yang Fan's reply came swiftly. Don't kick anymore. The door's open. Little sister, who are you looking for? Seeing his quick response, the girl smiled slightly. Looking for you. For chatting, press 1. For asking me to shoo away flies, press 2. For a date, press the pound key. The girl did not engage with his banter and hesitated before replying. Are you busy right now? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Oh, that's pressing the pound key? Well, I was busy, but considering it's your first time inviting me, I have to give you some courtesy. Go ahead, tell me the time and place and no need. If you have something to do, just go ahead. We can eat another day. The important things come first. On the other side, Yang Fan looked at Feng Yuding's reply, feeling speechless. What am I busy with? I'm just lying on my bed scrolling through Douyin. I didn't expect that just a casual joke would be taken seriously by her, and she seems quite sincere. You must eat even if you're busy. What, do you not eat when you're caught up? Of course not. It's fine as long as you have time to eat. What do you want? Anything will do. I'm not picky. Then let us go to Silk Love for some silk wraps. There's a place near my grandma's house that's quite good, and it's not far from yours. All right, I'm nearby. How long until you arrive? Wait for me 20 minutes. I'm already on my way. Okay. This time, Yang Fan did not choose to treat the girl to an extravagant meal. Since she wanted to treat him, it was clearly to show her gratitude. After a few exchanges like this, wouldn't they become more familiar? In such a case, if he insisted on paying, she would certainly refuse. Since she was willing to take the initiative to invite him, that in itself was a good start. Why ruin it? Yang Fan then leisurely made his way out, strolling towards the location of the Silk Love restaurant. Just a few minutes after arriving, he spotted Feng Yuding hurrying over from the other side of the road, where the bus station was located. He couldn't help but marvel. This girl is quite frugal. Chapter 82. Down-to-earth Yang Fan name. Feng Yuding age, 23, height, 165, weight, 50, overall attractiveness, 90, 99, status, normal closeness, 37. Feng Yuding was dressed quite simply today. In an ordinary white t-shirt with a pattern paired with denim pants and a pair of white sneakers, yet she managed to exude a fresh and pure vibe. At this moment, she noticed Yang Fan waiting at the entrance and quickened her pace, jogging over with a warm smile. Yanggu, have I kept you waiting long? The girl's smile momentarily stunned Yang Fan, making him feel she was truly the kind of girl who grows more attractive the more one looks at her. Yang Fan nodded. Yes, it's been quite a while. How will you compensate me? Huh. The girl did not expect him to say this, momentarily taken aback. Seeing her adorable look of surprise, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just teasing you. I just arrived too. Shall we go in? By the way, why didn't you take a taxi? The girl smiled bashfully. Taking the bus is just fine. It has air conditioning, and there's no need to waste money. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before asking, are you usually this frugal? Your salary isn't too low, right? The girl replied nonchalantly, it's not that I'm frugal. I just save where I can and spend where I should. It's good to save a bit every month for unexpected needs, plus it can be used for traveling. You enjoy traveling? The girl's face lit up with longing as she nodded. Of course. I hope that in the future, if I have the chance, I can travel around and see various places. Seeing her like this, Young Fan smiled and said, there will definitely be opportunities. The two entered Silk Love, found a vacant table, and prepared to order. Although it primarily serves silk wraps, it also offers many local snacks at reasonable prices, making it quite popular among the city's working class, especially women. Feng Yuding handed the menu to Young Fan, saying, Young Ge, I bought a set meal on Mate 1. You can add some things you like. Young Fan took the menu, set it aside, and replied, I'm not sure what's included in your set meal. To avoid ordering duplicates, let us wait for the set to arrive, and I'll see what's missing before adding more. Okay. After a bit of casual conversation, the various snacks quickly began to arrive, and there was more than enough for the two of them, so there was no need to order additional items. Looking at the table full of food, the girl smiled and asked, Young Ge, you probably don't eat these often, right? Come, try it. It's really quite good. Young Fan didn't respond but took a piece of the wrap, skillfully filling it with a variety of shredded vegetables, and wrapped it up quickly, doing so with a standard technique. He then looked at the slightly surprised girl with a hint of a smile and asked, Do I seem like someone who rarely eats these? Upon finishing, he doused the freshly wrapped silk rolls with chili sauce and promptly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing incessantly. Feng Yuding, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but smile, sensing that he was quite down to earth and not at all pretentious. Feng Yuding intimacy too. After swallowing, Young Fan picked up a skewer of grilled meat and began to indulge as he spoke. Indeed, the first silk roll is always the most delectable. What are you staring at? Eat up, sigh, fine. Soon, the girl joined in the feast. While munching, she remarked, I feel like your wrapping skills are even better than mine. Who are you underestimating? I often indulge in these, you know? Little did she realize that just over 10 days ago, he had been a penniless loser, meticulously counting every penny. He rarely frequented such establishments, and when he craved these snacks, he would almost always resort to roadside stalls, being even thriftier than Feng Yuding. Unbeknownst to her, the two continued to eat and chat, the atmosphere relaxed, and she felt that interacting with Young Fan was quite different from what she had imagined. Initially, she had worried he might not be accustomed to such fare, but now seeing him enjoy it heartily, she felt relieved. Feng Yuding Intimacy 1. This meal garnered her 3 points of intimacy, propelling her past the 40 mark, which was quite respectable. He was undoubtedly superior to Gong Jing, whose intimacy seemed impossible to increase, and earning the cashback card wouldn't take long. After finishing their meal, as they exited Silk Love, Young Fan suggested, Shall we take a stroll? The girl hesitated for a moment, recalling how pleasant her time with him had been, and thus nodded in agreement. Sure. It's a good way to digest and avoid gaining weight. Young Fan chuckled at her words. Then why didn't you hold back while eating just now? She burst into laughter. Haha, I can't control my appetite. But thankfully, I'm the type who can eat without gaining weight. Many girls would surely envy your constitution. Isn't that the truth? My best friend and colleagues all envy me, thinking I have some secret. As they walked past a large shopping mall, the biggest in the area, Young Fan suddenly stopped, intending to accelerate the enhancement of their intimacy. Shall we go in and browse? The girl inquired, puzzled. Young Gu, are you planning to buy something? Not sure, just browsing. Who knows, I might find something I like. It's all part of the stroll. All right then. Upon entering the mall, they found several cosmetic stores on the first floor, and Young Fan curiously asked, Is the Chanel here different from yours? The girl shook her head. No difference. All shipments come from headquarters, and the pricing is basically the same. Young Fan said nothing further and led her up the escalator. When she noticed they were heading to the third floor, which was dedicated to women's fashion, with various brands of clothing, shoes, bags, and accessories, she began to harbor doubts. She halted and exclaimed, Young-gu, the men's section is upstairs. Young Fan, noticing her stop, smiled. Let us check this area out first. At that moment, she suspected he might be interested in buying her something. This thought reminded her of the last time he gifted her cosmetics. This is the women's section. Don't tell me you want to wear women's clothes? Upon seeing his expression, she felt she had guessed correctly and quickly added, You're not thinking of buying me something. Are you? I don't want it. You already gifted me so many cosmetics. No way. Let us go. She then stepped forward, attempting to push Young Fan away. Chapter 83. Shasha seeks help from her best friend Young Fan. Amused, conceited, let us just browse. What if I find something I like? The girl shook her head. There's nothing, definitely nothing. After saying this, noticing he wouldn't budge, she hatched a plan. She walked to the escalator leading down, turned back with a playful wave. I'm leaving. You can browse by yourself. Young Fan felt helpless. There was no change in her intimacy level, leaving him uncertain whether she was genuinely embarrassed to accept his gifts or merely putting up a facade. However, he figured that spending more time together would eventually reveal her true character. Moreover, her intimacy was increasing steadily, so there was no need to rush. As he caught up to her, he noticed she seemed preoccupied. Feng Yuding felt some pressure now, unlike the ease they had during their meal. She was now certain that he had feelings for her. Although she did not reject this, she was attempting to navigate her interactions with him. The pressure stemmed from his somewhat aggressive advances, frequently wanting to gift her expensive items. She even feared that he might suddenly confess, and she was unsure how to respond. Having already accepted his costly cosmetics, it was utterly impossible for her to accept any more gifts. Not only was she yet to establish a relationship with him, but even if they were dating, she felt it inappropriate to frequently accept his offerings. Thus, she chose to evade. Observing her distracted demeanor, Young Fan understood she was likely contemplating their earlier conversation, as for how she perceived his behavior. With no change in intimacy, he found it hard to guess. Therefore, he refrained from interrupting, curious whether her thoughts would lead to any fluctuations in intimacy. However, until they exited the mall, nothing changed. Just then, she turned to him and said, Yang-gu, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Let us plan to meet another day? He noticed her evident preoccupation, and since she was not in the mood, realizing that forcing her to do anything might yield adverse results, he nodded. All right, let us walk a bit together. I need to head home too. Okay. As they walked to a junction, she said, Yang-gu, my grandma's house is over there in that community. I'll head back now. While your home is still a ways off, so please be careful. Okay, let us plan to meet again. She waved goodbye and turned to leave. Young Fan paid it no mind and continued on his way. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he had walked off, she glanced back, and upon seeing him disappear around the corner, she felt an immense sense of relief, the pressure that had built up earlier dissipating instantly. Feng Yuding Intimacy 3. Surprised by the sudden increase in intimacy notifications from the already distant Young Fan, he pondered for a moment, speculating that perhaps his earlier actions had burdened her. After their parting, she had relaxed, leading to the increase in intimacy. It seemed that this girl couldn't be won over by lavish gifts. While one or two might be acceptable, excessive gifting could create psychological barriers, even instilling fear, ultimately backfiring. He shook his head, chuckling to himself as he continued on his way home. Upon arriving home, he took a shower and collapsed onto his bed, pulling out his phone to log onto Douyin. At that moment, all his familiar female streamers were online. After briefly visiting all except Shasha's stream, he wandered for a while, casually showering them with gifts. Just as he finished watching Ali's lively dance and emerged, he was astonished to discover that Shasha had ended her stream early today. Unbeknownst to him, his recent neglect of Shasha had thrown her off balance. Today, seeing Young Fan visiting other streamers but not hers made her quite anxious. In a sour mood, she decided to end her stream prematurely. In Tianfu province, in a cozy apartment, a sweet-looking girl with twin ponytails sat on a chair, her brows furrowed in deep thought. After maintaining this expression for over 10 minutes, she pulled out her phone and dialed the number. Beep, beep. The call connected, and she eagerly exclaimed, Xianjia, Xiaoyaogu was online for several hours today, and yet he didn't come to my stream. Her voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. The voice on the other end replied, Don't be upset, just he's still showering gifts on other female streamers like a few days ago. Yes, then that's it. He's not angry with you, nor is he trying to neglect you. He's just trying to signal you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so deliberate. But I've been trying hard to maintain a good rapport with Xiaoyaogu. Why doesn't he neglect the other streamers and focus on me instead? The voice on the other end chuckled. I think there are two possibilities. The first is that you are the first female streamer he has taken a liking to, making you unique compared to the others. Therefore, he has the highest expectations of you, and your performance hasn't met his expectations, prompting him to give you a nudge to make a choice. After reflecting on this, Shasha felt her friend had a point and asked, What's the second possibility? The second possibility is that the other female streamers have already expressed their feelings, and you are the last one left. If he doesn't point at you, who else would he? At this moment, Shasha found herself in a dilemma. She understood well what her friend meant by expressing feelings, as any streamer would. However, her sole purpose in becoming a streamer was to earn some pocket money through her talents and good looks, so she hadn't initially considered such matters. Yet, with Xiao Guo's arrival, her plans had been disrupted. In just over 10 days, he had showered her with gifts far exceeding her expectations, altering her mindset completely. She now desired to earn even more, striving to maintain a good relationship with him, hoping he would continue to be her protective big brother. However, good intentions often meet harsh realities, and it was clear that such maintenance alone wouldn't be enough to hold on to Xiao Guo. Yet, having always kept her integrity intact, she found it difficult to make the leap to a more intimate relationship. Thus, she had been feeling quite conflicted these past few days. The situation was evident. If she didn't take some action, she would inevitably lose Xiao Guo, the generous benefactor. Considering how much he had already gifted her in such a short period, the prospect of future generosity only fueled her ambition. Just then, her friend's voice chimed in again. "This is your own affair. Only you can figure it out. I just want to say, you need to make a decision quickly. Many men are quick to heat up, but even quicker to cool down. If you take too long, and he loses interest, there will be no way to salvage it." Chapter 84. Shasha's decision. Shasha could tell that her friend was leaning towards encouraging her to compromise, though she hadn't said it outright. After hanging up, she fell into silence once more. However, with her growing unease and her friend's persuasion, the scales in her heart began to tip. After a long period of contemplation, she sighed softly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After days of internal conflict, she finally made a decision. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her friend, then cheerfully walked out of her room to a beautiful mature woman watching television on the sofa. "Mom, this Friday after school, I'm going on a 2-day trip with Xianjia, and I'll be back by Sunday at the latest." The beautiful mature woman expressed surprise. "Where are you two planning to go for a trip?" Shasha, her face betraying no signs of nervousness, replied, "We decided to go to Bingshu City for a couple of days. It's just too hot in Tianfu, and I can only stay home with the air conditioning on." Shasha had always been well-behaved at home, and her mother felt reassured about her daughter, especially with an older friend accompanying her. After all, a weekend trip shouldn't pose any problems. Go ahead. You spend all your time either in class or streaming. You should take a break. But do be careful and call every day to check in. All right. Shasha smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Mom." She returned to her room, flopped onto her bed with a teddy bear in her arms. Lost in thought, she didn't plan to contact young Fan in advance. Instead, she would book her flight and reach Bingshu City on Friday before reaching out to him. This way, she could surprise him and show her sincerity. Shasha resolved that now that she had made up her mind, she would do her utmost to make it a success. As for whether young Fan would come to pick her up upon her arrival in Bingshu City, she didn't consider it at all. If not, she could always have fun for a couple of days and then return by plane. After Shasha returned to her room, her mother called her friend, ostensibly to ask her to take care of her daughter while secretly trying to probe if there was any truth to the matter. However, Shasha had already sent her friend a message beforehand, and being the clever person her friend was, she left no traces, successfully passing her mother's scrutiny. Unbeknownst to young Fan, Shasha was planning to drop in on him. He was currently engaged in a chat with a stunning beauty from Ula country named Nina, who was a third-year study abroad student in China. After a brief conversation, he began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep. The following day, upon waking up, he noticed numerous unread messages on his phone. "Sushan, I miss you. Gongjing, I've taken care of your business. When the other party returns to Bingshu City, I'll bring them to meet you. Jiruijia. Another day of thinking about you, but I promise to be a good girl and go to class. Moi." Nothing else stood out, but he sensed that Sushan's tone seemed rather odd today, somewhat uncharacteristic of her. Previously, she was direct, inviting him for meals or karaoke, even referring to him as dead ghost. Today, she hadn't made any invitations, merely expressing that she missed him. Sounding more like something Guruajia would say, he brushed it off. Not thinking much of it, and didn't reply, he proceeded to freshen up, planning to hit the gym, and sent a message to Li Wei. "I'm heading to the gym. Are you at the dance studio? Want to grab lunch together?" "I'm not there. You can eat by yourself." Young Fan felt something was off. This was the third time he had invited Li Wei since their first workout together. Yet she hadn't agreed to meet again. Was it merely a coincidence? However, her intimacy level hadn't changed, which didn't seem to indicate any problems. Confused, he decided to observe the situation further. Meanwhile, in the dance studio, Li Wei was preparing to go eat with her students when she paused after reading young Fan's message. After some thought, she decided to order takeout instead to avoid running into him. In truth, she had been deliberately avoiding young Fan these past few days. She couldn't quite articulate why, But ever since their workout, the inexplicable repulsion she had felt towards him had vanished. This strange phenomenon left her feeling somewhat flustered. Whenever she received his messages, she felt an urge to agree, yet an inexplicable panic would wash over her, compelling her to refuse. Uncertain of the cause, having never experienced such feelings before, she resorted to evading him, hoping the disquiet would fade away. Yet, she sensed that this wasn't a viable solution. After all, she didn't want to lose Yang Fan as a friend. Whether due to money or other reasons, she reassured herself that she would figure it out later, perhaps things would improve with time. Thus, Li Wei found herself caught in this peculiar cycle, convincing herself to avoid him. At that moment, a hip-hop-clad boy approached her, asking, "What's wrong?" She glanced at him and casually replied, "What do you mean, what's wrong?" The boy, puzzled, responded, "Didn't we all agree to have lunch together? Why did you suddenly decide not to go? Are you feeling unwell? If you don't wish to attend, go eat with them without concerning yourself about me." After Li Wei finished speaking, she turned and walked away, retreating to a corner to rest. This left the boy standing awkwardly in silence. When Li Wei first entered the dance studio, her striking beauty and graceful figure caught the attention of numerous male students and instructors. Initially, many of them vied for her attention daily. Yet, her frigid demeanor made her appear distinctly aloof, resulting in no one being able to draw close to her. She would only engage in casual conversations with female students and teachers, often dining together, leading others to speculate that she might be a lesbian. Following the emergence of such rumors, she further withdrew from interactions with women, leaving the atmosphere in the studio perplexed. Each time, she practiced dancing in solitude and departed home alone after class. This time, it was a female student who suggested treating everyone to lunch. Li Wei had initially agreed but then abruptly changed her mind. The others had grown accustomed to her eccentricities and chose not to comment further. However, a boy who had recently joined the studio was instantly smitten by Li Wei, hoping to win her over with his sunny, handsome appearance and a bit of familial wealth. Unfortunately, he found it difficult to arrange a date with her. Yet he relished the few conversations they managed to have, believing he had a chance. Chapter 85. Su Shan forcefully fed me tea recently. However, Li Wei had begun to display a coldness towards him, leaving him bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. When he noticed that everyone had gone to lunch, leaving only Li Wei in the studio, he deliberately lingered, hoping to engage her in conversation and discern the reason for her abrupt change, intending to express concern to enhance his appeal. Yet, she seemed disinterested in his presence, which was quite disheartening. Understanding that pursuing a girl requires boldness, meticulousness, and a thick skin, he did not leave but instead approached Li Wei, who was seated in the corner. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, Li Wei shot him a frosty glance and coldly asked, "Could you please let me be?" The boy was taken aback, feeling the chill in her tone, and hesitated, yet mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Is something wrong?" "Perhaps if you shared," Li Wei, visibly annoyed, retorted, "You are rather amusing. My affairs have nothing to do with you." Feeling somewhat irked by her response, the boy attempted to placate her, saying, "Please don't be upset. I'll leave. Is that acceptable?" With that, he turned and exited the dance studio in silence. Meanwhile, Li Wei found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about her interactions with Yang Fan. She recalled how he remained undeterred by her anger or icy remarks, persistently clinging to her even when she would hit or bite him. She also thought of the incident when she nearly got hit by a car, and he had apologized on her behalf, as well as the time in the gym when she playfully teased him, and he complied with a pained expression. The once cold expression on her face softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Li Wei's intimacy too. Yang Fan, who had been contemplating whom to invite for lunch after tidying up, was perplexed to see Li Wei's intimacy had increased by 2 points. He muttered to himself, "It seems I was overthinking it. This little beauty appears quite normal, even proactively raising her intimacy." He glanced at the 3 girls who had messaged him earlier. Ji Ruijia was in class. Gong Jing was not someone he wished to ask out, as he felt she wouldn't reciprocate, leaving only Su Shan. He could still manage to raise intimacy with her through spending and transferring money, and she had asked him out several times. Considering her adorable doll-like face paired with her long legs, along with her bold and proactive demeanor, he figured a change of pace could be quite pleasant. Thus, he sent her a message, "Let us go out for a meal." At school, Su Shan was contemplating what to eat for lunch with her best friend, Gu Ruijia, when she suddenly noticed Yang Fan had replied to her message, stirring her excitement. She thought, "Finally, It seems he genuinely likes the demure, tea-flavored type like Guruejia. I've just started making my move, and it seems to be paying off. I must keep this momentum going, she quickly replied. Sure, where are we eating? I'll be right over. Yang Fan noticed the noticeable change in Su Shan's tone and found it somewhat peculiar. What has gotten into this girl today? Regardless, he dismissed it, as it didn't affect his plans. He promptly sent her the location of a well-known restaurant. Su Shan replied that she would arrive in just 20 minutes. After their chat ended, she checked her outfit, finding it suitable since she had dressed for class and had not gone overboard, making it quite appropriate for a demure appearance. Moreover, she had no time to return home to change. She certainly couldn't keep a wealthy man waiting. That would only make future arrangements more complicated. She grabbed her small bag, planning to touch up her makeup on the way, and hurriedly made her way to the school entrance. Unexpectedly, she was spotted by Guruejia, who was preparing to find her for lunch. Shan, where are you off to? Hearing her best friend call her name, Su Shan turned, feeling a twinge of guilt, as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Quickly shaking off that unworthy thought, she composed herself and replied, Oh, it's you, Rue. I just have to step out for a bit. I want to be attending the afternoon class. Guruejia looked at her suspiciously. But there's that old hag's class this afternoon. Are you sure you want to skip? Su Shan was fully aware of the afternoon's lessons, but she did not wish to miss this rare opportunity with Yang Fan. I'll just say I'm feeling unwell and take a leave of absence. Don't worry about it. I have to go. With that, she swiftly strode away on her long legs. Guruejia said nothing further and began to consider what she would eat alone for lunch. When Yang Fan arrived at the restaurant, Su Shan was already waiting at the entrance, wearing a beige t-shirt on top and a blue skirt below. Despite just showing her legs, her charming doll-like face still drew many admiring glances. Name, Su Shan. Age, 19. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 85. 95. Status, normal. Intimacy, 23. The beauty noticed him as well and continually reminded herself to act demure. Yes, and to maintain a hint of tea flavor. She greeted him with a sweet smile and gave him a big hug, whispering, I've missed you so much lately, but I understand you must be very busy. So I appreciate you making time to take me out to eat. It makes me so happy. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by her embrace. What is happening? He had just checked her intimacy level, and it was still at 23, unchanged from before, yet she seemed to have undergone quite a transformation. He pressed a kiss on her cheek and said, Let us go. Let us eat first. Okay. After they entered the restaurant and ordered their meal, Su Shan began to playfully feed Yang Fan, eagerly saying, If the food is served by you, it must taste even better, right? What is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Or is this some new trend in tea art? But you can't just force-feed me tea. Your tea aroma doesn't even compare to Guruejia's natural charm, he retorted. Are you out of your mind? Su Shan, who had looked forward to his response, was taken aback and nearly lost her composure. Thankfully, she regained her composure and replied stubbornly, How can you say that about me? How rude. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Which green tea have you been infected by? Is there any hope left? If there is, I need you to act normal. Su Shan fell silent for a moment, realizing that her attempts at tea art might not have had the desired effect. It seemed she was still too inexperienced. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she said, I thought you liked girls like me. Who told you that? So, you've been acting this way for my sake? Not at all. Do you think it's easy for me to speak like this? I actually prefer the sensual little wildcat you used to be. This sudden change is a bit hard for me to handle. Chapter 86. Su Shan's proper attitude. Su Shan shot him a glare. You claim to like me as I am, yet whenever I invite you out, you always make excuses. Yang Fan spread his hands. Didn't you just say I'm busy, and you can understand? She shot him an annoyed look. Busy doing what? I see you are busy flirting with other little vixens. She was aware that he had asked her best friend out just a few days ago, and since her friend hadn't returned home all night, it was evident what he had been up to. Yang Fan, unaware of Su Shan's relationship with Guruejia, was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, this girl guessed it right. However, there was no way he would admit it, teasingly responding, Oh, are you jealous? Su Shan scoffed at him. I have no time to be jealous of you. I don't care how many women you have. I'll be with you, but you can't neglect me in the future. Her words left him astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. But is this precisely the outcome he desired? Although she was somewhat materialistic, it was undeniable that she was also quite considerate, and her attitude was genuinely appealing, easily overshadowing her other flaws. As for intimacy, he could gradually increase it. As long as he occasionally spent some money, it would surely rise. Yang Fan regained his composure, a hint of joy on his face. Are you serious? The girl nodded confidently. Of course. Just tell me if you're willing. Naturally. Who wouldn't he want a girl with such awareness as their partner? Yet he teasingly replied, well, that depends on how you perform. But Su Shan noticed his delight in her decision, and since he was being stubborn, she didn't indulge him, huffing in response, you're taking advantage of me. Min. Yang Fan paid no mind to her complaints, smiling as he said, let's eat. After we finish, I'll take you shopping. They'll help you digest. Su Shan's eyes lit up at that. I want to go to the mall. This posed no difficulty for Yang Fan, who readily agreed, sure. Su Shan's intimacy too. Seeing her intimacy increase by 2 points amused him. He wasn't worried about her materialism, just as long as she wasn't like Gong Jing, who would take advantage and not acknowledge it. As long as she was willing to raise intimacy after receiving benefits, it would be much easier. The two swiftly finished their meal. Conveniently, a large shopping mall, Nanguo Huajing, was nearby. While strolling down the street, they formed a stunning sight. Su Shan linked her arm with his, walking shoulder to shoulder. Despite wearing flat shoes, she appeared to be nearly his height. Coupled with her beautiful features, they attracted envious glances from many onlookers. Bang! Ouch! Watch where you're going, my friend. Sorry. A middle-aged man walked past, his gaze fixated on Su Shan, while a young man also turned to steal a glance, resulting in a comical collision. Yang Fan chuckled and whispered to Su Shan, you've got quite the charm. Su Shan shot him a sidelong glance. I'm used to it. What is the use of having charm if it can't captivate a certain someone? Is that so? Then you'd better put in a little more effort. Humph. The two continued their leisurely stroll and successfully entered Nanguo Huajing. Upon entering, the little beauty gleefully pulled him upstairs. Yang Fan glanced at the first floor filled with high-end cosmetic counters and curiously asked, aren't you going to buy some cosmetics? Su Shan shook her head. I purchased quite a bit a few days ago. Let us check out the clothes first. Realizing that she must have some money, and given her recent shopping spree, he didn't press further and followed her straight to the clothing section. Upon entering an all-English store, Su Shan browsed for quite some time before presenting him with 2 sets of alluring silk outfits, asking, which one do you think looks better on me? Yang Fan, with a mischievous smile, replied, I think you look best without any clothes on. Ha! Su Shan shot him an exasperated glare and lowered her voice. You rascal. Even if I look better without clothes, that's only for your eyes. Do you want me to share the benefits with others? Or do you have a preference for wearing hats? I'd rather not wear one at all. If you want to be with me, you should know what's expected, right? Humph. If you treat me poorly in the future, initially, Su Shan had spoken with a proud demeanor. But she suddenly noticed Yang Fan's expression was shifting, and she quickly changed her tone, saying, don't worry. I'm not that foolish, I'm just joking. Since I've decided to be your woman, I certainly won't entangle myself with other men. After saying this, she secretly resolved to upgrade her boyfriend to an ex-boyfriend as soon as she returned home, severing all ties. She couldn't afford to let anything jeopardize her ascent in life, especially not due to a man she no longer liked. In fact, since parting with Yang Fan, she had been contemplating this and had already begun to implement her plan. For some time, she had ignored her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, engaging in a silent war. She anticipated that he would eventually grow weary of the cold treatment and either lash out or impulsively suggest breaking up, which would be perfect. However, unexpectedly, her boyfriend had shown remarkable patience, despite feeling confused by her sudden behavior. He had been sending messages, apologizing, and trying to woo her with gifts over the past few days. Now that she was developing something good with Yang Fan, she didn't want to jeopardize it because of a man she no longer cared for. Thus, she felt this matter needed to be prioritized, and she had to be resolute in finding an excuse to break up. Initially, she had aimed to force him to propose the breakup first, but at this juncture, she could no longer afford to be so particular. Yang Fan's expression brightened considerably upon hearing her words, and he casually remarked, that's more like it. If you like them, just buy them all. Su Shan beamed at his words, immediately instructing the sales clerk to wrap the 2 outfits. Su Shan's intimacy 3. She then proceeded to another store, where she bought a pair of shoes and a bag, finishing her shopping spree with great satisfaction. Su Shan's intimacy 5. Primarily, she couldn't carry everything herself, and she was hesitant to ask Yang Fan for help bringing them home. After all, she lived with Guru Wajia, and bringing him along would surely raise suspicions. After leaving the mall, Sushan suggested, "Aren't you going to the gym? Send me the gym location, and I'll drop off my things and come find you." Yang Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "No need. Just put your things away and rest at home. I'll text you after my workout." Sushan had no objections to this, as long as he didn't accompany her to drop off her things. "All right, I'll wait for your message." Chapter 87. The Bold Little Wildcat. After their shopping trip, Yang Fan and Sushan each took a taxi home. In the car, Sushan gazed at her bags of luxury items, her smile unwavering. Indeed, she had made the right choice. This was the life she desired. This wealthy man spent money without a second thought, as if he were using play money, as long as she captivated him. She could drive a luxury car, live in a grand house, and buy whatever she pleased. It was the perfect life, propelling her toward the pinnacle of success. Life was simply too comfortable, and numerous women would undoubtedly be envious. The cost she incurred was minimal, as all men were essentially cheap, so it didn't matter which one she entangled with. Since one has the option to choose, it is only natural to select a man who can bring a beautiful life. Why settle for those who merely offer sweet words yet feign poverty when the subject of money arises? As Sushan yearned for a brighter future, Yang Fan had already arrived at the gym. After a brief survey, confirming the absence of particularly stunning women, he began his workout. This time, he slightly extended his exercise duration. Upon completing his second round of workouts, he took a moment to rest and pulled out his phone to contact Sushan. "I'm done." "All right, tell me your location and I'll come find you." Yang Fan glanced at the time. It was still early for dinner, and he wasn't hungry, so he replied, "It's still early. Let's catch a movie. Just head to that small cinema next to the Brilliant Star. I'm not far from there." "Okay, I'm heading out now. I'll wait for you." After sending the message, he did not rush to leave, but instead grabbed a sports drink. At that moment, a well-built young man approached him with a drink in hand, saying, "Bro, are you here to work on your abs?" Yang Fan recognized the young man from previous visits to the gym. He seemed to be a regular member. He casually shook his head and replied, "Mainly working on my stamina." The young man nodded. "I see. You must be a beginner, right? I'm Wan Jun, a frequent visitor here. If you have any questions about working out, feel free to ask me." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was this guy attempting to strike up a conversation with him? Surely, he wasn't trying to flirt? Noticing Yang Fan's strange gaze, Wan Jun quickly clarified, "Bro, don't get me wrong. I'm perfectly normal in that regard, and I'm not trying to pitch anything, just genuinely interested in making new friends." In truth, Wan Jun had approached Yang Fan because he had noticed him and Li Wei during their first visit to the gym. He was captivated by Li Wei's beauty and had attempted to flirt with her, only to be dismissed with a "add me on WeChat for 50,000. That moment solidified his belief that Yang Fan, accompanied by such a stunning woman, must be a wealthy second-generation heir. He thought mingling with someone like Yang Fan would only yield benefits. Having seen Yang Fan frequently working out over the past few days, he felt compelled to engage him in conversation. Today, as luck would have it, he encountered Yang Fan while he was grabbing a drink, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation and hoping to form a familiar rapport. After Wan Jun dispelled Yang Fan's doubts, he nodded. "I'm Yang Fan and I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave. Enjoy your workout." Wan Jun smiled and replied, "All right, take care. See you around." Yang Fan paid no mind to this minor encounter and walked out of the gym with his drink. Wan Jun watched his departing figure, lost in thought, wondering why he hadn't seen the beautiful woman by Yang Fan's side lately and whether he should find someone attractive to test Yang Fan's interest. Surely, men are generally intrigued by beauty, right? However, the gym had its fair share of attractive women, and it seemed Yang Fan displayed little interest. Perhaps they simply didn't meet his standards? That thought led him to recall Li Wei's stunning looks. It was indeed a possibility. He pondered whether he knew anyone suitable among his acquaintances. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, someone was contemplating introducing him to attractive women. Meanwhile, he leisurely strolled towards the cinema. After purchasing his ticket, he found that Sushan had yet to arrive. He decided to relax in a massage chair for a while. 20 minutes later, just as the movie was about to begin, a tall and radiant figure appeared at the cinema entrance. She spotted Yang Fan in the massage chair and quickly approached him. "Sorry for the wait. There was a bit of traffic." Yang Fan glanced at her, slightly annoyed, and replied, "You're quite the timekeeper. The movie has already started." The beauty chuckled. "Oh, come on. No need to be stingy. I'll make it up to you later." Yang Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. Make it up to him later? They were about to watch a movie. What did she mean by later? that likely referred to during the movie, however, this suited young Fan just fine, as he had heard that this cinema occasionally had people coming in to conduct business, making it unlikely for cameras to be present. Thus, he entered the screening room alongside her. The theater was sparsely populated, with only a few couples scattered throughout. The girl pointed to the empty last row, her meaning clear. Although young Fan had purchased tickets for the middle seats, he paid little mind to that now. He led her to the last row, settling into an interior seat. The film had only just begun, and no one paid them any attention. 5 minutes later, Su Shan, wearing a short skirt, found herself in young Fan's lap, her eyes glued to the screen, clearly engrossed. She whispered, "I'm sorry for being late." "Are you still mad?" Young Fan replied, "Being late every day is no problem." Chapter 88. Already joined the Uncle League, young Fan's emotions were in turmoil. Fortunately, the couples were too engrossed in their own affairs to notice anything amiss, or it would have been socially mortifying. Su Shan swayed gently, trying to make it easier for young Fan to reach her ear, but the pleasant moment was abruptly interrupted when a sudden downpour soaked him to the bone. After letting out a heavy sigh, Su Shan meticulously adjusted her skirt, returning to her original seat under young Fan's frustrated gaze, whispering, "Are you happy?" Young Fan's anger flared. He hissed under his breath, "Happy my foot. Do you have any idea how audacious you are?" Su Shan pouted, disdainfully replying, "Why act coy? You invited me here for a reason, didn't you?" "Surely, I can guess why." Young Fan's irritation only intensified. "Who benefited here? You got the advantage. What about me? I'm just an afterthought." Su Shan chuckled at his indignation, then said in a teasing tone, "How could I not care about you? Let us go. Let's change locations." Young Fan chose not to argue further. His mind was no longer on the movie. He stood up, quietly guiding Su Shan out of the cinema to find a nearby hotel. 40 minutes later, young Fan sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at his phone, and turned to Su Shan, who was sprawled on the bed. "Time to get up for dinner." She shot him a glance. Responding with irritation, "I don't want to move. Have the hotel bring us food. We can eat here." Young Fan, unfazed, simply smiled at her, then picked up the phone to call room service. Su Shan, noticing his smile, suddenly felt disgruntled and sprang up to confront him. "What are you grinning about? If you're so bold, come over here. Let us continue." Young Fan, still in a serene state, chuckled, "You're quite the audacious one." Su Shan, hearing this, huffed like a victorious peacock, then lay back down to rest. When young Fan returned with the meal, he called out to her, "Dinner's ready." Su Shan remained unmoved, saying, "You have to feed me." Young Fan's expression darkened. "Seriously, this is so lacking in romance," Su Shan retorted. "Men." Though she complained, her body was honest, and she slipped on her slippers, heading over to him. Young Fan couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "Could you at least be a bit discreet?" Su Shan rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "What's with the act? You've never been this upright before. So troublesome." She mumbled, yet complied. After they finished their meal, young Fan pushed the cart to the hallway before asking, "I'm going for a walk. Do you want to come?" Su Shan, just settling back onto the bed, asked anxiously, "Will you come back?" "Of course." Hearing his affirmative response, Su Shan sighed in relief. "I'll wait for you here. Make it quick." Young Fan didn't press her further and left for a leisurely stroll. Upon exiting the elevator and stepping into the hotel lobby, he received a system notification. "Detected valid consumer object. Would you like to view information?" He noticed a woman with chestnut hair, dressed in professional attire and black high heels. Although he could only see her back, her attractive figure led him to believe she was the one the system had flagged. He muttered, "View. Name, Han Wan, age, 26, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 81, 97, status, normal intimacy level, 0." Upon reviewing the data, young Fan felt less interested. Although the score of 3 was decent, the overall attractiveness was a bit low, making it hard to entice him to initiate a conversation. Coincidentally, just after leaving the hotel, he spotted the same woman standing in front of a middle-aged man, appearing somewhat intimate. She was likely a kept woman. Young Fan chose not to eavesdrop and simply walked away. There was no need to comment. He was practically the same age as that middle-aged man. He then wandered aimlessly for a while and, on his way back to the hotel, noticed a young girl selling flowers at a street stall. She looked to be in her early teens, dressed neatly, suggesting she wasn't from a struggling background, likely out to experience life early on. He couldn't help but admire her parents' parenting style. allowing her to develop herself at such a young age. The girl noticed him looking at her stall and brightened up, calling out, "Uncle, would you like to buy a bouquet? I picked and wrapped each one myself." "Uncle?" Yang Fan nearly lost his composure at that term. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, realizing he had unknowingly joined the ranks of uncles. Time truly flies. He could still vividly remember many moments from his junior high days, as if they had just passed. Sometimes, he even dreamt of being back in the classroom. Yet, he didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he approached the girl's stall with a smile, saying, "You can't do that. Let me give you a tip. If you want to sell flowers more easily, call men brother and women sister. Only older folks should be called uncles and aunts. Understand?" The girl nodded blankly, ignoring his advice, and continued, "I see. So, uncle, would you like to buy a bouquet?" Yang Fan chuckled, "Call me brother." The young girl hesitated, her face flushing as she shyly called out, "Brother. That's better. Now, I'll take the biggest bouquet you have." The girl beamed, "Thank you, brother. This one costs 80 yuan. The girl was quite honest, pricing it reasonably. Such a bouquet would easily cost over 200 yuan at a flower shop. Yang Fan scanned the payment with his phone and took the bouquet, smiling. "See? This makes selling much easier. Remember that?" The girl flashed him a sweet smile, replying, "I'll remember, brother." Chapter 89. A master at playing Mobile Legends, Yang Fan returned to the hotel, holding the flowers and attracting quite a few glances. When he opened the door and walked in, Su Shan, sitting on the bed playing a mobile game, was taken aback, staring at the man with the bouquet in disbelief. Su Shan intimacy level 3. At that moment, her feelings were mixed. It wasn't that she had never received flowers before. In fact, she had received many. However, none had ever made her feel like today. Other men gifting her flowers didn't evoke much emotion. Sometimes, she even felt averse if the situation wasn't right. Yet today, she felt a strange happiness. Perhaps it was because she subconsciously didn't expect Yang Fan to be the type to give her flowers. After all, she was well aware that she was merely one of his women and certainly not the most favored. Yang Fan, unaware of how a simple gesture could boost Su Shan's intimacy level, was surprised that she had suddenly gained 3 points. Aside from the initial inexplicable increase of 20 points, her intimacy level had remained static, with only transfers and luxury purchases causing any change. Su Shan remained motionless on the bed, showing no intention of getting up to receive the flowers, her expression shifting playfully. "Oh, you're actually copying others and giving flowers. What is this, the Stone Age?" Yang Fan found her reaction amusing. "If you're so picky, don't expect your intimacy level to rise," he casually remarked. "Forget it. I'll just have the staff throw them away." Only then did Su Shan leisurely get off the bed, muttering, "Tch, no sincerity. But since it's your first time giving flowers, I'll let it slide." After saying that, she took the bouquet, inhaled its fragrance, and smiled brightly, her face hidden behind the flowers. She then placed them on the table and returned to her game. Yang Fan approached her, glancing at her phone screen, where characters from One Piece were lined up, clearly in an authentic gacha game. One Piece. Su Shan didn't look away from the screen, focused on her game. "I play it when I'm bored. Doesn't seem like it? Given your amount of in-game currency, you must have spent quite a bit." "Not too much." Her tone suggested otherwise, but Yang Fan didn't mind. The money was hers to spend as she pleased, so long as it didn't affect their intimacy level. After pulling out his phone, Yang Fan opened a game, but before he could start, Su Shan, noticing, asked curiously, "You actually play competitive games?" Yang Fan, slightly puzzled, responded, "Is that not allowed?" "No. Playing competitive games is a waste of your innate talent." "What the?" Yang Fan was momentarily confused about what innate talent he possessed. Appearing rather bewildered, Su Shan sighed, "You should be playing the type of game I play. That suits you perfectly. Just invest a bit more money, and you'll easily become a top player, dominating the rankings." Yang Fan finally grasped her implication. She meant his innate talent was his financial capability. He retorted, "What nonsense. Just play your own game." Su Shan protested, "I'm serious. Give it a try." Yang Fan ignored her and began playing his game. Perhaps due to bad luck, the player he faced was quite skilled, overpowering him throughout the match. After he was first killed, he heard Su Shan's laughter beside him. "Haha, I told you. This really isn't suited for you." Yang Fan shot her a glare at Su Shan, with no intention of holding back, earnestly said to him, "Trust me." He immediately retorted with irritation, "Trust your sister's legs? Dare to face me in a match?" The girl instantly flashed a smile. "Bring it on. Who's afraid?" He couldn't help but admire her audacity. With your skills, you dare to challenge me? Seeing her confidence, a flicker of doubt arose in his mind. Could she truly be a master? Yet, he refused to show any signs of weakness. Only through competition could he gauge her true level. Let me finish this round, he stated. All right, she readily agreed, then mischievously added, but just playing without stakes seems rather dull. How about we wager something? Young Fan, amused, inquired. What do you have in mind? She playfully held up a finger, 10,000 per match, so confident. Are we? Absolutely. Just asking if you're up for it. Her tone suggested she was certain that Young Fan would not be her match. Nevertheless, the thought of 10,000 per round posed no pressure on him. Hence, Young Fan boldly consented. All right. It's a deal that as expected. Without any surprises, Young Fan was utterly outmatched by Su Shan, losing several rounds which shattered his morale, leaving him devoid of any hope of victory. The girl, now 5,000 richer, cheerfully asked, Shall we continue? I've played several rounds, and my performance is declining, making it a great opportunity. Young Fan silently grumbled. You said the same thing in the first 2 rounds, didn't you? Whether your performance is truly waning or not, my morale has already been crushed by you, leaving me completely out of sorts. Thus, he paid her no mind and, in acceptance of defeat, transferred the wager to Su Shan. As time passed, he held the somewhat languid Su Shan close, gazing at her adorable doll-like face, feeling immensely pleased. They whispered sweet nothings for a while, and eventually, fatigue overtook them, leading them into a deep slumber. Chapter 90. Inviting Li Shinran the following day. Upon waking, Young Fan found that the girl had already departed, leaving behind a message. I can't continue today, I have class. So don't miss me too much. You rascal. He paid little heed to the message, completing his morning routine and stretching lazily, feeling he had indulged too much while with the little wildcat. He decided to take a proper rest for the day. Yet, he was genuinely happy. After all, tastes vary, and Su Shan was quite bold, making for an enjoyable experience. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he strolled a bit before hailing a cab to the gym. He decided not to invite Li Wei again today. Although she was a rare beauty, having attempted to meet 3 times without success, it seemed unnecessary to persist. He would take his time. With the system in place, he knew he could find beauty code name 0 again, albeit with a bit more time required. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gym, just starting his warm-up when that fellow named Wan Jun approached him with a broad smile. Yang Gu, is that you? Have you had lunch? After learning Young Fan's name, this guy had taken to calling him bro. Since the courtesy was extended, Young Fan, not one to act aloof, nodded in response, I've eaten. You arrived quite early. Hey, I've gotten used to it. Working out has become a hobby. Some enjoy fishing, others football, and I just happen to enjoy fitness. He wasn't just saying it for show. Originally, he had only worked out to attract beautiful women, but it had gradually morphed into a habit. Young Fan understood and nodded, pondering what constituted his own hobby. In retrospect, it must be about making money, charming women, and enjoying life. That seemed about right. Other interests were temporarily insignificant. Even maintaining his fitness was driven by necessity. Without a good body, how could one fully enjoy life? Wan Jun, sensing Young Fan's disinterest in chatting, tactfully remarked, Then you go ahead, Yang Gu. I've rested enough. I'm off for another set. All right, catch you later. Wan Jun turned to leave. Feeling in good spirits, he walked to another area and pulled out his phone to make a call. As soon as it connected, he said, Hey babe, do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? A girl's voice came through the phone. I remember. I told her today, but she might not believe me. She didn't agree and even tease me a bit. What? You mean you didn't manage to convince her? What are we going to do? The person I wanted to meet is already at the gym. She flat out refused. What can I do? Go talk to her again. It's just to let her come to the gym for some fun. If we can successfully befriend her, it would be a win-win for both of us. If I had better options, I wouldn't even have thought of her. Fine, I'll give it another shot. Wan Jun hung up and began his workout. Time passed slowly. At this point, Young Fan had completed 2 rounds of exercise and was resting. Wan Jun approached him, holding 2 bottles of energy drinks. Offering one to him, Yang Gu, here, Young Fan, slightly puzzled by his persistence, accepted the drink nonetheless. Thanks. Wan Jun cheerfully replied, no need to mention it, and chatted casually for a bit before leaving at the right moment. Young Fan didn't dwell on it. After sufficient rest, he left the gym and caught a cab home, planning to recharge his energy. Lying on the bed, he played games for a few hours to practice his skills. He couldn't shake the regret from losing yesterday's game, which had denied him his desires. The next day, upon waking, he noticed several messages from beautiful women, one of which was from the alluring widow. Li Shinran, darling, have you woken up? Checking the time, he saw it had been sent an hour ago. Unsure of her intentions, he replied, yes. Are you available for a video call? Upon seeing the message, Yang Fan felt that this beauty likely missed him after their days apart. Based on previous patterns, if he invited her out now, their intimacy would likely surpass 60. Although this was just his speculation, it seemed quite plausible. Thus, he replied, what? Are you missing me? Yes, darling, I miss you. Noticing her straightforwardness, he promptly extended an invitation, then let's go out for lunch. At home, Li Shinran, cradling her daughter while sending messages, felt a surge of joy upon receiving his text. However, she suddenly seemed to remember something, her expression wavering with hesitation. Her daughter, curious, asked, Mommy, did the uncle agree to video chat with me? It turned out that Li Shinran's request for a video call was prompted by her daughter in recent days. She had bought her daughter numerous new clothes and toys, telling her each time that they were gifts from a certain uncle. The little girl, still young, perceived this mysterious uncle as someone very kind and had developed a desire to meet him, having frequently heard her mother mention him. However, her mother had said the uncle was busy, leading her to consider a video call as a means of connection. In truth, Li Shinran also hoped for Yang Fan to meet her daughter. If he could take to her little girl, it would be utterly perfect. Despite knowing that he accepted her as a widow, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Now, faced with Yang Fan's reply, she found herself unsure of how to respond, hesitating for a while before typing, darling, I promised little Tangua that I would take her to the park today. Hey, doesn't that mean I get to meet our little princess? Let's eat first and afterward, we can head to the park. At that moment, Li Shinran's smile became irresistible, radiating beauty. Darling, you are simply wonderful. After finalizing the time and place, she cheerfully told her daughter, little Tangua, no need for the video call anymore. The uncle will be joining us at the park. Her daughter excitedly asked, really, Mommy, is the uncle not busy today? Yes, really, yay, that's fantastic. Seeing her daughter so delighted, Li Shinran couldn't help but smile. She set her daughter down and checked her appearance in the mirror, finding no need for touch-ups since she had already prepared her makeup for the outing. After informing her mother, she took her daughter out. In the car, her daughter asked curiously, Mommy, do you think the uncle will like me? Chapter 91. The doll-like little Tangua. Li Shinran smiled. Little Tangua is so well-behaved. Of course, the uncle will like you. Besides, hasn't he bought you so many new clothes and toys? Her daughter beamed, her eyes squinting with joy, nodding vigorously, yes, the uncle bought me lots and lots of things. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan, having arrived early, didn't wait long before spotting a stunning beauty with fiery red lips, cradling an adorable little girl resembling a doll, approaching him. Name, Li Shinran. Age, 28. Height, 162. Weight, 50. Overall attractiveness, 88. 98. Status, normal, has given birth. Intimacy level, 59. Upon noticing them, Yang Fan walked over Li Shinran. Seeing the man approaching, instantly lit up with a smile, gently telling her daughter, Tangua, look, the uncle has come to pick you up. Upon hearing this, the little girl widened her big, round eyes, scanning the area, and soon spotted Yang Fan, joyfully exclaiming, I see him. I see the uncle. Yang Fan, now closer, heard the voice of the doll-like little girl. Since Li Shinran had already informed him about Tangua, he wasn't surprised. He smiled and approached. Wow, this adorable little angel must be our little Tangua, right? When you grow up, you'll surely be even more beautiful than your mommy. Before Li Shinran could respond, little Tangua, still in her mother's arms, reached out her hands toward Yang Fan, calling out in her innocent voice, Uncle, hold me. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so unafraid. Wanting to be held by him on their first meeting, he had been pondering how to interact with children, but it seemed there was no need for such concerns. Just as he was about to lift her, Li Shinran pretended to be displeased, saying to her daughter, Tangua, how could you ask the uncle to hold you right away? What happened to manners? Come down and walk. Placed on the ground, the little girl instantly wore a pitiful expression, her big watery eyes looking up at Yang Fan. Yang Fan, seeing this, turned to Li Shinran with a hint of reproach. What are you telling her? Look how you've made our little girl feel upset. She likes me and wants to be close. Isn't that a good thing? With that, He quickly reached out and scooped little Tangwa into his arms. The little girl, still looking aggrieved, wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head on his shoulder. Young Fan gently patted her back, saying, "Tangwa, don't listen to your mommy. Come, tell uncle what you want to eat." Upon hearing this, the little girl glanced at Li Shinran, noticing her mother didn't seem genuinely angry, and softly replied, "Mommy says picky eaters are not good kids." Young Fan chuckled, making eye contact with Li Shinran, appreciating her parenting skills. Li Shinran then added, "Just give her some dishes without chili, by the way. She loves fluffy eggs." Young Fan smiled at the little girl, asking, "Is that what mommy said?" The little girl nodded. Yes, with that confirmation, he lifted her high, exclaiming, "All right, let us go." Off to eat fluffy eggs, little Tangwa showed no fear being lifted high. Giggling away, Li Shinran watched, somewhat surprised. This child was usually not so affectionate. She had never been this clingy to anyone other than herself, even resisting her grandfather's attempts to hold her. Perhaps this was fate? Seeing Young Fan so fond of her daughter, Li Shinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Li Shinran's intimacy level 1. Li Shinran, successfully courted, favorability reached 60, reward. 1 level 2 cashback card 1. Usable for obtaining level 2 cashback, 10 times. Carrying the child, Young Fan, upon noticing the prompt, halted and turned to Li Shinran, who was gazing at him and her daughter with a blissful expression. Realizing the reason for the breakthrough. "What are you dawdling about? Let us go. Aren't you hungry? Our little angel must be hungry too." "All right." Li Shinran hurriedly caught up with them, witnessing Young Fan engaging in playful antics with her daughter, her heart swelling with joy. During the meal, she observed the table laden with mostly light dishes, feeling the affection he had for her daughter. After mixing a few dishes with fluffy eggs for little Tangwa, she approached the duo, saying, "Tangwa, eat your meal before playing." Young Fan, hearing this, cheerfully replied, "I'll take care of it with that." He reached for the bowl in Li Shinran's hands. She initially intended to say something, but seeing the smile on his face, she relented. Watching him feed her daughter with care, Li Shinran felt a warm sensation fill her heart, her smile growing even more radiant. This scene truly resembled a family of 3. Li Shinran's intimacy level 1. After the meal, the 3 of them took a cab to the park, with Young Fan carrying little Tangwa the whole way. Fortunately, the little girl was light, or he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Upon arriving at the zoo, little Tangwa excitedly pointed in a direction, shouting, "Uncle, look, it's the giant panda." Young Fan enthusiastically responded, "Wow, it's a giant panda. Do you know, little Tangwa? This is one of our country's most precious animals." The little girl clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, I know. The giant panda is a national treasure. They eat bamboo." Young Fan, glancing curiously at Li Shinran, wondered if she had never taken her daughter to the zoo before, judging by the little girl's enthusiasm, which suggested she rarely visited, perhaps even for the first time. Li Shinran, catching Young Fan's gaze, felt somewhat confused. "Darling, what's wrong?" Young Fan shook his head, contemplating that this single mother had it tough. She likely focused solely on making money before. He then continued to show little Tangwa all the animals, ensuring her smile never faded. When they took a boat ride on the lake, the little girl seemed to doze off, snuggling against him. Li Shinran softly said to Young Fan, "Darling, thank you." Young Fan, understanding her gratitude, felt speechless. "For what? I really enjoy spending time with our little girl." Li Shinran gazed lovingly at the sleeping Tangwa, saying wistfully, "This child has grown up without a father. She was only one when it happened and didn't even understand what a father represented. This is her first time being so close to a man." There were things she left unspoken, feeling it was inappropriate to voice. Time flew, and soon, Tangwa would be starting kindergarten. Perhaps by then, she would learn from other children that every child has a father. If she asked her mother about it, how would she respond? Chapter 92. System warning. Again upon hearing this, Young Fan gently stroked little Tangwa, who was asleep in his arms, whispering, "This is also my first time playing with a child." Li Shinran, not wanting to dwell on her daughter's upcoming kindergarten experience, shifted the conversation, saying, "My dear, I have contemplated for quite some time regarding the money you bestowed upon me last time. I wish to invest it in a small guild. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Young Fan was momentarily taken aback and inquired with curiosity, "A guild? You mean the kind that operates streamers?" The girl nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we live in an era where traffic reigns supreme. Many individuals are striving to penetrate the online industry. Even celebrities from the entertainment world are eager to partake in the live streaming business. Whether through collaboration or directly selling products themselves, I have great faith in the prospects of this industry. After she finished speaking, he nodded. Though he had little understanding of investments, he nonetheless acknowledged her viewpoint. After all, she was his woman. The cashback card is rather deceiving. If he wished to continue generating income, it would inevitably transform his women into petite, wealthy ladies. However, that mattered little. With the support of the system's intimacy feature, he was not afraid of encountering ungrateful individuals. If his women became affluent, it would pose no detriment to him. Surely, they would express their affection by purchasing gifts for him, right? Houses and cars would surely be on the list, wouldn't they? All things considered, wouldn't the money still circulate within his household? Thus, he generously declared, I have previously stated that the money I give you is yours. Invest in whatever you wished if you believe in it. Then pursue it without seeking my approval. Furthermore, that amount of money may only allow for minor ventures. I shall transfer you some more to enable larger undertakings. Do not feel burdened. Remember, we are not afraid of losses. Upon hearing that he was willing to transfer her more funds, Li Xinran hurriedly responded, there is no need. Trust me, this matter is settled as it stands. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by his serious demeanor, prompting her to refrain from further discussion and gently reply, Mem, I will heed your words. Li Xinran intimacy too. Suddenly, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since meeting Yang Fan, her life had been undergoing a tremendous transformation. Yang Fan noticed the rapid increase in their intimacy, which had now reached 65 points, at this rate. It was highly probable that this charming widow would eventually surpass him, becoming the second individual to break the 70-point mark. That would yield a handsome profit for him, and yet he had contributed little, instead reveling in life. Smiling at the girl, he remarked, perhaps once you invest in the guild, I might lend you a hand. He envisioned himself supporting the female streamers under her guild by showering them with gifts to boost their popularity, organizing events, and perhaps even nurturing a few prominent streamers in this light. Li Xinran's decision to invest in a guild seemed devoid of risk. Unless she failed to recruit even a single female streamer with a score above 80. However, such a scenario was implausible. Even if she encountered difficulties, he could always assist her in securing a suitable candidate. Yet, the girl did not grasp his meaning and chose not to probe further, instead opting to jest, Does my dear wish to become a leading streamer in my guild? Yang Fan chuckled at the thought. Me? A streamer? A leading one at that? Suddenly, it struck him. If he were to stream and earn money, wouldn't that significantly enhance his capital? Although his capital had already multiplied considerably through the cashback card after charming women, one could never have too much money, could they? As for whether he could earn from streaming, that was a given. He would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Even if he merely streamed his daily life or gifted female streamers, there would be viewers. Not to mention, he could use enhancements to lavish gifts upon female streamers. When he went live, wouldn't it be entirely normal for others to reciprocate? The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. He felt as though he had stumbled upon another avenue for generating wealth. Yet, before he could fully indulge in his excitement, a sudden system alert doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Second warning. As a great fool, the host must not engage in beggar-like behavior. Should you insist on committing such a humiliating act, the system will sever ties with the host. The host must disable the rewards feature while streaming. Upon hearing the announcement, Yang Fan's expression turned awkward. The system, which had been unresponsive to his calls, suddenly emerged to threaten him upon sensing his money-making intentions, even emphasizing that it was a second warning. After receiving multiple warnings, he wondered if there would be any repercussions. He was not particularly afraid of punishment. Rather, he feared the system might abruptly pack its bags and relocate. If it were to move to a fortunate reader's place, wouldn't he have a place to cry? Streaming was merely a means of entertainment. Was it truly a beggar's act? It certainly did not equate to directly begging for money. At worst, it could only be deemed a form of performance. It appeared the system was likely opposed to him engaging in any undignified activities for monetary gain. Although performing was not disgraceful, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing for a host of a great fool system, who was also a well-known internet tycoon, to suddenly resort to such measures to earn money. Well, that avenue for profit was thoroughly closed off. He had no intention of testing the limits of the system. Nevertheless, since it mentioned that disabling the rewards feature would allow him to stream, he might as well indulge in it from time to time. At this moment, He whimsically wondered if his viewers would be affected by the frequent changes of beautiful women by his side. Li Shinran, noticing his momentary daze, curiously remarked, "I was merely joking." He returned to his senses, replying, "I understand, let us go. We're about to dock." "All right." As the boat slowly approached the shore, Yang Fan cradled the sleeping little Tanghua while leading the stunning Li Shinran towards the park entrance. After an afternoon of fun, it was already getting late, and both felt a bit weary. Occasionally, they would hear remarks such as, "Wow, look at that little girl. She is so adorable. I wish I could have one just like her." At this moment, the two of them were largely immune to the gazes of others and didn't find it particularly remarkable. After leaving the park, Li Shinran glanced at her sleeping daughter and quietly said to Yang Fan, "Tanghua woke up early today. She seems tired from playing. I'll take her home first and then come back to find you." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment. He had initially intended for the beautiful woman to spend the night with him. However, he considered that if the little girl woke up and found both her uncle and mother missing, she would surely be saddened. Wouldn't she? After a brief afternoon of interaction, he had grown fond of the clingy little angel. Although she was not his child, she could be considered somewhat akin to one, and he felt a strong sense of affection. He and Li Shinran would have plenty of opportunities, so there was no need to rush. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to the girl. Chapter 93. Li Shinran's visit. Upon hearing Yang Fan express concern for her daughter so soon, Li Shinran was deeply touched. However, she did not immediately agree but instead said, "My dear, there is truly no need for that, her grandmother." Yang Fan waved his hand to interrupt her. "All right, I understand what you want to say. How about this? Once you've coaxed your daughter to sleep, come find me, but she is currently sleeping. Will she still be able to sleep tonight?" The girl nodded with a smile. "She can. Little kids tend to nap a lot but don't sleep for long." "Very well, let us go." Subsequently, the two of them took a taxi to a hotel near Li Shinran's place and booked a room. Yang Fan handed the still sleeping little girl over to her mother before lying on the bed to play games. Li Shinran returned home. Upon seeing her daughter and mother enter, Li's mother hurried over, whispering, "Is she asleep?" The girl nodded. "She has been asleep for over an hour." "Asleep for so long? You must be tired as well. Come on, let me carry her to the bedroom." The girl laughed and shook her head. "Mom, that is unnecessary. She has been in her uncle's arms all day. I just took over." Li's mother was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "Uncle? You mean Xiaoyang? He held Tanghua? Did she not fuss? Why would she fuss? This girl adores her uncle. She clung to him all afternoon and even ignored me as she spoke." There was no trace of jealousy on her face, only pure happiness. As a seasoned individual, Li's mother could easily perceive that her daughter's expression was genuine, and she nodded in approval. "That is good. That is good. By the way, you silly child, why didn't you invite Xiaoyang over to your house? It's almost mealtime, next time. I haven't mentioned it to him yet. Mom, I'm going out tonight. Tanghua will sleep with you." Upon hearing this, Li's mother cast a suspicious glance at her daughter. "Going to accompany Xiaoyang?" The girl confidently nodded. "Yes, once Tanghua wakes up, I'll entertain her for a bit before heading out." Li's mother sighed in relief. "That is fine then. I must tell you, Xiaoyang is quite a rare gem. You must not act recklessly." She was concerned that her daughter had just parted ways with Yang Fan and was now planning to stay out overnight. Li Shinran, sensing her mother's implications, retorted, "Mom, what are you implying? Do you think your daughter is that kind of person?" After saying this, she carried Tanghua towards the bedroom. However, as soon as she laid her daughter on the bed, the little girl woke up with a start. "Uncle," she sweetly called out, only to realize something was amiss, as she saw only her mother. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and searched for Yang Fan's presence, but found none. She looked at Li Shinran, puzzled. "Mom, where is Uncle?" Li Shinran gently patted her daughter's little head, saying, "Uncle is tired. He went home to sleep. He asked me to tell little Tanghua that he will come to see you again next time." The little girl pouted her lips in a distressed manner. "Uncle, why didn't he say goodbye to Tanghua before leaving?" Li Shinran tenderly replied, "Because you were sleeping so soundly, Uncle didn't want to wake you. But I hadn't said goodbye to Uncle yet. I shouldn't have slept." Seeing her daughter's regretful expression, she smiled and asked, "Does little Tanghua really like Uncle?" The little girl nodded affirmatively. Tanghua likes Uncle. Then, Mommy will ask Uncle if he is asleep. If he hasn't fallen asleep, you can tell him yourself, all right?" Initially feeling downcast, the little girl immediately perked up. "Yay, Mommy, hurry and ask Uncle." Li Shinran had no choice but to send a message, that moment. Young Fan had just finished a game when he received her text. Dear, are you asleep? Not yet. What is up? Tang was awake. Her first thought upon waking was to look for you. She was quite upset when she realized you had left. Young Fan smiled upon reading the message. Is she beside you? Yes. He then initiated a video call. As soon as it connected, he saw the familiar and adorable little angel, her voice resonating. Uncle, its me. Tangwa. Young Fan couldn't help but smile at the sight of the little girl. I know. When did our little angel wake up? Tangwa giggled joyfully. I just woke up and Uncle disappeared. Can you come play with me? Young Fan chuckled, but Uncle is a bit tired. What should I do? The little girl tilted her head in thought. Then I will wait for Uncle to wake up. Okay. Our little Tangwa is so good, however, after I wake up, I still have to work, so I can only play with Tangwa in a few days. Will you be upset with Uncle? The little girl immediately shook her head. Of course not. Tangwa likes Uncle the most. After a brief pause, her face filled with a questioning expression. Uncle, when is a few days? Is it tomorrow or the day after? Young Fan realized that little kids might not understand the concept of a few days, but seeing her eager face, he gave her a reassuring response. Let us say the day after tomorrow. How about Mommy brings little Tangwa to find Uncle to play? Hey, that sounds great. After chatting about some more childish topics, they ended the video call, both feeling reluctant to say goodbye. Time flew by swiftly. Soon, evening arrived. Young Fan had already fallen asleep when suddenly the phone rang. Seeing that it was Li Shinran calling, he knew she was on her way over. He answered, Hey, are you coming over now? The voice on the other end responded, I'm already at your door. Young Fan promptly hung up and got up to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he was greeted by a bright sight. A sophisticated urban beauty dressed in professional attire, wearing high heels and a smile. Just like last time, her exquisite makeup featured fiery red lips, yet she exuded a different aura this time. Noticing Young Fan gazing at her, she felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself, my efforts in dressing up were not in vain. Clearly, she had achieved the desired effect. Gently speaking, she said, Darling, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I brought you a few freshly prepared dishes and a bottle of mutai. How about we share a drink? Young Fan then noticed that she was holding a bag of goodies. Chapter 94. The endearingly Shinran Young Fan smiled and asked, Baiju? Can you handle it? As he stepped aside to let her in, Li Shinran walked in while softly replying, I can manage a little. She approached the table, placing each dish from the bag onto it, saying, These are all home-cooked dishes I just made, still warm. Come and try them. She then opened the box of mutai, washed 2 small cups at the sink, and returned to pour them full. Young Fan, who had not eaten dinner before lying down, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He found Li Shinran's cooking to be incredibly delicious, and before he realized it, he was eating rather quickly. The beauty's domestic skills were remarkably incongruous with her striking appearance. It was quite rare to find a genuinely beautiful woman who could cook so well in this day and age. Not only was she skilled in the kitchen, but she also excelled in various household chores and child-rearing. As he considered this, Young Fan glanced at her alluring attire. He mused that her talents extended beyond mere cooking. She was undoubtedly a standard example of a virtuous wife who could handle both the living room and the kitchen. Noticing Young Fan's gaze lingering on her white shirt and black stockings, Li Shinran felt a thrill of delight and softly remarked, Do I look good in this? I bought it specifically for you. Also have a nurse outfit at home. If you like it, I can wear it next time. Young Fan felt a sudden rush of excitement at her words. Wasn't he that obvious? Of course, he liked it. Who wouldn't he? He suppressed his eagerness while teasingly asking, A nurse outfit? As she served him more food, Li Shinran replied, You might need to help me out then. She effortlessly engaged in this playful banter without a hint of shyness, giving him a fresh experience. Under her encouragement, he nibbled on some dishes to satisfy his hunger, and the two began to sip on their drinks. After consuming a small cup, the girl lightly traced her tempting lips with her finger, displaying a captivating smile. She then refilled their cups, and they continued to enjoy the drinks together. Before long, after half a bottle of liquor, the alluring blush on Li Shinran's face became more pronounced, and her gaze towards Young Fan grew soft and dreamy. She slowly rose, gracefully positioning herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and seductively whispered, Darling, I feel a bit tipsy. You mustn't bully me. If you wish to do something to me, I am currently unable to resist. Faced with such an implicit invitation from the beautiful woman, what more was there to say? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of oppression, Yang Fan abruptly rose, cradling Li Xinran in his arms as he strode purposefully in one direction. 10 minutes later, as Yang Fan gazed at Li Xini, who had finally opened up to him, a torrent of negative emotions surged within him, particularly now that fate had once again intertwined with their lives. The two sisters clung tightly to the fate of their younger brother, bouncing joyfully, while Li Xinran, noticing Yang Fan's troubled demeanor, affectionately nestled into his embrace, urging him to strive for progress, though anxiety soon crept in. The following day, as Yang Fan slumbered, he sensed movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a mesmerizing figure attempting to tiptoe out of bed. "Where are you off to?" Li Xinran, startled by the sound of his voice, turned to look at him. Perhaps she moved too abruptly, causing a sudden twinge of pain that made her furrow her brow. Ouch! Yang Fan immediately recognized the cause of her discomfort and inquired with genuine concern, "Does it still hurt?" Seeing his caring expression, she gently shook her head, exhaling softly, "It's much better now. Don't worry. You rest a bit and regain your composure. I'll prepare breakfast for you." Witnessing the beautiful girl endure her pain to cook for him warmed his heart. He stood up, enveloping her in his embrace, and said, "No need for that. I noticed that there are no ingredients in the refrigerator of this apartment hotel. Let us order some ready-made meals instead. You should rest well. Just tell me what you'd like to eat." Feeling his concern, she smiled, leaning into his embrace and softly replied, "All right. I'll go with your suggestion. I'm fine with anything, so just order what you like." At that moment, Yang Fan dismissed any thoughts about whether he would earn cash back from the meal. After all, it was merely a dinner and wouldn't he cost much. He picked up the phone from the bedside table and dialed the front desk. The two of them remained nestled together, with Yang Fan tenderly stroking her silky hair. Last night, he began to speak, but before he could finish, she suddenly turned and pressed her lips against his. Silencing his words. 30 seconds later, she whispered, "Darling, don't worry about such things. As long as you're happy, I'm happy." Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Yang Fan chose not to continue with any sentimental dialogue, tightening his embrace around her. She, too, felt the warmth of his affection, closing her eyes and nuzzling against him, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. After sharing a meal, they spent several hours together, engaged in lively conversation, enamored with each other's company, feeling as if their banter would never tire. As the afternoon wore on, Li Xinran had nearly recovered, able to move freely without pain. Nevertheless, Yang Fan remained cautious about her engaging in any strenuous activities. At this juncture, Li Xinran inquired, "Darling, am I really bringing candies to see you tomorrow? Will it disturb you?" Yang Fan chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "What is this? Do I seem untrustworthy? Since I've made plans with our little girl, you must dutifully bring her to me tomorrow." "All right, I understand." Just then, amidst their conversation, Yang Fan's phone rang. He glanced at it, puzzled to see that it was Sha Sha calling. Chapter 95. Sha Sha arrives in the summer resort city. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Taken aback by Sha Sha's sudden call, he had left her in silence for several days, assuming she had lost interest in him, her older brother. Initially, he had intended to sever their ties. But now this young lady had taken the initiative to reach out, likely signaling her intentions. Although he had become somewhat of a playboy during this period, surrounded by various beautiful women, he hadn't paid too much attention to Sha Sha. As the girl he had tipped the most, she had remained non-committal, which he found reasonable. Thus, he had ceased his financial support for her. However, he still held some fondness for the only female streamer who had actively transferred money to him and planned to prioritize her once she made her intentions clear. Yet, he had no desire to be treated as a fool by any woman. While he didn't necessarily want to pursue something serious with her, he at least hoped for her to be forthright in her attitude, making it much more enjoyable for him to continue supporting her. Of course, he would never force anyone. If the women were unwilling, he would consider his previous contributions as gifts, not demanding anything in return or punishing them. But if he were to continue supporting her, wouldn't that be a bit excessive? He couldn't quite reconcile that in his mind. Ultimately, he merely intended to cast his bait into the water, leaving it to the fish to decide whether to bite. If they did, he would continue to support them. If not, he would refrain, keeping things mutually agreeable. It was quite simple. As he contemplated the incessantly ringing phone, he hesitated but eventually answered. A pure and lively voice greeted him on the other end. "Hello. Is this you, Brother Xiaoyao? It's Sha Sha." Upon recognizing her familiar voice, Yang Fan refrained from being overly direct and instead feigned ignorance. asking, I see, did you call for a reason? I've arrived in the summer resort city. I'm currently at the airport. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Could you come pick me up? Sha has arrived in the summer resort city? Yang Fan was taken aback, feeling incredulous. This young lady had come directly to find him without any prior indication. He incredulously queried, what prompted this sudden visit? You didn't even give me a heads up? Hee. I wanted to surprise you, brother Xiaoyao. I knew you wouldn't leave me stranded at the airport, so I came directly. You can't imagine how hot it is in Tianfu. The temperature here is so pleasant. Sha chattered excitedly, carefully avoiding any mention of his previous neglect. She was indeed a clever girl. Have you considered that I might be busy or not even in the summer resort city? Of course I thought about it. If that were the case, it would just mean my luck was bad, and I would have to wait until next weekend to find another way to come. But from your tone, it seems my luck isn't too shabby, right? Hearing this, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Li Xinran, who was still nestled in his embrace. They had just been discussing what to have for dinner when this unexpected situation arose. Li Xinran, nestled in Yang Fan's arms, could faintly hear Sha's voice but felt no pangs of jealousy. Having chosen to be Yang Fan's lover, she had prepared herself for this possibility, maintaining a composed attitude without competing or fighting for his affection. As long as this man needed her, she would remain his only woman. Thus, no matter how many women he had, it was unlikely she would lose him. She merely smiled at Yang Fan, shaking her head to indicate that she was unbothered. In fact, in the face of uncertainty, she remained silent, displaying her understanding. Yang Fan comprehended Li Xinran's meaning, casting a remorseful glance her way before speaking into the phone, then find a place to sit and have a drink while you wait. I'll be there shortly. Okay, I'll wait for you. He promptly hung up the call and turned to Li Xinran, saying, I might need to step out for a bit. Before he could finish, Li Xinran gently placed her hand over his mouth, interrupting him with a warm smile. Darling, you don't need to explain. I understand as long as you don't chase me away, no matter what happens in the future. I'm committed to you for life. Besides, aren't we still scheduled to meet tomorrow? As he listened to this endearing beauty utter such heartfelt words, Yang Fan instinctively tightened his embrace. Although her declaration echoed the sentiments expressed by the feisty Su Shan previously, it somehow felt more poignant coming from her. If Su Shan were aware of Yang Fan's current thoughts, she would surely scoff, wondering if he was merely imitating her. Despite the similarity in sentiment, her delivery seemed to resonate more deeply. Yang Fan gently pressed his lips against her cheek, affirming earnestly, such things will never happen. Li Xinran then released him from her embrace. Go on. I'll head back and check on the candies. He nodded in response. All right, I'm off then. You'll manage dinner on your own, right? Rest assured. I'm perfectly capable. With that, the two departed from the hotel, each taking a taxi in separate directions. 30 minutes later, Yang Fan's taxi arrived at the airport. Unable to drive in, he disembarked and walked a short distance. Upon reaching the exit where Sha waited, he made a call. Inside the airport, at a milk tea shop called Naishue, a youthful girl with twin ponytails sat there, holding her milk tea and lost in thought. Her mere presence drew the attention of those nearby, and a boy at the next table couldn't help but boast to his friends, attempting to capture the beautiful girl's notice. Honestly, money isn't as hard to make as you think. For instance, I earn a couple of thousand a day, and I can barely spend it all. If I manage to spend half of it daily, that's already impressive. His friend chimed in, how could I compare to you, third brother? Our circles are entirely different. Mine consists of folks who earn less than 10,000 a month. Your income must surpass over 90% of the population, right? Honestly, I'm not sure how many people I surpass. I'm not married, so I don't have much to spend anyway. I manage to save a considerable sum each month. The two continued their banter, while the beautiful girl next to them paid no mind, remaining preoccupied with her own thoughts. Just then, her phone rang, displaying the name Xiaoyao brother on the screen. Chapter 96. The Appearance of the Second Beauty. Codename Zero. Upon seeing Yang Fan's call, Sha snapped out of her daze, pressing the answer button and bringing the phone to her ear. Xiaoyao brother, are you here? Yes, I'm at the entrance. Come out. All right, give me a moment. After hanging up, she tidied her outfit, grabbed her adorable bag adorned with cartoon characters, and exited the milk tea shop. The boy sitting next door nudged his friend, whispering, Hey, third brother, that little beauty is leaving to tea. That moment, third brother fell silent, realizing he had lost his chance, and the friend rolled his eyes in annoyance. I can see that. He hesitated. contemplating whether to pursue her for her contact information. Earlier, he had deliberately boasted about his income to catch Sha's attention, laying the groundwork for a potential exchange of numbers. The instant she entered the milk tea shop, he had felt a spark, akin to the sensation of first love wafting through the air. He had even prepared a persona as a rich heir, only to see the beautiful girl leave before he could act. Why the rush? He had initially planned to impress the girl with his wealthy faade, taking her to a 5-star hotel for coffee. Fortunately, he had a friend working as a server at the CAF, so it wouldn't cost much. He had envisioned his friend casually mentioning his wealth to elevate his status in her eyes. They could pretend to play cards, making large transfers in front of her, with the winner discreetly returning the loser's money afterward. Such tactics were often effective with younger women seeking fleeting connections. Now that the beauty had departed, his plans were in jeopardy. What a disaster. Thus, he stood and declared, "Let us go. We need to find a chance to get her WeChat." He and his friend then got up and followed her. Yang Fan waited outside for a while until he spotted a charming girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a blue short dress paired with white stockings, emerging from the building. The offline Sha closely resembled her online persona, making it easy for him to recognize her. Checking for eligible consumer. Would you like to view information? Upon seeing the enchanting beauty, Yang Fan mentally confirmed, view. Name, Wu Sha, age, 18, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 87, 100, status, normal affinity, 39 codename 0. The data on this young beauty left Yang Fan completely astounded. She was, without a doubt, the most impressive woman he had encountered thus far. Her height and overall attractiveness were commendable, and most importantly, being labeled codename 0 made her stand out even more, surpassing evenly Wei. Moreover, her affinity towards him was noteworthy. Despite his recent attempts to distance himself, she still managed to accrue 39 points. In comparison, another streamer, Xiao Lu, had utterly failed in this regard, which was quite unexpected for Yang Fan. Suddenly, his fondness for her surged, and he couldn't help but smile as he prepared to approach her. Just then, 2 boys beat him to it, one of whom leaned in to whisper something to Sha. She merely cast him an annoyed glance, ignoring him as she continued scanning her surroundings. Sha, a male voice called out, prompting her to turn and spot Yang Fan waving at her from a distance. Ignoring the boy who had been flirting, she hurriedly jogged over to Yang Fan. Smiling as she asked, "Xiaoyao brother?" Yang Fan nodded. "It's me. Let us go." He turned and began to walk away. Wu Sha affinity 3. The sudden notification caused him to pause mid-step, glancing back at Sha in confusion. He had anticipated a decrease in affinity, given the circumstances, but was taken aback to find that this young beauty seemed to possess the same discerning eye as Li Shinran. He pondered, could it be that I've suddenly become more handsome? That shouldn't be the case. I look the same as always in the mirror. Nevertheless, he regarded it as a positive development. Unbeknownst to him, while Sha had indeed chosen to meet him through a blind date format, she also harbored a desire to challenge herself. Yet, she couldn't shake off the various worries that naturally accompanied such a decision. Upon finally meeting him, she felt a sense of relief, realizing that Xiaoyao brother's appearance exceeded her expectations and that he seemed relatively young. Thus, her affinity toward him increased by 3 points. Noticing Yang Fan's bewildered gaze, she curiously asked, "Xiaoyao brother, is there something on my face?" Yang Fan shook his head slightly. "No. I just think you look even more beautiful offline than in your streams." She burst into laughter. "Haha, you truly have discerning taste, Xiaoyao brother. To be honest, I think so too." Meanwhile, third brother and his friend exchanged incredulous glances upon witnessing the delightful beauty accompany a man, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of disbelief. At that moment, the friend whispered, "Third brother, should we still follow them?" Third brother shot him a glare, annoyed. "What is the point? Are we going to confront them? We have our dignity. Fighting is for thugs. We're not commoners." Yang Fan was walking out of the airport with Sha when his phone rang again. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Gong Jing calling. He answered casually. The voice on the other end was playful, teasing him. "Our esteemed boss Yang is certainly working hard. Have you come to the airport once more to greet a lovely lady?" His immediate reaction was to think that Gong Jing might be nearby. He held his phone and glanced around, yet he failed to spot her figure, promptly inquiring, "Where are you?" Quite the quick response. "I just brushed past you, and you didn't even notice me." How disheartening, brushed past. Yang Fan could assure himself that, given the sparse crowd in the vicinity, Gong Jing was certainly not among the recent passers-by. My eyesight is not that poor. Let us not dwell on it. I'm hanging up now, alas. Wait. Beep, beep, beep. Sha, walking beside him, observed the exchange with curiosity but refrained from asking any questions, merely stating, truly, this is a summer retreat city. Even walking outside doesn't feel excessively hot. It's quite pleasant, and if only I could stay a few more days. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan chuckled. Are you still in school? Did you come over for the weekend? The young lady spread her arms wide.